Just a few years into adulthood, a young man has mysteriously transformed into a 4-year-old girl. "Darling, hurry up, your father is getting impatient," came the urgent yet affectionate call from outside, resonating with maternal warmth. Icicles at the eaves trembled in response, casting the shadow of a small figure stomping her feet within the room. "I'll be right there." Yang Ruin's voice, sweet as honey, spilled forth, causing a blush to bloom on her ears. This body was indeed peculiar despite holding over 20 years of memories. Her words emerged like a sugary rice dumpling in the bronze mirror. The little one was adorned in festive Eteria crimson brocade jacket, trimmed with rabbit fur, deep blue cotton trousers stuffed into small leather boots. She twirled and bounced in place, her hem swirling like a warm mist, reminiscent of a spun sugar figurine on a festive altar. The sound of crunching snow echoed from the corridor, prompting her to tiptoe and reach for the latch. Her plush sleeves slipped down, revealing wrists like lotus stems, causing the snowflakes that had sneaked in through the window to miss their target and instead melt into glistening droplets within her warm sleeves. Reflecting on the past few days, she recalled waking up to a world utterly transformed. From the technologically advanced year of 2025, she inexplicably found herself in this backward and entirely unfamiliar place, devoid of even a glimpse of a smartphone. What was even more difficult to accept was the fact that she had metamorphosed from a young adult just starting her career into a mere 4-year-old child. The environment had changed, the timeline had shifted, and her social connections had reset. But this transformation of gender was so absurd that she often questioned whether her previous existence had merely been a fleeting dream. Subconsciously, she glanced towards the wall where a torn calendar clearly displayed the date. December 18th, 1997. In that moment, she understood that she was not dreaming. Nor had she awakened some supernatural ability. The prospect of reverting to her former self seemed hopeless. Given the circumstances, the immediate priority was to ascertain her whereabouts. Yet, the reality proved far more complex than she had anticipated. In the days that followed, her discreet observations left her more bewildered. Each morning, she awoke to the resounding call of military reveille, and at night, she fell asleep to the lights-out signal, her life meticulously regulated as if scripted by a program. During the day, confined within the home, she occasionally heard the stirring shouts of soldiers training, accompanied by the rousing melodies of military songs. However, the building was too low. Even when she strained to climb to the window, she could only glimpse distant silhouettes, unable to discern the training activities. Contemplating her situation, she surmised that she was likely residing within some military compound. But could such a place accommodate family members? She was utterly lost. The only certainty was her name, Yang Ruihin. As for her current parents, while they had not yet exhibited any malice, one must remain vigilant. A careless slip could lead to dire consequences. In this light, her predicament resembled a blind exploration in darkness. Apart from her name, everything else was shrouded in uncertainty. "Yang Ruihin, are you ready yet?" Her mother's voice echoed once more from the outer room. Yang Ruihin recalled that her mother was a former artistic soldier, only 29 this year, now a full-time housewife pouring all her energy into the family. Yang Ruihin wobbled her way to the pale green wooden door, straining to tiptoe, yet her fingers remained a considerable distance from the doorknob. The door opened inward, with a narrow gap so slim that even an ant would struggle to squeeze through. Prying it open was utterly impossible. "Mom, please help me open the door," Yang Ruihin called out, her small shoulders thumping against the door panel. With a creak, the door swung open. Her mother appeared at the threshold, her tall figure slightly bending down as she tightened Yang Ruihin's collar with care. Still uneasy, she picked up a scarf and gently wrapped it around her neck, softly advising, "Sweetheart, be good at Grandpa's house. All right?" "Got it," Yang Ruihin replied obediently, taking her mother's hand while secretly contemplating that this was a splendid opportunity to gather information. Descending the stairs and stepping outside, they were greeted by a winter evening, the world seemingly draped in a veil of pristine white. The sky was deep blue, resembling a vast expanse of satin poised to envelop the entire realm. The willow branches along the roadside were adorned with crystalline frost, contrasting beautifully against the blue sky and white snow, akin to a breathtaking ink wash painting. Curiously, Yang Ruihin surveyed her surroundings, noticing rows of deep green lacquered buildings aligned neatly, with mottled slogans like "Model" and "Exemplar" faintly visible on the walls, their once clear messages rendered indistinct by the ravages of time. Not far away, a spacious playground came into view, with basketball hoops and soccer goals standing silently, as if reminiscing about past merriment. Gazing further, she discerned additional buildings and flower beds. Yet the encroaching darkness obscured their exact forms. For the past few days, she had refrained from venturing outside, her heart heavy with worry and unease. Now this rare opportunity lay before her, stirring a mix of excitement and trepidation within. The biting cold wind rushed towards her, prompting Yang Ruihin to instinctively shrink her neck, burying her nose and mouth deep into her scarf, leaving only her bright, inquisitive eyes visible, scanning the surroundings, having just experienced a heavy snowfall during the day. The evening brought an icy chill that pierced to the bone. She mused that they were likely in the north, as her parents spoke Mandarin with perfect clarity, devoid of any accent. The frigid weather, oddly, helped her ascertain her bearings, leaving her uncertain whether to thank the heavens or lament the whims of fate. The snow beneath her feet crunched with each step, the powdery layer reaching her ankles. After only a few strides, her shoes were soaked, causing considerable discomfort. She contemplated that snow shoveling would likely commence only after the unfamiliar soldiers finished their morning exercises and breakfast, perhaps providing an opportunity to converse with them and learn more about her surroundings. "Mom, snow got into my shoes," Yang Ruihin looked up and said pitifully. She was not fond of this perspective. Her mother stood nearly 1.7 meters tall and wore heeled shoes, making her appear like a giant in Yang Ruihin's eyes. Her mother, feeling sympathy, scooped her up and strode steadily through the snow, the crunching sound echoing beneath their feet. Mother Yang, clad in black knee-high boots, navigated the snowy terrain with grace, while Yang Ruihin rested her head on her mother's warm shoulder, her thoughts drifting towards their destination, her grandfather's home. Today marked her grandfather's 70th birthday, and earlier, Mother Yang had taken the time to teach her the appropriate birthday wishes. Ruihin silently rehearsed them in her mind, determined to avoid any embarrassment. She encouraged herself since there was no turning back, she must swiftly acclimate to this world. First, she needed to comprehend her surroundings, particularly the intricate dynamics within the Yang family, before making any further plans. She calculated in her mind that addressing boys as brother was undoubtedly correct, older men as uncle and women as aunt, which should suffice. Recalling the minor quarrel between her parents a few days prior, she had observed them like a little detective. As the argument escalated, it somehow veered into the topic of her being a girl. Father Yang, visibly discontent, lamented that his wife was not supportive, bemoaning that while both of his brothers had sons, he had not fathered a boy. It turned out that Father Yang was the youngest among his siblings, with two older brothers, and he had neither an elder sister nor a younger sister. He even recounted the origin of her name. When Mother Yang was 3 months pregnant, Father Yang was overjoyed and had already chosen a name, Yang Ruihin, believing it to be particularly refined. However, the memory now was tinged with resentment that it was said that when Mother Yang entered the delivery room, Father Yang was outside, frantic as an ant on a hot pan. He was plagued with doubts. Both of his brothers had sons, so surely it was his turn to have a son as well. What if fate played a cruel joke and bestowed upon him a daughter instead? He pondered such thoughts for over 2 hours, and in the process, this grown man became so stressed that he developed a painful blister on his tongue. In the end, a daughter was born. According to Mother Yang, Father Yang's expression was one of utter dismay, startling the nurse nearby. Since a girl had arrived, the name Yang Ruihin was no longer suitable. Father Yang, lacking the energy to ponder a new name, settled for a mere alteration, transforming it to Yang Ruihin, which at least gave it a hint of femininity. As they approached the jeep, Ruihin was gently placed in the back seat. Instinctively raising her face, she exhaled, and a mist of white vapor dissipated instantly. With a resigned sigh, she realized there was no air conditioning in the vehicle. Father Yang, in his 30s, possessed strong, rugged features that exuded a soldier's charisma, making him appear quite handsome in Ruihin's eyes. Mother Yang's genes were equally formidable. She was tall and beautiful, undeniably a stunning woman. "Take off your shoes, let me see," Mother Yang said, circling to the other side of the vehicle, organizing items in the back seat while speaking tenderly. With a couple of swift motions, Ruihin removed her shoes, revealing damp spots on her cotton socks. She attempted to reach down to pat them dry, but her small arms and legs were constricted by heavy clothing, making it impossible to bend. Mother Yang, observing her daughter's comical and endearing struggle, couldn't help but laugh. She scooped Ruihin into her embrace and kissed her cheek, exclaiming, "How is my precious daughter so utterly adorable?" Yang Ruihin obediently leaned closer, but the thickness of her clothing made her feel as if she were ensconced in a heavy quilt, rendering her unable to derive much comfort from the situation. With a sense of disinterest, she extricated herself from the embrace. Yang's mother, genuinely concerned for her daughter, noticed her soaked cotton socks and hastily instructed Yang's father to wait a moment while she hurried back to fetch a fresh pair. Once his wife had exited the vehicle, Yang's father turned back to gaze at his daughter's innocent expression. Unable to suppress a sigh, "My dear daughter, how wonderful it would be if you had a little companion." Upon hearing this, Yang Ruihin felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, and she sighed in response, "I too desire a little companion." As they conversed, Yang's mother returned. Once everything was in order, the jeep slowly started to move. Yang Ruihin fixed her gaze intently outside, her heart racing with both anxiety and anticipation. They were finally setting out. She silently reminded herself to remain vigilant and not reveal any secrets. The jeep traversed the courtyard at a leisurely pace. Yang Ruihin rested her chin on the window, her eyes wide with wonder as she marveled at the sights before her. The roads were spacious and straight, equipped with a plethora of amenities. They had just passed a primary school and a hospital, followed by a supermarket, a fire station, a kindergarten, and a barber shop. This hardly resembled a military compound. It felt more akin to a well-equipped miniature city. Suddenly, Yang Ruihin recalled the rumors she had encountered online in her previous life regarding military compounds. Children raised here were dubbed compound disciples, seemingly existing in their own little world. The military compound functioned as a relatively independent and enclosed space, where all necessities could be met within its confines. It was said that movies were even screened for free. If one wished, they could spend their entire life without ever stepping foot outside the compound. Friends and acquaintances of the compound disciples were predominantly other children from the compound. Generally, upon reaching adulthood, they would also opt to pursue careers within the military. Contemplating these thoughts, Yang Ruihin found herself in a daze. Had she truly become one of the compound disciples? Did this mean that she could indeed aspire to marry a wealthy and beautiful partner, thus ascending to the pinnacle of life? Chapter 2. Little baby Yang Ruihin felt her head buzz as the jeep surged forth like a wild stallion, racing out of the enigmatic military compound. Her heart leapt into her throat, and she instinctively turned her head, scrambling with hands and feet to climb the back of the seat, her eyes wide like brass bells, eager to glimpse whether there were nameplates hanging on either side of the gate. But before she could steady herself, a jolt occurred as the rear wheel of the vehicle struck a protruding stone. This sudden bump sent Yang Ruihin soaring like a kite cut from its string, nearly flinging her out of the vehicle. With terror in her widened eyes, she instinctively pressed her lips together, silently grateful for not having opened her mouth moments earlier, lest her tongue suffer a calamity. Just as she managed to return to her seat, the jeep came to a sudden halt. The sheer force of inertia propelled her forward uncontrollably, and at that critical moment, her mother, quick as a hawk, grasped her with precision. With a sigh of relief, Yang Ruihin felt her heart racing within her chest, as if it were about to burst forth. At that moment, the sound of a door slamming echoed in her ears. Turning to look back, she saw her father, Yang Tianxi, with a face full of fury, akin to a roaring lion, charging out of the vehicle. "You little rascals, get back here." Upon closer inspection, she realized that 4 or 5 half-grown boys were wrestling in a heap ahead. The snow flew in all directions as they engaged in fierce combat, pulling and tugging at one another like warriors on a battlefield. However, upon seeing Yang Tianxi, these unruly children instantly wilted like frostbitten eggplants, their bravado evaporating, faces turning pale as they fled in terror, like mice escaping from a cat. Yang Ruihin keenly noted that the 2 boys who had earlier held the upper hand were now sprinting towards her, in the direction of the compound. Her curiosity piqued. She struggled to rise, leaning against the rear window to peer outside. Sure enough, those 2 rascals dashed into the compound like a gust of wind. However, a thick layer of frost coated the window, obscuring her view of the interior, which only intensified her yearning to know more. Before long, Yang Tianxi returned, still seething with anger as he climbed back into the vehicle, muttering, "Those little brats from outside the compound come here to fight every day, and they never learn their lesson." A thought struck Yang Ruihin. So, the place behind is indeed a military compound? As soon as Yang Tianxi restarted the vehicle, she resembled a curious little kitten, perched at the window, eyes wide open in anticipation of recognizing familiar sights. Yet, as they drove on, everything was unfamiliar, destined to end in disappointment. Nevertheless, Yang Ruihin had mentally prepared for this outcome. so she did not feel particularly dejected. Instead, she shifted her focus to the surroundings. In her imagination, the military district should have been in a desolate wilderness, situated in a highly secretive location, where revealing its existence could lead to significant trouble. However, the scene before her eyes shattered her expectations, revealing a row of low, dilapidated houses, with the road uneven and winding like serpents. Here, the scene resembles a secluded village. Although the road is not entirely unpaved, it pales in comparison to the smooth and tidy streets of the courtyard. In the distance, twilight descends. Frost gathers upon the car windows, severely obstructing visibility, leaving only vague silhouettes discernible. This sensation is akin to a famished individual who has gone 3 days without sustenance. Confronted with a lavish banquet yet informed that the meal's commencement is uncertain, their heart racing as if a multitude of ants were crawling within. Fortunately, the vehicle continues its journey, and the scenery along the roadside gradually transforms. First, a few dilapidated buildings come into view, followed by the flickering of dim streetlights, one by one illuminating the surroundings. The architectural style is markedly antiquated, imbued with a strong sense of nostalgia. Yang Ruihin understands that it is now the late 20th century, a significant leap from the familiar 21st century by over a decade. This is not merely a temporal shift. Everything bears the distinct imprints of that era. Clearly, they are advancing toward the city center. Although the specific city remains unknown, the roadside sights improve, and a modern ambience begins to permeate the air. Yang Ruihin's excitement flushes her cheeks. These changes offer her solace, as long as she can ascertain that she has not landed in a dreadful place, such as the infamous Siberian potato camp. She is immensely grateful. At long last, the jeep comes to a gentle halt before a grand entrance. Yang Ruihin looks up, and by the sheer scale of the structure, it is evidently far more imposing than the previous courtyard they departed from. At the entrance, statuesque guards stand sentinel like towering pines. Fortunately, a conspicuous sign hangs at the side of the gate reading Qinzhou Military District Sanatorium. Qinzhou Military District? Yang Ruihin cannot help but exclaim. As a native of Qinzhou, she is well aware of the esteemed reputation of the Qinzhou Military District. Compared to the military district itself, the sanatorium enjoys even greater renown within certain circles. Boasting state-of-the-art facilities, it is the largest military sanatorium in the country. Most military leaders opting for a leisurely retirement choose to do so here. It has even been joked that if one were to randomly throw a stone within the sanatorium, it would likely strike at least a major general, with the fortunate chance of hitting a general not being uncommon. While Yang Ruihin remains engulfed in astonishment, Yang Tianqi has already adeptly presented their pass to the guard, and the vehicle slowly enters the sanatorium grounds. Upon entering the courtyard, it feels as though one has stepped into another world. The environment is serene and elegant. In summer, it must be a lush expanse of greenery, with pavilions and water features harmoniously arranged, likely rivaling even the most prestigious residential districts of later generations. Evidently, Yang Tianqi and his mother are quite familiar with this place, as this is not their first visit. They scarcely cast an eye outward, immediately engrossed in arranging the gifts in the back seat. Though these gifts may not be invaluable treasures, they are imbued with the heartfelt sentiments of children towards their elders. As Yang's mother tidies up, she reminds Yang Ruihin, "My dear, do you remember how I taught you at home?" Awakening from her reverie, Yang Ruihin nods vigorously, her voice bright as she responds, "I remember," wishing grandfather boundless fortune like the eastern sea and longevity without end. Yang's mother chuckles, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Silly girl, it was meant to be kept in your heart, not spoken aloud." Yang Ruihin had little inclination to attend to her mother. She resembled an intrepid explorer who had just stumbled upon a new world. Leaning against the car window, her gaze transfixed on the sights outside. The buildings of the nutrition center and health management facility unfolded before her, overwhelming her senses. As they ventured further, exquisite standalone villas came into view, each constructed with unique artistry and undoubtedly equipped with luxurious amenities. Some villas were even guarded by vigilant sentinels, exuding an air of strict security. In her previous life, Yang Ruihin was well aware that although this was ostensibly a military sanatorium, it was, in fact, open to those with sufficient means. Naturally, Retired high-ranking officials resided here without charge, and upon retirement, they were provided with bodyguards and drivers. Thus, the villas under watch were likely inhabited by esteemed military leaders. Before long, Yang Tianqi halted in front of a quaint villa nestled in the shade of trees. Beside it, several military vehicles with black plates and white lettering were parked, presumably belonging to the Yang family or guests attending the birthday celebration. The family of 3 approached the villa, where the guards dutifully conducted a security check. Once cleared, they stepped inside, greeted by a wave of warm ambience. Approximately 10 men and women occupied the space, and Yang Ruihin surveyed the unfamiliar faces, feeling a twinge of surprise. Logically, her grandfather's residence here indicated a significant rank, yet only a handful of guests had arrived for the birthday celebration. It seemed her grandfather preferred a low-key affair. Otherwise, such a momentous occasion would surely attract a larger crowd rather than just a family gathering. Here comes Tianqi. Oh, dear little Han Han, come here for an embrace. The warm greetings enveloped her, leaving Yang Ruihin momentarily bewildered. She was pulled into enthusiastic hugs, had her cheeks pinched, and received affectionate kisses. Despite her delicate, youthful appearance, she could hardly withstand such fervent attention. After a whirlwind of affection, she found herself too flustered to greet anyone in return, though the elders appeared unconcerned. As the adults congregated to engage in conversation, she settled onto a sofa, mentally sorting through the intricate web of relationships within the Yang family. Her great-grandfather had 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters, with her father, Yang Tianqi, being the youngest. Both of her aunts were married and had brought their sons along today. Through eavesdropping on the adults' discussions, Yang Ruihin learned that the second generation of the Yang family all served within the military district, with her uncle poised for the greatest prospects, though specifics regarding his rank were not disclosed. Her grandfather, named Yang Xing, had retired as a general in the Huagua military. The younger generation, of course, would never dare to address him directly by name. Some of his contemporaries were absent, yet they had sent gifts to express their regards, which Yang Ruihin had discovered by discreetly glancing at the cards attached. A general held the highest military rank. Having wielded a weapon during tumultuous times, his stature was undoubtedly remarkable, suggesting that he was more than just a commanding officer in the military district. He likely held a position in the central government, his influence far-reaching. Seated on the sofa, gazing up at the ceiling, Yang Ruihin was engulfed by a swirl of mixed emotions. She found herself inhabiting the body of a third-generation military offspring, with a revolutionary grandfather and parents who hailed from the army, embodying a lineage of impeccable integrity. The setting remained Qinzhou, the very place where she had spent over 2 decades in her past life. In this regard, her fortune appeared to be rather favorable. Fortunately, she bore no significant attachments from her previous existence, as her parents had passed away early, thus sparing them the anguish of outliving their child. However, a flicker of doubt arose within Yang Ruihin's mind, pondering whether another version of herself existed in this world. An intriguing question worthy of future exploration. As she drifted into thought, memories from her former life surged forth like a tidal wave, bringing to the forefront many events she had believed were long forgotten. Particularly vivid was her recollection of her first internship at the renowned Yi Group, a national giant with vast industrial interests and assets amounting to no less than hundreds of billions. Regrettably, she had been unceremoniously dismissed after merely 2 weeks. Little princess, what are you pondering? Why not join them in their merriment? A jovial man suddenly approached, affectionately pinching her cheek. Yang Ruihin glanced up to find that he was of a similar age to her father. I am the crown prince, not a princess, she retorted, swatting his hand away with irritation. This man was named Yi Ligua, a name that seemed rather quaint. His father had been a comrade of her grandfather, also belonging to the second generation of red elites. Apart from her 2 uncles, he was the only outsider present, being the sole son of the Yi family's second generation. His presence alone indicated the profound ties between the Yi and Yang families. Just as Yang Ruihin was about to speak, she suddenly froze. Why did the name Yi Ligua ring so familiar? She slapped her forehead, recalling that the owner of Yi Group in her previous life was indeed named Yi Ligua. After her dismissal, she had even secretly drawn circles to curse him. This revelation was nothing short of shocking. She swiftly turned to examine the jovial man, noting his military uniform that unmistakably distinguished him from a businessman. "Daddy, Daddy." At that moment, a small boy, approximately her age, waddled over, clutching a newspaper that was nearly as large as he was. "Come here, Daddy will hold you." Yiligua effortlessly lifted the boy, playfully teasing, "This is your sister, Crown Prince Ruahin. Ruahin, this is my son, Yichin." Yichin? Upon hearing this name, young Ruahin felt her mind go blank, utterly bewildered. The legendary heir of Yi Group was none other than this cherubic little boy before her? Chapter 3. The birthday banquet. Oh my precious son has taken to drawing. Yi Ligua's eyes widened in astonishment upon catching sight of the crumpled newspaper in Yi Chen's hands, his face brimming with pride as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. He delicately cradled the newspaper as if it were a priceless artifact, carefully unfurling it with an air of exhibitionism, and called out in a booming voice, "Come, Prince Yang, join me in appreciating the extraordinary masterpiece of our little artist." Before them lay the newspaper, its once pristine surface now marred by the passage of time, the paper yellowed and fragile, as if it might disintegrate at a mere touch. It was evidently an old edition, and the child's enthusiastic scribbles with a black marker had rendered it even more decrepit. The original content was almost indecipherable beneath the chaotic, haphazard doodles. "Son, tell Daddy, is this a portrait of our family?" Yi Ligua gently lifted Yi Chan onto his lap, his face adorned with a loving smile. He pointed with exaggerated seriousness at the dark scribbles, offering a playful commentary. "Look, darling, this figure is clearly larger. It must be the tall and mighty Daddy. This little one, drawn so adorably, must be the gentle and beautiful Mommy. And this most endearing figure, without a doubt, is our little treasure, you yourself, am I right?" Yi Chan tilted his chubby face upwards, his eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. Upon hearing his father's words, he beamed with delight, as if he had received the most magnificent praise in the world. Wriggling with excitement, nodding vigorously, he responded with a garbled yet enthusiastic affirmation, his sweet voice seemingly exclaiming, "Daddy, you truly understand me." Yang Ruahin, sitting nearby, gazed at the chaotic mass of black marks, her mind filled with skepticism. Can one truly discern human figures from this? Such boundless imagination. Yet, out of politeness, she mustered a semblance of admiration. "Wow, that's impressive," though her tone betrayed a hint of insincerity. Of course, Yi Ligua erupted into hearty laughter at her words, his joyous mirth echoing throughout the room. His pride swelled, lifting him almost to the heavens as he boasted, "I told you my son is exceptionally gifted. Perhaps one day he will become a renowned artist of great repute. Just look, even though he is still young and his technique may be a tad underdeveloped, the intent is crystal clear. This is the budding of an artistic genius." Observing his unabashed exultation, Yang Ruahin felt a mischievous impulse arise within her, a desire to douse his inflated ego with a splash of cold reality. Thus, she blinked her eyes and earnestly remarked, Uncle Yi, you are truly remarkable. You can decipher this utterly incomprehensible pitch-black enigma with such clarity. Your imagination is simply boundless. It is truly extraordinary." Her words were articulated with precision, ostensibly praising him, yet the teasing undertone was unmistakable to anyone present. This statement detonated like a bomb, causing Yi Ligua to widen his eyes in shock, his smile frozen on his face as if cast under a spell. He never anticipated that such sharp and somewhat acerbic words would emerge from the lips of a mere 4-year-old girl. He opened his mouth to retort but found himself momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. What jolted Yi Ligua back to reality was the sudden eruption of Yi Chen's cries. Though this little one was young and perhaps incapable of grasping the convoluted logic in Yang Ruahin's speech, her teasing demeanor and tone, along with the unflinching remark about the pitch-black mess, struck him like a sharp dagger, piercing deeply into his tender and fragile heart. "Ah! Ah!" Yi Chen wailed, her voice piercing like a knife, resonating powerfully enough to shatter the roof. In an instant, it was as if a lightning bolt had streaked across the night sky, drawing the attention of all the adults present. Suddenly, they became the focal point of the room, with every gaze converging upon them like a spotlight. Yi Ligua was thrown into a flurry at the sight of his son crying so vehemently, akin to an ant on a hot pan, frantically searching for a remedy. He clumsily attempted to soothe his son, alternating between gently patting Yi-chen's back and pulling him into an embrace, continuously murmuring, "Son, don't cry. Please don't cry, my dear. It was wrong of me to speculate." Yet, the more he tried to comfort him, the louder Yi-chen wailed, his small body writhing and struggling, his tiny hands flailing about in the air, tears and snot streaming down his face, an utterly pitiful sight. Yang Ruihin observed this chaotic and awkward scene, beads of sweat forming on her brow as she inwardly lamented. This scenario was like a key that instantaneously unlocked the door to her past memories. She recalled being merely 16, in the throes of youthful exuberance, reckless and unaware of the consequences. On New Year's Eve, amidst the lively atmosphere at home, she, in a moment of mischief, set off a firecracker indoors, resulting in a thunderous bang that sent her 3-year-old cousin into a fit of tears. At that moment, the gazes of everyone around her felt like arrows, piercing her with accusatory stares, making her wish to vanish into the ground and never resurface. Now, the scene before her mirrored that long-ago incident, the sense of embarrassment and awkwardness strikingly similar. She mused inwardly, pondering how every individual's journey of growth is likely peppered with such experiences that evoke a longing for the ability to rewind time and start anew. Just as the chaos reached its peak, Ye's mother finally hurried over. As soon as Mother Yi caught sight of her son Yi-chan, whose face was flushed from crying, her heart ached, and her eyes reddened with emotion. She hurriedly enveloped him in her embrace, gently murmuring, "Do not cry, my little one. Mother is here, and I have sweets for you." With that, she retrieved the candies she had prepared earlier and offered them to Yi-chan. After much coaxing from his mother, Yi-chen's cries gradually subsided into occasional sobs. However, amidst her soothing, Mother Ye's furtive glances towards Yang Ruihin were laden with reproach, as if her gaze silently questioned, "How could you treat my baby so unjustly?" Yang Ruihin felt the weight of that gaze settle upon her, making her uncomfortable, much like countless tiny ants crawling over her skin. She yearned for an excuse to flee from this place of conflict. Thus, she forced a smile, awkwardly rose to her feet, and scurried towards the gathering of adults like a startled rabbit. Eventually, she found herself beside Yang Tianqi, plopping down beside him with a sigh of relief, feigning nonchalance as she listened to their conversation. Yet, what was supposed to be a dialogue resembled more of a one-sided admonition directed at Yang Tianqi.
Yang Tianqi,
Her uncle and the eldest son of the second generation of the Yang family, exuded an air of authority, his words carrying significant weight within the family. Presently, his expression was earnest, brows slightly furrowed, eyes filled with concern and a hint of disappointment as he addressed Yang Tianqi, saying, "Tianqi, it is not that your brother wishes to nag you. Your temper truly requires some rectification. Our father has reiterated more than once that 50 years ago, you behaved like a fearless bandit. Is that not clear enough?" He paused, lifted his teacup, sipped gently to clear his throat, and continued, "What era are we in? The world is advancing rapidly, and your outdated ways seem to stem from some bygone era. Look at Li Guo, who graduated from the same school as you. See how amiable he is, capable of mingling with anyone. Such a disposition is what will propel you further in today's society." If one were to compare Yang Tianqi and Yi Ligua, the former indeed resembled a fiery bandit, driven by sheer impulse without much thought for consequences, while Yi Ligua appeared more like a carefree young gentleman, open-minded and adept at handling interpersonal relations with ease. Sitting quietly, Yang Ruihin couldn't help but marvel at the unexpected harmony within the Yang family, a prominent lineage marked by such warmth. "Brother, to be candid, there are times when I truly cannot restrain myself." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianqi sighed heavily. Exasperation etched across his face as he spread his hands, a picture of both grievance and helplessness, akin to a child wronged. He lamented, "Those fresh recruits are all headstrong and disobedient, capable of driving one to the brink of fury, making one wish to confront them with a sound thrashing. What can be done? I must confess, I am truly inept when it comes to ideological education. Discussing lofty principles feels utterly awkward to me, and besides, such notions are hardly in vogue within the military." Over there, Yang Tianqi, upon hearing these words, was so incensed that his face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe tomato. He clenched his fists tightly, his chest heaving violently, clearly agitated by Yang Tianxi's remarks. He opened his mouth, intending to reprimand further, but as the words lingered on his lips, he deemed it futile to continue. Ultimately, he simply gave his sleeve a fierce flick and strode away. In his mind, he reasoned that it was better not to waste his breath. His brother was as stubborn as they come. Without experiencing a significant setback or enduring some hardship, he would never learn nor understand the necessity of change. At that moment, Yi Ligua, having finally calmed Yi Chan, approached cautiously. He glanced around furtively, much like a thief, and once he confirmed that no one else was paying attention, he leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, "Tianxi, I have something to share with you, but you must promise to keep it confidential. I have recently entertained a bold idea. I wish to venture into business. What do you think?" Venture into business? Yang Ruihin was jolted by these words, as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across her thoughts. Around the year 1997, to venture into business meant relinquishing a stable government position and diving headfirst into the unpredictable and treacherous waters of commerce. In such an era, entertaining such a notion required immense courage and determination, particularly for someone like Yi Ligua, who boasted a formidable background and, under the protection of his elder, could easily ascend to a leadership position. Indeed, subsequent events would validate that, as a reward for his audacity and resolve, Yi Ligua achieved tremendous success, founding the illustrious Yi Group and becoming one of the nation's wealthiest individuals. However, at that moment, Yi Ligua's unconventional idea left Yang Tianxi utterly stunned. His eyes widened, nearly popping from their sockets, and his mouth agape as if he had encountered some fantastical creature. He incredulously exclaimed, "Are you still dreaming? What on earth do you mean by venturing into business? If Uncle Yi finds out, he'll be furious and might even break your legs. Shoo, keep your voice down. We wouldn't want anyone overhearing." Yi Ligua quickly gestured for silence, his expression fraught with anxiety as he scanned the surroundings. Once assured that they were not being observed, he exhaled slightly and continued, "I haven't mentioned this to my father yet. I wanted to discuss it with you first. Tianxi, think carefully about our current situation. What does becoming a general even mean in this era of peace? How many battles will there be to fight in the future? The influence we wield is incredibly limited. But imagine being a millionaire, arriving in a luxury car, residing in an opulent villa, and overseeing a grand factory with thousands of employees at your command. How impressive! How prestigious! It is essential to recognize the distinction between a millionaire in 1997 and one 2 decades later. They are worlds apart. Take the housing prices as an example. In 1997, the price per square meter was merely a little over 1,000 yuan, and this was for new buildings. With 10 million yuan at that time, one could effortlessly purchase an entire community. In stark contrast, 20 years later, the exorbitant housing prices are astonishingly high, revealing a disparity that is simply breathtaking. Moreover, as Yi Ligua rightly pointed out, traditional red families like the Yangs and the Yes predominantly have members who dedicate themselves to military service, and their partners are mostly soldiers as well. There are few affluent individuals within the family. Their involvement in business ventures is minimal, making the pursuit of wealth a rather challenging endeavor. Listening to Yi Ligua's depiction of the opulent life of a millionaire, Yang Tianxi couldn't help but smacking his lips, swallowing involuntarily, and feeling a tinge of yearning within. After all, who wouldn't be captivated by a life filled with extravagance and adulation? Yet, the mere thought of his father discovering his inclination toward entrepreneurship sent a shiver down his spine, as he could already envision his father's wrath. He quickly interjected, "I don't know. Everyone has their own way of living. I believe the military is quite good. There's nothing lacking, and it instills a sense of responsibility and mission, not to mention the authority to oversee others. How impressive is that? But honestly, I'm becoming quite weary of it." Yi Ligua waved his hand dismissively, revealing a hint of annoyance, and continued, "Look how rapidly our cities are developing, changing from one day to the next. Not to mention the economically prosperous southern cities. Even in our Qinzhou, the urban area keeps expanding. I remember when we first traveled from our military district. It took half an hour just to see any buildings. But now, skyscrapers are sprouting up like mushrooms after rain, almost reaching the gates of our military district. With such swift changes in this era, we must keep pace and not be left behind. Indeed, I've heard about that, Yang Tianqi nodded, chiming in with his own observations. The land adjacent to our Shaonan military district has also been included in the government's redevelopment plan, and they say it will transform into an urban area within 3 years. Moreover, I've heard that our Shaonan military district might even relocate. If it moves further out, the scale of the project will be monumental, consuming vast amounts of manpower, resources, and financial capital. Yang Ruihan quietly listened from the side, like a serene little audience member, never interjecting. The so-called Shaonan Military District is a provincial-level military district under the jurisdiction of the Qinzhou Military District, with each province in the country having a military district of similar rank. Through their conversation, Yang Ruihan gradually gained a clearer understanding of her surroundings. In her previous life, the Shaonan Military District eventually transformed into a bustling commercial street, and it indeed relocated to a new site. However, she had never paid much attention to its specific new location, so she was not well informed. This implies that even if this place does not completely mirror the world she is familiar with, the changes suggest that the differences are not too great, as many developmental trajectories share similarities. After a while, it was time to dine. More than 20 people gathered around a large round table, borrowed from the sanatorium, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. The table, hefty and imposing, occupied a significant space in the center of the room, yet the joyful chatter and laughter of the crowd infused warmth and cheer into the surroundings. At the head of the table sat the venerable elder Yang Xing. He bore a square face, etched deeply by the passage of time, adorned with a myriad of age spots, each a testament to a life richly lived. Despite this, his mane of white hair was impeccably groomed, exuding an air of discipline and seriousness. However, today marked a joyous occasion for him, and a gentle smile softened his features, radiating warmth to those around him. After all, it's best for the family to simply enjoy a reunion meal at home, he began, his voice resonant yet slightly hoarse, carrying a weight of undeniable authority. Tianqi, you mentioned wanting to hold a grand celebration, but our nation is currently focused on economic development, rapidly progressing. Every resource is precious. We must conserve where we can, lest we hinder the reform. Yang Tianqi, listening attentively from the side, nodded earnestly, feigning humility. His original intention was merely to gauge the Yang family's influence in Qinzhou, assessing whether their status and connections remained as solid as before. There was no need for such testing. Elder Yang was a seasoned general, a veteran of the battlefield, and a revolutionary who had weathered the storms of war. Although today's birthday banquet was modest in its simplicity, even the central government had taken the time to extend their well wishes, expressing concern for the elder's health. This alone signified that as long as Yang Xing lived, the Yang family in Qinzhou would remain a formidable and deeply rooted clan, a truth the elder understood all too well. As the banquet commenced, Yang Ruihan, famished, felt her stomach rumble in anticipation. Upon seeing the array of delectable dishes laid before her, her eyes sparkled with delight. She set aside all pretense and eagerly dug in, relishing the first sumptuous meal she had encountered since her arrival. The feast featured an array of delicacies: braised pig trotters, stewed ribs with green beans, and chicken with mushrooms, crafted from premium, fresh ingredients and prepared lovingly by family members. Each bite a celebration of flavor that transported her to blissful indulgence. In her heart, she mused that if she did not savor this moment, in a decade or two, as times changed, such authentic homestyle cuisine might become a rarity. The next phase of the evening involved the younger generation stepping forward to raise their glasses in toast to the elder. The adults maintained a composed demeanor, striving to conjure heartfelt blessings that were both original and sincere, as the atmosphere mirrored a warm family gathering. Extravagance would be out of place. Genuine sentiment held paramount importance. However, when it was Yang Ruihan's generation's turn to offer their toasts, the proceedings took on a more amusing tone. Yang Tianqi's eldest son is the oldest, now 11 years of age, a time when he is beginning to understand the pressures of life and is prone to shyness. Chapter 4. A sadness from within. In the midst of this lively birthday banquet, the atmosphere was joyful and harmonious. Those gathered were solely present to celebrate the elder's birthday, a reunion of family and friends devoid of any extraneous guests, allowing everyone to fully relax and savor the warmth of familial togetherness. As the meal progressed, the ritual of drinking was an indispensable element. Whether among ordinary families or affluent ones like the Yangs, it was a commonality. As the banquet drew to a close, a group of older gentlemen sat around the table, engaging in carefree chatter about various topics. With no outsiders present, their conversations became even more spirited, filled with laughter. Yang Ruihin observed quietly from the side, reflecting on how these elders, who held high social positions in the eyes of the world, seemed so relaxed and unpretentious in this moment. She could not help but feel a sense of poignancy. Perhaps, despite their esteemed status, they were not so different from ordinary people, far less aloof and enigmatic than she had once imagined. You live in such fortunate times, devoid of war, and attending university is no longer a challenge, the elder remarked. On ordinary days, he had dedicated caregivers to attend to him, strictly prohibiting smoking and drinking. However, today, in celebration, he indulged in a few more drinks. His spirits lifted as he began recounting the glorious chapters of his youth. In our day, the situation was chaotic. Few universities in the country could maintain normal admissions. A university student back then was a rare treasure. If someone in the military had a university degree, it was a remarkable feat equivalent to today's doctoral candidates. Dad, you attended university too, didn't you? What was that military academy called? Yang Tianxi, his face flushed like a ripe tomato, spoke with a voice that had grown coarse from drink. Among his brothers, he was the most straightforward and genuine, lacking guile, embodying the elder's description of a bandit character, unafraid to voice any thought. My school? It was once called Shujiang Military Academy before its renaming. It has since been divided into 3 institutions: Information, National Defense, and Central Military Academies. The reforms back then were largely driven by my own efforts, the elder said, an involuntary nostalgia crossing his face, as if he were transported back to those fervent days. When I first enlisted, I could hardly read. It was our squad leader who taught me one character at a time. Conditions were particularly harsh. Sometimes we fought on the battlefield during the day and studied by the dim light of a small oil lamp at night, learning just 2 or 3 characters each day. It was only after earning merit that I had the opportunity to attend Shujiang Military Academy. Yang Tianxi, born long after those revolutionary times, felt little connection to that past. Scratching his head, he innocently inquired, Dad, whatever happened to that squad leader who taught you to read? Upon hearing this, Yang Tianxi beside him felt a pang of concern, thinking how inappropriate it was to bring this up now. His younger brother truly was a source of worry. What else could have happened? He sacrificed himself, the elder replied, unfazed, waving his hand dismissively, his expression calm yet tinged with melancholy. He was killed by a shell. Back then, no one could guarantee they would see another day. You could be sleeping soundly, only to be struck by an airdropped bomb. Curiously, the younger generation is always captivated by the tales recounted by their elders, listening with rapt attention regardless of whether they hail from ordinary families or prominent households like the Yang family. Such a pity, Yang Tianxi remarked with a tinge of regret. The old man, who usually dotes on him, allows him the most freedom to converse, and they share a unique rapport. How did you meet my mother? Was it difficult to marry back then? Yang Tianxi had posed this question before, but the old man merely smiled enigmatically, refusing to divulge any details. However, today, in an unusually jovial mood, he decided to shed some light. Your mother was quite remarkable in her youth, coming from a distinguished family steeped in scholarly tradition. At that time, following the sacrifice of our class leader, several of us lost contact with the main force and were pursued by the enemy, forcing us to seek refuge in a nearby city. The city, densely populated, provided ample opportunities for concealment, and there were many locals who supported the revolution. As he spoke, the old man instinctively glanced at the elderly lady chatting with their daughters-in-law in the distance, relieved that she was not nearby, for he might have felt a tad embarrassed to continue. Among those in hiding was your mother, and during a time when we could scarcely afford a meal, she would stealthily bring us food from her home. She often inquired about our experiences on the battlefield, helping us gather intelligence on the enemy and our main force, and eventually we even took refuge in her home. Later on, she taught me how to read. Without her, I would not be who I am today. As for the difficulties of marriage, I would argue that it is more challenging now. In my youth, the vast majority of common folk lived in abject poverty. And during the American economic crisis, the entire world felt the repercussions. Even a modest dowry was a considerable achievement, while thoughts of a house or car were mere fantasies. Even possessing a few chickens or a pig was considered fortunate. The old man preferred not to dwell on the details, knowing that the truths were likely not all pleasant. And over the years, there had been no word of anyone else from the elderly lady's family. The reasons were all too clear to those who pondered. Young Ruihin, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Instead, she reflected on the old man's past, realizing that he must have been quite capable in his youth. Among several young men in the class, it was the daughter of a scholarly family who chose to follow him. Was that not a mark of distinction? Thus, it is essential to approach issues from multiple perspectives. The gathering continued with food and drink until late into the night, and once the banquet concluded, the old man instructed his guards to escort everyone home. After all, many had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, and Yang Tianqi, with a tongue heavy from drink, was struggling to articulate his words. Had he consumed any more, he might have mistakenly referred to the old man as brother. As everyone departed for their respective homes, Yang Ruihin's family naturally returned to the military district. It was then she discovered that Yi Ligua's family also resided in the Shaonan military district compound. Upon entering the vehicle, Yang Tianqi could hardly contain himself. Had it not been for Yang Ruihin's mother preparing a bag for convenience, the car would have been filled with his discomfort. Even so, the odor within the vehicle was nearly unbearable. Seated in the passenger seat, Yang Ruihin, overwhelmed by the stench, wrinkled her nose and pinched it shut, rolling down the window halfway. The brisk wind rushed in, a tad chilly, yet far more pleasant than the noxious scent. "Hey, are you still discontent with your father?" Although Yang Tianqi was heavily intoxicated, he had not yet succumbed to slumber. His spirits were excessively heightened, and his eyes remained quite perceptive. He distinctly observed the small gesture of Yang Ruihin pinching her nose. How could one not feel disdain? Is this scent even bearable? If you find it pleasant, then I shall not discard this bag. You can regurgitate it just as you consumed it. Yang's mother could not help but complain, contemplating the busy night ahead. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianqi chuckled foolishly. "I'm not foolish. I won't drink it." With a snicker, Yang Ruihin in the front seat could not contain her laughter. Indeed, Yang Tianqi's silly demeanor could be quite amusing at times, which explained the old man's favoritism towards him. "Don't laugh, Yang Ruihin. When you soiled your pants, it was far more odorous." With his eyes glazed over from inebriation, Yang Tianqi rarely interacted amicably with Yang Ruihin. Their banter was virtually non-existent. He was a straightforward and blunt individual, perhaps due to a preference for sons over daughters, showing little concern for Yang Ruihin. Upon uttering those words, Yang Ruihin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She was at a loss for words to counter him. Yet, remaining silent left her feeling stifled. Yang Tianqi, undeterred, began to elaborate. "I recall a time when I returned home, and your mother was absent, you." As he reached a pivotal moment in his tale, Yang Ruihin felt herself on the brink of collapse, for this was a shared shameful history, and there were outsiders present in the vehicle. Meanwhile, Yang's mother, still lucid, could no longer bear to witness the scene, and she brandished the bag threateningly towards Yang Tianqi's mouth. Terrified, he quickly covered his mouth and shook his head, signaling for silence. "Drinking a bit makes you forget who you are," she scoffed, wielding the bag like a potent weapon. Up front, Yang Ruihin finally exhaled in relief, discreetly glancing sideways at the young soldier driving, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, likely stifling laughter within. Yang Ruihin wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Although she was mentally an adult, she was not an unfeeling child. Being spoken to in such a manner weighed heavily on her heart. Upon returning to the Shaonan military district, the soldier would spend the night in the reception room. Yang Ruihin, wordlessly retreating to her small room, sought to escape from everything, diving into her bed with the intention of sleeping. However, sleep eluded her. Sounds incessantly echoed from the adjacent room, amplifying her discomfort. Clearly, Yang Tianqi had overindulged but remained exuberantly animated, dragging Yang's mother into endless antics. Compared to the outside world, the environment within the Xiaonan military district was relatively pleasant, yet it paled in comparison to future standards. Reflecting on the fact that even in the future, typical hotels lacked adequate soundproofing, the current situation was even more disheartening. The cacophony reverberating in Yang Ruihan's ears felt like a relentless torment. As she listened, thoughts of her current state of losing her brother flooded her mind, deepening her sorrow. Resignedly, she pulled the quilt over her head, silently reciting the periodic table of elements, attempting to calm her turbulent emotions. Chapter 5. The woes of childhood. The human experience is indeed a fascinating phenomenon. In the tender years of youth, one is often consumed by an ardent desire to grow up, to step into adulthood and explore the vast expanses of the world. Yet, upon reaching maturity, there is a frequent yearning for the carefree days of childhood, a longing to return to the innocent and untroubled spirit of youth. In countless solitary moments during the quiet hours of the night, Yang Ruihan has expressed such sentiments. She yearns to revisit that blissful era devoid of worries, where play and laughter filled her days, and the concept of troubles was utterly foreign to her. However, upon actually returning to such a youthful state, she comes to a profound realization: the roots of all problems lie within one's mindset. To put it plainly, she finds herself struggling to fully adapt to her diminutive form. The truth is, the life of a child is not as simple as it seems. Due to familial circumstances, Yang's mother commenced her early education at a tender age, and today marks a pivotal moment in her learning journey: writing. In her previous life, Yang Ruihan was a distinguished graduate from a prestigious institution, consistently ranking at the top of her class, a veritable scholar. When it comes to calligraphy, she had devoted considerable effort to honing her craft. While she would not dare to claim the title of a master, her ability to produce elegant handwriting in an era dominated by electronic devices was certainly commendable. Yet now, she faces a dilemma. Due to her insufficient wrist strength and the novelty of writing, her letters often appear crooked and unsightly. Nonetheless, for someone who has practiced calligraphy, the output should not resemble the scrawl of a child. Once she picks up the pen, the habits cultivated through years of practice surface naturally, allowing her to produce cursive script typically reserved for adults. However, she refrains from doing so. After all, she is still at an age where she has yet to be weaned completely. If she were to write beautifully, it would not merely be a startling occurrence. It would invite unnecessary complications. In simpler terms, the strokes of writing are categorized. A horizontal stroke is a lu, a vertical is a nu, a hook is a ti, a rising stroke is a ce, a left falling stroke is a lve, a short left falling stroke is a joie, and a right falling stroke is a je. Mastering the art of calligraphy is not an overnight endeavor. If such skills were to manifest in a mere infant, it could lead to unforeseen troubles. Thus, she can only hold the pencil with a furrowed brow, scratching her head in exasperation. Writing beautifully is inherently challenging, and deliberately crafting poor handwriting proves to be equally formidable. She must exert every effort to suppress the writing habits she has long cultivated. The most daunting aspect is her uncertainty about whether she can maintain such restraint, compelling her to painstakingly write each character stroke by stroke. She elongates the horizontal and vertical lines, intentionally distorting their alignment, and for the more complex strokes, she opts to abandon the proper curvature entirely, rendering them as two slanted lines. After considerable effort, she finally manages to inscribe the character for Yang. Yet the result is so hideous that it is almost unbearable to behold, surpassing all expectations of ugliness. However, for a young child, such characters are rather abnormal. The issue lies in the structure and formatting of the characters. In the grid, the character for wood is on the left, while easy occupies the right side. The structure is correct, yet the strokes, horizontal, vertical, and slanted, have been deliberately distorted, rendering the entire character particularly awkward, as if it were intentionally crafted to appear so. There was no choice but to rewrite it. She cautiously peered out, noticing Yang's mother busy in the outer room, oblivious to her presence, and quietly tore out the page, slipping it into her pocket. Drawing from her previous experience, this time proved to be much smoother. She began by writing wood in the center of the grid, ensuring it was larger, with the final stroke short yet forceful. The character Easy was positioned as high as possible on the right. Thus, a truly childlike scrawl was born, hideously imperfect, yet entirely reflective of a child's writing ability. Next, she continued with her task. Today, her objective was to fill an entire page with the character Yang, totaling 10 lines with 7 boxes each, equating to 70 characters. Had she adhered to her usual pace, completion would have taken mere moments. However, the innate vivacity and restlessness of children made it difficult for her to concentrate. After writing for a while, she would feel the urge to play, and with such a simple task, it was likely to take her all day. Just before putting pen to paper, Yang Ruihin suddenly pondered a question. How should she gauge the progression of her writing skills? Writing inevitably involves a journey from poor to proficient. But how long should this journey last? Months or perhaps years? If progress were too swift, she might be regarded as an anomaly. For instance, a 4-year-old child, having learned to write for merely a week, could produce beautiful cursive script. Wouldn't that be seen as monstrous? Conversely, if her advancement were too sluggish, her patience would wear thin. The process would be excruciating. When school commenced, particularly in middle and high school, the volume of homework would be daunting, and even at a normal writing pace, considerable time would be required. If she continued to deliberately distort each character, the energy expended would be excessive. Alas, this was indeed a perplexing dilemma. After much contemplation, she resolved to set her target for middle school, allowing for a slight acceleration in her progress without raising undue astonishment. Regardless, her immediate focus was to simply complete today's task. She could hardly remain seated, so she began to emulate the first character she had written, taking care to slow her speed. After 20 minutes, she finally finished the full page of 70 characters. Upon completion, she let out a sigh of relief, stretching her sore wrists and fingers. After re-examining the page of scrawls and confirming there were no apparent flaws, she called out triumphantly, "Mom, I'm done." "So soon? You're amazing." Yang's mother, like most parents, readily dispensed praise to cheer her child. She approached, took the grid notebook, and upon seeing the writing, couldn't he help but laugh. "Why is it so ugly? Come, let mommy teach you." As she spoke, Yang's mother picked up a pencil, turned to a fresh page in the notebook, patiently demonstrating while explaining. The most crucial aspects of handwriting are that horizontal strokes must be level, vertical strokes should be straight, and the slanting strokes should possess a slight curve, all while adhering to the correct stroke order. Take the character Yang for example. The left component should be written slenderly, with the final downward stroke elongated, thereby allowing the right component to rest securely atop it. You see, doesn't it appear far more aesthetically pleasing than your writing? After completing a few strokes, Yang's mother showcased the notebook to her, instructing her to emulate her writing style and to fill an additional page today, promising that she would prepare pig trotters for dinner. In terms of sheer visual appeal, Yang's mother was indeed correct. However, considering the age factor, the quality of her handwriting and Yang Ruihin's intentionally poor writing were, in reality, quite comparable, essentially a draw. In her heart, Yang Ruihin silently criticized. She could easily discern that her mother's writing, from the perspective of someone who had practiced calligraphy, lacked the refinement that came from dedicated training, falling significantly short. Yet, Yang's mother assumed that her daughter was simply being obstinate, gently tapping her forehead and saying, "Dear child, your mother is teaching you to write beautifully, so that wherever you go you can hold your head high. Just keep practicing. I will step out for a while." Though she knew she could write far better than her mother, she had to feign earnestness, pretending to listen attentively, feigning a moment of enlightenment, and maintaining a facade of diligence as she imitated her mother's less than appealing script, ultimately receiving a compliment that sent shivers down her spine. The absurdity of the situation was not lost on her. But such is the nature of the world, illogical. Yang Ruihin felt an overwhelming reluctance. She had come to realize that in the future, when faced with such tasks, she must not throw herself wholeheartedly into them but rather find ways to procrastinate. Otherwise, upon task completion, she would not be rewarded with rest and relaxation, but rather with another assignment. Upon reflection, perhaps it was not that children were inherently mischievous or lacked focus. Perhaps they were acutely aware of their situation. Rushing through tasks only led to new ones, so it was better to dawdle, occasionally zoning out. If one could easily and joyfully navigate through these demands, that would be ideal. Once Yang's mother stepped out, Yang Ruihin could hardly contain herself. She immediately switched on the television. Although the programs were rather dull, they were far preferable to the torment of writing those nonsensical characters. The Family S television was a Panasonic 29-inch model, a top-tier import in this era, valued at over 10,000 yuan, a staggering price that most families could hardly afford. As she watched, she couldn't help but recall the legendary 3 essentials. Commonly referred to as the 3 essentials for marriage in the 1970s, they were a watch, a bicycle, and a sewing machine. In the 1980s, a refrigerator, color television, and washing machine. In the 1990s, air conditioning, computers, and telephones. By the 21st century, the expectations had escalated further to include houses, cars, and money. Nothing could be overlooked. Now it was 1997, at the cusp of the 20th century's conclusion. In her memory, the world began to rapidly embrace computers following Microsoft's release of Windows 95 in 1995, marking the onset of a new era of technological proliferation in the country. By the time Windows 98 was released in 1998, it ignited a fervor for personal computers, as several internet giants established their companies the following year. The launch of Windows XP in 2001 further solidified its legendary status, accompanying the childhoods of many. This era was often regarded as the golden age of Internet CAFS, during which a wildly popular online game, Legend, made its grand debut in 2001. At that time, Yang Ruihin was still quite young, and many events were merely recounted by others. Her first visit to an Internet CAF occurred in 2004, where a game that dominated the scene remained immensely popular until her time travel. It was the classic 5D turn-based game fantasy Westward Journey. What struck her most vividly was the existence of Internet CFs themed around this game, where the entire establishment was engrossed in play, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Whenever she thought of games, her mind instinctively wandered to computers and smartphones, igniting an overwhelming desire to play. Despite her family's means making it easy to acquire a computer, such a device would never grace their home. Moreover, even if a computer were available, there were no online games to be found. With a heavy heart, she gazed skyward and sighed, wishing she could leap forward a decade to a time when she could indulge in gaming on a computer. Chapter 6. An era before long, Yang's mother returned from outside, accompanied by 2 unexpected guests, Xiao Yeqing and his mother, Yi. "Oh, Ruihin, have you completed your writing, or have you just come to watch television?" Upon entering the room, Yang's mother noticed her daughter lazily sitting there in a daze. However, her words did not carry a tone of reprimand. In fact, Yang Ruihin had filled an entire page today, exceeding her expectations significantly. Education thrives on a gradual approach. Pushing too hard can foster resistance in children, inadvertently leading them into a phase of rebellion. As for the additional page she had assigned, Yang Ruihin had merely filled in a few scattered boxes. "Well then, it seems you can take a break now. Go on and continue practicing with Yeqing, and let us see who writes better," Yang's mother suggested, stepping forward to gently pat her daughter on the little backside and planting a kiss on her cheek, clearly intending to divert her attention. This piqued Yang Ruihin's curiosity. As she ventured into this new world, she craved various forms of information to enhance her sense of security and belonging. Thus, she glanced at the little boy, Yeqing, and waved to him. The small child, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, immediately scampered over with a cheerful "Sister Ruihin." His greeting was remarkably polite, indicating that Yi had given him some guidance before their visit. The 2 little ones made their way to the adjacent room, where Yang Ruihin casually closed the door and pointed to a chair, saying, "You can sit there." Yeqing obediently walked over, set down his backpack, and took out a grid notebook along with several pencils, though he seemed unsure of what to draw or write. As long as he remained quiet, Yang Ruihin had no inclination to monitor him. She stealthily approached the door, straining her ears to eavesdrop on the conversation between the 2 adults outside. "Old Yi has gone on a mission too, hasn't he? It's freezing out, and they're still conducting drills," Yang's mother remarked. "Once you're in the military, you must follow orders and heed commands. He'll be back in a few days." "It's nice for me to bring my son here when there's nothing else to do," Ye's mother replied. "Oh, by the way, how is your father's health?" The 2 women exchanged pleasantries, sharing their frustrations about life. Yang Ruihin listened intently from behind the door, piecing together information about her new acquaintances. She learned that Yang's mother's surname was Qin, her given name Qin Min, while Ye's mother was named Chan Indi, a name steeped in the nuances of the old society that nearly made Yang Ruihin chuckle. The name Indi implies attracting younger brothers, suggesting a lack of male offspring in the Chen family, even resorting to such measures. A name like Zhaodi would have sufficed, or even a homophone like Yaodi, which, while sounding similar, carries a distinctly different connotation in writing. As the conversation continued, Yang Ruihin realized her earlier naivety. It turned out that Chen Indi had two older sisters, the eldest named Chen Zhaodi and the second Chen Yudi. In this light, Chen Indi appeared rather fortunate compared to her sister. Today, Chen Indi had brought her son Yecheng over because Yi Ligua was on a mission, just as Yang Tianxi was also away for the next few days. Beyond this, the conversation held little further value. Yang Ruihin returned to her writing desk and instinctively glanced at Yi Chen, only to discover that this little child was also writing, inscribing his own name. His handwriting was so atrocious that it defied description. However, from it, Yang Ruihin derived a spark of inspiration. Was this not a ready-made model for imitation? By emulating Yi Chen's script, she was certain no flaws would be revealed. Thus, she nudged Yi Chen and, observing the innocent demeanor of the little one, offered him 2 pieces of candy. Yi Chen's face instantly lit up with joy as he popped the candy into his mouth, mumbling a garbled, "Thank you, Sister Ruihin." "Yi Chen, having given you candy, shouldn't you also assist me with something?" Yang Ruihin suggested as she drew her notebook closer, pointing to the character Yang inscribed by her mother. "First, write this for me to see." Yi Chen, seemingly enamored with drawing and writing, picked up a pencil and began laboriously scribbling, making every conceivable mistake along the way. Yang Ruihin watched in awe, but suddenly lost her desire to imitate. She handed over her notebook and said, "Write it on this page, filling it entirely with that character, and I shall reward you with 2 more pieces of candy, but you mustn't tell your mother." Yi Chen's mother was typically quite strict regarding his consumption of snacks, especially candy, fearing it would harm his teeth, yet children often have a sweet tooth. At this moment, Yi Chen appeared conflicted, weighing the value of sacrificing his dignity for 2 pieces of candy. However, after a brief internal struggle, his dignity succumbed, and he nodded vigorously, declaring, "I won tell my mom. Let us seal the deal." For a child of his age, this pact was akin to signing an unbreakable contract. A promise bound by a pinky swear for 100 years. The two proceeded to solemnly complete this ritual. Having entertained herself with the little one, Yang Ruihin, with nothing else to do, began to peruse the bookshelf belonging to Yi Chen's mother. Eventually, she stumbled upon a novel that was at least somewhat engaging. In later years, a television series adapted from this book would be produced, one she had watched partially, albeit then focusing primarily on the romantic pairings rather than grasping the profound themes within. Although having seen the series came with its own spoilers, the classic nature of the work ensured it endured for a reason. She read swiftly, and time seemed to fly. Before she knew it, darkness had enveloped the outside world. Rubbing her eyes, Yang Ruihin couldn't help but muse that in that era, many couples were forced apart due to unequal family circumstances and overwhelming life pressures. Back then, the primary concern was often simply to secure enough food, as rice was still a precious commodity. In contrast, contemporary couples frequently quarreled over who would contribute to the down payment for an apartment, how to manage loans, and whose name would be on the property deed, an essential distinction. Yet, love is love. Regardless of the era, irrespective of whether it bows to reality, it exists, intangible and formless, remaining unchanged and beyond judgment regarding which age harbored purer affection. Nevertheless, Yang Ruihin was not of that time, nor had she experienced such circumstances, and could not truly fathom a society where tens of thousands could expand a primary school and where rice was a rarity. At most, she could only internally lament how truly difficult it must have been. She found it challenging to resonate with the emotions expressed in the book. Aside from gaining insight into the societal landscape of that time, all that remained was a sense of heartache. She resolved never to read that book again, deeming it far less engaging than eavesdropping on the conversations beyond the walls. Outside, 2 adults chatted and watched television, allowing the afternoon to slip away unnoticed. When Yang's mother entered to check, she discovered that Yang Ruihin had indeed filled another page of the grid paper, exclaiming, "Darling, you are truly remarkable. However, It seems your handwriting grows increasingly unsightly with each practice. Meanwhile, the two little ones exchanged a knowing glance behind Yang's mother. Yi-chun patted his pocket, revealing a charmingly innocent smile. Chapter 7. Bribery. It seemed as if the heavens had finally opened their eyes to the misdeeds of Yang Ruihin, who had been slyly bullying the weak. On the fourth day of Yang and Ye's father's mission, her clandestine dealings with Yi-chun were unveiled. Over the past 3 days, including the first, Yang Ruihin had engaged in 3 transactions, bribing Yi-chun with 4 pieces of preserved plum candy, 6 pieces of white rabbit milk candy, and 2 pieces of bubble gum. The total of 12 candies was valued at approximately 1.5 Chinese yuan, resulting in a profoundly negative impact on societal morals. In truth, all of these treats had been consumed by Yi-chun, as Yang Ruihin had not indulged herself. What she received in return were merely pages of writing each day, first Yang, then Rui, and finally Han. This name, bestowed by Yang Tianqi, carried profound educational significance, embodying a father's lofty expectations for his daughter. Yang Ruihin's actions were, in essence, a betrayal of her father's hopes and a desecration of the meaningful name bestowed upon her, rendering her culpable of grave transgressions that incited the ire of both the divine and the earthly. The genesis of this debacle lay in her own folly. On the 3rd day, she had bribed Yi-chun with 2 pieces of high-end imported bubblegum from the brand Biba. In a misguided attempt to intimidate him, she issued a sinister warning during the bribery. The gum was only to be chewed for flavor, never swallowed, lest it cling to one's intestines and render one unable to eat, leading to a slow and agonizing demise from starvation. To bolster her threat, she even recounted a personal horror story. "I have seen it with my own eyes. It is truly terrifying." In reality, Yang Ruihin had overestimated the gravity of her words. Yi-chun could not fathom the connection between the intestines and mealtime. However, he did remember her warning. Swallowing the bubble gum would indeed prevent him from eating. "I will remember this, Sister Ruihin." Yi-chun nodded earnestly, his expression reminiscent of the first time he had compromised his dignity. Thus, that evening, upon returning home with his mother, Chan Indi, Yi-chun seized the opportunity while she prepared dinner. He scurried to his bedroom, shut the door, and cautiously unwrapped a piece of Biba bubble gum, his mouth watering at the sight of the soft, pink confection. While Sister Ruihin had warned him of its dangers, the alluring appearance ignited his appetite. How could a child who would consume anything, even boogers, resist the temptation of such delectable gum? Ultimately, he popped a piece into his mouth, and with each chew, the flavors intensified. The sweetness and chewiness were unmatched. Unable to contain his delight, he quickly devoured a second piece, and the combination of both was even more exquisite. In pursuit of this rare indulgence, he resolved to play with building blocks for added enjoyment, sitting cross-legged on his bed, reveling in a burst of creativity. However, in a moment of carelessness, a long block tumbled to the floor and mischievously rolled beneath the bed. Could he tolerate such an affront? Yi-chun leapt from the bed, peered below, and, finding it a bit far, decided to crawl underneath to retrieve it. Yet, as he backed out, he misjudged his position and, upon raising his head, collided painfully with the bed's underside. The sharp pain was one matter, but more crucially, he inadvertently swallowed the bubble gum that had been in his mouth. Under the weight of a dual blow, Yi-chun burst into tears, his heart-wrenching cries reverberating deep within Chan Indi's mind as she hurriedly donned her apron and grabbed a cooking spoon. Rushing over, she immediately discerned that her son had hurt himself. She quickly approached him, soothing and caressing. "Oh, it doesn't hurt, my dear. Don't cry. That wretched bed has hurt my child." The absurdity of her words managed to quell Yi-chun's sobs momentarily. Yet, without a care in the world, Chan Indi returned to her cooking, casually remarking, "Just go lie down. My food is just about ready." This left Yi-chun, seated on the floor, pondering the meaning of life, recalling his sister Ruihin's words. If he swallowed it down, he would be unable to eat. The mere thought filled him with dread as he sat there, utterly disillusioned, for he could no longer muster the appetite for food. "Why are you still sitting on the floor, child?" Before long, Chan Indi finished preparing the meal. Upon her return, the scene remained unchanged. The site of the incident preserved remarkably well. She lifted Yi-chun up, tore off a piece of tissue to wipe his nose, and then led him to the dining table. Gazing at the spread of delicious dishes, Yi-chen's stomach growled in hunger, yet his heart sank, for he now felt incapable of eating. Without delving into his rapidly shifting conclusions, Chan Indi, oblivious to the entirety of the situation, instructed her son to sit properly, turned around to serve a bowl of rice, mixed in some vegetables, and handed him a spoon, saying, "Eat up. Once you're done, we can watch cartoons." Alas, he could no longer eat, and it seemed that the prospect of watching cartoons would elude him as well. Yi-chan was engulfed by a sense of impending darkness, tears welling in his eyes, a pitiful sight indeed. Chan Indi, believing her son was still upset from his earlier bump, gently touched the back of his head, personally taking the little spoon to feed him. Yi-chan mechanically took a bite. The more he chewed, the more his heart ached, and tears streamed down his face. Finally, he spat out the last mouthful and wailed, "Mommy, I can no longer eat or watch cartoons." This broke Chan Indi's heart. She feared that he might have sustained an injury. "If you can't watch cartoons, that's one thing, but why can't you eat?" "I swallowed bubble gum." Yi-chan cried, his anguish palpable. "What did you say?" Chan Indi's expression shifted dramatically as she pulled him sharply. "Where did you get bubble gum?" "Sister Ruihin gave it to me." "You're lying. Why would she give you that?" "I'm not lying," Yi-chan protested, feeling wronged, thinking to himself that despite his condition, his mother was doubting him. "I helped her with writing, and she gave me candy, and she even gave me hawthorn candy and white rabbit candy before." With such a narrative, Chan Indi hadn't even begun her interrogation before Yi-chan divulged everything. The following day, the mother and son returned to the Yang household. Chan Indi bore no resentment, merely lamenting the cleverness of Yang Ruihin. "You little rascal have learned to bribe." Yang Ruihin, sensing danger, attempted to slip away, only to be caught by Yang's mother, who inquired, "Little Chun, what bribery?" "Oh, it's nothing, just..." Upon hearing this, Yang's mother was taken aback. A few days ago there were praises, yet who could have anticipated the shocking truth that lay beneath? Gripping her daughter's shoulders, she shook her vigorously. "Is this what you can do? Huh? Have you learned to deceive me? You even dared to frighten Yi-chan, thinking that makes you clever?" At that moment, Yang Ruihin felt an ache that surpassed any physical pain. A slap would have felt more merciful. After a hearty lunch, she had consumed a considerable amount of beef stew with persimmons, and combined with her mother's vigorous shaking, she felt as if she were a small boat in a tempest, her stomach churning violently. "Mom, please stop shaking me. I drank too much soup at noon. I feel like I'm going to be sick." Throughout the afternoon, Yang's mother offered her daughter no kindness, instead choosing to engage with Yi-chan, who appeared somewhat guilty for having betrayed his dear Ruihin sister, fearful of the repercussions of a sworn promise. To punish Yang Ruihin, her mother assigned her a daunting task of 3 pages, implying that she must complete all her overdue work today, or she would be denied dinner. Thus began the monumental undertaking. Having learned from past experiences, Yang Ruihin was far from carefree in completing her assignments. It took her the entire afternoon to begrudgingly finish her work, and only then could she consider the matter resolved. During dinner, Yang's mother invited Chan Indi and Yi-chan to join them, even suggesting they stay overnight, for it was rather dull with just the two of them at home. At the dining table, the adults taught the children how to use chopsticks. Yang Ruihin felt a wave of sorrow as she observed Chan Indi struggle with the proper grip, attempting to demonstrate for her. "Look, move your fingers like this, it's like holding tweezers." Forgive Chan Indi for her inadequate verbal skills. Yi-chan, unaware of what tweezers were, merely nodded in vague understanding. On the other hand, Yang Ruihin found it much simpler. After a few pretentious attempts, she could use them reasonably well, though the effort to maintain her FAAD was painfully arduous. Observing Yang Ruihin's quick learning and intelligence, Chan Indi expressed exasperation at her foolish son, ultimately resigning to the notion that she could teach him another time. Suddenly, Yang Ruihin recalled something about chopsticks, a notion she had once encountered in a comedic storytelling performance in her past life. It spoke of the idiom food is heaven and its connection to the esoteric wisdom of the I Ching and the Bagua. The origin of this wisdom was encapsulated in the very chopsticks they were using. Holding the chopsticks correctly, with the thumb and index finger on top, the middle finger in the center, and the ring and little fingers beneath represented the harmony of heaven, earth, and humanity, symbolizing the various societal strata from emperors and scholars to merchants and laborers. The bagua consists of the bright and dark trigrams. The bright trigrams are Qian, Can, Zhen, Zhen, Sun, Li, Kuan, and Dui, while the dark trigrams include Xiu, Shang, Shang, Du, Jing, Si, Jing, and Kai. Chopsticks come in pairs. The number 2 corresponds to the Dui trigram, signifying the mouth, while their slender and straight form aligns with the Sun trigram, which means to enter. Thus, they are intended for placing food into one's mouth. One end of the chopsticks is square, the other round, echoing the ancient belief of heaven being round and earth being square. The round end is to be placed in the mouth, representing the heavens. Thus, all people in this world regard food as paramount, truly embodying the essence of the people regard food as heaven. In one's grasp, a pair of chopsticks, one active, the other passive, dance in harmony, embodying the duality of yin and yang. This interplay signifies the perpetual cycle of nourishment, a testament to the profound depth of Chinese culture. As Yang Ruihan marveled at this thought, her hands moved deftly, consuming her meal with remarkable speed, skillfully selecting the finest morsels of meat. The delicacies of this era, particularly those pork raised by the military, were simply irresistible. "Hey, you little rascal, do you really need to eat as if someone were competing with you for your food? How can you possibly digest it all?" remarked her mother. "Ruihan, you truly behave like a little boy, unperturbed by reprimands, and you never play with those flimsy dolls that frequently lose their limbs. If only she were a boy, it would be easier to manage. Just look at how mischievous she is. It seems our little comrade Ruihan is quite the handful." Amidst her mother-esque complaints, Yang Ruihan dashed from the dining table to turn on the television, which was playing the endlessly captivating 1986 version of Journey to the West. This classic, filmed over 6 years by a dedicated photographer with a single camera, had been replayed countless times, yet it still drew an audience every time. In contrast to the age of youthful heartthrobs that would emerge 2 decades later, the current offerings were limited, making the reruns of Journey to the West a staple. Alongside numerous Hong Kong films, one could find the iconic figure of Sun Wukong on various channels at any moment, seamlessly transitioning from one broadcast to another. Yang Ruihan had nearly memorized the plot, finding it far more engaging than the third-rate dramas her mother preferred, which were riddled with awkward dialogue. One particular show, Phoenix in the Jianghu, which aired in her previous life around 2002, had seemed mundane in her childhood, but upon revisiting, she realized how painfully awkward it was for a historical drama to repeatedly use the term dad instead of father. While there were indeed many classic domestic dramas, the number of absurd ones far exceeded them. To avoid potential disappointments, it was wiser to stick with Journey to the West. As the time for the evening news approached, she switched off the television. Yang's mother and Chen Yindi were keen to stay updated on national affairs, jotting down crucial points to share with their husband who might have missed them. This diligent nurturing of familial responsibilities was indeed a reflection of their roles, starkly contrasting with the dynamics 20 years hence. However, it was merely a matter of differing societal contexts. One could hardly deem one era superior to another, as the prevailing sentiment was simply one of mutual affection and consent. At this hour, Yang Ruihan often found herself at a loss for what to do. She felt as if she were wasting her life away. Today, however, the Chun family was staying over, and Yi Chun had brought an assortment of toys, building blocks, puzzles, and Rubik's Cubes. The prospect of handheld gaming consoles was out of the question, and the idea of a more advanced gaming system was but a fanciful dream, as her parents had already deemed such wishes impractical. Ultimately, the only option left for Yang Ruihan to engage with was a jigsaw puzzle, as she was unfamiliar with the Rubik's Cube and found the building blocks rather dull, especially since Yi Chun had taken control of them. The puzzle, consisting of approximately 100 pieces and featuring a Mickey Mouse design, presented a formidable challenge for a novice like Yang Ruihan, yet it proved to be quite enjoyable. She diligently tested each piece, remaining vigilant against any interruptions from Yi Chun, and her focus was so intense that her eyes began to blur. After more than 2 hours, she triumphantly completed the puzzle. This impressive feat astonished both Yang's and Chen's mothers, who praised her intelligence, much to her modest embarrassment. As the clock ticked past 9, her biological clock signaled bedtime. Stifling a large yawn, Yang Ruihin rubbed her eyes, inadvertently smearing the remnants of sleep on her mother. "Mom, I'm tired and need to sleep." Without waiting for their reactions, she swiftly retreated to her little room. The space was simply furnished, containing only essential furniture like a bed and wardrobe, along with a few toys, though she had grown weary of them over the past few days. There was a Barbie doll as per her gender, a blonde with removable arms and legs, as described by Chun Indi. Many little girls enjoyed dressing it up, but this particular doll was in poor condition, missing one leg. Disinterested in changing its clothes or playing with it, she donned her pajamas and burrowed into her blankets, only to be caught by her mother. "Yang Ruihin, you need to take a bath." Winter's chill made bathing every few days sufficient for most children, but Yang Ruihin was an exception, boasting robust health and, reportedly, having rarely fallen ill in her young life. Thus, her mother insisted on a daily bath for her. Resigned to her fate, Yang Ruihin complied, and while in the bathroom, she overheard the two adults discussing their sleeping arrangements. "How will we sleep tonight? Are you and Ruihin sharing the big room?" one asked. "What would be the point of that? It's just for chatting at night. Let Yi-chun share a room with Ruihin. The bed is large enough." Indeed, it was a double bed. But that works. A 3- or 4-year-old wouldn't understand anything. "Let's just sleep together. And I still need to bathe Yi-chun. I must say, your Ruihin is quite easy to manage. What do you know? I'm aware of more positions than you've had experiences, you know. Easy to manage? Recently, it seems she has suddenly become more understanding, not crying or throwing tantrums. You didn't see her when she was acting up. Here, this is Ruihin's sleepwear. Just make do with it for Yi-chun." Chapter 8. An incident occurred after emerging from the shower. Yang Ruihin sat on the edge of her bed, her face a canvas of helplessness and inner turmoil. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted towards the troublesome little rascal, Yi-chun. Although they were of similar ages, at that moment, Yi-chun loomed over her like a formidable beast, instilling a sense of dread within her. The mere thought of sleeping beside this little imp, who might unpredictably wet the bed at any moment, sent shivers down her spine. Yet, how could she possibly voice such concerns? Observing the two adults engrossed in animated conversation, their enthusiasm palpable, she felt that even if she mustered the courage to speak up, her words would likely fall on deaf ears. With this anxious mindset, Yang Ruihin cautiously slipped under the covers, deliberately inching herself closer to the edge of the bed, silently praying, "Should that little one indeed wet the bed, may it not splash over to my side." Rationality reassured her that a 4-year-old would typically awaken if they needed to relieve themselves at night. However, her imagination ran wild, her eyes occasionally darting towards the doorway, yearning for the nightmarish evening to swiftly pass. Amidst her internal conflict, Yi-chun, clad in her pajamas, entered the room, guided by her mother and Chan Indi. The two adults tenderly tucked him in, offering gentle admonishments to sleep soundly, before clicking off the light, plunging the room into darkness. Had they been a few years older, they might have engaged in conversation to while away the hours. However, with Yi-chun only 3 years of age, his youthful energy quickly succumbed to slumber, and soon the room was filled with the sound of his even breathing. Yang Ruihin, on the other hand, found no solace in sleep. Her eyes remained wide open, fixed on the pitch-black ceiling as she listened to the muffled conversations from the adjacent room. The indistinct sounds, though vague, resembled a lullaby, gradually weighing down her eyelids. Time slipped by, and eventually, fatigue overwhelmed her, drawing her into a deep slumber where she began to experience strange dreams. In her dream, a deluge surged around her. Monstrous waves resembling a ferocious beast relentlessly pursued her from behind. Yang Ruihin ran with all her might, breathless and exhausted. Yet the distance between her and the flood remained unyieldingly close. There exists a psychological principle known as Murphy's Law, which suggests that the more one fears a negative outcome, the more likely it is to manifest. Indeed, in her dream, the merciless waters engulfed Yang Ruihin, and just as despair loomed, the flood vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a damp puddle that exuded an unsettling warmth, making her feel utterly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the stillness of the night, yanking Yang Ruihin back from her terrifying reverie. She jolted awake, her surroundings still cloaked in darkness, the wailing sounding alarmingly near. Simultaneously, she felt a dampness beneath one side of her body, an acrid odor of urine assaulting her senses. It was over. Her worst fears had come to fruition. Yang Ruihan's heart sank, overwhelmed by a sense of misfortune. The distressing cry also roused her mother and Chan Indi from the adjacent room, who hurriedly rushed in, flicking on the light and swiftly grasping the situation. Yang's mother initially believed that Yang Ruihan had bullied Yi Chan and was about to reprimand her, only to discover that it was Yi Chan who had wet the bed, thus realizing her daughter had been wronged. Chan Indi's expression transformed dramatically, a mixture of embarrassment and guilt washing over her. It was inappropriate to scold her son at such a late hour, yet the incident was undeniably infuriating. In exasperation, she hurriedly set about changing the bedding. Fortunately, Yang Ruihan had several sets of pajamas, so wetting one or two did not pose a significant issue. While the two adults were preoccupied with their tasks, Yang Ruihan could hardly endure the unpleasant odor, especially since she had been affected as well. Frowning and pinching her nose, she rushed into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and squeezed an ample amount of body wash, rinsing her skin repeatedly, almost wishing to scrub off a layer of skin to alleviate her discomfort. When she emerged from the bathroom, Chan Indi was hastily entering with Yi Chan in her arms, taking the opportunity to wash the two sets of pajamas that had been wet. Throughout that evening, Chan Indi felt utterly humiliated, her heart heavy with regret. After a considerable amount of fuss, everything was finally tidied up, and it was already past 2 in the morning. Weariness washed over Yang Ruihan like a tide. She yawned, surveyed the freshly made bed and the fragrant room, took a deep breath, and nestled back under the covers, sinking into a deep slumber once more. This time, her sleep was undisturbed, free from the terrifying flood dreams, lasting until dawn. As the morning sunlight streamed through the window, it gently illuminated Yang Ruihan's face, coaxing her awake. She stretched languidly and got up to use the bathroom. Passing by the kitchen, she observed Chan Indi and Yang's mother bustling about, preparing breakfast. Chan Indi, ever observant, noticed Yang Ruihan was awake and promptly set aside her task, wiping her hands on her apron with a smile, saying, "Ruihan is awake. I'll go wake up Yi Chan too." After they finished washing up and changing into fresh clothes, both children, devoid of any inclination to linger in bed, joined the adults for breakfast. Particularly Yi Chan, still wary from the previous night's incident, was eager to avoid inciting Chan Indi's ire, and thus willingly participated in breakfast. Following the meal, the adults busied themselves with dismantling the bedding for cleaning. If not handled properly, Chan Indi would remain unsettled, losing any desire to return home. Meanwhile, the two children were assigned to practice their writing. Though with no one supervising, Yi Chan enthusiastically scribbled on the paper, enjoying himself immensely. Yang Ruihan, however, found herself utterly bored and disinterested in writing. Instead, she indulged her curiosity, exploring the surroundings like a little treasure hunter. To her surprise, she stumbled upon a can of military rations. The writing on the can was almost illegible, and the expiration date was impossible to discern, yet a can opener was conveniently located nearby. Reminded of similar items she had seen online in a later era, her curiosity piqued, and she resolved to open it. The process of opening the can proved to be quite a challenge. Yang Ruihan's delicate hands and slender arms lacked sufficient strength, and after much effort, she finally managed to pry it open. Inside, she found a can of meat, resembling cooled cooked food, with a layer of oil solidified on the surface. Yang Ruihan leaned in to take a whiff, detecting no peculiar odor, yet her heart remained uneasy. After much contemplation, she ultimately refrained from tasting it. At that moment, Yi Chan inadvertently glanced up and noticed Yang Ruihan's actions, mistakenly believing she was indulging in some delectable treat. His eyes instantly sparkled with delight as he scampered over, crouching down with an eager gaze fixed on the can, his demeanor exuding a pitiful charm. "Do you wish to eat?"
Yang Ruihan tentatively inquired.
Yi Chan did not respond. Instead, he boldly seized a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth, savoring it with evident pleasure. Yang Ruihan felt a twinge of concern, for the can had been preserved for quite some time. However, after observing Yi Chan throughout the day without any signs of discomfort, it seemed he had escaped any ill effects. Yang Ruihan quietly clicked her tongue, calculating that since 1942, it had been over 50 years. Surely, the shelf life was extraordinarily remarkable. Although he had not suffered any repercussions, she still dared not consume the remaining can. Instead, she unearthed 2 more cans, intending to use them as a bribe to persuade Yi-chun to assist her with her writing tasks. However, this fortuitous arrangement was short-lived, as the situation was soon uncovered. It turned out Yi-chun had tucked the can into his pocket, making it bulge conspicuously. Presumably, he feared losing it if stored in his backpack. Yet this made it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. Yang's mother witnessed this scene and was instantly engulfed in fury. These cans had been acquired by her husband, Yang Tianxi, from his father, specifically preserved for their significant commemorative value. There were only 3 cans in total, and she never anticipated that these 2 little rascals would ruin one. Yang's mother delivered a severe reprimand to Yang Ruihin, declaring that once Yang Tianxi returned, she was to explain herself and accept responsibility, warning her not to cry foul when the time came for her to face the consequences. As fate would have it, Yang Tianxi returned home that very evening. Yet, he bore no expression of relief after completing his duties, nor did he exhibit the joy one might expect with the new year approaching. Instead, he appeared weary and troubled. Upon entering the house, he proceeded directly to the master bedroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang, locking it behind him, refusing to utter a word or open the door to anyone. In the living room, Yang Ruihin and her mother exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Had he perhaps gotten into trouble outside? However, the Yang family was well connected within the Qinzhou military district. Although Yang Tianxi was often carefree and somewhat careless, it was unlikely he had committed any irreparable blunders. "This is all your fault for ruining your father's can," Yang's mother chastised Yang Ruihin, albeit with a hint of frustration as she vented her anxiety on her daughter. Yang Ruihin was not oblivious. She understood that Yang Tianxi likely remained unaware of the can incident. Even if he did know, it was merely a can, hardly sufficient to plunge him into such despondency. What if I go and ask him? Yang's mother hesitated but ultimately resolved to probe further. She gently knocked on the master bedroom door, softly calling out, "Old Yang, old Yang." Yet, there was no response from within. Resigned, she turned to Yang Ruihin, their eyes meeting, filled with a blend of helplessness and concern. Meanwhile, at the Yi residence, the atmosphere in the living room was grave, resembling that of an important family meeting as the 3 members of the Yi family sat together. "What did you say? Old Yang has made a grave mistake?" Chan Indi exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment upon hearing the news. The bond between the Yang and Yi families had always been strong, and having spent the last few days in close proximity with Yang's mother, whom she regarded as a sister, it was only natural that she felt concerned amidst the turmoil befalling the Yang family. "Alas, this mission has resulted in a loss of life," Yi Ligua sighed, his expression subtly betraying a hint of excitement. Before Chan Indi could inquire further, he began to elaborate on the matter. Last night, due to the progression of the mission and the subsequent rout, Tianxi engaged in a heated argument with the platoon leader. You know his fiery temper. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered that platoon leader to run laps outside the camp. They had previously shared a good rapport, as the platoon leader, Zhao Qin, was among the first batch of soldiers he trained upon graduating from military academy. By the way, Zhao is now married and has a son, Zhao Bo, who is of similar age to Yi-chan and Yang Ruihin. They live in a small county beneath Qinzhou. Yi Ligua recounted the events at a leisurely pace, which only served to irritate Chen Indi, who was growing increasingly impatient. Get to the point. Given the relationship between the Yang and Yi families, it can't be that severe, can it? She urged anxiously. Why are you rushing me? I must clarify the context of this incident. It is relevant to me as well, Yi Ligua retorted, casting an irritable glance at Chen Indi before continuing. Now, let me proceed without further interruptions. It turned out that the disagreement between platoon leader Zhao Qin and Yang Tianxi had arisen from professional matters, with both parties firmly believing they were in the right and refusing to yield. In a fit of anger, Yang Tianxi issued a punitive order for Zhao Qin to run laps outside the camp. The confrontation occurred after a meeting. Had it taken place during the meeting, Zhao would not have dared to argue in front of the others. Consequently, most of the officers and platoon leaders had dispersed, leaving only Yi Ligua, Yang Tianqi, and Zhao Qin present. Sensing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Yi Ligua hurriedly sought to intercede on Zhao Qin's behalf. While he held an equal rank with Yang Tianqi, Zhao Qin was not under his command, and he could only do his best to persuade. To his surprise, Zhao Qin was equally stubborn, refusing to accept any leniency and insisting on his stance. "If you cannot comprehend, then run until you do," was a hasty remark made by Yang Tianqi in the heat of the moment. His impulsive nature meant that he did not truly intend for Zhao Qin to take his words to heart. Had Zhao Qin been willing to relent, the matter would have been resolved amicably, as he had merely raised a reasonable objection and complied with orders. However, military discipline was paramount, and both men, consumed by their tempers, failed to consider the implications. Once Zhao Qin left, he never returned. The following morning, his lifeless body was discovered near the camp, having succumbed to the cold. Upon reflection, I surmised that he may have fallen while running, the hard winter ground causing him to lose consciousness. With the snow piled thickly around the camp, his misfortune led him to collapse into a snowdrift, rendering him invisible to any who might have come to his aid. Yi Ligua contemplated. Chan Indi looked at her husband's indifferent demeanor and could not help but exclaim, "How can you be so unconcerned? Snt Lao Yang your good brother? You've shared drinks together every New Year." Yi Ligua shot her a glare. "What do you know?" I haven't finished speaking. This isn't ancient times. Soldiers' lives are precious. In peacetime, causing a death is a serious matter, and it will surely go to a military court. Although Zhao Qin made a mistake, his crime does not warrant death. With his unexpected demise, someone must take responsibility. The Yang family holds too many resources within the army. Yang Ruihan's uncles are active officers, both young and promising. Her aunt graduated from a military academy and plans to teach there, while her second aunt serves as an artistic soldier, also in uniform. If this situation continues to develop, Yang Tianqi's expulsion from the military is almost a foregone conclusion. So what should we do now? Should we visit the Laoyang family? New Year is fast approaching, and with this incident, how will they celebrate? Chan Indi sighed deeply, filled with worry, pondering how the Yang family would cope this year. After the incident, Tianqi hastily sought my counsel. Ultimately, I devised a plan that would safeguard him. Yi Ligua paused and suddenly raised his voice, asserting that since there were no witnesses during the punishment of Zhao Qin, he would take the blame. "What? You want Lao Yi to take the fall?" Yang's mother exclaimed in shock, her jaw nearly dropping, her eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, Yang Tianqi sat on the sofa, his spirit drained, resembling a wilted eggplant, devoid of his usual vigor. He had just emerged from his room, recounting the entire sequence of events to his wife and daughter. In response to his wife's inquiries, he painfully nodded, admitting to the situation. After the incident, Yang Tianqi was utterly bewildered. At just over 30, with a fiery temperament, he was ill-equipped to handle such a sudden crisis calmly. Thus, when consulting with Yi Ligua, he was easily persuaded without much contemplation. "Tianqi, think about it. I am the sole heir of the Yi family. Even if those in higher positions wish to punish me, they wouldn't dare to be too harsh, especially with our elder still alive. So at most, I'll receive a significant reprimand. Moreover, if they were to expel me, I'd venture into business which would suit me just fine. So you needn't worry. From now on, the one issuing the punishment for Zhao Qin will be me, and you will have no part in it, understood?" This was how Yi Ligua persuaded him. Amidst his profound confusion and guilt, Yang Tianqi glimpsed a sliver of hope, his heart swelling with gratitude. He had initially impulsively considered taking responsibility himself, but Yi Ligua had stopped him. "Let me tell you, this is a great opportunity for me. Do not obstruct my path to fortune." In the end, Yang Tianqi acquiesced. However, upon returning home, the more he reflected, the more he felt humiliated, unable to hold his head high before his wife and children. Yang Ruihan quietly listened to the entire account, feeling a deep respect for Yi Ligua. She recalled that during the grand celebration of Old Master Yang's birthday, Yi Ligua had expressed his desire to venture into the business world. In retrospect, it is evident that Yi Ligua not only values loyalty but also possesses the remarkable ability to analyze the pros and cons with composure in critical moments, seizing opportunities with exceptional acumen. Such audacity, in this era, suggests that encountering a favorable business opportunity could render the pursuit of profit remarkably effortless. Yang Ruihan couldn't help but ponder if this marked the inception of the Yi family's rise to prominence. Chapter 9. Farewell. That evening, the Yang family, burdened with a heavy sense of urgency, prepared to visit Yi Ligua. The gravity of human life is paramount, and this matter was far from trivial. Moreover, it had already been reported, making any alterations nearly impossible. It was likely that the higher authorities were engaged in intense discussions regarding the consequences for Yi Ligua, while the Yi family was fervently mobilizing all their resources during this critical time. The situation of the Yi family was rather unique, as they were few in number, with Yi Ligua being the sole male heir of his generation. Although he had 2 sisters, neither served in the military, rendering them unable to offer substantial assistance in this affair. At this juncture, the only person capable of wielding influence and supporting the family was the venerable patriarch of the Yi clan. Before their departure, Yang Tianqi, with a grave expression, urged his mother to take nearly all their savings, amounting to approximately 50,000 yuan. This sum represented years of frugality and careful accumulation from their modest salaries. To outsiders, this amount may not seem considerable, and indeed it was not. Thus, the economic standing of the family was quite average, far from wealthy, and only slightly better than that of typical working-class families. Upon reaching a certain professional level, housing conditions could indeed improve, and residing in a villa was not entirely out of the question. For instance, Yang Ruihan's grandfather currently lived in a nursing home that was akin to a villa in terms of its environment. However, Yang Tianqi was still a considerable distance from attaining such status. Though meager, the money was imbued with their heartfelt intentions. Before leaving, Yang Tianqi meticulously searched their home for any items of value they could bring along. In truth, there were not many valuable possessions, just a few antiquities that might fetch some money, including 2 cans of preserved goods. He gazed at the 2 cans, bewildered and filled with questions. He thought to himself that if they fell into the hands of a collector, they might yield some financial return. He had hoped they could prove useful in their predicament. Why not just empty the entire house? Send the television and everything else along. We might as well stop living and repay your debts, Yang's mother remarked, visibly displeased, as she gestured dismissively. While she did not oppose the extraction of funds entirely, believing it prudent to retain some for their sustenance, she was genuinely reluctant to turn their home upside down as if it were a forcible search. Do you understand anything about this? Yang Tianqi retorted, his temper flaring. The soldiers were often characterized by their masculinity, and it was not unusual for them to exert their authority at home. His explosive temperament was not surprising. Each time he returned from target practice, he disciplined his children as if they were competing in a contest. This was ample evidence of his disposition. Pack up and let us be on our way. Such debts of gratitude, once incurred, became a lifelong burden. The higher Yang Tianqi ascended in his career, the heavier this debt would weigh upon him, making it increasingly difficult to repay. Upon arriving at the Yi residence, it appeared that Yi Ligua and his wife had just concluded a heated argument, caught in a moment of respite. Yi Ligua sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed, speaking into the phone with a sense of urgency, while Chan Indi cradled their son beside her, visibly sulking. Upon the arrival of the Yang family, they managed to force a smile, warmly inviting everyone to sit down while busily pouring water, maintaining decorum without faltering. Father, this matter is entirely my fault. I willingly accept the punishment. Your health is of utmost importance, so please do not worry about my situation. Yi Ligua spoke earnestly into the phone. Internally, he felt quite conflicted. On one hand, he yearned to leave the military to pursue his entrepreneurial aspirations, yet on the other hand, he was concerned that his father might overexert himself, exacerbating the situation, which would ultimately obliterate his dreams. It was uncertain what his father said on the other end of the line, but likely it included some reprimands. Yi Ligua nodded repeatedly, affirming the conversation, until he finally managed to conclude the call. Now, the only one still coming to see me is you, Tianqi, Yi Ligua remarked with a wry smile. Previously, he had been the hope of the Yi family within the military, enjoying abundant resources and attracting flattery from many. However, following the Zhaoqin incident, everything had shifted. The household had turned desolate, and the warmth of human relationships was starkly revealed in this moment. Sigh, it is just as well they do not come. Yang Tianqi sighed deeply, then retrieved 50,000 yuan wrapped in white paper from Yang's mother's bag. Please accept this. You will need capital for your entrepreneurial endeavors. Tianqi, what are you doing? Upon hearing this, Yi Ligua's expression darkened, filled with discontent. Our families are in similar situations with little savings. This 50,000 yuan is nearly your entire fortune. It is of no consequence. Just take it. I cannot offer more. Yang Tianqi scratched his head, struggling to articulate himself, repeating those few sentences. After much reluctance, Yi Ligua ultimately accepted it. Then consider it as your investment. Once I earn money, you, Tianqi, shall be a shareholder. Yi Ligua spoke with enthusiasm, yet Yang Tianqi understood that, given his own circumstances and his relationship with Yi Ligua, he could not accept this money. He could only defer. We shall see, Ligua, have you truly made up your mind? Do you really want to leave the military? Yi Ligua nodded resolutely. I have submitted my application to be discharged. However, the plight of Zhao Qin's widow and orphan weighs heavily on my mind. Once I am able, I will certainly lend them a hand. This responsibility, which should have fallen upon Yang Tianqi, was now shouldered by Yi Ligua. A swirl of emotions filled Yang Tianqi's heart, guilt overwhelming him, yet he found himself at a loss for words, simply bowing his head in silence. Subsequently, the Yang family dined at the Yi household. The meal was rather somber, and Chen Yindi's mood was equally complex. She bore no ill will towards Yang Tianqi but found the atmosphere inevitably awkward. The thought that years of military life were nearing a conclusion left her feeling profoundly disheartened. Thereafter, Yi Ligua awaited the results of the disciplinary decision at home. Meanwhile, the higher-ups were diligently deliberating the matter, with Yang Tianqi, as a witness, naturally participating in the relevant meetings. However, he heeded the admonitions of Yi Ligua and refrained from offering any excuses on his behalf during the meeting. At that moment, it was a particularly sensitive period of transition, and even the formidable influence of the elder Yi could not diminish the gravity of the situation. On the eve of New Year's Day, Yi Ligua faced a military tribunal, which ultimately led to his expulsion from the military and the party. This was the culmination of the Yi family's numerous efforts, and Yi Ligua finally realized his long-desired wish to shed his military uniform. Upon learning the news, the elder Yi fell into a profound silence, perhaps acutely aware that the illustrious chapter of the Yi family's legacy within the military had come to an end, and that further insistence was futile. During the New Year's holiday, Yang Tianqi, accompanied by his wife and daughter, paid a visit to the Yi family. Although the two families maintained their cordial relations, Yi Ligua had moved out of the military compound to reside in the city, making future interactions decidedly less convenient. Yang Ruihan had initially believed that this matter had reached its conclusion, envisioning a future where the Yang and Yi families would tread distinct paths, one in the military and the other in commerce, growing increasingly distant until, in her generation, they might become mere strangers with little intersection. Yet, unforeseen circumstances disrupted everyone's plans. Somehow, the truth of Yi Ligua's willingness to take the blame for Yang Tianqi was revealed to the elder Yi, leading to a fierce confrontation between father and son. Yi Ligua candidly articulated his aspirations and ideals, prompting the elder Yi to become so enraged that he collapsed on the spot, requiring urgent hospitalization. Within the hospital, state-of-the-art medical equipment and a top-tier medical team were at their disposal, with Yang Tianqi's grandfather, Yang Xing, personally visiting to offer his support, alongside other prominent figures expressing their concern. Yi Ligua was utterly taken aback by his father's intense reaction. He remained by the bedside, overwhelmed with remorse and self-reproach. Of course, this truth circulated only among a small circle, yet it was enough to plunge Yang Tianqi into a state of melancholy and turmoil. Emboldened, he accompanied his father to the hospital, but the members of the Yi family largely regarded him with cold indifference, their remarks laced with veiled hostility, which left him feeling profoundly uncomfortable. From that moment on, he dared not return to the hospital, and even at home, discussing the matter was strictly forbidden. Any mention would provoke ire. Thus, more than 10 days passed, with Yang Tianqi languishing in gloom. The elder Yi remained unconscious, and his condition showed no signs of improvement, leaving the Yang family in a state of unease. Previously, they had enjoyed cooking and dining together at home. But now, in order to save time, Yang Tianxi found himself consumed by work, demanding more from himself. He appointed a servant to look after Yang Ruihin, ensuring she ate lunch to avoid waste. This arrangement was manageable. However, the singing sessions during mealtime at the cafeteria became a source of frustration for Yang Ruihin. The songs were unfamiliar to her, and Yang Tianxi insisted that the servant ensure her participation. Initially, she felt it was quite embarrassing, merely joining in the ruckus, which drew laughter from many instructors and acquaintances. Over time, though, she grew accustomed to it, even finding it somewhat amusing. After the Yi family vacated the military compound, Yang Ruihin could no longer bribe others to assist her with writing and had to confront the trials of life head-on. The atmosphere at home remained oppressive, and she dared not indulge in any mischief. Despite being a girl, she possesses a remarkably robust physique, and if it comes to a confrontation, she is not one to shy away. On one occasion, during a midday visit to the dining hall, her tardiness resulted in her arriving only to find remnants of a meal. Upon witnessing this, Yang Tianxi's anger erupted, and he sternly reprimanded her for her lack of discipline. Unyielding, she dismissed his authority as a father and boldly retorted, "I have no intention of becoming a soldier. Why should I be held to military standards?"
Yang Tianxi,
infuriated by her defiance, seized a slipper and pursued her in a fit of rage. Yang's mother attempted to intervene to no avail, resulting in a severe reprimand. Being young and delicate-skinned, Yang Ruihin felt the sting of the slipper, causing her to shed tears, instilling a sense of fear within her. Furthermore, she experienced genuine hunger that afternoon, marking a lesson learned. However, she also noted her father's heavy-handedness, lamenting the bruises on her skin. Under Yang Tianxi's stringent self-discipline, he had little time to oversee Yang Ruihin, with most of her time spent in the company of her mother. Occasionally, they would observe the new recruits in training, as the camp was merely a few hundred meters away. January 16th marked Yang Ruihin's birthday. A modest celebration ensued, and on this rare occasion, Yang Tianxi displayed a kind demeanor, announcing his decision to enroll her in kindergarten come spring. After her birthday, Yang Ruihin turned 5, entering her 5th year. That night, as she nestled in her blankets, she reminisced about the joy of her birthday while reflecting on the events of the past years. The following day, January 17th, a piece of news shattered the tranquility. The elderly patriarch of the Yi family, after a fortnight of unconsciousness, finally awakened. Upon receiving the news, Yang Tianxi promptly took his wife and child to convey their concern and respect for the elder Yi. The moment Yang Ruihin laid eyes on him, even she was moved. The elderly man, sustained by nutritional fluids, had grown emaciated, lying in bed surrounded by tubes, his white hair and wrinkled face depicting a picture of frailty that tugged at one's heartstrings. Beside him stood Yi Ligua, who looked haggard, his eyes red-rimmed, consumed by guilt for his father's condition. The doctor had issued a critical illness notice, stating that the elder Ye's previous ailments had resurfaced, and he could only last 3 more days at most, urging the Yi family to prepare for the inevitable. A somber atmosphere enveloped the hospital room, with everyone's eyes glistening with tears, lost in sorrow. Only Yang Ruihin and Yi Chun, 2 children, remained somewhat oblivious to the gravity of the situation, yet no one attended to them. "Dad," Yi Ligua choked on his words, unable to articulate his grief, collapsing to his knees by the bedside, weeping uncontrollably. The Yi family, steeped in military tradition, was deeply affected by the elder's unyielding convictions. In his final moments, he caught a glimpse of Yi Chun and, with great effort, beckoned him closer. Chun Indi quickly brought her son to the bedside. The elder extended his frail hand to stroke his grandson's head, his voice filled with anticipation as he asked, "What do you wish to be when you grow up? A soldier?" Young Yi Chun, still in his tender years, innocently declared, "I want to be an artist." The moment those words escaped his lips, they infuriated Chin Indi, who felt an overwhelming urge to slap him on the spot. At this juncture, ensuring the old gentleman could depart in high spirits was of utmost importance. The glimmer of hope in Yi Leoi's eyes dimmed instantaneously. He closed his eyes, and after a few seconds, he suddenly opened them wide, appearing rejuvenated as he struggled to don his military uniform. Deep within, He understood that his time was drawing near. Yet his unwavering devotion and attachment to the life of a soldier remained steadfast. He wished to leave this world clad in the garb of a military man. Adorning his shoulders were the 3 stars of a general, and his chest was adorned with a myriad of honor medals, each a testament to Yi Leoi's lifetime of achievements. While, in the annals of modern Chinese history, his deeds may be but a mere footnote, in this hospital room, his dignity and glory were unparalleled. Despite the crispness of his uniform, the old gentleman could no longer maintain a straight posture, unable to perform even a standard military salute. Nevertheless, every individual present in the room held him in deep reverence, not daring to exhibit any semblance of disdain. Soon, government officials and the old gentleman's comrades-in-arms arrived at the hospital, including Yang Ruihan's grandfather, Yang Xing. Both elderly men, donned in military attire, exchanged salutes. In the entire Qinzhou, few peers remained, and now one was on the brink of departure from this life. Following this, more dignitaries arrived, including those who once served under Yi Leoi and current senior commanders of the Qinzhou military district. Subsequently, Yang Ruihan was escorted out of the ward. It was rumored that even the top leader had personally flown in, inquiring whether there was any possibility of salvation for the old gentleman. But sadly, the response was disheartening. By 4 o'clock that afternoon, General Yi Yuhua bid farewell to this world. Yang Ruihan learned of this news later that evening while accompanying her family during the news broadcast, which detailed the wars Yi Leoi had fought, the battles he had commanded, and his contributions to the military during peacetime. She couldn't help but lament, as the new year approached, how the Yi family faced such a profound upheaval. How could they possibly celebrate the new year now? On the 22nd, the eve of the new year, despite knowing that the Yi family was not particularly fond of him, Yang Tianxi took his wife and child to the Yi residence. He stated, "Whether I am scolded or beaten, I accept responsibility for my mistakes. The matters concerning Yi Leoi cannot be blamed on Yi Ligua." That day, Yi Ligua and Yang Tianxi engaged in lengthy conversation. Neither bore resentment towards the other, particularly Yi Ligua, who candidly acknowledged that the path he chose led to his own outcomes, and he could not impose the burden of responsibility upon others. Unfortunately, Yi Ligua's 2 sisters harbored significant grievances against him, likely to linger for some time. In this regard, Yang Tianxi and Yi Ligua indeed found themselves to be kindred spirits in misfortune. On the 27th, New Year's Eve, the entire Yang family gathered to celebrate the holiday. The gathering was lively, filled with men and women of all ages, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yet, the recent passing of old comrade Yi Leoi cast a shadow over Yang Xing's joy. Meanwhile, Yang Ruihan was exuberant, having turned 1 year older, now 6 years of age, and she received an abundance of red envelopes filled with lucky money. She was quite unreserved, and although her New Year's money was ultimately taken by Yang's mother, she relished the abundance of fruits and treats, filling her belly to roundness. At 8 in the evening, the Spring Festival Gala commenced punctually, with the family gathered around the television to watch. In those days, the viewership for the gala was extraordinarily high, with every household tuned in. As midnight approached, the adults busily began exchanging New Year greetings, phones ringing incessantly. Yang Ruihan's uncle possessed a mobile phone, then referred to as a big brother provided by the military, and it buzzed throughout the night. Once the clock struck 12, firecrackers erupted outside, and fireworks illuminated the sky. As Yang Ruihan watched, drowsiness overtook her, and she nestled into a corner to doze off. Children are often prone to sleepiness, a natural bodily need, and she could not resist its pull. On the first day of the new year, Yang Ruihan accompanied her parents to visit relatives, returning to the military camp in the evening. The campsite was adorned with various couplets and lanterns, exuding a festive spirit. There was also a gala organized by the military, which the Yang family attended, enjoying the lively atmosphere. On the second day, numerous activities and competitions took place. Yang Ruihan attended a basketball match, accompanied by several other children. Yang's mother introduced her to a few youngsters, mostly boys, claiming they would all be classmates once they entered kindergarten. However, Yang Ruihan held little interest in these small children and merely observed from the sidelines. At noon, they dined in the mess hall, where the atmosphere was particularly delightful. The dishes were more plentiful and diverse than usual, and there was no need for singing before meals, a small benefit during the spring festival. The afternoon of the second day and the morning of the third were free time, but by the afternoon of the third day, the military routine resumed, with drills and training commencing as usual. Thus, by March, Yang Ruihan began to hear whispers about the Yi family. Yi Ligua was gathering funds, pulling together his savings, the 50,000 yuan given by Yang Tianxi, and some money left by his late father to acquire a state-owned distillery. At that time, many state-owned enterprises were being sold to private entities, including cement and stationery factories. However, due to limited capital, Yi Ligua could only purchase one distillery. He reformed the distillery while personally exploring the market. Yang Ruihan recalled that Yes Group indeed originated in the food industry, gradually expanding its business to encompass clothing, building materials, stationery, and various other sectors. As months passed, Yang Ruihan gradually adapted to life here. During her idle moments in the day, she would stroll around, greeting everyone she encountered, regardless of their rank or familiarity, often startling the new recruits who were slacking off. This aimless existence continued until March 7th, when Yang Ruihan embarked on her first formal learning experience, stepping through the gates of kindergarten. Chapter 10. Dominating the kindergarten. What do children do in kindergarten? The little ones sit in neat rows as their teacher, a youthful woman not yet 30, holds a pediatric textbook. She opens a page filled with large squares for writing, where the letters AOE are inscribed. The teacher instructs, "Repeat after me." Oh. Yang Ruihan had long forgotten the intricacies of pinyin, its rules and usage, yet she could still pronounce an obscure character with its phonetic annotations. Surrounded by her peers, all eagerly repeating, she felt rather foolish. Fortunately, the learning hours in kindergarten were brief, with most of the time allocated for play, allowing her moments to daydream amidst the lively chaos. As long as the teacher was unaware, she could easily occupy herself for the entire morning. Since the kindergarten was situated within a military compound, lunchtime meant a dash to the cafeteria, followed by a return home for a nap. In the afternoon, parents would come to pick them up. Of course, there were busy parents who allowed their children to rest at the kindergarten, where concerns of child mistreatment were non-existent, granting parents peace of mind. However, the school resembled a microcosm of society, and Yang Ruihan discovered that this adage held true even in kindergarten. The catalyst for events was the emergence of two boys seeking trouble. It is essential to note that children raised in a military compound are generally more resilient than their counterparts from outside. Although the cultural environment of the compound had nearly dissipated by her generation, the foundational upbringing remained. Being a girl, Yang Ruihan, under her mother's insistence, wore her hair in braids which already felt awkward. These two mischievous boys then began to tug at her hair. Typically, a girl might cry after being bullied once or twice, granting boys a sense of achievement. However, they had the misfortune of encountering Yang Ruihan. In a 1 versus 2 scenario, she held her ground and swiftly dealt with them. From that day forth, the two boys regarded her as their leader, adhering to her commands with a sense of loyalty. Yang Ruihan took advantage of her newfound authority, sending them on errands to the fruit shop for pencils or the barber for candy, deriving amusement from their antics. Though they were unlikely to succeed in their missions, the shopkeepers were initially lenient. Yet, as the visits became daily occurrences, the owners of both establishments approached the brink of exasperation. The two boys strutted into the barber shop, hands on hips, demanding in a loud voice, "Boss, I want to buy a pencil. Get me some bubble gum." The shopkeeper was left with no choice but to chase them away, unable to resort to punishment or reprimands. Ultimately, the true instigator of the chaos was unveiled when Yang Ruihan's two subordinates, Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming, ventured to the barber shop. With so few children in the compound, they were easily recognizable, and the notion of human traffickers was absurd. Therefore, the adults simply provided a bit of money, allowing the children to go on their own. However, the boys had so thoroughly offended the barber that he refused to serve them any longer, leaving them to return home, only to face their parents' wrath and explain the situation. Consequently, their parents brought them back to apologize, and the benevolent shopkeeper, both amused and exasperated, casually inquired for the name of the mastermind behind the mischief. Subsequently, while Yang Ruihan was getting her hair styled, a calamity transpired. To compound the tragedy, her father's aide happened to be present, and thus the entire incident reached the ears of Yang Tianqi. That very night, Yang Ruihan faced a stern reprimand from her brother, and even their mother refrained from interceding, joining in the admonishment. How could you be so mischievous, You deceived Yi Chun last time, and now you concoct such a mischievous scheme. Did the barber shop provoke you? Deceived Yi Chun? When did that happen? I was completely unaware, Yang Tianqi remarked, perplexed. It was during those few days before New Year's when you were on a mission. I had asked her to practice her writing. Soon enough, Yang's mother unveiled all of Yang Ruihan's transgressions, igniting Yang Tianqi's fury. With bribery and intimidation involved, he felt compelled to take action, leading to Yang Ruihan being unable to rise from her bed the following day. Not long after, the Labor Day holiday approached, and Yang Ruihan had nearly recuperated. After all, children are resilient, and with a few scrapes and bumps, they recover swiftly. On the evening of Labor Day, a film was to be screened in the Grand Hall, and Yang Ruihan felt a twinge of excitement, as leisure activities were exceedingly scarce. Her current state left her feeling aimless and bored, devoid of any motivating pursuits. She was inherently this way. When presented with a clear objective, everything fell into place. Self-discipline, reflection, and diligence were never an issue. Yet, in the absence of a goal, her motivation waned, leaving her languid and listless. While a game or some form of entertainment would suffice, even reading a novel was no longer an option, rendering her existence dreadfully dull. Thus, she resolved to seize this opportunity and sought tickets from her mother, only to be met with refusal, deemed a fitting punishment for her previous mischief. Indeed, Yang's mother had her hands full, managing the family's daily needs while also budgeting for expenses. They needed to save some money, for though Yang Ruihan would eventually receive benefits upon starting school, purchases such as clothing or tutoring would still require funds, necessitating careful planning. Unfortunately, Yang Ruihan was no source of ease for her mother. Unlike other girls who played quietly with their dolls, her own daughter harbored a mischievous streak and seldom behaved like a typical girl. The most outrageous instance was when she began amassing a group of little followers at the kindergarten, including Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming, who had caused trouble at the barber shop and now looked up to Yang Ruihan. What would become of this situation if it continued? Despite having been reprimanded and scolded numerous times, there seemed to be no improvement. Given this mindset, her mother's refusal was entirely justifiable. However, Yang Ruihan was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Seizing the moment while at kindergarten, she instructed her two little followers to procure a ticket, planning to watch the film together that evening. It is worth noting that one of her little accomplices, Lu Jianxing, was a chubby boy, while the other, Sun Ming, though slight in stature, was the most mischievous of the two. Despite being her junior, both were 6 years old and had established themselves as leaders within the kindergarten, as those older than 7 had already transitioned to primary school. Thus, calamity struck once more. Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming devised a rather simplistic method to obtain movie tickets. They decided to snatch them from another child at the same kindergarten. Moreover, Yang Ruihan had instructed that a single ticket would suffice. Yet these two impulsively seized numerous tickets and casually exchanged them for an abundance of snacks at the local shop, proudly presenting their spoils to Yang Ruihan that very evening. Upon seeing the bounty, she was momentarily taken aback. Just days prior, she had been reprimanded, and now it seemed misfortune was once again upon her. Yang Tianqi would surely not let this pass without consequence. However, on the brighter side, a beating in exchange for a long-awaited movie experience and some treats seemed rather worthwhile. After all, one could always dress more warmly before facing punishment, and perhaps Yang Tianqi would opt for a more pedagogical approach instead. With cheerful anticipation, the trio made their way to the grand auditorium, securing an excellent vantage point. Yet, as the film unfolded, Yang Ruihan soon found herself regretting her decision. The war-themed narrative lacked romantic entanglements and thrilling combat scenes, and the absence of dashing heroes and beautiful heroines only added to her disillusionment. By the halfway mark, she was nearly dozing off, not out of disrespect for the revolution, but rather due to the stark contrast in her expectations. In contrast, Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming were utterly engrossed. They were electrified by the appearance of aircraft and artillery, and erupted into exuberant cheers at the sight of tanks. Upon returning home, she discovered both Yang Tianqi and her mother were present, and it was evident that the news had already spread. With a dejected demeanor, she flopped onto the sofa, adopting an attitude that suggested she was indifferent to any reprimands or scoldings that might come her way, which elicited a chuckle from Yang Tianqi. "Oh, you seem quite aware of your situation. Very well, just bear with it when it's your turn, and try not to disturb the neighbors." The following day, she found herself unable to rise from bed and feigned illness to avoid school. She had learned her lesson. Living in the military compound meant she could not expect a life filled with entertainment. Once she recovered, she resumed her routine at kindergarten, while Sun Ming remained at home nursing his injuries. Lu Jianxing, the portly one among them, was the first to return to school, his ample physique proving resilient to punishment, and he even pledged his loyalty to Yang Ruihan, claiming he had conspired with Sun Ming and would continue to assist her in significant endeavors. This incident quickly spread throughout the military compound, becoming common knowledge and significantly impacting her standing. Yang Ruihan had undeniably assumed the role of a leader among the children, who behaved obediently in her presence, often yielding to her authority more effectively than that of their teachers. Thus, amid various trials and tribulations, June arrived, granting her the fortunate opportunity to witness target practice and even handle a real firearm, although she found it nearly impossible to lift a rifle that was almost her own height. Naturally, Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming were by her side, as they were granted special permission to assist in collecting spent cartridges, a courtesy extended largely due to Yang Tianqi's influence. It appeared that this year was destined for turmoil, as an unforeseen incident occurred during target practice. Lu Jianxing was struck by a bullet, causing a spray of blood to erupt, and the chubby boy cried out in a most pitiful manner. The chaos that ensued was palpable, with Yang Tianqi's face draining of color as he rushed the injured boy to the military hospital. Fortunately, the injury was not severe. It was merely a scrape on his arm that would leave a scar. Both Yang Tianqi and the shooter faced disciplinary action, which meant that Yang Ruihan, too, would once again endure punishment that evening. However, she was somewhat prepared for this eventuality, recognizing that she was responsible for the two boys. What was unexpected was that Yang Tianqi's reprimand was not as harsh as before, likely due to concern over the potential scars affecting Yang Ruihan's future prospects for marriage. The following day, she feigned pain to avoid attending kindergarten, but in reality, she had no significant issues and sneaked out to visit the chubby boy, discovering that his condition was quite manageable. He could still play at home, albeit with a particularly thick bandage on his wound. At the end of June, reports began to surface regarding flood warning alerts, prompting Yang Ruihan to involuntarily recall that catastrophic flood. In her memory, Qinzhou was not considered a severely affected area. Although there was a river running through the city, it was merely a small tributary, a mere 20 meters wide. With adequate preventative measures in place, the daily lives of the citizens of Qinzhou remained largely unaffected. However, by mid-July, the disaster escalated, prompting the Shaonan military district to mobilize its forces almost in full force, leading Yang Ruihan and her mother to relocate to stay with the esteemed elder Yang. With Yang Tianqi on a mission and unable to return for several months, there was a palpable concern for the safety of the two women. Yet, at that moment, Yang Ruihan pondered the prospect of not returning to life within the military compound. She yearned for the possibility of residing indefinitely with elder Yang. With a newfound objective, she found herself infused with motivation. Thus began her meticulous planning, analysis, research, and contemplation. Ultimately, she faced the disheartening realization that the circumstances of her living situation were beyond her control. Once Yang Tianqi returned, her hopes would be dashed. Additionally, it was impractical for her to remain in the Qinzhou Military District's sanatorium, a place filled with elderly residents and devoid of any entertainment. After over 2 weeks of introspection, Yang Ruihan finally discerned a plausible direction. To entice No to guide her mother, Qin Min, into seeking employment, ideally securing a position within the city. Given the Yang family's standing, this shouldn't prove overly burdensome. This plan would allow her to accompany her mother and experience a semblance of normal life. Through subtle hints and indirect suggestions, Qin Min began to show signs of interest, primarily considering the financial implications of Yang Ruihan attending a tutoring program before university. Despite the policies that might provide exemptions, the Yang family, entrenched in military service, shared a singular ambition: to ascend the ranks and safeguard the future of the next generation, perpetuating this cycle indefinitely. Thus, engaging in corruption or exploiting their positions for personal gain had become a relic of the past for the Yang family. While their economic circumstances surpassed those of typical working-class families, they could not compete with the affluent business owners commanding millions or tens of millions. In truth, this family of three did not possess a home that they could truly call their own, an astonishing reality. Having always been on the move with military assignments, they had never considered purchasing property, as there seemed little need for it. Who would occupy such a space? Moreover, given Yang Tianxi's rank and Elder Yang's influence, their family's needs were largely met without financial expenditure. In other words, had Yang Ruihan been a boy with no intention of enlisting in the military, he could have already begun saving for a future marriage. However, based on Elder Yang's dictates, the third generation of the Yang family was expected to serve in the military as well. What use was money in such a scenario? Yet circumstances had shifted. Yang Tianxi had lent the family's savings to Yi Ligua, and receiving any form of repayment seemed implausible. Elder Yang might have had wealth, but broaching the subject was delicate. Outside the military district, Elder Yang owned a villa, and with a retirement pension exceeding 20,000 a month, higher than his pre-retirement salary, combined with the financial support from his wife's pension, their living expenses were negligible. Thus, saving up to 300,000 a year was effortlessly attainable. In their academic years, Yang Tianxi and his contemporaries were granted direct admission to military academies, which imposed no tuition fees and even provided a salary. The only financial burden was the dowry for their three sons' marriages, yet they managed to reclaim those contributions. Consequently, the elder gentleman dedicated his life to amassing wealth, effortlessly acquiring a villa, and he likely still possesses over $1 million in cash. The elder's fortune rightfully belongs to him, and Qin Min cannot claim any of it. Thus, she contemplated returning to work. As a military spouse, she initially had a position but declined it after consulting with Yang Tianxi. If she wished to resume her career, a simple notification would suffice, especially since she originally hailed from a literary military background. Her potential workplace would predominantly be within a governmental agency, engaging in administrative duties. For instance, a position in the management department would be quite leisurely, involving the oversight of minor logistical support for senior officials and the management of drivers for small vehicles. Should she aspire to ascend the ranks or seek authority, she could transfer to the Military Affairs Department, overseeing matters of discipline, leave requests, and more, potentially leading to a high-ranking position akin to a chief of staff or a role within the political department's organizational section. Given the Yang family's capabilities and her status as a daughter-in-law of the Yang family, such advancements would not be particularly challenging. After discussing her aspirations with the elder, he casually suggested that she consult her husband. Consequently, in September, upon Yang Tianxi's return from his mission, he appeared disheveled, evoking sympathy from Qin Min, who was moved to tears. After their brief separation, Qin Min expressed her thoughts to Yang Tianxi, who agreed but advised her not to rush, as he might be transferred soon. Typically, military personnel transfers are exceedingly difficult unless one reaches a command level, at least that of a chief of staff. However, exceptional circumstances warrant special considerations. For a family of significant influence like the Yangs, once they attain a certain rank, transfers are inevitable. Otherwise, with 3 sons, 2 serving as battalion commanders and 1 as a division commander, the entire military structure could seem dominated by the Yang family. Thus, measures are in place to ensure that the Yangs can establish roots in Qinzhou without becoming overly entrenched, leaving 1 son in place to manage unforeseen situations involving the elder. Shortly thereafter, the transfer orders arrived, confirming that Yang Tianxi had been reassigned to another province as a battalion commander, which was essentially a lateral move, even relocating from the North China military region to central China. The elder made some adjustments, and Qin Min followed suit to the new position in the Military Affairs Department, indicating that if she intended to work, she must commit fully to her duties and strive for advancement rather than merely coasting through her days. Simultaneously, Yang decided to relocate from the Qinzhou Military Hospital to an unoccupied villa under his name, signifying his intention to genuinely withdraw from military circles and refrain from interactions with active duty officers. While he may not transform into a typical retiree, this shift conveys a message that he is beginning to accept a gradual diminishment of his influence until it ultimately fades. In essence, he could still exert some residual influence for a few more years, sufficient to ensure that Yang Ruihan's uncle ascends to a leadership role within the hierarchy. Currently, Yang Tianqi holds the rank of colonel and is 42 years old. Within 2 years, he is poised to ascend to the position of chief of staff for a group army, with the potential for further advancement over the next 2 decades, ultimately retiring around the age of 65. This is the course of his life. Initially, Yang Ruihan intended to accompany Qin Min, taking care of their daily lives. However, upon hearing that Yang Xing had moved out, she began to scheme to live with her grandparents, seizing what she perceived as a golden opportunity that she would not easily relinquish. At first, the couple vehemently opposed this arrangement, resorting to both arguments and reprimands to no avail. Eventually, they had no choice but to consult Yang Xing. The elderly gentleman, while indifferent, subtly expressed a desire for a little companion to keep him and his wife company. Consequently, the couple reconvened. The absence of a third wheel would allow them to focus more on their work and, more importantly, provide companionship to the elderly couple, alleviating their potential loneliness. They chose to view the situation optimistically, reconciling their feelings of reluctance with the necessity of change. Thus, the decision was made. After months of effort, Yang Ruihan successfully extricated herself from the life of the military compound and, by extension, from her nominal parents, achieving a personal victory. To speak candidly, since her arrival in this world, she had never regarded Yang Tianqi and Qin Min as her true parents. Their daily interactions had always felt somewhat awkward and pressured. The memories of her past life did not align with her expectations, leaving her with a sense of unfamiliarity upon her arrival. Despite her attempts to embrace this new familial structure, she still perceived her true parents as Yang Qin and Gao Shui, who, while not perfect, had fulfilled their parental duties. In contrast, she felt a profound sense of failure as a son, unable to embody the filial piety expected of him. He never anticipated that, in the blink of an eye, he would find himself in this strange yet familiar world, transformed into her. All she could do was hope that time would facilitate her acceptance of these new relationships, gazing at the azure sky as a form of self-comfort. It is noteworthy that before her departure, her 2 younger brothers, Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming, made a special visit, visibly reluctant to say goodbye, leaving her uncertain of when they might meet again. The first transfer order was issued for Yang Tianqi, who departed from the Qinzhou military district on September 23, bound for a certain group army in central China, where he would assume the role of company commander. Qin Min's assignment would commence after National Day, allowing her to linger a few more days, during which she and her daughter continued to reside in the Yang family villa, sharing meals with the elderly gentleman. Chapter 11. Holidays time, like a gently flowing stream, meandered its way to October 3rd. For Qin Min, the National Day holiday had quietly drawn to a close, heralding her imminent embarkation on a new professional journey within the military office. The work rhythm in the military office starkly contrasts with that of the grassroots levels. Here, life is relatively leisurely and agreeable, adhering to a 9-to-5 schedule that closely resembles the daily routine of an ordinary office worker. Yet, Qin Min's heart is enveloped in profound reluctance, for she understands that the moments spent with her beloved daughter, Yang Ruihan, will increasingly dwindle. Contemplating this, her heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, intertwining bittersweet sorrow that made her eyes brim with tears. Before her departure, Qin Min held Yang Ruihan tightly in her embrace, showering her with affectionate hugs and gentle caresses, as if trying to savor every fleeting moment. However, the hour of parting was inescapable. Gazing at Yang Ruihan's serene little face, she could not help but chide, "My dear child, are you truly so willing to let your mother go?" Yang Ruihan stood there, feeling as awkward as if a multitude of ants were crawling within her. How she wished to display an appearance of reluctance, but tears are not something one can simply conjure at will. She was no seasoned actress capable of shedding tears on cue. In helplessness, she mustered her courage, raised her hand in a gentle wave, and uttered, "Goodbye, Mom." Thus, with a heart full of longing and reluctance, Qin Min turned to embark on her new journey. Her silhouette gradually receded, much like her gentle arrival, waving her sleeve without taking a single cloud, yet leaving behind an ocean of yearning. After bidding farewell to her mother, Yang Ruihan felt akin to a bird that had broken free from its constraints, welcoming the long-desired freedom of life. Although this freedom did not match the unrestrained indulgence of her previous life, it was sufficient to instill a sense of satisfaction and comfort within her. Every morning, before the first rays of sunlight fully illuminated the world, the alarm clock would ring punctually at 5:30. Yang Ruihan had to struggle to rise from her warm cocoon, following Yang Xing to commence a new day. Yang Xing, an elderly gentleman steeped in the wisdom of time, required little sleep and would awaken well before dawn. Consequently, Yang Ruihan was left to suffer the consequences, trailing sleepily behind the old man. The first task upon Yang Xing's rising was to venture into the courtyard to stretch his limbs and practice a series of flowing Tai Chi movements, thereby invigorating his body to embrace the day ahead. Yang Ruihan stood nearby, observing the elderly man's steady and powerful postures, her heart brimming with curiosity and admiration. She attempted to mimic a few movements, but her clumsy attempts starkly contrasted with the old man's graceful proficiency, resembling an awkward little duck. Noticing her struggle, Yang Xing smiled gently and shook his head, saying, "You are still too young. It is not yet suitable for you to practice these. In a year or two, even if you do not wish to practice, your grandfather will insist on teaching you. This Tai Chi is a precious legacy from our ancestors and will greatly benefit your health." After their exercises, the grandfather and granddaughter returned indoors to freshen up. After completing her morning routine, the dining table was already adorned with a sumptuous breakfast featuring an array of delectable dishes, steaming buns, and fluffy flour rolls. Every morning, Yang Ruihan unwaveringly sipped a rich cup of milk, while Yang Xing, unable to tolerate the taste of milk, leisurely savored a bowl of hot porridge. Living by Yang Xing's side, Yang Ruihan enjoyed the finest culinary delights. Yang Xing and his wife showered their granddaughter with affection. Whatever she desired, they would go to great lengths to fulfill her wishes. This intergenerational bond of love manifested beautifully in their warm household. After finishing breakfast, a wave of drowsiness washed over Yang Ruihan, for she was at a crucial stage of growth, and ample sleep was essential. Thus, she returned to her room, burrowing into her cozy bed to catch up on her rest. When she awoke again, it was already past 8 in the morning. At that moment, Yang Xing was seated in the living room, having diligently perused the day's newspapers and news articles. Upon seeing Yang Ruihan awake, he enthusiastically beckoned her to join him in the backyard to tend to the potted plants. Speaking of the potted plants, Yang Xing was not particularly knowledgeable. Having spent a lifetime wielding a weapon and bravely facing enemies on the battlefield, he was quite unfamiliar with such refined and delicate pursuits. In contrast, Yang Ruihan's grandmother hailed from a distinguished family, steeped in culture and education, and was well-versed in the art of bonsai, a passion cherished by literary scholars. Initially, the grandmother patiently guided Yang Xing and Yang Ruihan, instructing them on how to trim branches and leaves, as well as how to water and fertilize. However, the stubborn old man often felt that his ideas were infallible and was reluctant to heed his wife's advice. Over time, she grew weary of their antics and allowed them to proceed according to their whims. Yang Xing and Yang Ruihan developed their own unique interpretations of bonsai. Their approach was simple yet direct, as they wished to cultivate the plants to align with their personal vision. One day, an idea struck Yang Xing. He wanted to trim a potted plant into the shape of a gun to commemorate his military career. With great enthusiasm, he and Yang Ruihan spent considerable time examining each plant, searching for the most suitable one to transform into a gun shape. However, after thorough investigation, he discovered that each plant possessed its own characteristics and limitations, making the quest for a perfect gun shape exceedingly challenging. Ultimately, he reluctantly lowered his aspirations, deciding instead to shape the bonsai into the likeness of a hand grenade. Upon hearing her grandfather's idea, Yang Ruihan found it amusing. Her eyes sparkled as she pointed to a cactus in the corner, exclaiming, "Grandpa, why don't we plant a cactus? Its round shape might lend itself well to being trimmed into a hand grenade." Yang Xing, finding this suggestion quite appealing, joined forces with Yang Ruihan to make the cactus their first potted creation. However, once they completed their masterpiece, they realized that the cactus hand grenade bore little resemblance to their intended design. Yang Xing gazed at the crooked cactus, furrowing his brow in dissatisfaction. Thus, he reluctantly sought the assistance of his beloved wife. Grandmother gazed at the dismal potted creations of Yang Xing and Yang Ruihan, unable to suppress her laughter, nearly dislodging her dentures in the process. However, upon witnessing the eager expressions on her grandchildren's faces, she resolved to lend her assistance. Under her guidance, the family began to meticulously tend to the potted plants in the backyard. Young Ruihin, brimming with excitement, enthusiastically assisted, fetching scissors one moment and watering plants the next. Throughout this endeavor, she gradually acquired knowledge and techniques regarding potted gardening. Although she felt that this newfound understanding bore little difference from her initial perceptions, she reveled in the joy of laboring alongside her family. Once they had tidied up the cluster of potted plants, time seemingly slipped by, and it was soon past 9 in the morning. At this juncture, young Ruihin was greeted by her own moments of freedom. Ordinarily, she would be on her way to kindergarten at this hour. However, she conveyed to her grandparents that she had already learned to consult a dictionary and understand Pinyin at the military compound's kindergarten, expressing her desire to study at home. The elderly couple, pleased with their granddaughter's eagerness to learn, acquiesced to her request. They even devised a small test for young Ruihin to confirm her proficiency in dictionary usage and Pinyin before providing her with a hefty Xinhua dictionary, allowing her to explore the vast ocean of knowledge. In Yang Xing's study, a treasure trove of books awaits, rich and varied. The majority of these tomes pertain to military history and philosophy, encapsulating the vicissitudes of history and the essence of wisdom. Yet, there are also foreign classics included to enrich the literary atmosphere, such as The Count of Monte Cristo and Robinson Crusoe, which feature captivating narratives that draw the reader in, akin to exquisite novels. In truth, young Ruihin's passion for reading stems not solely from her love of learning, but also from the scarcity of entertainment options within her relatively isolated environment. Excessive viewing of television dramas only left her feeling utterly bored, as the simplistic plots and insipid performances failed to ignite her interest. As for idle dramas, they repulsed her, entirely discordant with her tastes. While Journey to the West is a classic, even its daily viewing would eventually lead to monotony. Purchasing a computer was not a challenge for Yang Xing. However, given young Ruihin's tender age, her grandparents naturally refrained from indulging her with such a device. Even if they were to buy one, they would categorically prohibit its use for gaming. In their view, the growth of a child necessitates the accumulation of knowledge and the cultivation of virtue, rather than an obsession with the virtual realm of games. Consequently, reading novels became young Ruihin's sole avenue of entertainment, a choice that received enthusiastic support from her grandparents. They would, however, repeatedly remind her to protect her eyes while reading, a well-meaning admonition that occasionally irked her due to its frequency. By noon, Qin Min would invariably carve out time from her busy schedule to call and inquire about her daughter's well-being. Once connected, the mother-daughter duo would engage in delightful conversation. Listening to her daughter's narration, Qin Min's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. She felt immense joy at her daughter's passion for reading. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you truly comprehend it?" Such profound literary works might be a tad challenging for someone your age. Upon hearing her mother's inquiry, young Ruihin confidently replied, "If there are unfamiliar words, I simply consult the dictionary. Rest assured I can understand everything." Qin Min was amused by her daughter's wit and earnestness, bursting into laughter. For young Ruihin, reading novels was a delightful form of leisure. Embracing this relaxed mindset, her reading pace became remarkably swift. She did not delve deeply into the profound meanings within the texts. Instead, she purely relished the joy that the stories provided, thus passing the time with ease. In no time, she had devoured the foreign classics that adorned the study. Once she finished the books, her desire for reading intensified. Consequently, Yang Xing took her to a bookstore to purchase more. As they departed, a few guards accompanied them for protection. Strolling through the streets, young Ruihin experienced an unprecedented sense of being surrounded, a special treatment that left her both exhilarated and slightly uneasy. Unexpectedly, the news of Yang Xing and young Ruihin's bookstore visit reached the secretary of the Qinzhou Municipal Committee. Upon learning of this, the secretary promptly visited the bookstore to meet Yang Xing, his face beaming with smiles as he inquired about his well-being, expressing care and respect for the elder. However, Yang Xing was not appreciative of such sudden warmth. He understood that the secretary's actions were more about political niceties and flattery. Contemplating this, Yang Xing's expression darkened, and he felt a surge of anger. As if this were not enough, the following day, the secretary arrived at Yang's villa bearing a large box of books, claiming they were a special gift for Yang Ruihin. Yet, before he could even step through the villa's entrance, he was unceremoniously blocked by Yang Xing's guards. Upon hearing of this incident, Yang Xing's fury escalated. He deemed the secretary's behavior excessively opportunistic and hypocritical, and he ordered the guards to expel the secretary, resolutely refusing to accept the lavish gift. After lunch, Yang Ruihin would retreat to her room for a cozy afternoon nap. Her room was lovingly decorated, exuding a youthful charm. Nevertheless, her favorite place remained the study, filled with an array of captivating books. Whenever she read, Yang Xing insisted that she maintain an upright posture, emphasizing the importance of proper sitting etiquette. Even in daily life, he expected her to stand and sit with dignity. This demand often left Yang Ruihin feeling exasperated. She frequently sought ways to slack off, relaxing her posture at every opportunity. Of course, Yang Xing would often come to check on her, and upon discovering her slacking, he would sternly reprimand her to correct her posture immediately. Awakening from her nap, which usually extended into the early afternoon, Yang Ruihin would groggily rise from her bed, wash her face in the bathroom, and feel much more alert. Eagerly, she would then head to the study, immersing herself once again in the world of novels. Time flew by, and before she realized it, it was already time for dinner. The dinner was exceptionally sumptuous. The dining table adorned with a delightful array of exquisite dishes, each featuring the meats that Yang Ruihin cherished. Every dish was meticulously crafted by the elderly matriarch, infused with profound affection. Due to health concerns, the two elders had been advised by their physician to refrain from consuming overly rich foods, thus rendering these culinary delights nearly exclusive to Yang Ruihin. She relished the joy that the sumptuous fare brought her, savoring each bite with delight. In truth, the venerable Mr. Yang did not have the luxury of time to closely monitor Yang Ruihin throughout the day. With medical personnel accompanying him, consistently attentive to his well-being and vigilantly overseeing his lifestyle choices, he was strictly prohibited from indulging in smoking or drinking. This exemplified the delicate balance of interdependence. Mr. Yang kept a watchful eye on Yang Ruihin, while the healthcare staff kept Mr. Yang in check, leaving the matriarch, without any detrimental habits, to enjoy her freedom unencumbered. After dinner, Yang Ruihin would settle in front of the television to watch animated shows. Occasionally, Mr. Yang would vie for control of the television, yearning to view military programs or the news. In such instances, the matriarch would intercede on behalf of Yang Ruihin, clearly biasing the situation. With a smile, she would tell Mr. Yang, "It's rare for the child to enjoy some animated entertainment. Let her relax without contest." Yielding to his wife's words, Mr. Yang would reluctantly acquiesce, and upon witnessing Yang Ruihin's joyful expression, a fond smile would grace his face. After the news, Yang Ruihin would retreat to her room, secretly retrieving novels hidden beneath her pillow or in her drawers, to indulge in further reading. However, her clandestine endeavors seldom escaped Mr. Yang's keen observation. Occasionally, he would unexpectedly enter her room to ensure she was adhering to her bedtime. Should he discover her still engrossed in her books, he would adopt a stern visage and deliver a stern reprimand. Yang Ruihin, resembling a chastised kitten, would lower her head and obediently absorb her grandfather's admonitions. Yet, it would not be long before she resorted to her old tricks, continuing to read furtively. The matriarch, feeling a pang of sympathy for her granddaughter, would invariably come to her defense. As night descended around 9 o'clock, the lights within the villa gradually dimmed, and the world fell into a tranquil hush. Yang Ruihin concluded her day, lying in bed and drifting into slumber, for the dawn would require her to rise at 5:30 to commence a new day. Thus, the days passed, and before long, New Year's Day arrived. Following the new year, the spring festival approached as anticipated. This year, the atmosphere during the festivities felt somewhat subdued compared to previous years, as Yang Tianxi and the second uncle had been reassigned, leaving only the eldest uncle Yang Tianxi and 2 aunts from 3 households to extend their New Year greetings. Nevertheless, the family gathered together, still infused with deep familial affection. During the new year, Yang Ruihin would annually receive her red envelope money. Unlike previous years, this time no one took her festive money. Collectively, The amount of her red envelope money could total over 1,000 annually, occasionally a bit less. Yang Ruihin carefully hoarded this money, fully aware that it would one day constitute a modest fortune. In reality, her uncle and 2 aunts would occasionally visit to check on the 2 elders and Yang Ruihin. Each time they visit, they never stay overnight. Most often, they simply dine together before departing. Moreover, they strictly adhere to Yang Hang's requests and refrain from purchasing anything. To Yang Hang, the maintenance of familial bonds should not rely on material possessions, but rather on sincere care and companionship. At the tender ages of 7 and 5, Yang Ruihin measured her height and discovered she was nearing 1.11 meters, considerably taller than her peers. This revelation brought both surprise and joy to her grandparents, who recognized that it was a testament to her nutritious diet and regular lifestyle. Born on January 28, 1994, Yang Ruihin is a rooster in the zodiac. According to traditional age counting, she was 1 at birth and turned 2 shortly after the new year. Thus, she often seemed older than her years, though her actual age remained relatively young, a bittersweet consequence of her early birthday. In the spring of 1999, Yang Hang felt that Yang Ruihin had reached an age suitable for physical training, prompting him to begin morning exercises with her. However, considering her young age, he did not impose an excessive regimen. In addition to daily exercises, he imparted a few basic joint-locking techniques. Each day he patiently taught her moves, always with gentleness to avoid any harm. He explained that mastering these skills would empower her to face any adversary without fear, even in a one-on-one encounter, thus enabling her to protect herself more effectively. As time flowed on, Yang Ruihin's life remained serene and structured. She seldom ventured outside, choosing instead to immerse herself in the world of novels. Thus, the end of August arrived quietly. By this time, Yang Ruihin had grown taller, reaching a height of 115 centimeters. For a 5-year-old, such stature was indeed remarkable. However, considering her nutritious diet and disciplined lifestyle, it was hardly surprising. As her reading expanded, the positively charged narratives began to influence her subtly. Unbeknownst to her, her demeanor evolved, becoming more composed and understanding. To her grandparents, she was no longer the mischievous little girl, but rather a thoughtful, studious child. Consequently, after some deliberation, her grandparents decided it was time for Yang Ruihin to commence her education. Given that preschools still existed in this era, a debate ensued regarding whether she should directly enter 1st grade or attend preschool first. The grandfather favored the idea of preschool, believing Yang Ruihin was still quite young and might struggle to keep pace in 1st grade, potentially leading to embarrassing situations he wished to avoid. However, Yang Ruihin held her own opinions firmly, insisting on skipping preschool and going straight to 1st grade. She reasoned that preschool and kindergarten were virtually indistinguishable, and that in a few years such programs might even be abolished. She considered it a waste of time, believing she would be better off reading more novels at home. The grandmother supported her granddaughter's perspective, adding that if Yang Ruihin struggled in 1st grade, she could always repeat it, thereby laying a more solid foundation for her future learning. In the end, the old lady emerged victorious in the modest debate competition, and Yang Ruihin advanced directly to the 1st grade. Subsequently, her promotion would be determined based on her performance and academic achievements. Chapter 12. Elementary School Life. On August 31st, the day of Yang Ruihin's school registration arrived. Naturally, Old Master Yang did not intervene personally in such matters. He sat in the spacious and bright living room, grasping the slightly antiquated telephone, and dialed his daughter Yang Mei's number. Once the call connected, Yang Xing succinctly explained the situation, his voice steady and authoritative, imbued with the weight of years. "Mei, I entrust you to arrange for Ruihin's school enrollment. Please select a reputable school, considering all aspects thoroughly." Yang Mei, on the other end of the line, responded affirmatively, fully aware of her father's regard for his granddaughter and the responsibility she bore. Known for her decisive approach, Yang Mei swiftly set about her task after hanging up. She meticulously researched the educational quality, faculty strength, and reputation of various schools in Qinzhou City. After careful contemplation and extensive inquiries, she eventually chose the affiliated elementary school of the 13th Middle School. Subsequently, she tirelessly contacted the relevant personnel at the school to finalize the itinerary for the registration day. On the day of enrollment, Yang Ruihin and Yang Mei arrived at the school. The campus was adorned with lush trees, and the flower beds burst forth in a riot of colors, the laughter of children echoing in every corner. However, a twinge of unease lingered in Ruihin's heart, for her age did not conform to conventional expectations for starting school. Following the instructions, they proceeded directly to the principal's office. The door was ajar,
and Yang Mei gently knocked.
Upon receiving a response, she entered with Yang Ruihin. The principal, a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses, greeted them with a professional smile and immediately rose to welcome them. "Hello, principal."
I am Yang Mei, Ruihan's aunt. Yang Mei introduced herself politely.
Then guided Yang Ruihin forward to greet the principal. "Good morning, principal." Ruihin chimed in, her voice sweet and melodious.
Hello, Miss Yang.
"Please take a seat." The principal warmly invited them to sit down, subsequently offering 2 steaming cups of tea. Once settled, Yang Mei began to explain their circumstances. "Principal, our Ruihin's situation is rather unique. Her parents work out of town and are unable to care for her regularly. Thus, they may not be able to attend events like parent-teacher meetings consistently. However, rest assured, Ruihin will have someone to escort her, and we will cooperate with the school's requirements." The principal nodded repeatedly, his smile becoming increasingly congenial. "Ms. Yang, you need not worry. We fully understand your situation. The school will do its utmost to take good care of student Yang Ruihin." This obsequious demeanor left Ruihin feeling somewhat uncomfortable, as she pondered the complexities of social dynamics. After exiting the principal's office under his guidance, they proceeded to the homeroom teacher's office. The homeroom teacher was a young and beautiful woman, sporting a high ponytail and radiating youthful vitality. The principal introduced Yang Ruihin's family situation to the teacher, particularly emphasizing the need for special attention. The homeroom teacher smiled warmly at Yang Ruihin, her eyes filled with kindness. "Welcome to our class, Yang Ruihin. If you have any questions in the future, please do not hesitate to approach me." Yang Ruihin responded politely, yet her mind was occupied with the thought that students knew little about each other's family circumstances, while teachers seemed to possess such extensive knowledge. The school truly resembled a complex microcosm of society. Upon exiting the office, she could not contain her curiosity and asked her Aunt Yang Mei, "Aunt, how does the teacher know about our family situation?" Yang Mei affectionately patted her head and gently explained, "My dear, teachers at school have some understanding of their students' family backgrounds, enabling them to better care for and educate you. Moreover, our family's circumstances are rather unique, which is why the principal has taken special note of it. But do not dwell on it. Simply focus on your studies and get along well with your classmates." In truth, Yang Mei had exerted considerable effort to secure a school with favorable teaching conditions for Yang Ruihin. She not only consulted friends in the education sector over the phone, but also visited various schools for first-hand assessments. She understood well that a nurturing school environment is vital for a child's development. During this process, news of the Yang family's Little Princess commencing school began to circulate within a limited circle. The principals of those schools received directives to pay particular attention to this matter. Yet they remained unaware of the specifics, only able to silently hope that no complications would arise. When communicating with the homeroom teachers, they explicitly emphasized the need for extra care. Yang Ruihin had a faint recollection of the 13th Middle School affiliated primary school. In her previous life, she attended 13th Middle School, which was rumored to have excellent teaching quality, yet she personally felt it did not live up to its reputation. At this time, the 13th Middle School affiliated primary school had abolished the preschool system, and she recalled that when the elementary school introduced the 6th grade, 13th Middle School was among the first to implement it. Upon reflection, she realized that in her past life, she should have been in the 6th grade at this time. But for reasons unknown, she had directly advanced to the first year of junior high. In this life, she began school a year earlier, and following this trajectory, she would be able to transition directly to junior high after 5th grade. Anticipating her upcoming primary school experience, Yang Ruihin had formed certain expectations in her heart. She envisioned herself seated in the classroom daily, listening to the simplistic lessons while feigning attentiveness, and later returning home to confront a mountain of homework, struggling to write with awkward strokes. The thought of this repetitive cycle stirred a sense of inexplicable frustration within her. After the orientation concluded, Yang Ruihin and Yang Mei returned home. Upon entering the house, Yang Ruihin eagerly dialed Qin Min. As the call connected, Qin Min's voice resonated through the receiver, imbued with deep longing and guilt. Ruihin, my dear, was the orientation smooth? Mommy misses you so much. Before Yang Ruihin could respond, Qin Min could not contain her tears, lamenting how she wished she could be there on such an important day for her daughter. Qin Min's emotions were highly charged, as she felt that her daughter's schooling was a significant milestone in life, and her absence only heightened her sense of loss and remorse. Listening to her mother's sobs, Yang Ruihin felt a pang of sorrow, yet she bravely suppressed her own tears and comforted her, saying, Mom, I'm fine. The orientation went very well. Please don't take leave. Work is important. At that moment, the venerable Mr. Yang, hearing a voice, approached and answered the phone with a stern reprimand. Minner, you are not permitted to take leave. Obey orders and follow commands. You must prioritize your work. Ruihin is in our care, so there is no need for you to worry. Qin Min, sobbing on the other end of the line, had no choice but to acquiesce. The following day marked the beginning of Yang Ruihin's school journey. The morning sunlight graced her face, reflecting her mixture of excitement and anxiety. She discreetly concealed a novel in her backpack, one she had meticulously chosen the previous night, hoping to alleviate her boredom during tedious classes. Subsequently, she boarded the car assigned by her grandfather, an Audi adorned with black letters on a white background, bearing the license plate beginning with Qin A. The driver was her grandfather's young and handsome bodyguard. Upon arriving at the school gates, Yang Ruihin, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, ventured into the campus, secretly contemplating the commencement of a new chapter in her life. However, this novelty faded within a mere 2 days. The elementary curriculum was extensive, with Chinese and mathematics as core subjects, demanding a substantial amount of knowledge to be absorbed daily, and English would be added after the 3rd grade. Moreover, there were additional classes in natural science, music, physical education, and art. For Yang Ruihin, enduring the daily monotony of sitting in the classroom, listening to the teacher's pretentious voice and childish content while maintaining an upright posture felt like a torment. Faced with such a dreary existence, the only respite she found was in daydreaming. Occasionally, the teacher would notice her distraction but chose to overlook it. As the principal had instructed that she be treated with care, the teacher speculated she might be a relative of the principal and adopted a better safe than sorry approach. Unbeknownst to Yang Ruihin, she eventually devised a clever strategy. She tore her novel into several pages and cleverly tucked them within her textbook, making it less likely to be discovered, thus allowing her to read her novel openly during class. This indeed proved to be an ingenious solution. However, one day before October 1st, her secret was uncovered by Mr. Yang. That day, while searching for a book in his study, Mr. Yang inadvertently came across the torn pages of Yang Ruihin's novel, and his anger erupted. He summoned Yang Ruihin before him, his expression dark and forbidding. Ruihin, how could you treat books in such a manner? Books are vessels of knowledge. Your actions demonstrate a profound disrespect for knowledge and constitute a waste. Yang Ruihin hung her head, too afraid to speak, while the elderly matriarch, observing the scene, felt a pang of sympathy but refrained from interceding. Instead, she solemnly advised, Ruihin, your grandfather is correct. You must ensure that such a mistake is never repeated. With tears welling in her eyes, Yang Ruihin nodded earnestly. Nevertheless, promises aside, the anticipation of the upcoming 7-day National Day holiday filled her with excitement. Thoughts of lounging on the sofa, basking in the sun, and indulging in her novels made her forget her earlier vows. She eagerly awaited the holiday's arrival, envisioning the blissful moments that awaited her. It is worth mentioning that Qin Min was returning home. On the afternoon of September 30th, at 6 o'clock, Qin Min embarked on her journey back, her heart yearning for her daughter as she constantly checked her watch. Finally, shortly after 1 in the morning, Qin Min arrived back in Qinzhou. Yang Xing, the elderly lady, and Yang Ruihin awaited her at the entrance. As Qin Min alighted from the vehicle, she embraced Yang Ruihin tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. My darling, how I have missed you, she exclaimed. Yang Ruihin returned the embrace with equal fervor, relishing the warmth of their long-awaited reunion. The elderly lady watched from the side, unable to suppress her own tears. That evening, the mother and daughter shared a bed, enveloped in comfort. The following morning, Yang Ruihan rose early to exercise, while Qin Min looked on with eyes brimming with affection. When Yang Ruihan tended to her potted plants, Qin Min joined her, engaging in light-hearted conversation and laughter. During their shared moments of reading, Qin Min quietly sat beside her, both lost in the enchanting world of literature. Throughout the day, the two were inseparable, their closeness palpable. As the clock struck 6, the moment of parting arrived. Qin Min boarded the vehicle in tears, gazing out the window at Yang Ruihan with a heart full of reluctance. Ruihan, you must study diligently and heed your grandparents' advice. I am uncertain if I will have the opportunity to return for the new year. Please take care of yourself. On October 8th, school resumed, marking the end of a blissful holiday. However, Yang Ruihan had already devised a plan for her return. That afternoon, she was escorted to school by a young guard, whose cheerful demeanor caught her attention. Seizing the moment, she began to coax him playfully. Brother, could you take me to the bookstore, just this once? I wish to buy a few books. Look how obedient I am. Please help me this time, she pleaded, her large, shimmering eyes filled with hope. Initially hesitant, the guard felt the weight of his responsibility to safely escort Yang Ruihan to school. Yet, faced with the earnest entreaty of such a charming and delicate little girl, his resolve melted away, and he ultimately agreed. They found a quaint little bookstore tucked away along the roadside, its shelves adorned with a myriad of books. Yang Ruihan buzzed with excitement, weaving through the aisles, her eyes darting from one cover to another. The guard, in civilian attire, trailed behind, adopting the role of an elder while remaining vigilant of their surroundings, curiously observing Yang Ruihan as she selected her treasures. Yang Ruihan first picked up the Wei Sealy series, a collection brimming with elements of science fiction and adventure that she had longed to read. Next, she discovered The Legend of the Swordsman of Mount Shu, a novel depicting a fantastical world of martial heroes that filled her with yearning. Finally, after a moment's hesitation, she chose 2 volumes of supernatural tales from the Qing dynasty, Yuan Mei's Zi Bu Yu and Ji Xiaolan's Notes from the Grass Hall. Both books featured dual versions, vernacular and classical Chinese, eliminating any worries about comprehension. Upon reaching the cashier, she was taken aback by the total of over 200 yuan, a considerable sum for her. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to endure this expense for the sake of having something to occupy her during class. Once back in the car, she eagerly opened Zi Bu Yu. The title, evoking themes of the supernatural, instantly captivated her, and she was curious to explore the mysterious phenomena that Confucius deemed unsuitable for discussion. As Yang Ruihan was about to alight from the vehicle, she playfully coaxed the guard, uttering, "Brother, you must keep my secret. Let us make a pact." With that, she extended her pinky finger. The guard, charmed by her adorable demeanor, could not help but smile and promptly linked his finger with hers, affirming, "All right, brother will keep your secret." Ultimately, Yang Ruihan refrained from tearing the pages of her books, as they had been purchased with care, and she contemplated cherishing them as mementos after reading. However, this decision necessitated heightened vigilance during class when indulging in her novels. Naturally, her seemingly flawless plan did not escape the watchful eyes of her teacher. Particularly, there were always some children inclined to report her, suddenly standing to announce, "Teacher, Yang Ruihan is daydreaming," or "Teacher, Yang Ruihan is reading a book unrelated to our studies." This irked Yang Ruihan considerably, yet she possessed her own advantages. Her academic performance was consistently exceptional, achieving full marks in every examination, a fact she did not exaggerate. Consequently, the homeroom teacher came to understand that this child was quite intelligent and favored by the principal, thus deciding to exercise leniency. The teacher assigned Yang Ruihan to a solitary seat at the back of the classroom, devoid of a deskmate. As a result, the instances of her being reported diminished, allowing her to grow increasingly audacious. Nonetheless, she faced her share of vexations. For instance, during the exercise breaks, while the calisthenics were manageable, having endured them in a previous life, the lengthy recess activities proved more bothersome. The girls either engaged in jump rope or played elastics, and participation was compulsory, with no exceptions allowed. Weighing her options, Yang Ruihan opted for jump rope. Each time she jumped, She felt akin to a wind-up toy, incessantly bouncing about. Albeit somewhat exasperating, she accepted her fate. In the midterm examinations, young Ruihin once again secured a perfect score, eliciting immense joy from her family. With a beaming smile, her father remarked, "Our Ruihin is truly brilliant. It seems she will not need to repeat the year." Her grandmother chimed in, "Indeed, Ruihin brings us pride." Listening to her grandparents' praises filled young Ruihin with delight. Thus, she navigated through life in a daze, and the dawn of the year 2000 arrived. The young family celebrated modestly, gathered around a sumptuous dinner, with laughter and joy resonating throughout their home. Young Ruihin received numerous gifts from her aunts and uncle, all of which were books, a testament to her burgeoning passion for reading. In fact, a small bookshelf had now been designated in the study, housing both her read and unread volumes. With today's editions, her collection totaled around 70 or 80 books, of which merely a dozen had been completed. The remainder awaited her attention during the long holidays. On New Year's Day, Qingzhou City buzzed with excitement. The streets and alleys brimmed with festive spirit, and every household radiated joy. Young Ruihin felt particularly elated, for winter vacation was just around the corner. Chapter 13. The computer in the depths of winter. The outside world lay blanketed beneath a thick layer of pristine white snow, as if enveloped in a soft, cotton-like shroud. Early in the morning, young Ruihin, nestled warmly in her cozy bed, was abruptly roused by the persistent ringing of an alarm clock. This moment each day felt like a challenging battle against the forces of slumber. Though the villa was well heated and radiated warmth, it paled in comparison to the soft, comforting embrace of her bedding, which offered a profound sense of security. "Ruihin, are you awake? Your grandfather is waiting for you," came the gentle yet slightly urgent voice of her grandmother from beyond the closed door, accompanied by a soft knock. Her grandmother, a paragon of routine, regarded waking young Ruihin as an essential duty, one she had never neglected. Still drowsy, Ruihin turned over, her hand fumbling at the bedside until it found the small alarm clock. Squinting against the faint light streaming through the window, she checked the time. 5:50 a.m. "I'll be right there," she responded weakly, her voice thick with sleep. With a resigned sigh, she lay back, momentarily tempted to drift back into slumber. But the stern visage of her grandfather quickly quelled that desire, prompting her to reluctantly throw off the covers. Slowly, she sat up, rubbed her disheveled hair, and let out a big yawn before finally donning the vibrant sportswear her grandmother had specially purchased for her morning exercise. Once properly attired, Ruihin stretched and loosened her limbs before opening her bedroom door and descending the stairs at a leisurely pace. The living room was brightly lit, and her grandfather, Yang Xing, stood there impeccably dressed and standing tall. Despite the deep lines etched upon his face by the passage of time, the unique dignity and presence of a soldier remained undiminished. Yang Xing glanced at the wall clock, exactly 6 o'clock. He gave a slight nod, said nothing, and turned to head outside. Ruihin hastily quickened her pace to catch up with him. As soon as the door swung open, a biting gust of cold air rushed in, striking her face like countless tiny needles, instantly awakening her senses. Unable to restrain herself, she exhaled, releasing a plume of white breath that quickly dissipated into the frigid air. The pathways of the community had been diligently cleared by the staff, with snow neatly piled to the sides, forming towering mounds. The duo, an elderly gentleman and a young girl, commenced their morning run at a steady pace. Initially, Ruihin's steps felt heavy, as her body had yet to fully acclimate to the chill after emerging from the warmth of her bed. However, as they continued, she gradually found her rhythm, her breathing becoming more even. In truth, Ruihin harbored an intrinsic reluctance towards morning exercise. While not the type to remain indoors all day, she certainly preferred a more leisurely lifestyle, and the thought of rising early each day for exercise held little appeal. Yet, her grandfather, Yang Xing, was a man of unwavering authority, known for his resolute demeanor within their household. There was no room for negotiation when it came to his decisions. Even though young Ruihin was filled with reluctance, she had no choice but to comply obediently. The villa district boasted an exquisite environment. Although the lush trees and shimmering artificial lake were man-made, they radiated meticulous care and effort. In stark contrast to the shoddy constructions of later generations, this place resembled a paradise on earth. As they ran along the winding paths, they soon arrived beside the artificial lake. The water gently rippled in the cold breeze. A thin layer of ice formed on the surface, glistening brilliantly under the sun's rays. Yang Ruihin and her grandfather circled the lake before retracing their steps. The entire process took about 10 minutes, which felt both lengthy and fleeting to Yang Ruihin. It felt lengthy because she despised running. Every step felt like a trial. Yet it was fleeting as she knew that completing this lap would signal the end of her morning exercise, allowing her a brief respite from the biting cold and her weary body. Along the way, they occasionally encountered others engaged in morning workouts, sprightly elders and vibrant youths alike. They merely exchanged nods as greetings, their interactions limited to the simple acknowledgement. After all, in this villa community, everyone led their own lives, rarely delving into one another's identities. Yang Xing, the once formidable general on the battlefield, was particularly discreet, with few aware of his true identity. Puff, puff. Yang Ruihin breathed rhythmically, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead and sliding down her cheeks. At this moment, she was warmed from running, yet she knew she must not remove her hat. A gust of cold wind could surely lead to a chill. Upon returning to the villa, the clock struck 6 o'clock. Yang Xing accompanied Yang Ruihin to the living room, where they began to stretch their legs and loosen their muscles to prevent any strains. Yang Ruihin, still petite at under 1.20 meters, stood on a stool, laboriously lifting her legs, striving for precision in her movements. Yang Xing patiently guided her, occasionally correcting her posture. After completing their stretches, they proceeded to review a few self-defense techniques, the secrets of which her grandfather had imparted to her. Although Yang Ruihin practiced diligently, she occasionally faced reprimands from her grandfather for her lack of finesse. Nonetheless, after a period of practice, her progress became quite evident. By the time their morning routine concluded, it was precisely 6:30. Yang Ruihin was now breathless and drenched in sweat, eagerly longing for a hot shower to wash away her fatigue. After her shower, she donned a clean and tidy school uniform and made her way to the dining room. On the table, her grandmother had prepared a sumptuous breakfast, featuring steaming rice porridge, fluffy buns, nutritious eggs, and an array of delightful side dishes. As Yang Ruihin savored her breakfast, she engaged in cheerful conversation with her grandparents, the warm laughter echoing throughout the cozy dining area. After finishing her meal, around 7 o'clock, Yang Ruihin slung her backpack over her shoulder, ready to set off for school. Although it was early morning, the roads were already bustling with vehicles, resulting in a slight traffic jam. However, in comparison to the congested conditions of the future, the current flow of traffic was relatively smooth. The affiliated primary school of the 13th Middle School was not far from home. The car traversed the street leisurely, reaching the school in less than half an hour. For Yang Ruihin, class time was synonymous with the time spent indulging in novels. She had long since mastered the simple knowledge presented in textbooks, rendering the teacher's lectures akin to lullabies, failing to ignite any spark of interest within her. Instead, it was the captivating novels that constituted her true sustenance for the spirit. Whenever the teacher's attention waned, she would discreetly draw a novel from her desk, immersing herself in a realm brimming with fantasy and adventure. As the class drew to a close, if there were tasks to attend to, she would address them. Otherwise, she would continue her literary escape. Approaching the holiday season, the atmosphere in the classroom grew particularly lively. Once the bell rang, over 40 children erupted like a flock of chattering birds, creating a cacophony that transformed the classroom into a bustling marketplace, a veritable disaster. In such a noisy environment, it became increasingly challenging for Yang Ruihin to concentrate on her reading. She had to exert herself to remain engrossed in her novel. To this day, she could not recall the names of all her classmates, recognizing only a scant few. Her introverted nature led her to shy away from initiating conversations, resulting in a limited circle of friends within the class. On this particular day, Yang Ruihin was wholly absorbed in the legend of the sword heroes of Mount Shu, where the character Li Yingqiong learned of a magical sword known as the Green Silk Sword and was preparing to seek it. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the scene, compelling Li Yingqiong to abandon her quest, much to Yang Ruihin's dismay. Abruptly, she felt a strong tug on her hair from behind, causing her scalp to tighten and her head to sway uncontrollably. Infuriated, she slammed her hand on the desk, stood up abruptly, and glared back. Indeed, she spotted a mischievous little boy grinning wickedly behind her, who, upon catching her gaze, immediately took off running. Being subjected to such hair-pulling antics was utterly vexing, and Yang Ruihin would not let him escape easily. Like a nimble little leopard, she swiftly reached out and seized the boy's arm. He struggled desperately to break free, but employing a small grappling technique her grandfather had taught her, she deftly swept her leg, causing him to tumble to the ground with a thud. Coincidentally, the boy's head collided with the table leg, prompting him to wail loudly. His cries instantly drew the attention of the entire class, plunging the room into silence. Shortly thereafter, the teacher hurried over. In the end, Yang Ruihin emerged victorious. Upon understanding the situation, the teacher did not admonish her. Instead, she sternly reprimanded the boy for his impolite behavior and disrespect towards a classmate. The boy hung his head, his face a mask of grievance, sobbing uncontrollably. Speaking of hair, Yang Ruihin had once contemplated cutting her hair short, believing it to be neat and easy to manage. Yet she was apprehensive that her short hair would draw criticism from the two elderly individuals, who might proclaim that she no longer resembled a girl. A hairstyle of moderate length was also unappealing to her, as her restless sleep would inevitably result in a disheveled mane each morning, necessitating daily washing. Hair of an intermediate length was not easily dried either. Although a hairdryer could be employed, she was too indolent to endure the hassle. After much contemplation, she ultimately concluded that long hair suited her best. Though maintaining long hair required a bit more effort, it had its advantages. Upon waking, her hair would remain intact, and when laid upon her pillow while sleeping, it felt akin to a soft blanket, warm in winter and cool in summer, providing immense comfort. Moreover, washing her hair was not overly burdensome, as she could conveniently do so during her nightly showers. Thus, she continued to wear her hair long. As classes resumed, many of her classmates had taken note of Yang Ruihin's remarkable agility. These children, at the peak of their youthful exuberance and heavily influenced by martial arts television dramas, began to regard Yang Ruihin as a martial arts expert. To her astonishment, some even approached her after class, seeking to become her disciples, leaving Yang Ruihin utterly speechless. She could not fathom why her classmates were so captivated by such absurdities. Naturally, there were also those who, well aware of her formidable nature, deliberately sought to provoke her. These mischievous children were oblivious to the concept of fear, and with the holidays approaching, their excitement knew no bounds. Over the course of a single morning, 3 or 4 students found themselves bested by Yang Ruihin. Surprisingly, instead of reporting her to the teacher, these students emerged even more exhilarated, their peculiar thought processes leaving Yang Ruihin quite vexed. By the next day, during the lengthy break, it seemed that word of Yang Ruihin's martial prowess had spread among students from other classes. A few skeptical classmates even ventured over to challenge her. Among them was a boisterous second grader, who swaggered up to Yang Ruihin and taunted Yang Ruihin, "I hear you know martial arts, is that true?" Without uttering a word, she responded to his provocation with action. Like a gust of wind, she darted forward, and before the boy could react, he found himself on the ground. Unwilling to concede, he scrambled to his feet and lunged at her once more. Unfazed, Yang Ruihin deftly sidestepped his attack and effortlessly brought him down again. This continued several times, until she finally twisted his arm behind his back, applying just enough pressure to elicit a yelp of pain. However, as he departed, the boy left with a parting threat, declaring himself Luo Feng, vowing to train diligently and exact revenge. Yang Ruihin watched his retreating figure with a derisive smile. She held little belief that this boy would truly devote himself to martial arts for the sake of vengeance. Thus, in a mere span of 2 or 3 days, the news of Yang Ruihin's martial abilities spread within the school. On the day of the final exams, many students pointed at her, though most retained a sense of trepidation, with few daring to provoke her directly. The winter vacation spans from January 7th to March 1st, an exceptionally lengthy respite. The final examinations commence on the morning of the 7th, encompassing merely 2 subjects, mathematics and Chinese, conducted within the familiar confines of one's own classroom, supervised by the homeroom teacher. For a first grader, These assessments are rather relaxed and informal. The questions appear to Yang Ruihin as mere trifles. Upon completing the examination, she is certain of achieving a perfect score with no doubt in her mind. Following the exam, the teacher announces the precise holiday schedule and assigns winter vacation homework. With a stack of assignments in hand, the teacher begins to elaborate. The homework consists of 2 substantial volumes, each the size of A4 paper, containing 30 to 40 pages. One for Chinese and the other for mathematics with the answers torn out. Completing these 2 volumes constitutes the entirety of her holiday assignments. The teacher also enumerates a plethora of instructions, including the schedule for retrieving the final exam papers. Subsequently, with a decisive command, the bell rings, marking the official commencement of the winter break. Yang Ruihin, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, exits the school, brimming with excitement. She can hardly wait to return home and continue reading the novels she has yet to finish. Once home, she retrieves the books purchased from the bookstore. She possesses several volumes from the Wei Xili series, which remain unread, while she has mostly completed Zibu Yu and Yue Chao Tang by Ji, selecting only the passages that pique her interest. However, Shu Shan Jian Xiachuan remains significantly unfinished. She places these books deep within her backpack and dashes into the study, leaving Shu Shan Jian Xiachuan behind, concealing the others at the bottom of the bookshelf. Just as she settles her belongings, her grandfather Yang Xing enters. "What are you doing? I told you to wash your hands for dinner, not to run off," he remarks, observing Yang Ruihin's flustered demeanor, which prompts him to furrow his brow. A pang of anxiety strikes Yang Ruihin as she fears revealing her secret. She quickly pulls her grandfather outside, saying, "It's nothing, just here to drop off my homework for the winter break. Let us head downstairs together, Grandpa. By the way, I did exceptionally well on my exam. You'll know when I receive my results in a few days." "Humph, if you didn't perform well, I shall have to discipline you." Yang Xing feigns sternness, though a glimmer of anticipation shines in his eyes. Shu Shan Jianxia Chuan ultimately remains hidden within her room, and Yang Ruihin then embarks on the task of tackling her winter assignments. These assignments are far too simplistic for her. She completes them in just 2 days, coinciding with the day she collects her final grades and papers. Moreover, her perfect scores elate her grandparents. Her grandmother prepares a feast of her favorite dishes, while her grandfather, unusually pleased, lavishes her with praise. That evening, Yang Ruihin revels in her cozy bed, engrossed in Shu Shan Jian Xiachuan. Li Yingqiong, after a series of extraordinary adventures, becomes remarkably formidable, exhibiting decisive prowess that captivates Yang Ruihin thoroughly. Just as she becomes entranced in her reading, Yang Xing suddenly strides into the room, exclaiming, "Yang Ruihin, come here. What is that book, Wei Xili, you have in the study? Where did it come from?" Upon entering, he spots his granddaughter engrossed in a hefty tome and is instantly consumed by fury. His suspicions had been aroused since the first day of her vacation, and over the past few days, he had been scrutinizing Yang Ruihin's small bookshelf, ultimately discovering several leisure books. Now, with her clandestine reading in her room, his anger flares uncontrollably. Yang Ruihin silently lamented her predicament, casting aside her book and fleeing with haste. She understood that only by seeking refuge at her grandmother's could she evade her grandfather's reprimands. A commotion ensued, as the old man, fuming with rage, bellowed, "Look at this nonsense, filled with ghosts and spirits. Do you comprehend the folly of such superstitions?" Yang Ruihin pouted in disdain, believing her grandfather utterly oblivious to the allure of these novels. This display of defiance incensed Yang Xing to the brink of violence, but fortunately, the old lady arrived just in time, gently restraining him and offering words of reason.
Gradually, Yang Xing ire subsidet, nonet heles.
He chastised Yang Ruihin for more than 10 minutes before finally relenting. With this episode concluded, Yang Ruihin exhaled in relief, considering that the story of the legend of the swordsman of Shushan ultimately ended in futility. Perhaps it was for the best that she did not read it. Yet, a flicker of concern lingered in her heart. Her greatest fear was for her grandfather to inspect all her books, for many of the foreign tomes contained rather passionate passages. If those were to come to light, it would spell considerable trouble. In a few days her birthday would arrive. With her parents absent, The household merely held a modest celebration. However, Qin Min sent a package of books, yet again filled with the same uplifting narratives. While she already possessed a plethora of such literature, Yang Ruihin felt a twinge of resignation and diligently stored them away. The approach of the Spring Festival, a time meant for family reunions, brought a sense of melancholy, as Yang Tianxi and Qin Min would not be returning. She understood the significance of her parents' work, their dedication to the nation and its people, yet the absence weighed heavily on her. Just as she was succumbing to her disappointment, an unexpected figure emerged, almost faded from her memory. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Yi Ligua arrived with his wife and child, bearing a plethora of gifts. It was only due to their long-standing friendship that the old man accepted the offerings without complaint. Yi Chun had grown considerably taller and more mischievous. Upon seeing Yang Ruihin, he eagerly trailed after her like a devoted shadow, excitedly sharing tales of his toys, transformers, remote-controlled cars, describing them with vivid enthusiasm, and even producing a handful of candy to insist she partake. After 2 years apart, the boy exhibited no shyness. It felt as though they had only played together yesterday. As their conversation flowed, Yi Chun soon learned of Yang Ruihin's academic pursuits and commendable grades, prompting Yi Ligua to offer his praise. Then, unexpectedly, he remarked, "This September, Yi Chun will also enter first grade. How about I arrange for him to transfer schools, so he can accompany Yang Ruihin as her little companion?" Yang Xing chuckled heartily. Aware of the history between Yi Ligua and Yang Tianxi, he contemplated the companionship it would provide for the two children and decided not to decline. The discussion then shifted to Yi Ligua's business endeavors. In 1999, he had taken out a loan to establish a stationery factory, creating his own brand. Through years of hard work, he had successfully built a thriving enterprise. Enthusiastically, Yi Ligua shared his future plans, expressing his desire to expand by establishing additional factories and enlarging his business's scope. After hearing Yang's advice, he earnestly cautioned him against venturing into real estate, urging him not to stray down the wrong path, while also sharing some of his own experiences and insights. Yi Ligua listened attentively, nodding in agreement, deeply appreciative of Yang's guidance. Time flew by, and before long, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. On this day, the Yang family villa welcomed a significant addition. When Yang Ruihin laid eyes on it, she was taken aback, for a brand new computer was indeed a rare treasure in this era. Chapter 14. The malevolent elementary student, Luo Feng. The CRT monitor resembled a hefty cranium, occupying a corner of the desk, accompanied by the antiquated Windows 98 operating system and a superannuated mechanical mouse with a spherical base. Merely placing it there exuded a profound sense of nostalgia. In a decade or so, it would undeniably be regarded as an artifact, evoking countless memories of yesteryears. Old Master Yang gazed at this new computer with eyes brimming with curiosity and intrigue. He meticulously arranged the computer connected to the internet, and then, clutching a beginner's guide, sat at the desk engrossed in his studies. Whenever he encountered a perplexing aspect, he would pick up the phone to consult Qin Min. On the other end of the line, Qin Min patiently elucidated the fundamentals, guiding him step by step from powering on and off to basic software operations. After an entire day's endeavor, Yang Xing finally grasped the basic operations of the computer and successfully registered for an OICQ account, the precursor to QQ. This OICQ was modeled after a popular international chat software, ICQ. Thereafter, a song that resonated across the land featured the lyric about opening OICQ, referring precisely to it. However, due to a lawsuit over copyright infringement, Tencent had no choice but to rebrand OICQ as QQ. In its OICQ 99A version, the functionality was severely limited, offering only the most rudimentary chatting and friend-adding features. Eventually, with continuous updates, an array of features such as video chatting, remote assistance, virtual pets, and cloud storage were gradually incorporated. Ever since mastering computer operations, Yang Xing became utterly enamored with the device. Whenever he found spare moments, he would sit before the computer, tinkering with it. Occasionally, he would engage in conversations with online friends alongside the elderly lady, both of them exchanging banter as they chatted on the screen. His identity varied among different acquaintances. At times he would present himself as a dashing young man, Gigi, and at other times he transformed into a gentle maiden, eliciting hearty laughter from the elderly lady. Yet none of this pertained to Yang Ruihin. In the prevailing societal milieu, internet usage was deemed inappropriate for children, rendering even a mere touch of the computer a distant aspiration for her, as her household maintained strict regulations. She understood the implications well and never dared to transgress this boundary, dedicating her ample time instead to reading novels. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before long, March ushered in the new semester, allowing Yang Ruihin to smoothly advance to the second half of the first grade. The once rampant controversy surrounding martial arts masters had long been forgotten by her classmates. Within the classroom, Yang Ruihin's reserved demeanor set her apart from her peers, making her appear somewhat reclusive. On the first day of school, she casually flipped through her textbooks, already aware that this semester would likely be spent immersed in novels. As time swiftly passed from the midterm exams to Labor Day and then to the final examinations, she soon found herself in the second grade. With each examination, Yang Ruihin unerringly achieved perfect scores. During this period, she learned from Qin Min that her father, Yang Tianxi, had received a promotion. Yang Tianxi frequently travels, making no more than 3 phone calls home throughout the year, one for each of his parents' birthdays and another during the new year. Each conversation with Yang Ruihin is brief, often ending abruptly, and as time passes, their relationship grows increasingly distant. After the summer break, Yang Ruihin's height becomes particularly striking, approaching 130 centimeters, making her appear somewhat awkwardly tall amidst her peers. She cannot help but wonder if she might be afflicted with gigantism. However, upon reflection, she realizes that girls typically develop earlier, with most reaching their final height by the age of 15 or 16. Any further growth will likely be minimal, and the pace of growth will inevitably slow in the coming years, thus alleviating her concerns. When school resumes in September, Yang Ruihin is assigned to the last row due to her height advantage. The teachers have no choice, as most of her classmates were born before September 1, 1993, making them a year older than her, yet even the tallest among them stands a full head shorter when beside her. It is during this time that she encounters Yi Chun, a new transfer student. Coincidentally, their birthdays are only days apart, and Yi Chun, having started school early in kindergarten, must now enroll in the first grade, placing him a year below Yang Ruihin. Yi Chun now exudes a hint of affluence associated with the privileged class. Upon seeing Yang Ruihin, he eagerly grabs her hand, exclaiming his desire to take her to the school shop for snacks. The school shop is always bustling with activity, packed with students immediately after class. Some students who do not return home for lunch often purchase baked goods there, such as sweet red bean pancakes and fragrant meat buns, all for just a couple of yuan. As they arrive at the shop, it is teeming with people, a lively scene. When classmates pay, they typically use small change, dimes, nickels, and quarters. Yet, Yi Chun pulls out a 10 yuan bill, instantly capturing the attention of everyone around him. At that time, 10 yuan held considerable purchasing power. The shop offers a bagged drink called Refreshing Cool, priced at only 20 cents. Following the airing of the animated series Four Wheel Brothers in China, toy cars became immensely popular, with the simplest non-assembled versions costing just 6 yuan, while the more intricate assembled ones started at around 20 yuan. With his 10 yuan, Yi Chun selects an abundance of spicy snacks, chips, and various candies, quickly spending every last bit of his money, behaving with a generosity that seems to project a decade into the future. Yang Ruihin stares in astonishment and cannot help but ask, "How much money does your father give you for school?" Although she herself possesses savings of around 2,000 yuan from her New Year's gifts, carefully kept, she has never indulged in snacks so extravagantly. Yi Chun, unfazed, replies, "My father doesn't give me anything. It's all from my mother, who tells me to buy whatever I want." He casually rummages through his pockets, revealing another 10 yuan bill and 2 5 yuan notes. 30 yuan a day for pocket money leaves Yang Ruihin astounded. She distinctly remembers that around 2005, a friend's sister working as a waitress in a small town earned only 800 yuan a month, while even chefs made just 2,000. Observing Yi Chen's current standard of living, the disparity is glaringly apparent. "Be more frugal, Yang Ruihin's words were cut short as a heap of spicy snacks was thrust into her arms. Yi Chun himself took but a meager portion, grinning mischievously as he scampered away, leaving Yang Ruihin bewildered in his wake. On that day, Yang Ruihin consumed merely 2 bags of spicy snacks, finding them excessively fiery. Fearing the consequences of overeating, she distributed the remainder among her classmates nearby. Yang Ruihin and Yichen's classes were not far apart, and during breaks, Yichen would often joyfully seek her out. However, since their last visit to the snack shop, Yang Ruihin ceased to accompany him. At their age, boys and girls harbor vastly different interests. Boys revel in roughhousing and play, making it difficult for them to engage in shared activities. That Friday, while preparing to find a shaded spot to rest during physical education class, Yang Ruihin caught sight of several unruly boys cornering Yichen. In elementary school, it is common for multiple classes to participate in physical education simultaneously. On this particular day, Yang Ruihin's class, along with older students, occupied the playground, though she had not paid much attention prior. From a distance, she observed those boys, emboldened by their size and numbers, pushing and shoving Yichen. The ringleader even reached for Yichen's pocket, clearly intent on robbing him. Yang Ruihin frowned, thinking to herself how cowardly Yichen appeared. Unable to bear the sight, she strode over, gathering her strength, and shouted, "What are you all doing?" Her voice resonated with authority, causing the unruly boys to flinch, momentarily mistaking her for a teacher. Upon realizing it was merely a tall, gangly girl, they erupted into laughter. In the lower grades of elementary school, it is commonplace for boys to bully girls for amusement, and these boys were no exception. However, the leader suddenly froze as Yang Ruihin approached, feeling an uncanny familiarity with her face. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was Luo Feng, the very individual who had once bested him in a fight a year prior. Yang Ruihin, equally astonished, thought to herself, "How has this boy become so unruly? Luo Feng, I was just looking for you to settle the score." Although Luo Feng had long since forgotten the incident, Yang Ruihin's striking beauty left an indelible impression on him, rekindling memories that made him uneasy. Over the past year he had not practiced much, and the bravado he once displayed had faded from his mind. However, he believed he had gained some experience from various brawls, and mustering his courage, he stepped forward.
Pointing at Yang Ruihan.
"I challenge you to a duel." "Ouch, my arm." Yang Ruihin, uninterested in idle banter, swiftly seized his wrist, applying pressure to his pulse point before twisting it. Fearing she might not apply enough force, she exerted greater strength. Luo Feng instantly succumbed to the pain, unable to resist, as his arm was wrenched behind him, causing him to cry out in agony. Yang Ruihin did not relent. She kicked at the back of his knee, forcing him to kneel. "So, will you continue to rob others?" she coldly inquired. The other mischievous children were swiftly subdued upon encountering their leader, frightened to the point of losing control, abandoning any sense of camaraderie in a hasty retreat. Poor Luo Feng was left all alone, crying out, "Oh dear! Let go! I won't rob anymore, I promise." Yang Ruihin pondered, how could such a young child have already resorted to theft? With a slight pressure of her hand, Luo Feng winced in pain, tears welling in his eyes as he pleaded, confessed his wrongs, made promises, and begged for mercy, prompting Yang Ruihin to finally release him. Once she dealt with Luo Feng, Yang Ruihin turned her attention to the still remaining Yichen, beckoning him closer. "How much did they take from you? If it's a meager sum, just $1.50, I would prefer to let it be. However, if it's substantial, I must inform the teacher." Yichen approached, his expression one of distress, his lips quivering as tears streamed down his face like pearls falling from a broken string. Yang Ruihin felt a surge of panic. She dreaded the sight of a child crying. In her flustered attempt to comfort him, her efforts only seemed to amplify his sobs. Overwhelmed by his grievances, he suddenly clung to her waist, burying his face in her chest and weeping uncontrollably. The boy was a full head shorter than Yang Ruihin, grasping her as though he were clutching the leg of an adult, unwilling to let go. After a considerable time, Yichen's cries subsided, leaving his face streaked with tears, yet he remained silent. This child was the sole heir of the Yi family, having been raised in a sheltered environment, and it was evident that he had been deeply frightened. "If anyone bullies you again, come find me. Understand?" Yang Ruihin said, her heart softening at his pitiful demeanor as she gently patted his head. "If you can't reach me in time, just run away." Even if you can't escape, don't show fear or cry, do you understand? And about your money, stop flaunting it. If they were unaware of your wealth, would they dare to rob you? As she spoke, Yang Ruihin found it rather amusing to coax the child, particularly as she observed Yi-chun nodding earnestly, resembling an endearing little pet. All right, go off and play. Having imparted her wisdom to Yi-chun, she sent him on his way. Deep down, she understood that when it came to being bullied, one must learn to stand firm. No amount of assistance from others would prove effective otherwise. As Yi-chun walked away, glancing back repeatedly while wiping his tears, he felt not only gratitude but also a lingering thought. Sister Ruihin truly smelled wonderful. Chapter 15. King of Fighters. Ever since that day when Luo Feng was thoroughly subdued, he ceased to trouble Yi-chun but instead turned his attention toward Yang Ruihin. Within a few days he swaggered into Yang Ruihin's classroom, puffing out his chest and hollering, "Yang Ruihin, I have found a master and learned some formidable techniques. Today, I have come to challenge you for revenge." His brazen demeanor suggested he believed himself to be the strongest in the world. However, when the confrontation commenced, the outcome was unmistakable. He was once again soundly defeated by Yang Ruihin. Yang Ruihin, naturally taller and longer-limbed, possessed an inherent advantage. Although her repertoire of techniques was limited, each move had been honed through practical experience, proving to be genuinely effective. Additionally, Yang Ruihin's maturity allowed her to outmatch Luo Feng, despite his youthful exuberance. With agility and decisiveness, she effortlessly subdued him, leaving Luo Feng no choice but to retreat in disgrace. Following this encounter, the classmates were reminded of Yang Ruihin's prowess as a martial arts expert, and their gazes towards her were tinged with an involuntary hint of respect. From that point onward, her words often held more weight than even those of the class monitor. It became clear to everyone that this seemingly delicate young girl possessed formidable abilities, rendering her someone who should not be trifled with. Thereafter, each day after school, Yang Ruihin would spot Yi-chun waiting eagerly at the classroom door. She surmised that this little fellow might have been intimidated by their previous encounter, his courage waning at the thought of potential confrontations along the way. Thus, she permitted them to walk together from the classroom to the school gate. Every day, Yi-chun was accompanied by his mother, Chun Indi, during his comings and goings. Consequently, Yang Ruihin and Chun Indi inevitably crossed paths. To Yang Ruihin's surprise, Chun Indi's demeanor towards her was exceptionally warm, reflecting on the past. Any minor grievances that may have existed had long since vanished with the passage of time. Now, Chun Indi exuded an air of affluence. With Yi Ligua's career flourishing, bolstered by her own efforts and connections, she had even acquired the title of a representative in the Qinzhou City People's Congress, elevating her social standing and economic prowess to unprecedented heights. Their family had acquired several properties, her wardrobe brimming with expensive garments, while her vanity table overflowed with high-end cosmetics and exquisite accessories. She meticulously adorned herself, radiating wealth and confidence, utterly satisfied with her current life, often reflecting on how wise it was to have supported Yi Ligua in his ventures. One day, Chun Indi grasped Yang Ruihin's hand and inquired with concern, "Ruihin, how are your parents doing? It has been years since I last saw them, and I often find myself thinking of them." Back in 2000, mobile phones had yet to become widespread, with Nokia devices ranging from over 1,000 to several thousand yuan, and most families still relying on landlines for communication. Yang Ruihin politely replied, "My parents are working away and haven't returned for several years. I now live with my grandfather." In truth, she was acutely aware that her parents would find it exceedingly difficult to return in the near future, unless her uncle were to be reassigned from Qinzhou, rendering the hope of reunion rather bleak. Upon hearing this, Chun Indi hastily said, By the way, please jot down my phone number and tell your mother that I miss her. Encourage her to call me when she has the time. I would also love to visit her." Yang Ruihin nodded and noted down the number. Thus, the two parties re-established contact, and Yang Ruihin ceased to worry about subsequent matters, continuing to live her life with ease. However, some things were beyond her control. On the 1st of October, during the National Day holiday, Qin Min and Chun Indi conferred and decided to visit the military camp where Qin Min was stationed for a few days, also resolving to bring Yang Ruihin and Yi Chun along. After some consideration, the elderly Yang patriarch consented. On the day of departure, for safety's sake, 2 guards were assigned to escort them, and their vehicle bore military district plates as they sped towards the military station of Chin Min dressed in her military uniform. Chin Min stood proudly at the entrance to greet them. Upon seeing her daughter, who had grown considerably, her heart swelled with joy as she embraced Yang Ruihin, showering her with affection and warmth. Subsequently, Chin Min took a leave of absence and led everyone to settle in a nearby hotel in Jingzhou for the night. During their 2 days in Jingzhou, the 2 women, along with the children, relished the rare leisure time. They visited the zoo and amusement park, with most of the expenses generously covered by Chen Yindi, who was quite lavish and unconcerned with the costs. On the 4th of October, they returned to Qinzhou, and Yang Ruihin resumed her studies. Days passed, and before long, the New Year's Day of 2001 approached. This marked the significant transition from the 20th to the 21st century. At 8 o'clock on the evening of December 31st, a grand New Year's Eve gala commenced, filling the television screen with a lively atmosphere, rivaling that of the New Year celebrations. The phrase "crossing the century" became a popular topic of conversation during that period. Meanwhile, the Yang family villa was filled with laughter and joy as relatives gathered together. However, Aunt Yang Mei, due to her work at the military academy in the city of Sijio, could not be present. Fortunately, she called in the evening and chatted with Yang Ruihin for quite a while, inquiring about her studies and life. Uncle Yang Tianqi's family was also present. His son, Yang Xian, would turn 15 after the new year and had already grown to a height of 1.60 meters, sporting a few soft hairs at the corners of his mouth, resembling a young adult. Among the 3rd generation of the Yang family, Yang Xian was the eldest, and he might one day assume a responsible role in the family, much like his father, Yang Tianqi. However, at present he was in a rebellious phase, heavily influenced by certain Hong Kong films, making friends at school and engaging in fights, displaying quite the unruly demeanor. Upon seeing Yang Ruihin, he pretended to be cool and tossed her a casual remark. "If anyone bullies you at school, just come find me. I'll take care of them." After saying this, he frolicked off to play by himself. Yang Ruihin watched him with a wry smile, choosing not to respond. In truth, she maintained a fair amount of interaction with her elder brother. During the summer and winter vacations, Yang Xian would occasionally stay at the villa for a few days. Her brother treated her well, yet their interests diverged significantly, leaving scant common ground for conversation. As midnight approached, the television began its countdown to the new year, and Yang Xian, brimming with excitement, pulled Yang Ruihin outside the villa. When the clock struck 12, the night sky erupted with a dazzling display of fireworks, transforming the darkness into a dreamlike spectacle. Despite the frigid weather, the lively atmosphere enveloped them in warmth. Yang Ruihin tilted her head upwards, mesmerized by the fireworks, her heart swirling with emotions as she silently contemplated the arrival of the 21st century, hoping that the days ahead would surely improve. Indeed, each winter held special significance for the Yang family. First, they celebrated the birthday of the venerable Yang Xing, followed closely by New Year's Day, and then Yang Ruihin's birthday during her winter break, culminating in the joyous reunion of the Spring Festival. Shortly after the New Year, they would also commemorate the matriarch's birthday. Hence, as winter set in, the household buzzed with activity, filled with an abundance of festivals, and the family reveled in happiness and joy. Time flew swiftly, and before long, spring arrived in 2001. Upon returning to school, Yang Ruihin was pleasantly surprised to discover that a new arcade had opened next to the school. Although arcades were beginning to decline in popularity, the classic game Three Kingdoms, released in 1999, had, perhaps, delayed their exit from the historical stage. Nevertheless, for middle and primary school students, the captivating fighting and adventure games in the arcade still possessed an irresistible allure. It was during her last life, just before entering junior high, that Yang Ruihin first encountered an arcade. She recalled how internet cafes were already quite prevalent, yet the nearby arcades thrived with business. Some students frequented the arcades purely for the thrill and enjoyment that games provided. By the time she reached the 3rd year of junior high, her classmates had grown quite familiar with the arcades. When funds were low, they would gather in groups to solicit tokens from each other, a practice that, while termed as asking, bore a striking resemblance to theft. On one occasion, this led to a scuffle with others, resulting in the entire school being notified of the incident and Yang Ruihin receiving a formal reprimand. Reflecting on that time now, she found it both ridiculous and unforgettable. With the new arcade opening next to the school, Yang Ruihin could hardly let this rare opportunity for entertainment slip by. The night before, she approached her grandparents, employing her charm. "Grandpa, Grandma, I won TB home for lunch tomorrow. I'll just grab something to eat at school and can sleep in a bit longer." Upon hearing her reasoning, the elderly couple deemed her argument valid, recognizing that the round trip would consume considerable time, thus allowing her to rest well at school. Naturally, this leniency stemmed from her good academic performance and her generally well-behaved nature, devoid of any negative records. Otherwise, they might have been less inclined to agree. The next day, after school, Yang Ruihin met Yi-chun at the small shop. Both could hardly contain their excitement, eagerly announcing in unison that they were fully prepared and ready to set off for the arcade. Yi-chen's emotions were particularly heightened, for this was his first time sneaking out without his family's knowledge to indulge in such a novel experience. His heart raced with a blend of exhilaration and trepidation, yet predominantly, he was overwhelmed with uncontainable excitement. Recently, his classmates had been fervently discussing the games in the arcade, detailing how Zhuge in Three Kingdoms, the Battle of the Ages could summon the winds and rain, and how Iori Yagami in the King of Fighters 97 unleashed spectacular moves. Such descriptions ignited a longing within Yi-chun, who could hardly wait to immerse himself in the experience. After casually purchasing some snacks from a nearby shop, the two set off with eager anticipation towards the fabled arcade. Upon entering, the dim and humid atmosphere, coupled with the cacophony of various exclamations, instantly transported Yang Ruihin back to her youth in a past life, evoking a sense of familiarity and warmth. However, the pervasive haze of smoke, thick and pungent from the cigarettes of the middle and high school students, was somewhat discomforting. They acquired a handful of game tokens, and Yi-chun, like an inquisitive child, trailed closely behind Yang Ruihin, his eyes darting about in awe at the sights before him. Yang Ruihin surveyed the modest space, which housed the King of Fighters 97, the King of Fighters 98, a 4-player Three Kingdoms, the Battle of the Ages alongside 3 fruit machines and 2 horse racing games. Aside from these, no other entertainment devices were present. Just then, she noticed that there was only one person playing the King of Fighters 97, and her eyes lit up with excitement as she approached without hesitation. Though her stature belied her youthfulness, a girl appearing in such an establishment was rather unexpected. The player glanced at her and moved aside without uttering a word. Yang Ruihin inserted a token, pressed the 2P reset button, and the screen promptly transitioned to the character selection interface. Gripping the joystick tightly, her heart swelled with joy. After so many years of yearning, she finally had a worthy recreational activity, and she felt as though she might burst with anticipation. In the King of Fighters 97, Iori Yagami, Goro Daimon, and Chun Guohan, commonly referred to as Big Pig, were all formidable characters. Although Yang Ruihin was merely a novice in this game, her experience in the King of Fighters 2002 was commendable, and coincidentally, these 3 characters were also featured in that installment, so she was somewhat familiar with their movesets. Her opponent selected Athena, Iori Yagami, and Robert, a decent combination, yet their skills were woefully inadequate. They could only execute simple 3-hit combos consisting of a kick, a sweep, and a projectile, and when they accumulated energy, they haphazardly unleashed their special moves with little strategy. As the match commenced, Iori Yagami led the charge. While Yang Ruihin could not rival the online gaming platform's masters, she had practiced diligently. During her university days, with a computer at her disposal, she engaged in daily battles with her roommates, accumulating a wealth of experience. At the start, her opponent attempted a heavy kick by jumping in, only to be effortlessly thwarted by Yang Ruihin's rising dragon punch, sending them crashing to the ground. Subsequently, when her opponent unleashed 2 ground waves, Yang Ruihin skillfully blocked both. She surged forward to close the distance, but her 7 CD combo was countered. As she landed, her follow-up CD was also defended against, prompting her to swiftly push her opponent back with a ground wave. At this moment, her opponent had been driven to the brink, and what followed was Yang Ruihin's relentless onslaught. With a nimble leap, she unleashed a powerful strike, landing a successful low hit with 2B, subsequently chaining into B, 6C, and then executing the exquisite Aoi Hana 3 styles. The prowess of the character, Iori Yagami, was vividly showcased through her deft maneuvers. Once she built up her energy, she once again employed 2B for a low attack, followed by 2 swift strikes with B and 6A, culminating in a flawless execution of the Yatagarasu, leading to her opponent's KO. The ensuing matches were overwhelmingly one-sided, as Yang Ruihin activated her frenzied corner pressure strategy, rendering her adversary utterly helpless against the wall. In truth, the ability to discern whether someone is adept at the King of Fighters 97 hinges on the fluidity of their execution, and it was evident that Yang Ruihin's skills were commendable within this modest arcade. Her attacks were precise, and her pressure tactics were remarkably strategic. Aoi Yagami, a character of immense popularity with a plethora of dedicated players, was skillfully wielded by Yang Ruihin, quickly drawing a crowd of onlookers. The captivating nature of Iori's pressure techniques, combined with his striking appearance and unique abilities, rendered the spectacle utterly mesmerizing. Over the course of a single afternoon, Yang Ruihin decisively triumphed over a dozen challengers, filling her heart with exhilaration, longing to shout to the heavens and express her elation and excitement. Fortunately, being a girl spared her from the potential jealousy and provocations that might arise if a boy were to dominate the arcade in such a manner, perhaps even leading to confrontation. Chapter 16. The Thief Luofeng and the Pitiful Boss Sister Ruihin. You are truly magnificent. Amongst so many people, none could match your prowess. As Yi-chun exuberantly gestured along the way back to school, he was animated, as if it were he, not Yang Ruihin, who had just triumphed in the arcade, particularly relishing that stunning move. With a swift motion, a flash of brilliance illuminated the air, followed by an array of whimsical sounds. As he spoke, he mimicked various fantastical sound effects while imitating the classic moves of Kyo Kusanagi and Mai Shiranui with great flair, his youthful exuberance evoking smiles from all who beheld him. Yang Ruihin's lips curled into a smile as she hummed a cheerful melody, her spirits soaring. She mused that if only the King of Fighters 2002 were available now, it would be even more perfect, surely amplifying the enjoyment. Reflecting on her university days in her previous life, when the internet would be cut off promptly at 9 each night in the dormitory, she recalled how, devoid of connectivity, her roommates would engage in fierce battles in the King of Fighters, a pastime that lasted 4 years. During the daylight hours, they often convened for intense matches, with students from the neighboring dorm occasionally joining in. The electric atmosphere was a testament to the unique allure of fighting games. Back then, Yang Ruihin stumbled upon a video showcasing a series of devastating combos capable of obliterating most characters in the King of Fighters 2002. The dazzling techniques, involving intricate timing and canceling into powerful finishers, captivated her instantly. Subsequently, she dedicated herself to relentless practice, mastering several formidable combos, including Kyo's 28-hit sequence, Angel's infinite chain, and some oppressive tactics of the powerful character Kim. She became adept with 6 or 7 characters, playing them with remarkable ease. Alas, the King of Fighters 2002 would not be released until the following year, and she could only eagerly anticipate showcasing her skills in various arcades, vanquishing her opponents with flair. In the days that followed, with newfound free time during lunch, Yang Ruihin dove into the arcade scene. After growing weary of the King of Fighters 97, she turned her attention to 3 Kingdoms, Battle Chronicles. Initially, her performance was rather mediocre. Selecting Zhao Yun, she often struggled to surpass the first boss, Sun Ji, losing her first life in the process. However, she remained undeterred, believing that her skills could be honed over time. On fortunate occasions, she encountered seasoned players adept at using Zhuge Liang, who guided her through levels, allowing her to pick up on strategies. Thankfully, in this arcade, most of the students from her elementary school were in grades 4 or 5, and for the time being, no one recognized her. Time flew by, and soon the 7-day holiday for Labor Day arrived. Trapped in the villa without a suitable excuse to venture out, she transitioned from daily arcade visits to a state of confinement, feeling immensely stifled. Once the holiday concluded, she eagerly rushed to the arcade at noon, immersing herself in the King of Fighters 97. Just as she became engrossed in her game, Yi-chun gently tapped her shoulder and pointed in a direction. Following his gesture, Yang Ruihin's gaze fell upon a familiar face, Luofeng. Upon spotting Yang Ruihin, Luo Feng's demeanor became somewhat awkward, for he had arrived alone. However, the impressive display of her skills in playing the King of Fighters 97 compelled him to steal a few glances, which ultimately caught the attention of Yi Chun. Yang Ruihin paid him no mind and continued engrossed in her game. In the following 2 afternoons, they encountered Luo Feng at the arcade, who appeared to have become enamored with the horse racing machine, gravitating towards it each day upon arrival. One day, after a brief stint playing 3 Kingdoms, Battle Chronicles, Yang Ruihin found herself out of lives and, with no expert to guide her, decided to try her luck at the horse racing machine before heading to school. The arcade was teeming with patrons, the space exceedingly cramped, as people jostled for room. After much maneuvering, she finally squeezed beside the horse racing machine, only to find Luo Feng squatted there, his posture rather comical. "Hey, which one are you betting on?" Yang Ruihin approached and playfully tapped him on the shoulder, startling him to the point where he hastily shoved his right hand into his pocket. In that fleeting moment, a glint of silver caught her eye. She discerned it to be a round-headed key, resembling those used for the locks of road racing bicycles. Instinctively, she peeked beneath the horse racing machine and noticed a matching round hole, presumably the compartment for storing game tokens. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she leaned closer to Luo Feng and whispered, "Are you planning to steal the tokens? Can you unlock it?" Caught in the act of harboring dubious intentions, Luo Feng's face flushed crimson as he stammered an explanation. "I haven't tried yet. I just inserted it when you showed up." Inwardly, Yang Ruihin mused about his audacity. If he could indeed unlock that small door, acquiring a handful of game tokens, perhaps 70 or 80, would be a trivial endeavor. With a touch more boldness, and without fear of suspicion, he might even procure several hundred tokens. The boy truly possessed a knack for mischief. Regaining her composure, she inserted a few tokens, feigning nonchalance as she remarked, "Go ahead and give it a try. I'll keep watch." Encouraged by her tacit approval, Luo Feng resumed his tinkering. Before long, he leapt to his feet in exhilaration, trembling with excitement as he whispered, "No way, it really works." Yang Ruihin replied, "All right, let's plan to do this tomorrow afternoon. Just remember to share the spoils with me." Such escapades indeed required 2 accomplices for effective cover. Moreover, since the tokens would ultimately be Luo Feng's acquisition, it bore little relevance to her. Luo Feng, who came from a modest background and often pondered ways to earn pocket money, hesitated momentarily before acquiescing. "Okay, but you mustn't tell anyone. Keep this a secret." Thus, the following day, Yang Ruihin and the others convened at the arcade entrance, and after a brief discussion, they officially embarked on their scheme. The May weather was pleasantly mild, and all 3 donned jackets that served to conceal their activities. They initially spent $5 on tokens. The proprietor was stationed a fair distance from the horse racing machine, and amidst the bustling crowd, the likelihood of being discovered was exceedingly low. Beside her, Yi Chun and Luo Feng were as exuberant as 2 playful monkeys. Observing them, Yang Ruihin cast a resigned glare and softly admonished, "Stay calm. Maintain your composure." Subsequently, the trio approached the gambling machine. As soon as the player currently engaged in the game lost all their coins and departed, the 3 young ones immediately surrounded the machine. Luo Feng stood in the center, flanked by Yang Ruihin and Yi Chun on either side, both incessantly inserting coins while discreetly pocketing the tokens beneath. Luo Feng was rather ruthless in his approach, and before long, their pockets were nearly brimming. Once they estimated that the coins within were dwindling, they decided to cease their endeavors. The entire process was both thrilling and intense, with intermittent players attempting to approach the gambling machine. Seeing that the trio showed no intention of yielding, they were compelled to shift to a nearby machine. To avoid detection, the 3 moved with utmost caution, fearful that the clinking of coins would betray their actions. After securely locking the small door below, they hastily made their exit, fully aware that exchanging too many coins at once would attract undue attention. The plan had been devised by Yang Ruihin and was relatively well thought out. Once outside, they found a secluded corner to begin counting their spoils. 5 tokens converted to a single yuan, and they stuffed their jackets and pants pockets to the brim. After tallying their gains, they were astonished to discover a total of over 330 yuan in game tokens. According to their prearranged distribution, Yi Chun and Yang Ruihin each received nearly 80 yuan in tokens, while Luo Feng himself possessed an astonishing 160 yuan worth, an amount he had never encountered before, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. When shall we exchange the tokens for cash? Luo Feng thought, burning with impatience, eager to convert the tokens into money and indulge his desires. Yang Ruihin shook her head and patiently explained, we must not rush. Let us exchange a bit each day, and after half a month we shall do it again. This proposal received unanimous agreement. In truth, Yi Chun had always been compliant to Yang Ruihin's suggestions, rarely voicing his own opinions. Thus, over the course of half a month, they finally managed to convert the over 300 yuan in game tokens into cash. During that period, Luo Feng was undeniably elated, earning over 10 yuan daily, enjoying delectable meals, and solidifying his bond with Yang Ruihin and Yi Chun, as they became an inseparable trio, spending every afternoon together. By the end of May, the three set out again. This time, they managed to acquire just over 200 yuan in game tokens, yet they exchanged them within a week. The success of their previous endeavors further strengthened their camaraderie, and they swiftly agreed upon a schedule for their third operation. By mid-June, the weather had begun to warm, with everyone shedding their outer garments, and the arcade became sweltering, causing one to sweat profusely after a short while. However, this time, it seemed as though their luck had run out. The arcade owner noticed that the gambling machine was inexplicably short on coins, which was highly unusual, especially since there were no reports of anyone winning substantial prizes. Where had all those game tokens vanished? The owner quickly identified the three young students as prime suspects, having frequently exchanged tokens for cash and seemingly possessing an uncanny ability to win. On that day, the trio arrived at the arcade as usual, congregating around the gambling machine, their furtive behavior drawing the owner's attention. Feeling a surge of concern, the owner thought to himself, I must go take a closer look. Yang Ruihin sensed her boss's lingering gaze, an unsettling feeling creeping into her heart. As she noticed him approaching, a sense of foreboding washed over her, prompting her to urgently whisper, the boss is coming. We must prepare to retreat. They had previously devised a swift escape plan, securely locking the cabinet doors and then making a hasty exit, straightforward and efficient. The experiences from their earlier escapades proved invaluable as Luo Feng swiftly secured the small door below and extracted the key. The trio turned to leave, deliberately avoiding eye contact with their boss. Heads bowed and footsteps hurried as they made their way out. Their guilty demeanor was evident, even to the most oblivious onlookers. As they passed by him, the boss could distinctly hear the clinking of coins jingling in their pockets. You three, halt! The boss's furious shout instantly captured the attention of everyone in the arcade. Upon hearing the roar, Yang Ruihin and her companions bolted. With their pockets laden with coins and their frantic pace, they scattered the game tokens in their wake. Realizing the situation, the boss wasted no time in pursuit. As an adult, his speed naturally surpassed that of the three children. Aware of this, Yang Ruihin acted swiftly, requesting the key from Luo Feng. With a determined flick of her wrist, she hurled the key to the side, simultaneously tossing handfuls of coins behind her as they ran. The boss, indeed, fell for the ruse, compelled to retrieve the key, for with so many witnesses in the arcade, leaving it behind would mean someone else would claim it. Few of the patrons were honest, and he knew he would never see the key again. With the gambling machine compromised, having already lost money, he could not afford to lose the machine itself. Moreover, the children were scattering coins as they fled. He had no idea how much money was now strewn across the floor, and every coin mattered. Adding to his distress, the money box remained unattended in the drawer. By the time the boss picked up the key, Yang Ruihin and her friends had already covered a distance of over 50 meters. As they ran, they even stuck their tongues out at him, infuriating the boss further. In a fit of frustration, he grabbed 2 stones and hurled them in their direction, but his aim faltered. With no other option, he dashed back to the arcade to inspect the money box. Although it remained intact, the coin compartment was evidently missing a layer of coins. It was clear that theft had occurred. Who knows those 3 little rascals? Tell me their names and where they go to school, and I will ensure they play here for free in the future. The boss seethed with determination, vowing to reclaim his dignity. Yet, the arcade remained eerily silent, with no one speaking up, for none knew the identities of the mischievous children. Chapter 17 Daily Life on the Roadside. Yang Ruihin, Luo Feng, and Yi Chun sat in a row, gasping for breath, their chests heaving violently. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, trickled down their cheeks, remnants of their recent, adrenaline-fueled escape still lingering in their minds. This place is off-limits now. I'll search for the keys again and see if I can try somewhere else, Luo Feng said, his face a picture of frustration, determination glinting in his eyes as he fixated on the ground, as though he could unearth the key to a new fortune from it. For him, the sudden severance of this easy money-making avenue was an unbearable blow. The gaming currency that had seemed so effortlessly attainable now felt like wealth that had vanished before his very eyes, leaving him unable to let go. Ichin, on the other hand, wore an expression of indifference. Coming from a privileged background, his involvement in this coin-stealing escapade was purely driven by novelty and amusement. Money had never posed a concern for him. In contrast, Yang Ruihin was genuinely averse to further risk. With a furrowed brow and a grave demeanor, she cautioned, "Are you still planning to pursue this? Today was perilous. If we got caught, it would all be over. From now on, let us just find a legitimate arcade and play games properly." To her, their fortunate escape today was a sign of divine favor, and it would be unwise to entertain fantasies of flirting with danger again. "If I manage to get the keys, then you decide whether to help me." Over time, the three had formed a bond as close as that of brothers, and Luo Feng was reluctant to abandon his companions for solo ventures. He firmly believed that with these two allies by his side, there remained a glimmer of hope for future opportunities to earn money. "Let us talk when you get them," Yang Ruihin replied with a resigned shake of her head, aware that this endeavor hinged solely on luck. The success of unlocking the gambling machine had been a stroke of fortuitous chance, and such luck could not be relied upon repeatedly. It was wise to extinguish the notion of such reckless pursuits. As anticipated, in the days that followed, Luo Feng became obsessed, fervently searching for keys. He squandered all the hard-earned money he had saved up on locksmith services, wandering through streets and alleys in search of a solution. However, reality dealt him one harsh blow after another. No matter how he tried or how many avenues he explored, he could not find a key that would unlock the gambling machine. Eventually, with his finances depleted and hope extinguished, he had no choice but to abandon his quest and sulk alongside Yichun. Devoid of the allure of the arcade, Yang Ruihin returned to her tranquil routine of reading novels. The only arcade near their school had shut down due to their coin-stealing escapade, and there were no other suitable venues in the vicinity. In this moment, regret washed over her, and she muttered to herself, "Why did I get involved in this in the first place? Now look, there's nowhere left to play." Time flew by and soon summer vacation arrived. After the break, they would advance to the 3rd grade, and their academic life would embrace new changes, with English being added to the curriculum. In her previous life, Yang Ruihin had taken the IELTS, and her score of 6 was a source of pride. Thus, facing elementary school English was a breeze for her. She could effortlessly achieve full marks even with her eyes closed. As the new academic term commenced, the once inseparable trio reunited. This gathering was primarily orchestrated by Yang Ruihin, who tasked Luo Feng with locating the nearest arcade to their school during the holiday, hoping for some delightful midday escapades. However, the outcome was disappointingly lackluster. Given that this area was predominantly elementary school territory, most businesses, considering customer flow and profitability, opted to establish gaming halls near middle schools, rendering it unprofitable to open such establishments nearby. Thus, even upon discovering the closest arcade, it required a 20-minute walk, leaving little time for leisure during the lunch break. Spending a significant portion of their time traversing the distance simply did not seem worthwhile. Nevertheless, Yichun and Luo Feng remained exuberant, eagerly exclaiming their desire to play, confidently asserting that they could merely walk faster to enjoy at least half an hour of gaming. The allure of games was irresistibly potent for them. Yang Ruihin recalled her own fervent enthusiasm during her high school and middle school days, when she would rush to internet cafes during lunch breaks, even more passionately than the two of them now. Yet, her perspective had since transformed. She found herself disinterested in the hustle for gaming. After all, she possessed the class key, allowing her to enjoy a modest meal before returning to an empty classroom during lunch, where the silence was so profound one could hear a pin drop. If she wished to sleep, she could, and if not, she could indulge in novels, all without having to hastily navigate the streets under the scorching sun, perspiring from the exertion of reaching an arcade. In her view, this choice was the epitome of comfort and wisdom. Thus, the trio continued to live according to their preferences. Yi-chun, enamored with gaming and well-off, frequently treated Luo Feng to meals and gaming sessions, solidifying their bond as they became inseparable companions. Time quietly slipped by amidst their busy lives, and before they knew it, winter arrived, with the festive atmosphere of the new year growing ever more pronounced. As in previous years, they followed the customary rituals for the holiday. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, with sunlight bathing the earth, Yi-chen's family visited the Yang family's villa. Upon seeing Yang Ruihin, Yi-chen eagerly pulled out his phone to show off. It was a Motorola V60, a silver-gray flip phone, pristine and polished, clearly cherished by its owner. With a beaming face, Yi-chun proclaimed it a New Year gift. It was evident that with their newfound wealth, Yi-chen's mother had become increasingly indulgent, generously providing him with pocket money and acquiring any electronic device that was deemed useful. However, had it been a smartphone, Yang Ruihin might have found it somewhat intriguing. Yet, this mere communication tool, devoid of games, failed to pique her interest. It was, in her eyes, merely a device for making calls. Naturally, with a communication tool in hand, entertainment products were not far behind. Shortly thereafter, Yi-chun, as if performing a magic trick, produced a handheld gaming console. Although such devices had existed for quite some time, parents rarely purchased such entertainment gadgets for their children. Yi-chen's model lacked a color screen, and the games it contained were quite simple, featuring only classics like Tetris and Snake. Nonetheless, Yi-chun was utterly enamored with this diminutive gaming device, carrying it to school daily after the term commenced, and indulging in brief sessions of play during breaks. This small gaming console possesses an enchanting allure, consistently drawing a curious crowd of classmates whose eyes brim with envy as they eagerly line up for their turn, yearning to play a few rounds. It is through this handheld gaming device that Yi-chun gradually emerged as a prominent figure in the second grade. Wherever he went, a flock of admirers trailed behind him, their aspirations directed at the console in his hands. Furthermore, his close friendship with Luo Feng from the fourth grade fortified his standing, rendering him impervious to bullying within the school. He had even attained a semblance of status in the classroom, no longer the timid child who once sobbed in the corner after being robbed. However, despite Yi-chen's newfound popularity, his bond with Yang Ruihin remained steadfast, as did Luo Feng's. The two often frequented the arcade during lunch breaks, but when fatigue set in, they would meander over to Yang Ruihin's side, occasionally even napping there. Their curiosity about the novels Yang Ruihin read was palpable. One afternoon, unable to resist, Luo Feng decided to discover what captivated Yang Ruihin so deeply that she read them daily. Yet, he struggled to differentiate between novels and textbooks, and his limited vocabulary hindered his comprehension of the lengthy names of foreign characters within the stories. After only a few pages, he found himself overwhelmed, unable to immerse in the narrative, and reluctantly set the book aside. Occasionally, Yang Ruihin would join them at the arcade, primarily to engage with the King of Fighters 2002, which had recently made its debut in many gaming establishments. However, since the game had only recently arrived, most players exhibited little skill, and unlike the previous version, merely moving did not yield energy. Consequently, every time she played, Yang Ruihin found herself dominating her opponents with ease. After several visits, she grew bored and reverted to her novels. One summer morning, before the sun had begun to blaze, Yang Ruihin returned from a morning jog with her grandfather, stretching in the backyard of their villa, now standing just over 1.4 meters tall and clad in a white tracksuit with a high ponytail. She radiated youthful vitality, convincing even those who saw her that she was a middle school student. Over the years, her commitment to exercise had elevated her standards for flexibility, and she often engaged in various stretching routines. At that moment, she placed her foot on a small tree, her toes and the crown of her head forming a nearly horizontal line. She had practiced enough to execute a split effortlessly, which surprised even herself. Beside her, her grandfather was also stretching, twisting his waist and extending his legs, appearing quite spry. Suddenly, he spoke. "Your mother called last night and mentioned she has some time this morning for a video chat." Yang Ruihin's immediate reaction was astonishment, Had QQ actually introduced video functionality? Time certainly flew, she mused, realizing that the decline of arcades had occurred within the last 2 years, giving way to the era of internet cafes and online gaming. She hurriedly took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and made her way to the study to power up the computer. The computer's operating system has been updated to XP. The old gentleman, while logging into his renamed QQ, proudly proclaimed, "From now on, this device is an indispensable high-tech product for both work and study." Young Ruihin found this amusing, yet she played along, responding with agreeable murmurs. After years of companionship, she shared a deep bond with her father and could not bear to dampen his enthusiasm. As she opened the video call and adjusted the camera, her mother's face soon appeared on the screen. To be honest, there was a noticeable change. She had aged somewhat. Yang Ruihin had traversed time for over 4 years, and her memories held onto her mother's visage from the winter of 1997, when her mother was still a youthful woman in her prime. Now, however, the passage of time had etched some marks upon her face. "Mom, why have you become so unattractive?" Yang Ruihin jested, plopping herself onto the chair without reservation. Her rapport with her mother had always been casual, devoid of any formalities. Before her mother could lament the passage of time, she was caught off guard by this remark, eliciting both laughter and exasperation. "Oh, so you think you're the beauty? You have double eyelids on your backside." Soon after, her mother began to inquire about Yang Ruihin's academic and living conditions, with particular emphasis on her health, followed closely by her academic performance. "Your grandfather says you've grown quite tall. Stand up so I can see." "Yes, adjust the camera. Stand straight now, TSK. Can't really tell." Her mother directed from the other side of the video, her eyes filled with concern. Yang Ruihin sighed and replied, "I'm currently 1.40 meters. You'll see when you come back, I might even be taller by then." 1.40 meters? Her mother nodded, a satisfied expression lighting up her face. "That's acceptable, quite similar to how I was at your age. With some exercise, you may even surpass me." It's worth noting that her mother stood at a height of 1.70 meters, and in high heels, towered over many men, making her a striking figure among women of her era. "And your grades? How's your studying going? If you're busy, you can cut back on those extracurricular readings." Her mother's concern for her daughter's education resurfaced. "Cut back?" Yang Ruihin chuckled inwardly. She couldn't even recall the names of her 3 main subject teachers, and she had never been called upon in class. Parent-teacher meetings felt like holidays to her. "I know, I've always been in the top 10 of the school." In reality, she consistently ranked first, though she felt it was inappropriate to always take the top spot, occasionally allowing herself to slip a few times, yet never falling below the top 5. "That's good, you must not neglect your studies. Your father misses you too. We've discussed it and decided to return home for the new year. How about that, my dear? Exciting, isn't it?" Her mother spoke with a hint of nostalgia, acknowledging that it had been over 3 years since her father had last returned home. Yang Ruihin paused momentarily upon hearing this. If her mother hadn't mentioned it, she might have forgotten about her absent father altogether. Calculating the time, she realized she hadn't seen him since mid-1998, and his image had begun to fade from her memory. If he comes back, then so be it. After all, he won't stay for long. These are her innermost thoughts. At most, she would merely have to endure for a couple of days, but unfortunately, it slipped out inadvertently. "Child, how could you speak like that?" her mother remarked with displeasure. In the years since Yang Ruihin's departure, the bond between her parents had strengthened considerably. "He is your father. Do you not think of him at all? With all your thoughts focused solely on yourself, how can you spare a thought for him?" Yang Ruihin chuckled, attempting to deflect the conversation with humor. As expected, her mother took the bait and playfully scolded, "You little rascal. Where did you learn such mischievousness? All right, I must go now. I have to head to work." Chapter 18. Model aircraft. As September ushered in the new academic year, Yang Ruihin advanced to the 4th grade, seamlessly integrating into the ranks of the older students, effectively stepping into the school's elite circle. During elementary school, students in the 4th and 5th grades tend to exhibit heightened energy, gradually encountering complex notions such as social dynamics and early romance. Some children, believing themselves to be distinct from their peers, began to imitate behaviors they perceived as impressive, such as smoking, swearing, and fighting, endeavoring to assert their uniqueness. Yang Ruihan's life remained steadfastly routine, while Luo Feng, now in the 5th grade, stood on the brink of middle school. Influenced by their surroundings and the depictions of brotherhood in various films, he and Yi-chan began to dabble in the realm of rebellious youth. Their actions were undeniably immature. They pooled their resources, with Yi-chan contributing the majority, to purchase some expensive cigarettes and ventured to a billiard hall near the 12th middle school to seek out a big brother. Yang Ruihan regarded this endeavor with disdain, bluntly asserting that such actions were utterly pointless. The individuals they sought would not offer assistance. Instead, they might exploit them further. She urged Luo Feng to reconsider his efforts. However, Luo Feng remained obstinate, convinced that expanding one's social circle would ultimately prove beneficial. He believed this was preparation for middle school life, boasting that if he established himself well, he would support Yang Ruihan and Yi-chan when they transitioned to middle school. Yi-chan, too, influenced by the camaraderie portrayed in Hong Kong films, began to exhibit a brash demeanor while accompanying Luo Feng, even engaging in minor skirmishes, though these conflicts were limited in scale, typically involving only a handful of participants. Yang Ruihan held no interest in these trivial altercations, perceiving involvement as akin to bullying younger students, starkly contrasting with her earlier lessons for Luo Feng. On her birthday, Yang Ruihan received a delightful surprise, a Samsung YP700S MP3 player, boasting a storage capacity of 64 megabytes, which was considerable at the time and valued at over 1,000 yuan. Undeniably a premium product. Yang Xing, her father, taught her how to use the computer to download songs, demonstrating his adeptness with technology. Curious about the popular songs of 2002, Yang Ruihan seized the opportunity to explore music charts while her father was away, discovering numerous classic songs that evoked fond memories. As her birthday faded into the past, the new year approached. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Yang Tianxi and his wife finally returned. Upon their reunion, a palpable sense of unfamiliarity enveloped the air as father and daughter locked eyes. The passage of years had visibly aged Yang Tianxi. His skin had darkened, and the pressures of life etched deep lines upon his visage. In stark contrast, Yang Ruihan had undergone a remarkable transformation, having grown significantly since her last video call with Qin Min 6 months prior. On this day, dressed in a white down jacket and adorned with a scarf, she carried herself with a maturity that belied her years. The two maintained their gaze for several moments, neither willing to break the silence. Yang Tianxi recalled that when he had departed, Yang Ruihan was merely a sweet-voiced child, now blossoming into a graceful young lady. What struck him even more was the gaze of Yang Ruihan. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. In those fleeting seconds of eye contact, apart from the initial surprise stemming from his changed appearance, he discerned no hint of joy or confusion in his daughter's eyes. Her expression was as indifferent as that of a stranger with whom one has no connection, even carrying a subtle hint of aversion. A wave of bitterness washed over Yang Tianxi as he turned to retrieve a large box from the car and presented it to Yang Ruihan. Here, this is a toy your mother insisted on buying for you, a fixed-wing model aircraft. She said it would help enhance your manual skills. Originally, he and Qin Min had agreed that this would be a gift from him to his daughter, a means to bridge the gap in their father-daughter relationship. Yet, when the moment arose, Yang Tianxi could not bring himself to speak as planned. Qin Min discreetly pinched him in frustration and reproach. "Thank you, Dad," Yang Ruihan replied curtly as she accepted the box. In her heart, she had never truly regarded Yang Tianxi as a father. All she wished for at that moment was to endure these few days until he departed, allowing her life to return to its tranquil state. The sight of this neglectful father inexplicably reminded her of her father in her past life, who had also been somewhat stern and enjoyed lecturing her, expressing his unspoken paternal love through actions. Upon returning to the villa, Yang Tianxi engaged in conversation with the elder and his older brother about matters outside, without making any effort to communicate with Yang Ruihan, which provided her with a sense of relief. Observing this, Qin Min approached her, encouraging her to take the initiative to converse with Yang Tianxi about her studies and life, aiming to strengthen their bond. However, Yang Ruihan feigned disinterest, pretending to be engrossed in the model aircraft, and later donned her MP3 headphones, appearing to be completely absorbed. Qin Min shook his head, attributing her behavior to mere playfulness. Surprisingly, as she delved deeper into the model, Yang Ruihin found it quite fascinating. Initially, she believed it to be just an ordinary airplane model, only to later realize her ignorance. This was a genuine flying model aircraft. Through her research, she learned that an airplane model is simply a scaled-down version of a real aircraft that cannot fly, while a model aircraft not only soars into the sky but can also perform various maneuvers through remote control. Furthermore, there exists a fundamental distinction between model aircraft and remote-controlled planes. The latter are classified as drones, equipped with radio devices for remote navigation and flight control systems, allowing for autonomous flight according to preset programs. In contrast, model aircraft lack a flight control system and must be operated manually, focusing more on realistic appearance and graceful flight posture, with a relatively lower technical complexity than drones. In simple terms, removing the flight control from a drone transforms it into a model aircraft and vice versa. Following the assembly instructions, Yang Ruihin dedicated over 2 hours to completing the construction of the model aircraft. Even with no prior knowledge of aviation, she found the assembly straightforward. Once completed, she eagerly rushed outside to test fly it, feeling quite pleased with the result. At that moment, prompted by Qin Min, Yang Tianxi stepped out, hoping to bond with his daughter. However, when faced with Yang Ruihin, he found himself at a loss for words. This daughter, who had transformed so profoundly from her childhood to now, left him utterly unaware of her character, daily activities, and interests. It was as if an invisible wall stood between them. "How are your academic results?" Yang Tianxi asked, his tone stiff and awkward, discomfort churning within him. "They're decent, consistently in the top 10 of the school. I shouldn't have any issues with entering junior high," Yang Ruihin replied earnestly, despite feeling a similar awkwardness. "Oh, no one bullies you at school, right?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang Tianxi wished he could slap himself for asking such a foolish question. Yang Ruihin turned to him in surprise, saying, "I learned a few moves from Grandpa. I believe I mentioned it before. In one-on-one confrontations, I essentially have no rivals." Her reminder sparked a recollection in Yang Tianxi, who had indeed heard her mention it before but had dismissed it from his mind. Thus, their conversation ended on an uncomfortable note. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Qin Min and Yang Tianxi took Yang Ruihin to visit Yi Chen's home. Throughout the journey, it was primarily Qin Min and Yang Ruihin engaging in conversation, while Yang Tianxi trailed behind like a silent bodyguard. After leaving Yi Chen's home, they meandered through the city, yet the father and daughter still failed to communicate meaningfully, leaving their relationship stagnant. Upon returning to the villa, Qin Min vented her frustrations at Yang Tianxi, berating him for his timidity in speaking with his own daughter, deeming him pathetically weak. She felt that this could not continue. Their relationship needed to be nurtured, and she proposed bringing Yang Ruihin to live with them to foster emotional ties. Having noticed that Yang Ruihin was not particularly close to her either. However, Yang Tianxi rejected this suggestion, believing that the existing distance between them would only exacerbate if they were compelled to bond, potentially fostering a sense of rebellion in Yang Ruihin. Moreover, he felt that their current living situation was beneficial for her independence, and more importantly, he did not wish to exploit privileges. Having chosen his career path, he believed one must accept the accompanying responsibilities. The following day, Qin Min tentatively inquired about Yang Ruihin's thoughts, and predictably, Yang Ruihin declined to leave with them, stating that she had grown accustomed to living with Yang Xing. She ultimately used her studies as a justification, successfully dissuading Qin Min from pursuing the idea further. On the afternoon of the second day of the Lunar New Year, Yang Tianxi and his wife departed due to work commitments, unable to linger any longer. Yang Ruihin's life returned to its tranquil state, and after this interaction, she found herself suddenly captivated by model aircraft. The model aircraft purchased by Yang Tianxi did not quite appeal to her aesthetic preferences. She yearned for a sleek fighter jet design but was reluctant to spend her hard-earned pocket money on a ready-made model. Thus, a bold idea blossomed in her mind: to modify the aircraft's appearance herself, retaining the original components, designing the exterior according to her vision, and relocating the engine and other parts. Wouldn't that be a remarkable achievement? This thought filled her with exhilaration, as she anticipated the joy of both creating and researching. Consequently, She scoured the internet for information and ultimately selected KT foam board as the material for the fuselage, naturally intending to design its shape to reflect her vision of a supremely cool fighter jet. Chapter 19. Upgrading the model aircraft. Young Ruihan gazed at the pristine KT board in her hands, her heart brimming with anticipation. The KT board comes in two varieties. The hot board, which is lightweight yet somewhat fragile, and the cold board, which boasts a smooth, mirror-like surface and remarkable durability, capable of withstanding greater external forces. As she contemplated the substantial pile of pocket money she had accumulated, over 5,000 yuan, her confidence grew. With a decisive flourish of her hand, she purchased numerous cold boards, envisioning various styles of model aircraft taking shape in her mind. She meticulously selected tools such as a craft knife and a ruler, bringing these treasures back to her study. There, she unearthed military magazines from Yang Xing's collection. After careful consideration, she finally settled on a design inspired by a fighter jet. Imagining the prospect of scaling it down to create a model, she envisioned a truly unique creation. However, when she actually began the work, she quickly realized that the task was far more challenging than she had anticipated. For someone with no foundational skills, drawing felt like an insurmountable mountain. Clutching the pencil, she repeatedly sketched on paper, but her lines were crooked and unrefined, failing to capture the ideal shape of the aircraft she envisioned. Even when she managed to produce a rough outline, translating it into a three-dimensional model was an entirely different struggle. The fuselage required intricate assembly, with each component demanding precise connection points. Lacking any guidance on how to design or place these connections, she found her brow furrowing in frustration. Though the cold board was sturdy, it introduced new complications. During her initial attempt at cutting, her inexperience led her to apply excessive force, resulting in a sharp crack that rendered a piece of the cold board unusable, its edges uneven as if gnawed upon. Additionally, the blade of her craft knife dulled quickly, necessitating a replacement, which left her feeling somewhat vexed and inwardly chastising her clumsiness. In desperation, she turned to the internet for assistance. However, the wealth of information regarding model aircraft was overwhelming. Terms like servos, ailerons, quadcopters, and simulators swirled around her, leaving her dizzy and her head spinning. The more she read, the more she felt like an ignorant novice. The world of model aircraft was far more intricate than she had imagined. Landing was not merely a matter of letting the aircraft plunge into a snowbank. One could also install landing gear. This revelation upended her initial understanding. She devoted countless hours to absorbing this knowledge, yet most of the time, she remained only partially enlightened. Ultimately, she resorted to finding a fuselage design blueprint, carefully tracing it onto the KT board. This seemingly simple step consumed an immense amount of her energy. With unwavering focus, she kept her eyes glued to the blueprint, painstakingly outlining every detail. After numerous hours of relentless effort, she finally completed the fuselage. However, as she beheld her creation, her emotions were mixed. With a wingspan of 20 centimeters and a fuselage length of 14 centimeters, the dimensions were modest, yet the problems were plentiful. The entire fuselage appeared shabby and unappealing, with jagged cut edges that resembled hasty, careless saw marks. Compared to the commercially purchased model aircraft that Yang Tianxi had brought home, her creation was a stark contrast, and a wave of profound disappointment washed over her. Having accumulated over 30 years of life experience, she felt utterly humiliated for her inability to construct even a simple model aircraft. With a heart full of resentment, she muttered to herself. A fierce competitive spirit compelled her to rush to the bookstore, where she meticulously selected 2 volumes on model aircraft construction. Upon returning home, she immersed herself in the texts. She discovered that the ailerons are crucial components that control the lateral tilt of the aircraft, while the tail is divided into horizontal and vertical stabilizers. The horizontal stabilizer governs ascent and descent, whereas the vertical stabilizer ensures stability during flight. It was then that she profoundly realized that model aircraft are far from mere toys. They embody countless scientific principles and technical nuances. The model airplane gifted to her by Yang Tianxi was merely a rudimentary 3-channel beginner's model, a pre-assembled kit that required only simple assembly, which hardly constituted genuine model making. True model making is a creative endeavor that transforms an idea into reality. Beginning with the selection of the appropriate airfoil, determining the wingspan and chord length, and planning the fuselage length and tail area, as well as the judicious placement of various components. Each stage demands careful contemplation, as even the slightest error could render the entire model incapable of flight. The complexity and allure of model aircraft construction ignited a fervent passion within Yang Ruihin. She felt as if she were being drawn by an invisible force, eagerly anticipating the design of a model that would be uniquely hers, and the thrill of personally piloting it through the skies left her breathless with excitement. Under her relentless persuasion, the previously laid-back Yang Xing found himself inspired by her enthusiasm and decided to embark on this model-making adventure alongside her. With a beaming smile and eyes filled with affection, he pledged his unwavering support for Yang Ruihin, offering both financial and physical assistance without reservation. The pair enthusiastically procured a hot glue gun, glue sticks, fiber tape, soldering iron, and other tools, purchasing them all regardless of their immediate necessity, as if these implements were the instruments of their dreams. Their ambition was to create a standard 4-channel model aircraft, capable of executing complex maneuvers such as flips and rolls. In selecting the aircraft design, they opted for the more challenging triangular wing configuration, emulating the T-5 fighter jet, rather than a simple monoplane. While plans were available online, the inevitable waste of KT board during construction was a concern. They swiftly continued their shopping spree, acquiring engines, servos, batteries, chargers, and remote control equipment. Yang Xing was generous in his spending, opting for top-of-the-line components to enhance performance. When certain equipment was unavailable in Qinzhou, he enlisted Yang Mei to procure it from the capital and have it shipped back. Upon learning of their model-building endeavor, Yang Ping suggested seeking assistance from experts in the field, as her military academy housed a specialized program in aircraft design, staffed by knowledgeable instructors and researchers. However, Yang Xing graciously declined, his expression resolute as he asserted, "I wish to complete this project with my granddaughter through our own efforts. This is not merely about building a model aircraft, but also about her personal growth." With everything in place, the model aircraft construction project officially commenced. During the assembly process, even the slightest deviation in the dimensions of the components can hinder perfect alignment, necessitating repeated adjustments and refinements. When securing the parts, the quantity and application of hot glue are of paramount importance. Too much may compromise aesthetics, while too little could result in loose components. The calibration phase is particularly critical, as every parameter must be meticulously considered. Any lapse in attention could render the model incapable of flight. Being their first endeavor, their movements were somewhat clumsy, with each step consuming considerable time and effort. After a week of relentless toil, the model aircraft, which embodies their dedication, finally came to fruition. With a wingspan of 37 centimeters and a fuselage measuring 52 centimeters, they meticulously adorned it with a deep green spray paint and affixed several star stickers, transforming the previously monotonous model into a striking spectacle, characterized by its sharp and fluid lines. There exists a popular adage within the model aircraft community: with sufficient power, even a door can soar into the skies. Yang Ruihin's model was no exception. Lacking landing gear, its ascent relied solely on a manual throw. Yet this did not diminish its aspirations of soaring through the heavens. With her hands firmly gripping the remote control and her heart racing, Yang Ruihin inhaled deeply and forcefully launched the model into the air. The aircraft ascended like an eagle freed from its constraints, swiftly climbing to great heights and gliding freely in the sky. Witnessing her handcrafted creation carve graceful arcs across the azure expanse, Yang Ruihin was filled with exuberance, leaping with joy and radiating a brilliant smile. Standing nearby, Yang Xing observed his granddaughter's delight, a sense of fulfillment blossoming within him. Watching her focused demeanor and spirited movements, he sensed that she might carve out a future in the aviation field, perhaps even warranting conscious guidance and nurturing from this moment onward. However, this elation was short-lived. Suddenly, the model's flight trajectory became erratic, hinting at a possible loss of control. Yang Ruihin's smile froze as she frantically manipulated the remote, only to realize she was at a loss on how to regain stability. The most daunting challenge now loomed before her, ensuring the safe descent of the aircraft. Having not practiced sufficiently on the simulator prior to the flight, her handling of the model was far from proficient. That it had managed to fly for as long as it did was sheer luck. Yet, Fortune is not everlasting. Ultimately, the model plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Hurriedly, Yang Ruihin dashed over to inspect the damage, relieved to find that the model was not severely harmed and could be repaired for continued use. Nevertheless, this mishap imparted a profound realization. The necessity of practicing flight techniques had become urgent. Upon returning home, she immersed herself in simulator exercises, repeatedly simulating flights and landings. While she diligently honed her skills, Yang Xing approached her, excitement evident in his expression. Ruihin, I believe we can create an even larger and more realistic model aircraft. Just look at this wing. It resembles a flat board, lacking in grandeur and speed. Upon hearing this, Yang Ruihin's eyes widened in astonishment as she inquired, Grandpa, just how large are we talking about? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xing gestured and remarked, well, the pilot is probably around 1.78 meters tall. By that calculation, the wingspan must be approximately 1.5 meters, right? We also need to install the landing gear, and the engine should be replaced with a turbojet for enhanced speed. I've researched it, and abroad, a decent turbojet engine costs over $2,000. Over $2,000? That's nearly 20,000 RMB. Yang Ruihin exclaimed, astonished and momentarily speechless. We haven't even mastered landing yet. Is it feasible to purchase such a high-quality engine? Technical skills can be honed gradually. It's not as if you're expected to become a professional pilot overnight. Yang Xing replied, somewhat displeased. You must possess a little confidence. By the way, let me ask you, if you had to choose between designing an aircraft and flying one, which would you select? Of course, I would choose to design. Yang Ruihin answered without a moment's pause. In fact, I've pondered this question in a previous life. Flying may initially be exhilarating, but I suspect it would lose its charm over time. Plus, I might not be able to tolerate the sensation of dizziness. After their conversation concluded, although Yang Ruihin did not voice her concerns, she harbored some apprehension regarding her grandfather's suggestion. Nevertheless, she resolved to focus her energy on practicing her flying skills. After 2 days of diligent practice, she felt she had essentially grasped the operational essentials. At least now, the T-5 model aircraft flew smoothly under her control. Before long, the new school term commenced, ushering in the second half of the 4th grade. On several occasions, Yang Ruihin brought her model aircraft to school where Yichun, upon seeing it, expressed envy and clamored to have a go. Unfortunately, while attempting to operate it, Yichun accidentally crashed the aircraft, leaving it somewhat battered. Though Yang Ruihin felt a pang of sorrow, she patiently repaired the model. In mid-March, 2 significant events disrupted their tranquil lives. The first was when Yang Xing, with an air of mystery, informed Yang Ruihin, your mother is pregnant and plans to carry the child to term. She might not dote on you as much afterward. He said this half-jokingly, eager to gauge Yang Ruihin's reaction. However, Yang Ruihin shrugged indifferently and replied, having another child would be even better. It would alleviate their constant focus on me. My grandparents are enough for me. If necessary, I can take on the role of your daughter. Hearing this, Yang Xing and their grandmother exchanged helpless glances. The child seemed quite distant from her parents. Yet, they felt a sense of comfort knowing she was close to them. Later, Qin Min called Yang Ruihin to discuss this matter, suggesting that having a brother or sister would provide her with companionship. Yang Ruihin understood that Qin Min would likely keep this child close, preventing the same estrangement she experienced with her parents. To her, this was a positive development. She verbally expressed blessings, happiness, and anticipation, while internally she remained unruffled, responding perfunctorily. The second event was the looming shadow of SARS, which gradually enveloped the nation. The outbreak, which had begun to manifest earlier in the year, was now escalating, instilling widespread anxiety across the country. In early April, the school announced a suspension of classes, with the resumption date to be determined, dependent on the resolution of the SARS crisis. Thus, Yang Ruihin embarked on a prolonged period of home confinement, passing her time by playing with her model aircraft and reading novels. On April 12th, Yang Xing was as exhilarated as a child, pacing excitedly around the room. Curious, Yang Ruihin inquired about the cause of his excitement, to which he proudly responded, the turbojet engine I purchased has arrived. Yang Ruihin was taken aback, completely unaware of when her grandfather had made such a purchase. Crafting a scale model of this complexity posed significant challenges and financial burdens. Could the two of them truly manage it? We can always seek assistance. Your Greytans colleagues are experts in designing real airplanes, she suggested. Yang Xing seemed to sense her apprehension and explained, I have only acquired the turbojet engine. For the fuselage, bearings, and servos, we shall endeavor to construct what we can ourselves. For the aspects beyond our capability, we must understand the underlying principles. This presents an excellent opportunity for your development. Once completed, this model airplane would effortlessly exceed speeds of 300 kilometers per hour, producing a sound reminiscent of a miniature version of a real aircraft, fueled by kerosene. However, Yang Xing's savings would likely be depleted after just a few flights, as such high-caliber models necessitate bearing replacements after each flight, leading to exorbitant expenses. Additionally, the use of kerosene carries inherent dangers. Should an accident occur, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 20. Red alert in the study. Warm sunlight streamed through the pristine windows, cascading over the spacious desk. Yang Ruihin sat cross-legged, comfortably nestled in the soft leather chair, while several books on model aviation were neatly stacked on the desk before her. The pages, slightly yellowed, emanated a faint scent of ink, whispering tales of accumulated knowledge from the past. Not far away, two brand-new turbojet engines rested quietly, their metallic exteriors shimmering with a cold luster under the gentle caress of sunlight, silently showcasing their extraordinary worth and potential. However, the atmosphere in the study felt somewhat awkward. Aside from the two engines, all other materials and components necessary for constructing the model aircraft were conspicuously absent, leaving the grandfather and granddaughter exchanging glances, their eyes wide with confusion. Sit up straight. Don't hunch your back. Yang Xing suddenly interjected, diverting his gaze from the newspaper in hand to Yang Ruihin. For years, he had been steadfast in instilling good posture habits in his granddaughter. Instinctively, Yang Ruihin straightened her back, but it wasn't long before she sat there, her expression glazed over, mumbling, Grandpa, what should we do now? You need to give me some ideas. What can I suggest at my age? My mind isn't as sharp as it used to be, Yang Xing replied, shrugging his shoulders with a feigned nonchalance, as if the matter bore no relevance to him. Yang Ruihin scoffed, dismissing his words outright. You're just being lazy, exploiting my labor. We agreed to build the model together. How can it be all on me? That's not how it works. We are partners in this endeavor. I procured the engines through my contacts. My task is complete. The rest is naturally up to you. If you still expect me to figure out the designs, then that would truly be exploitation, Yang Xing argued vehemently, his reasoning so compelling that Yang Ruihin found herself momentarily speechless. Frustrated and feeling a sense of defeat, Yang Ruihin could only huff in annoyance, her heart heavy with the unfairness of the situation. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness gnawed at her, compounding her irritation. As the morning slipped away, Yang Ruihin proposed that they first select a model type and then scale it down to determine the dimensions, but her grandfather promptly rejected the idea. With unwavering resolve, he declared, we must design the fuselage ourselves. It needs to be both aesthetically pleasing and functional. His words ignited Yang Ruihin's frustration to the point where she contemplated abandoning the project altogether. Yet Yang Xing remained adamant, refusing to budge on this point and threatening to withdraw financial support if his directives were not followed. By the afternoon, Yang Ruihin held a pen, awkwardly sketching several shapes on paper based on her mental concepts. A V-tail, triangular wings, and a fuselage longer than the wingspan. However, she had not measured any specific proportions, merely hoping to outline a rough shape before refining it later. Unfortunately, her lack of artistic skill resulted in drawings that were far from commendable. Yang Xing peered at the sketches, unable to suppress a grimace. This is rather unattractive. The question is, does this design even make sense? Who knows if it makes sense? Yang Ruihin reclined on the sofa, her feet swinging carelessly as she remarked, why not ask someone for advice? After all, a model aircraft isn't a real plane. As long as it has sufficient power, isn't that enough? You cannot adopt such an attitude. Even disregarding human factors, we must consider those two turbojet engines, which cost quite a bit, Yang Xing admonished sternly, before finally articulating what he had been contemplating. It is acceptable to inquire, but I will find the right person. and you shall do the asking. Soon, Yang Xing found a professional, Li Jianwei, a university professor residing in the capital.
Yang Mei personally visited him.
And after explaining her intentions, Li Jianwei readily agreed to assist. Out of respect for the Yang family, he was willing to help, albeit initially intending to offer only a cursory response. Particularly upon learning that the inquirer was a fourth-grade girl, he had not planned to take the matter seriously. Thus, when he received the call and heard Yang Ruihan's question, he was momentarily taken aback. Professor Li, if one were to design a model aircraft, is the rationality of the fuselage important if the power is sufficient? Though this question appeared straightforward, a thorough response could easily fill an entire lecture. Yet, upon realizing the questioner was a fourth grader, his focus inadvertently shifted. What do you mean by rational? Yang Ruihan was momentarily taken aback. Thinking it was a rather obvious question. It means stability. It must be able to fly and land safely. Do you know what enables an aircraft to ascend and what maintains its stability in the air? Ascend? Because the wings generate lift. As she spoke, it suddenly dawned on her. Professor Li, are you unable to talk right now? I am seeking your assistance, not asking you to quiz me. She felt that the old gentleman seemed reluctant to help, his evasive demeanor causing her some discomfort. Oh no, I am free now. Your question about how to design the fuselage rationally is quite complex. Rather than me speaking dryly, it would be better to look at your design drawings. Having a grandson himself, he found himself increasingly curious about Yang Ruihan. How about we chat via video? It would be more intuitive and convenient. Soon, the video call connected. The screen revealed a man in his 50s, his face bearing the marks of time, with thick reading glasses perched on his nose. He examined the drawings Yang Ruihan had sent and asked, "Can you explain why you designed the model aircraft this way?"
Suppressing her impatience, Yang Ruihan replied.
Because it looks good, doesn't it? While that is not incorrect, if it's a model aircraft, it certainly doesn't need to be overly intricate. Yet some degree of rationality is essential. Take the V-shaped tail, for instance. It serves the dual purpose of both the vertical and horizontal stabilizers. Generally, the area of a V-shaped tail should equal the combined area of the vertical and horizontal stabilizers when separated, which ensures decent stability. Thus, you must first determine the dimensions of your model aircraft. Following this, Li Jianwei embarked on a lengthy discourse, elaborating on the tail alone, discussing aspects like how to calculate the rudder, wingtips, and stabilizers, among others. Yang Ruihan listened, bewildered, ultimately concluding that even designing a tail requires extensive calculations. Although Li Jianwei provided her with the methods and formulas for calculations, he refrained from offering any specific design suggestions for the model aircraft, leaving her to rely solely on her own intellect and ingenuity. However, Yang Ruihan, being mature in her thinking, found no issue with this. She was content to engage in independent contemplation. In the days that followed, she balanced her leisure with calculations and research, poring over books and materials. It took her a full 3 days to roughly estimate the dimensions of the tail and rudder surfaces. Subsequently, she reached out to Li Jianwei once more to seek clarification on her previous inquiries. This time, he directed her towards the design of the wings. The intricacies of wing design, spanning aspects such as aspect ratio, thickness, and leading-edge sweep angle, left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, she could approach each element methodically. Thus began Yang Ruihan's unique journey into model aircraft design. Li Jianwei did not demand precision in her designs. Rather, his intention was to impart foundational knowledge about aircraft design, fulfilling Yang Mei's request to help her establish a solid groundwork. As the school reopened in early May, the progress of the model aircraft design inevitably slowed, a circumstance beyond her control. There was also exciting news. A new internet CAF had opened nearby. Yichen informed her that he and Luofeng had visited during the holiday, revealing the CAF featured games such as CS and Red Alert, which were particularly enjoyable. Upon hearing this, Yang Ruihan was instantly filled with excitement. Although internet CAFs had existed for some time, there had been none in the vicinity of the school, leaving her with no opportunity to indulge in her passion for gaming. That afternoon, the trio reunited and energetically made their way to the internet CAF. Upon entering, she was greeted by the distinctive M-lang of scents that characterized such establishments, a fusion of cigarette smoke, sweat, and the warm exhalations of computer hardware. Yet, Yang Ruihin felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, even finding her eyes slightly misty as she reflected on the joy of being able to play computer games once more. The CAF buzzed with noise and haze, an environment she had grown accustomed to. At that moment, the most popular online game was Legend, while the globally renowned World of Warcraft would not enter its North American beta until 2004. Though Legend boasted rudimentary graphics, players remained thoroughly engaged. However, Yang Ruihin had little interest in this game. Her heart longed for the long-neglected Red Alert. They set up 3 computers and launched Red Alert, the glory of the Republic. The familiar startup sound of the game stirred palpable excitement within Yang Ruihin. They agreed to play together, prompting her to construct a map. She deftly configured various parameters. 8 players, inland, high resource count, morning, and so forth, subsequently adjusting the troop count to 1, disabling superweapons, and setting the game speed to maximum. Meanwhile, Yi-chan and Luofeng sat nearby, puzzled as they tried to recall the settings needed to initiate the game. After assisting them, a young man seated next to her expressed astonishment at her chosen username, Invincible Red Alert, a name that exuded undeniable bravado. With a smile, he opened the glory of the Republic, suggesting they play together, clearly impressed by her apparent gaming prowess. He pondered to himself that the young girl, while indulging in the game, surely needed some care, and he was eager to join her in play, hoping to forge a friendship. Very well, but first, they must establish some rules. Yang Ruihin had scarcely played on the gaming platform, as her experience lay predominantly in offline battles with friends. During her high school years, she befriended the proprietor of an internet CAF, a formidable player with whom she often practiced, thereby honing her skills. In reality, her classmates were no match for her. She articulated her established gaming regulations. Troops must be deployed within a short time frame, strong constructions were permitted, rapid pushes were allowed, and operations across land, sea, and air were unrestricted, with no limitations on the number of identical units. Fine, as long as victory is within reach, I shall adhere to any rule, the young man replied, a confident smile gracing his face, as if triumph were already assured. The 4 nations were assigned randomly, and Yang Ruihin's fortune shone brightly as she drew the United States, equipped with phantom tanks, paratroopers, and her beloved rocket flyers, colloquially known as mosquitoes. After a long hiatus from gaming, she was determined to give it her all. As the game commenced, she swiftly deployed her base vehicle to construct a power plant, subsequently maneuvering a tank provided by the system to scout the nearest gem mine to her base, forcibly establishing a mining site adjacent to the mineral. During this interval, she accessed the Alliance interface and discovered that among the 3 opponents, 2 were Allied forces, while 1 Soviet faction hailed from Iraq. Meanwhile, her tank continued to scout the terrain, and she dispatched dog units from her barracks for reconnaissance, constructed a control center, and relocated her mining site to ensure proximity to the gem, thereby securing an additional mining vehicle. Simultaneously, she relentlessly produced rocket flyers from her barracks. Before long, she identified a blue nation, seemingly Rofeng. Yang Ruihin first airdropped a wave of paratroopers, while 10 rocket flyers remained on standby on the opposite flank. Upon landing, the paratroopers attacked the mining site, while the rocket flyers launched a surprise assault on the barracks. Under her fierce offensive, the blue Rofeng swiftly succumbed to defeat. Her approach allowed for rapid air force formation, focusing on aerial dominance. If the opponent lacked anti-air measures, they could only brace for annihilation. Should the adversary possess anti-air artillery, she would demolish the power plant, and upon encountering multifunctional infantry vehicles, she would obliterate them with phantom tanks. Then send forth a multitude of flying units to continue the assault. Who is this? Why are they attacking already? I haven't even developed yet. Rofeng lamented, helplessly watching the screen as he became a mere spectator. At that moment, Yang Ruihin had completed the construction of a vehicle factory, ordered 2 mining vehicles, and was gradually building 4 phantom tanks while also establishing a power plant to expedite troop production, particularly for flying units. She then set her sights on the next opponent, Yi-chan, who hadn't even deployed any units yet and was also an allied nation. Yang Ruihin temporarily dispatched a spy to pilfer a substantial sum of money. Throughout this process, her paratroopers remained stationed at the base, but no one attempted to attack her, as it seemed everyone was focused on their own development. She seized the opportunity to construct a machine gun bunker, ready to build it at a moment's notice, as it might soon prove useful. With the 4 phantom tanks completed, accompanied by a swarm of flying units, Yang Ruihin decisively defeated Yi Chun. Just then, a Kirov airship wobbled into the airspace above her base. With her strategy, she was naturally well prepared for such a scenario. With preparatory machine gun bunkers hastily constructed in a corner, she ensured that as long as this edifice remained intact, the game would persist. Following this, she deftly maneuvered the base vehicle, putting her rapid reflexes and proficiency in emergency construction to the test. The remaining structures were left to the relentless bombardment of the Kirov, while she swiftly amassed her forces to launch an offensive against her opponent. Once the threat of the Kirov airship was neutralized, the base vehicle redeployed, and she commenced extensive construction of air command centers and barracks around the base, ensuring a continuous supply of troops even in the event of the base's destruction. Naturally, resource mines were indispensable as well. Initially, she had intended to orchestrate a guerrilla strategy, but upon surveying the defenses of the Iraqi base, she was rendered speechless. The fortifications were alarmingly inadequate, lacking even a psychic sensor, comprised of merely a vehicle depot, a barracks, and a handful of anti-air infantry vehicles. Consequently, she directed her phantom tanks to eliminate the anti-air capabilities, drawing the enemy forces away, while her airborne troops split into 2 contingents, one small unit targeting the nuclear power plant, while the main force proceeded to dismantle the smaller power facility. This player seemed to lack an understanding of financial strategies, having neither disassembled the replication center nor developed their resources. It was unclear whether it was due to ineptitude or a lack of time for advancement. As the fierce battle raged, reinforcements of airborne troops surged forth, a dense swarm of dozens swiftly annihilating the opposing base. Even as the enemy's base vehicle attempted to transform and flee, it was futile, for the phantom tanks were already poised for action. With the full operational capacity of 3 barracks, her troop deployment speed was astonishing. Ultimately, her opponent conceded defeat, and Yang Ruihin emerged triumphant in this exhilarating confrontation of Red Alert. Chapter 21. Naming. Come on, let's play another round. The young man in his 20s nearby had a flushed face, with veins slightly bulging on his forehead. His fists were clenched, clearly troubled by the fact that he had just been defeated by a young girl in a game of Red Alert. The thought of being outperformed by a mere child in such a manner was a source of great embarrassment. It would be a tremendous joke if word got out. As the second game commenced, the computer screen flickered with vibrant lights. Yang Ruihin remained fixated on the display, her fingers poised delicately over the mouse and keyboard, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Upon discovering that her randomly assigned country was Iraq, a confident smile crept onto her lips, as she thought to herself that victory was nearly assured. The Soviet faction, provided it could successfully generate funds, would experience astonishing growth. However, the crux lay in navigating the transitional phase before capitalizing on that advantage. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ruihin swiftly began her operations. She clicked the construction button with haste, and the outlines of buildings swiftly emerged on the screen. Following that, she methodically commenced her map exploration. Her gaze was unwavering, scrutinizing every corner, while she muttered softly, "First, expand my vision and see where these players are located." Simultaneously, she deployed 2 vigilant dogs at her base and promptly constructed several infantry control vehicles upon exiting the garage. Having gleaned the strategies of the other 3 players from the previous match, she felt assured. Luo Feng and Yi Chun were like clumsy chickens, utterly disoriented in their gameplay. Luo Feng's mouse flitted erratically, his eyes wide with confusion, as he mumbled, "How do I do this?" Yi Chun fared no better, hitting the keyboard randomly while cursing, "This wretched game, why is it so difficult?" With their lack of skill, they posed no threat to her. As for the young man beside her, despite having some gaming knowledge, his abilities were limited, characterized by indecision and a lack of decisive action. As anticipated, no one attempted to attack her until she reached the phase where she could start generating funds. Yang Ruihin, feeling quite pleased with herself, began to devise her next move. Seizing the opportunity, she dispatched a spy to quietly infiltrate Yi Chun and Luo Feng's base, successfully pilfering both money and stars. Elated, she slapped the table and exclaimed, "Haha! I'm gonna strike it rich now. Subsequently, she began to replenish her barracks, accelerating her financial growth, and before long, a formidable Kirov was completed. At this moment, Yang Ruihin remained oblivious to the whereabouts of the young man, but she held no regard for the petty tactic of screen peeking. To her, once she began generating funds, Luo Feng and Yi Chun posed little threat. She directed the Kirov straight towards their base. The Kirov glided through the sky like a colossal harbinger of doom. With the barracks restored, she turned her attention to replenishing the garage. Suddenly, waves of rocket flying soldiers and phantom tanks appeared on the screen. Her expression tightened, and she swiftly sprang into action. Utilizing her psychic detection to anticipate the enemy's movements, she commanded Yuri to obliterate the opposing forces. Watching the enemy troops vanish in an instant, she let out a sigh of relief and chuckled. With such meager skills, do they truly believe they can defeat me? Upon the arrival of Kirov at the base of Luofeng, after several rounds of bombardment, Kirov was decisively reduced to a mere 3 stars. Yang Ruihin erupted in jubilant cheers. This is exhilarating. Next up is Yi Chun. Although Yi Chun had deployed a few anti-aircraft guns, he had yet to master the art of dog training. Employing her previous tactics, Yang Ruihin utilized a spy to siphon electricity, allowing Kirov to continue its assault. Under the immense firepower of Kirov, Yi Chun's base was swiftly annihilated. The situation had devolved into a one-on-one confrontation, with Yang Ruihin's home brimming with apocalypse tanks, their sheer numbers causing the computer to lag and the visuals to occasionally stutter. She strategically positioned a small machine gun bunker at every critical juncture and subsequently dispatched 20 apocalypse tanks, marching resolutely towards the enemy's direction. The battle concluded in under 20 minutes. The young man beside her, visibly disheartened, lamented, "You're incredible. No matter how hard I try, I cannot seem to overcome you." Throughout the skirmish, he had launched several surprise attacks, yet with minimal success. During the most perilous moment, he nearly destroyed Yang Ruihin's nuclear power plant, and the engineer she had prepared nearby was also killed. At this crucial juncture, Yang Ruihin, without batting an eye, astutely sold off the nuclear power plant, successfully averting a catastrophic explosion at her base. "I'm just average," Yang Ruihin modestly claimed, although inwardly she mused that it was not her prowess but rather the incompetence of her opponents that led to such ease. She was well aware that in a competitive arena against seasoned players, her experience would not be so effortless. She was merely putting on a FAADE in this internet CAF. As their conversation unfolded, they gradually became more familiar with one another, agreeing to continue their gaming sessions in the future. Yang Ruihin and her companions departed the CAF, making their way towards the school. The sun shone brightly above, and a gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing coolness. "Sishan, what was that flying contraption? It was ruthless. It obliterated my base in mere moments," Yi Chun exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he animatedly gestured. "I feel like I'm doing all right. I'm not always the first to perish. That's only because she didn't target you first. Otherwise, you would have been the one to fall," Luo Feng remarked disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Yang Ruihin. He continued, "Hey Yang Ruihin, can we negotiate? Next time, could you grant me some time to develop? Instead of attacking me right away. I haven't even had a chance to play before I'm eliminated. My internet fees are wasted." Yang Ruihin, uninterested in the complaints of these two novices, rolled her eyes and replied, "Next time, you two should face off against each other, develop for 20 minutes, and then coordinate your attack. That would be more suitable for you." Her words were clearly laced with mockery. Yet the two boys, oblivious to the sarcasm, cheered enthusiastically, believing it to be a brilliant strategy. In the days that followed, Yang Ruihin and her friends became regulars at the internet CAF. Upon arrival, they would head straight to the computers, engaging in online matches of Red Alert. During that time, with few entertainment options available, the CAF patrons were mostly familiar faces, and gradually, everyone came to recognize Yang Ruihin as an indomitable force in Red Alert. As for her pursuit of designing model aircraft, Yang Ruihin continued, albeit only on weekends. Additionally, she had a profound fondness for novels, often losing herself in them whenever she had free time, occasionally slacking off, which caused her progress in model aircraft design to crawl at a snail's pace. Initially brimming with enthusiasm for designing the models, she found her motivation waning as the novelty wore off. In her heart, the model aircraft had reverted to the status of mere toys, deemed unnecessary to invest so much thought into. This sentiment lingered until June, when Luo Feng began preparing for his middle school entrance examinations. His parents commenced a stringent regulation of his time, whisking him home right after school to compel him to study. Although they had resolved to spend money on a reputable school for him, every additional point he could score would be beneficial, as it would help reduce expenses. As the final examination period approached, Luo Feng sat for his tests. To everyone's astonishment, it appeared that last-minute cramming had indeed borne fruit. He achieved commendable grades, leaving Yang Ruihin in a state of incredulity for quite some time. Gazing at Luo Feng's report card, she exclaimed in disbelief, "You who play so recklessly, managed to achieve such impressive results." Next came the final examinations for Yang Ruihin and Yi Chun. Yang Ruihin, with her solid academic foundation, naturally excelled, securing a top position once again. Subsequently, summer vacation arrived. This summer was destined to be a rather unfortunate one for Yang Ruihin, as she abruptly transitioned from daily escapades at the internet CAF to spending her days confined within the villa, under the watchful eye of her grandfather, focusing on designing model aircraft. Initially, she found this change quite jarring, often wearing a sullen expression. Sitting at her desk, she gazed at the model aircraft design materials while her mind wandered to the games at the CAF. Her grandfather noticed her reluctance and understood that pushing her too hard would lead to resistance, so he eased his demands slightly, allowing Yang Ruihin some much-needed respite. During this period, the overall design of the model aircraft was nearing completion, encompassing dimensions, shapes, and internal space. Following this, Li Jianwei began to elucidate the various components required for the model, such as the landing gear. His explanations were accessible and aimed at providing Yang Ruihin with a fundamental understanding of the landing gear. However, he kept the information at a basic level, limiting it to the realm of model aircraft, wary that she might struggle with more technical concepts such as aerodynamics, structural integrity, solid mechanics, and control systems. Laying this groundwork served two purposes: to enhance her understanding and to ignite her interest. Li Jianwei succeeded in both aspects, and as gaming gradually receded from her daily life, Yang Ruihin began to feel a renewed motivation for the design of the model aircraft, envisioning its successful flight once completed. Thus, the summer passed, with substantial progress made in the design, albeit remaining in the theoretical phase. To create a tangible model aircraft would require additional time. When September ushered in the new school year, Luo Feng commenced his journey into middle school, making their interactions infrequent. However, he and Yi Chun often spent weekends together. Occasionally, Yi Chun would share tales of Luo Feng's exploits, revealing that he had befriended several individuals at school due to having previously gifted cigarettes to some of them, leading him to form a small group. Rumors suggested he was even contemplating establishing a gang of sorts. Though small in scale, as long as they did not provoke the more notorious figures within the school, they would remain unscathed. As for Yi Chun, his academic performance was even poorer than Luo Feng's. Nevertheless, Chun Indi paid him little mind, advising him that those teachers were merely workers and that he would benefit more from learning from his father Yi Ligua to better prepare for future succession. Upon hearing this, Yang Ruihin felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Her own parents were exceedingly strict regarding her studies. Meanwhile, Yi Ligua's business had expanded significantly as he contemplated development throughout the province. In his household, luxury vehicles were abundant, and opulent villas were not lacking. He even owned several apartments in the city. The most extravagant among them was a riverside property in an upscale community, where the price had soared to over 10,000 yuan per square meter back in 2003. According to Yi Chun, a fresh-produced delivery service operated next to that community, which his family subscribed to at a cost of 500 yuan per day. Yang Ruihin was astounded, nearly dropping her jaw at the realization that her hard-earned pocket money could barely cover half a month's worth of expenses for this family. The disparity was simply staggering. After advancing to the 4th grade, Yi Chun had become a formidable presence at school. He could readily seek assistance from Luo Feng and was often surrounded by a retinue of admirers. Rumor had it that 2 young girls had even penned love letters to him. Upon hearing this, Yang Ruihin couldn't help but exclaim that if he were a boy, such good fortune would hardly come his way. Life continued to pass in a haphazard manner, as Yang Ruihin returned to the internet CAF during lunch, momentarily setting aside her model aircraft. Her interests oscillated between these two pursuits. In addition to Red Alert, she frequently indulged in playing Warcraft 3, also known as Frozen Throne. This game had gained popularity in the country, and while her skills were merely average, she found the RPG defense genre somewhat engaging. However, the lack of exciting maps rendered the gameplay monotonous, revolving around the same old strategies. After school, Yang Ruihin occasionally video-called Qin Min, who had now commenced her maternity leave and was noticeably pregnant, finding movement increasingly cumbersome. She had initially mentioned her desire to return to Qinzhou to rest during her pregnancy, but her grandfather had firmly declined her request. He offered the excuse that there would be no one to care for her upon her return, as the household was too busy to manage additional responsibilities. In truth, he feared she would interfere with Yang Ruihin's upbringing. As the patriarch of the Yang family, he considered matters from a broader perspective, far beyond familial ties, and had meticulously planned for Yang Ruihin's future. He believed that a child should not be overly attached to their parents, which resonated well with Yang Ruihin, who appreciated the prospect of gaining independence sooner rather than later. Thus, among the third generation, he held a particular fondness for her. In mid-January 2004, just a couple of days into her winter vacation, Qin Min gave birth to a healthy baby boy, whom they named Yang Mingtian. It was said that upon the child's arrival, Yang Tianxi was overjoyed, embodying the traditional preference for male offspring. After the child's first month, they video-called Yang Ruihin, where Qin Min radiated maternal bliss while cradling the baby, her face aglow with happiness. At this age, having welcomed a son could be seen as a late blessing, and the anticipation surrounding the child was palpable. Though unspoken, it was certain that he would be cherished and kept close. Witnessing this scene, Yang Ruihin privately mused that the family's attention would inevitably shift toward her younger brother, thus rendering her own life considerably easier. Consequently, when her grandmother discreetly offered her comfort, Yang Ruihin felt a surge of joy, albeit feigning a facade of disappointment. Before the commencement of the final semester of 5th grade, the design of the model aircraft was finally completed. Yang Ruihin transmitted all the data to Li Jianwei, who, upon receiving the information, burned the midnight oil for several nights, producing a comprehensive design blueprint, complete with cross-sectional views and orthographic projections. He even mentioned that he had conducted simulation tests using specialized software. As far as model aircraft go, the design was remarkably refined. Li Jianwei contributed significantly to this endeavor, assisting in the calculations of many intricate datasets. In terms of recognition, Yang Ruihin would undoubtedly receive first-class merit, while he would settle for second class. Li Jianwei took the initiative to suggest that they could apply for a patent and bestow a name upon the model aircraft. Although mass production and sale seemed unrealistic, it was nonetheless a venture of considerable significance, potentially marking a milestone in her design career. This notion was primarily a source of psychological gratification, yielding little in terms of tangible benefits, yet Yang Ruihin found herself thoroughly captivated by the idea. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to name the model Yang Generation Fighter model. With the blueprints in hand, Yang Ruihin felt invigorated, envisioning the aircraft soaring through the skies. Eager to see a tangible embodiment of their efforts, he began to order various components, such as the remote control, hydraulic landing gear, and servos. Daily, he communicated with suppliers, urging them to expedite the shipping process, all the while eagerly anticipating the completion of the model aircraft. In March, as the last semester of Yang Ruihin's elementary school commenced, she resumed her visits to the internet CAF. Every afternoon, as soon as school dismissed, she would eagerly rush to the CAF, engaging in spirited gaming sessions with her fellow students. It wasn't until the May Day holiday that the ordered components finally arrived. Chapter 22. Test flight sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting its warm glow upon a study overflowing with boxes. These custom-made boxes, delivered all at once, filled the space to capacity, leaving scarcely any room to maneuver. Yang Ruihin and her grandfather, Yang Xing, stood before this fortress of boxes, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The moment of unboxing arrived. Yang Ruihin grasped a utility knife, carefully slicing through the tape of the outer cardboard box, producing a crisp sound as the seal broke. As the box opened, a cascade of foam material surged into view, the white blocks enveloping the internal components in layers. Yang Ruihin pouted slightly, exclaiming her dismay at the excessive foam that consumed so much space. Yang Xing chuckled, patting her shoulder reassuringly. To protect these treasures, a bit more foam is well worth it. They began to dismantle the foam, the study gradually becoming a chaotic sea of fragments. At that moment, Yang Ruihin's grandmother passed by the study and, upon seeing the disarray, furrowed her brows and raised her voice in mild reproach. You two have made quite the mess here. Can't you tidy up a little? Exchanging a knowing smile filled with mischief and camaraderie, Yang Ruihin and Yang Xing shared a silent understanding, as if this was their unique secret, completely disregarding their grandmother's words and immersing themselves in the task at hand. When the last piece of foam was removed, the aircraft model's components lay bare before them, each piece gleaming with a metallic luster. The assembly process officially commenced. Yang Ruihin gazed at the parts, her mind conjuring images of Li Jianwei explaining the components. Though she felt prepared, a flutter of nervousness washed over her as she began to work. The gray composite material of the fuselage boasted sleek lines, designed to achieve optimal flight speed with a notably flattened form. A flicker of regret crossed Yang Xing's eyes as he recalled the decision-making process regarding the fuselage material. Initially, he had envisioned a metal body, believing its strength and sleekness befitted the model's grandeur. However, upon deeper investigation, he learned that metal would interfere with signal reception, severely compromising the aircraft's performance. Reluctantly, he abandoned that notion. Yet, he did not relent, often reminding Yang Ruihin, in the future we must create a metal fuselage, ideally equipped with a fire control system. That would be truly impressive. Despite the absence of a manual, Yang Ruihin, armed with her vivid recollection of Li Jianwei's teachings and her diligent research, devoted herself wholeheartedly to the assembly. She alternated between tightening screws with a screwdriver and meticulously checking the connections of the components. When faced with challenges, she paused to contemplate solutions or engaged in discussions with Yang Xing. After 3 days of tireless dedication, the aircraft model was finally complete. The assembled model stood as a work of art, measuring 174 centimeters in length and 145 centimeters in wingspan, towering over Yang Ruihin as it stood on the ground. Its deep gray fuselage exuded an air of mystery and stoicism, as if harboring boundless power within. 2 turbojet engines are mounted on either side of the fuselage, resembling 2 potent sources of energy poised for eruption, delivering a striking visual impact. The inaugural flight is scheduled for May 6th, a date that glimmers like a beacon, inspiring Yang Ruihin to strive relentlessly. She is acutely aware that she must master her piloting skills, for this model aircraft is a considerable investment, costing no less than 100,000 yuan. Merely the 2 turbojets are valued at around 40 to 50,000 yuan, not to mention the bespoke components and shipping costs, which amount to a substantial sum. Should the aircraft meet with disaster, all her dedication and financial resources would be rendered futile. From the moment the design of the model was completed,
Yang Ruihan embarked on an intense preparation regimen.
She devoted countless hours daily to practicing takeoffs and landings on the simulator, experimenting with various flight strategies, and continuously refining her techniques to ensure flawless execution. With every successful landing, a sense of satisfaction washed over her, while each error prompted her to diligently reflect and learn from her mistakes. Finally, May 6th arrived. Early in the morning, with the sun still tinged with the freshness of dawn, Yang Ruihin and Yang Xing ventured into the yard for their customary morning exercise. However, today's routine was palpably different. Both exhibited a blend of eagerness and excitement in their movements. Yang Xing practiced Tai Chi, occasionally glancing toward the model aircraft parked in the garage, while Yang Ruihin jogged nearby, her steps light and her lips humming a cheerful tune. After breakfast, Yang Ruihin's grandmother, as if conjuring magic, produced a set of black and white athletic attire, a pair of white sneakers, a cap, and large sunglasses. With a smile, she proclaimed, "Today is a significant day. My granddaughter must look splendid." Typically unconcerned with her appearance, preferring comfort and cleanliness, Yang Ruihin did not resist her grandmother's thoughtful gesture and donned the ensemble obediently. Before long, Yi Ligua arrived, driving a sleek black luxury car. During the new year, he had expressed a fervent desire to visit once the model was completed and enthusiastically mentioned having an excellent site for test flights. The atmosphere in the car was vibrant. Yi Ligua and Yang Xing sat in the front, animatedly discussing business matters. Yi Ligua, with sincerity etched across his face, sought Yang Xing's advice, who patiently offered suggestions, their laughter resonating throughout the vehicle. In the back seat, Yang Ruihin and Yi Chun engaged in excited conversation, with Yi Chun eagerly inquiring about various aspects of the model, to which Yang Ruihin responded with patience, her eyes gleaming with confidence and pride. The car halted at a commercial estate, where an abandoned golf course awaited transformation, a property recently acquired by Yi Ligua, currently undergoing loan processing. Stepping out, they were greeted by the invigorating air, surrounded by expansive green fields and a few towering trees in the distance, adding tranquility and beauty to the sight. The model aircraft was carefully unloaded from the vehicle and placed on the grass. Upon its reveal, it resembled a colossal magnet, instantly captivating the attention of all present. Yang Xian arrived early, joining Yi Ligua and Yi Chun, their eyes fixed intently on the model aircraft, their faces brimming with astonishment and curiosity. Can it really fly? Yi Ligua inquired skeptically, as he regarded model aircraft as mere toys for children. Despite the impressive appearance of the machine before him, he struggled to believe it could truly ascend into the sky. Of course it can. Yang Ruihin replied with unwavering confidence, her gaze revealing determination. She promptly began preparations for a test flight, first opening the fuel tank and meticulously pouring in kerosene with practiced precision. Next, she calibrated various instruments, ensuring all connections were secure, leaving no detail overlooked. When she lifted the cover of the fuselage, Yi Ligua and the others leaned in with curiosity, marveling at the intricate array of instruments within. The complex wiring and sophisticated components seemed to unveil a mysterious realm, showcasing the allure of technology. With pride, Yang Ruihin explained, after simulation tests, this model can achieve speeds exceeding 400 kilometers per hour, reach altitudes of 2,000 meters, and cover distances of 20 kilometers. Is it truly that impressive? Yi Ligua exclaimed, astonished beyond measure, far surpassing his prior understanding of model aircraft. However, a new concern crossed his mind, prompting him to furrow his brow and ask, what happens if it exceeds these limits? Will it crash?
Yang Ruihan stifled a smile, patiently elucidating.
This model is equipped with a return-to-home flight control system, and the remote control displays real-time altitude and distance. The parameters are set so that an alert will trigger if the range exceeds 85 of the limit. Exceeding 95 activates the return-to-home function, allowing it to autonomously return and land. As she spoke, she picked up the remote control, pointing to the dashboard where various data were clearly displayed. Current speed, fuel level, altitude, and more, all easily comprehensible. The onlookers leaned closer, marveling at the high-tech features of the model. Meanwhile, Yang Xing stood to the side, hands clasped behind his back, wearing a smile as he quietly observed the scene. With the explanations complete, Yang Ruihin commenced the final preparations for the test flight. She meticulously reviewed the aircraft's functions once more, ensuring everything was flawless. Donning her sunglasses, she took a deep breath, feeling the gentle breeze against her face, a mix of tension and anticipation swelling within her. The others gathered around, their eyes fixed on the model aircraft, while Yang Xian held a camera, the lens focused intently on the machine. At last, the pivotal moment for takeoff arrived. Yang Ruihin glanced at the expectant faces surrounding her, then at the remote control in her hands, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. After investing so much money and effort, the thought of a catastrophic failure during the maiden flight was mortifying. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she maneuvered the remote control, first testing the functions of the model's tail. The tail moved nimbly, producing a buzzing sound, confirming everything was in order. Satisfied, she jogged a short distance before pressing the takeoff button. As the model aircraft glided along the ground, its roar resonated remarkably akin to that of a real airplane, albeit on a significantly smaller scale. The deep, powerful sound seemed to issue forth a declaration of challenge, asserting that it was far from a mere toy. With the aircraft gaining speed, the wind howled past her ears, and Yang Ruihin focused intently on the model, her fingers gripping the remote control tightly, her palms slightly damp with perspiration. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the aircraft accelerated, its nose gradually lifting. Accompanied by a deafening roar, it soared into the sky like an eagle breaking free from its constraints. In that moment, time appeared to stand still. Everyone was rendered speechless, captivated by the spectacle, with only the sound of their own racing hearts breaking the silence. The air was filled with cheers and gasps of astonishment, and Yang Ruihin's heart beat like a drum, her eyes fixated solely on the model soaring through the sky. The sound seemed to possess an enchantment, rendering everything so vividly real yet dreamlike in its ethereality. With practiced ease, she retracted the landing gear and allowed the aircraft to accelerate further, skillfully executing several rolls and difficult inverted maneuvers. The model danced through the air like a masterful performer, showcasing its exceptional capabilities. Yang Ruihin operated the controls while closely monitoring the numbers on the dashboard, ensuring that the aircraft remained within a safe flying range. When the model reached a distance of over 9,000 meters from her, she decisively commanded it to turn sharply, pushing the throttle to its maximum. The roar returned as the aircraft reached a staggering speed of 420 kilometers per hour. As it approached her once more, it suddenly skimmed low overhead, leaving the spectators momentarily stunned, before it surged back into the clouds. Applause erupted, led by Yang Xing, his face flushed with excitement. Yang Ruihin, equally exhilarated, felt a sense of achievement that was beyond words. Her efforts and dedication had finally yielded results, and the overwhelming joy and satisfaction surged within her, affirming that every moment had been worthwhile. Subsequently, she showcased vertical climbs and smoke trails, the model painting a brilliant plume in the sky, as if narrating its own legend. In truth, she estimated that the aircraft could likely achieve a sustained hover, but she refrained from attempting it, fearing that a miscalculation could lead to disaster. After all, this model embodied countless hours of hard work and hope. She could not afford any misstep. However, the most thrilling and exhilarating moment remained the low pass of the aircraft. The intense visual impact and sheer power evoked a visceral response from the audience, allowing everyone to truly grasp the strength inherent in the model. Yang Xing and Yi Ligua were beside themselves with excitement, having witnessed such a high-level test flight for the first time, their hearts brimming with awe. Yang Xing, unable to contain himself, put down the camera and jogged over, pleading, "Hey, Yang Ruihin, let me fly it for a bit. I want to experience the thrill too." "What do you mean you want to try? You think you can just jump in without any practice? That's a recipe for disaster." Yang Xing was promptly reprimanded by Yang Xing before Yang Ruihin could even respond. Yang Xian is destined to be the head of the Yang family in the future. Such restlessness is simply unacceptable. Moreover, witnessing his granddaughter reveling in the joy of success, how could he allow this boy to disrupt her moment? Indeed, upon hearing this, Yang Xian immediately wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, reluctantly picking up the camera once more to continue capturing the graceful movements of the model aircraft. After several laps, they reached the crucial landing phase. Yang Ruihin needed to accurately gauge the distance, initiating a reduction in speed and altitude. Although she had practiced countless times in the simulator, a sense of trepidation still lingered in her heart. Gripping the remote control tightly, her eyes were fixated on the model, her fingers trembling slightly, and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She concentrated intently, cautiously decreasing the speed, then slowing further, before steadily lowering the landing gear, striving to maintain the stability of the aircraft as it descended gently. The model aircraft approached the ground with increasing proximity, and finally, its landing gear made a gentle contact with the earth, gliding on the grass for a brief distance before coming to a steady halt. Applause erupted once more, resonating through the air. Though the audience was small, each clap was a genuine expression of admiration. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, likely to pester his father, Yi Ligua, for one of his own upon returning home. "Ruihin, I believe you should pursue aircraft design in the future. If you can create such an impressive model, designing an actual airplane should be well within your capabilities," Yi Ligua remarked half-jokingly, glancing back at his son Yi Chun, suppressing a sigh of contemplation. Designing a true masterpiece? Yang Ruihin understood this was somewhat akin to a daydream, yet she modestly downplayed the compliment with a few humble words. Chapter 23. The approaching life of middle school. In truth, this model aircraft could not be frivolously played with on a regular basis. Crafting it incurred a substantial expense. Even though the old man had some savings, the thought of damaging it and incurring the cost of reconstruction caused a pang of regret. After all, it was not a trifling sum, sufficient for a family to enjoy several days of comfortable living. Following a successful test flight, Yang Xing commissioned a remarkably exquisite wardrobe. This wardrobe was ingeniously designed, featuring dedicated spaces for hanging clothes, as well as neatly arranged shelves for books. At the top, a compartment was reserved, perfectly sized to securely accommodate the treasured model aircraft. The aircraft rested comfortably within its designated space, resembling a cherished work of art. Meanwhile, the books that Yang Ruihan had previously perused were meticulously organized and displayed on the shelves in her own room, filling the space with a subtle fragrance of literature. As the end-of-term examinations approached, Yang Ruihan felt no semblance of tension or pressure. She remained as untroubled as ever, indulging in meals and play as if the notion of examinations bore no relation to her. Until that unremarkable yet inevitably extraordinary noon, she entered the internet CAF as usual, scanning the computer screens with a sense of ennui. Suddenly, a game icon both familiar and foreign caught her eye: Fantasy Westward Journey. In an instant, a torrent of complex emotions surged within her, as if her heart had been inundated with a blend of flavors. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and nostalgia, and in that moment, she felt a profound sense of alignment with the world she remembered, as if the wheels of fate were quietly turning, guiding her back to a time filled with joy and fervor within the gaming realm. With a mix of anticipation and nervousness, she slowly took her seat before the computer, her fingers trembling slightly as she gently clicked on the uniquely styled 2004 fantasy icon. As the progress bar on the screen gradually advanced, the game slowly unfolded before her. Eagerly, she registered an account, without hesitation creating a swordsman character, and with a burst of cheerful sound effects, she stepped into the enchanting world of the game. Her character was born in the bustling city of Jiankong, and the sights before her evoked a sense of awe, encapsulated in the phrase "a sea of people." The streets and alleys teemed with a myriad of game characters, dense and vibrant. In this era, fantasy, for one with memories of the future, undoubtedly lingered in a state of innocent chaos, filled with primal purity and simplicity. She maneuvered her swordsman through the city, curiously observing everything around her. Names of characters steeped in nostalgia flashed before her, each name seeming to be a key that unlocked the door to her memories of fantasy, flooding her mind with cherished recollections of her past gaming experiences, immersing her completely. Within the game, there was one particularly intriguing occurrence. The Dreamland system periodically poses a question in the global chat, such as identifying the author of a certain poem, tapping into literary trivia. Players simply need to type their answers in the global chat. Those who respond correctly are rewarded with gems and in-game currency. However, due to the overwhelming number of players, the messages in the global chat cascade like a flurry of snowflakes, rendering the system's questions fleeting and nearly invisible. Most players scarcely have the opportunity to read the questions, let alone search for answers. Instead, they rely on the responses of others, mindlessly copying and pasting. With mere seconds at their disposal, it is nearly impossible to answer thoughtfully. Thus, they resort to sheer luck. Intriguingly, the answer Li Bai maintains an astonishingly high accuracy rate. Consequently, regardless of the question posed by the system, a plethora of responses proclaiming Li Bai flood the chat, transforming into a unique spectacle within the game. Whenever the system poses a query, the screen is instantly filled with the two characters of Li Bai, as players engage not to ascertain correctness, but to partake in the merriment. In the early days, the Dreamland was remarkably simple and warm-hearted. Players greeted friends enthusiastically upon logging in and bid farewell courteously when logging out. In such a nurturing and harmonious gaming environment, countless romantic online stories blossomed, with many players eventually transitioning from online to offline, culminating in marriage and heartwarming tales. However, with the emergence of the treasure vault, the prices of equipment soared like a rocket. An influx of wealthy players entered the game, alongside the initial cohort of naive children who matured and returned to this nostalgic realm with considerable financial means to indulge. Gradually, the game's style and atmosphere began to shift subtly, drifting away from its original purity. It is difficult to definitively classify this evolution as good or bad. as the gameplay became increasingly diverse and enriched. For instance, when the mount system and summoned beast equipment were first introduced, the Dreamland underwent a remarkable transformation overnight, offering players an unprecedented experience and joy. What kind of game is this? As young Ruihin reveled in nostalgic memories, her companion Yi-chun leaned over curiously, gazing at the diminutive Q-version character on the screen with a puzzled expression. Selecting a new server, Yi-chun eagerly embarked on creating a character. Yang Ruihin patiently guided her, and under her advice, Yi-chun crafted a dashing human character. Instantly captivated by the ethereal appearance of the Xiaoyao Sheng, she naturally chose the highly favored and beloved faction, the Tang dynasty government, often referred to as Netizha's darling. This sect is renowned for its formidable physical prowess, reminiscent of the valiant heroes of reality, wielding sharp blades with great majesty. However, Yang Ruihin was not inclined to tread the conventional path. With determination, she established the Sword Hero faction and chose to align herself with the esteemed faction of Fangsuan Mountain, celebrated throughout the Dreamland for its exceptional ambush capabilities and the cultivation of countless elite assassins. As the saying goes, to not kill is to not be Fangsuan. And although this unique playstyle often elicited disdain and criticism from certain players, the exhilarating sensation of swiftly vanquishing foes was utterly irresistible to her. In her previous life, witnessing captivating posts of live-streamed players executing kills would ignite her fervor and fill her heart with longing. The distinctive allure of Dreamland acted like a powerful magnet.
Swiftly captivating Yi-chun.
In the bustling new district, they teamed up with exuberance and made their way to East Sea Bay, embarking on their novice adventure to vanquish the turtles. In the game, East Sea Bay is a vibrant and challenging maritime expanse, where the charming yet somewhat clumsy turtles became their first modest target for leveling up. As Yang Ruihin adeptly maneuvered her character to attack the turtles, she seized the opportunity to impart some of her Dreamland knowledge to Yi-chun. Whenever he inquired about her extensive understanding, she would chuckle and attribute it to her brother's teachings. After some time, their characters successfully reached level 5. The two of them deliberated and resolved to challenge the more formidable area of the sunken ship. With high hopes, they charged into the sunken ship, only to be met by 5 sea caterpillars upon entering the fray. As the battle commenced, the Central Sea Caterpillar leader suddenly swung its tail with astonishing speed, lunging toward Yi-chun's character. With a sharp crack, this strike unexpectedly triggered a critical hit, causing Yi-chun's character to lose 94 health points, nearly resulting in an instant defeat. "Quick! Catch it! This one is formidable!" Yi-chun exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, his voice rising in fervor, and his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. As the second round began, he eagerly clicked the capture button, eager to ensnare this powerful sea caterpillar. The outcome was predictable. Due to their characters' poor resistance, they could not withstand the caterpillar's assault. Within a few rounds, both fell in battle, unceremoniously returned by the game system to Janya City. The root of this misfortune lay in their extreme stat allocation. Yang Ruihin, aiming to ensure her Fangsuan Mountain character maintained a speed advantage when dealing damage, had chosen to invest entirely in agility. Meanwhile, Yi-chun, in pursuit of the formidable physical output of the Tang dynasty government, had fully allocated his points to strength. Consequently, their characters' defenses were as fragile as paper, leaving them utterly defenseless against even slightly stronger monsters. After an entire afternoon of gameplay, their characters had barely leveled up. Yet, on the way back to school, Yi-chun remained exuberantly animated, gesticulating wildly, his mouth flowing like a burst dam as he passionately discussed his determination to capture a sea caterpillar as his personal summoning beast. Upon arriving at school, Yi-chun eagerly requested Yang Ruihin to share his account details, expressing his intention to catch sea cucumbers that evening. Coming from a well-off family, he had access to a computer, and with a father perpetually engrossed in work, rarely returning home until late, and a mother who indulged his gaming pursuits, he felt free to explore the digital realms. To his mother, these games were no different from the bygone days of the little game console, mere trifles for children to amuse themselves. However, she strictly forbade him from visiting internet cafes, fearing the potential exposure to unsavory elements of society that could lead him astray. Given the diverse clientele of such establishments, she worried that at his tender age, He lacked the discernment to navigate the complexities of morality and might fall prey to negative influences. The following morning, as soon as they met at school, Yi-chun could hardly contain his excitement as he recounted the previous night's accomplishments to Yang Ruihin. With an air of pride, he shared how he had battled in Donghai Bay, leveling his character to level 9. Following Yang Ruihin's earlier instructions, he refrained from hastily advancing to level 10 and, with renewed confidence, he ventured into the sunken ship, ultimately managing to capture 3 sea cucumbers for both their accounts after considerable effort. With enthusiasm, he elaborated on the skills of these sea cucumbers, his eyes sparkling with excitement as if he were unveiling a rare treasure. Thus, as soon as school let out at noon, the two of them dashed to the internet CF like arrows released from a bow. They adeptly booted up the computers, logged into the game, elevated their characters to level 10, and recharged their game cards to formally join a faction. At that time, for most children engrossed in the Dreamland game, one of the greatest challenges was the high cost of game cards. For 5 yuan, one could acquire 50 points, which would only sustain 12.5 hours of playtime, quite a hefty expense for children with limited pocket money. It is worth noting that at that time, an all-night internet session cost merely 8 yuan. However, Yi-chun was no ordinary child. He received 50 to 60 yuan in pocket money daily, making the cost of game cards a trivial matter for him. After recharging the card and joining a faction, they embarked on learning new skills. Gazing at the myriad of skill descriptions on the screen, Yi-chun was captivated. The richness of content within Dreamland was unparalleled, with an abundance of gameplay options far surpassing the popular single-player games of the era, deepening his fascination with this virtual world. Yang Ruihin had long since resolved to choose the Fangtzuan Mountain faction, a decision she had made since her initial foray into the game. She named her character Human Butcher, intending for it to be straightforward for accepting assassination quests in the game, clearly indicating her role. From that point onward, each evening, Yi-chun devoted himself to leveling up, while during their midday breaks, they would rendezvous at the internet CAF. Yang Ruihin, embodying the role of a seasoned mentor, patiently guided Yi-chun on his next steps, detailing where to level up and how to allocate skill points, meticulously advising him on every aspect of his gaming journey. As days pass by, summer vacation arrives in the blink of an eye. By this time, both of them have reached levels exceeding 40. Yi-chun is remarkably diligent in his leveling endeavors and possesses an exceptional level of patience. Even the tedious task of battling dual monsters is filled with joy for him. Despite their dedicated efforts, the highest-ranked players in the region still surpass them significantly. This is inevitable, as they must also balance their academic responsibilities, leaving them with limited time to compete with those who immerse themselves entirely in the game. However, Yang Ruihin's ambition is to pursue a career as a professional killer. She seeks the thrill and sense of accomplishment derived from slaying opponents within the game, rather than merely climbing the ranks on a leaderboard. Moreover, both she and Yi-chun are not financially constrained. When the time comes to acquire necessary skills and enhance their character strength, they will undoubtedly progress more swiftly than others. During the summer break, Yang Ruihin finds herself unable to venture outside frequently for various reasons. Yet, this does not diminish her enthusiasm for the game. She secretly purchased a mobile phone and a SIM card, communicating with Yi-chun through text messages as if they were spies meeting in secret. Cautiously, she guides him on how to operate within the game and complete tasks from afar. Upon reaching level 40, a multitude of leveling options becomes available, such as ghost hunting and trading. To strengthen their characters and refine their skills in the future, accumulating guild contributions is essential. Thus, for the foreseeable future, Yi-chun's primary task is to engage in trading, an endeavor requiring both patience and skill, as players must buy and sell goods between various cities, profiting from the price differences to accumulate contributions. Every night before bed, the two consistently engage in text conversations. Yi-chun meticulously reports his progress in the game, sharing details such as achieving another level up, enhancing skills in tandem with his level, and completing 10 rounds of trading with each character. Yang Ruihin attentively listens to his accounts, occasionally offering advice and encouragement, which deepens their mutual understanding within the game. At that time, the occurrence of selling guild materials was still relatively rare. The cultivation system had only been introduced in March 2004, and most players were still unclear about the significant disparities in power between characters who had and had not invested in cultivation. Coincidentally, the guild they had joined was one that did not sell materials. All resources had to be seized by players themselves, with whoever obtained them claiming ownership. However, few players noticed this detail, as most were still in a phase of naive exploration of the game, many even misallocating their attribute points, let alone grasping the more complex game mechanics. The district they belonged to was Shaonan's Fenghua Shueyue, predominantly populated by residents of Shaonan province. It was said that the guild leader hailed from Qingzhou, which fostered a sense of familiarity and belonging within the game, as if they had found their own community. Of course, after each of Yi Chen's routine reports, Yang Ruihin would be overcome by a profound sense of envy. In her heart, she secretly pondered when she could, like Yi Chen, indulge in games freely, savoring the joy of this delightful gaming life, unbound by the myriad constraints of reality. As time progressed, their characters gradually ascended in levels. When both reached level 60, Yi Chen, brimming with excitement, spent a sum of money to acquire the dragon's flight sword. Upon receiving it, he eagerly texted Yang Ruihin, his message infused with an unmistakable thrill. This dragon's flight sword was simply magnificent, and wielding it made him feel like a hero within the game. Later, upon hearing from Yang Ruihin that with further effort they could wield luminous weapons, his excitement intensified, fueling his motivation to level up and hasten the acquisition of even more dazzling gear. The 2-month summer vacation swiftly vanished, and by the time it concluded, both characters had stalled at level 69. Due to the arduous nature of gaining experience, they had only maxed out 2 or 3 primary skills. Nevertheless, their gear was all at level 60, enhanced with several gemstones, rendering them formidable within the newly established gaming realm. They garnered a modest reputation, evoking admiration from numerous other players. As the start of school approached, Yang Ruihin reached out to Luo Feng, who had already established himself at the second high school for a year. Anxiously yet eagerly, she inquired about the precise location of the internet cafes near the school, and thereafter, she waited with a heart full of anticipation for the commencement of the new term. Thus, September 1st arrived as expected, and the absurdities of high school life began to unfold gradually. Chapter 24. School registration on the morning of August 31st, 2004. As dawn began to break, the campus of number 13 Middle School was already bustling with excitement, marking an important day for new students. Yang Ruihin, like every other morning, rose early from her warm cocoon of blankets. To her, it was merely an ordinary day amidst the routine of life. After getting out of bed, she engaged in a brief morning exercise to invigorate her muscles and fully awaken her body. Following this, she relished a simple breakfast before selecting her attire for the day. Her clothing was characteristically modest and unadorned, devoid of any extravagant luxuries. She donned a pair of cropped jeans that elegantly displayed a small portion of her smooth, toned calves, paired with a white cartoon-themed t-shirt, and completed the look with white canvas shoes. Altogether, her outfit cost less than 500 yuan, rendering her quite unremarkable amidst the crowd. Just as she was about to step out the door, her grandmother called out to her, "Ruihin, wait a moment. Come here. Let me fix your hair." The voice from behind interrupted her departure. Yang Ruihin was accustomed to tying her hair back in a tidy ponytail, free from any stray bangs or fringes. To her, this style was practical, ensuring her vision remained unobstructed when looking down, and it facilitated her movements. She paid little mind to the question of aesthetics, prioritizing her comfort. "Please, it's almost time to leave." Upon hearing the mention of her hair, Yang Ruihin hesitated, eager to escape. However, to her surprise, her grandmother swiftly pulled her back. Realizing her grandmother's agility, she reluctantly followed her upstairs to have her hair styled anew. As her grandmother carefully arranged her hair, she couldn't help but murmur, "Who are you trying to fool? I've never heard of anyone being late for registration. Isn't the official start of school tomorrow? Look at your hair. You don't even have any bangs, it's not very presentable." Yang Ruihin had always cut her hair herself, specifically requesting no bangs or fringes, thus maintaining her current style. Faced with her grandmother's makeover plans, she could only acquiesce. After her grandmother's meticulous work, she allowed 2 strands of hair to fall by her ears, trimming them slightly to just shoulder length, effectively creating a semblance of bangs. Once finished, her grandmother nodded in satisfaction, advising her to maintain this hairstyle in the future. Yet, in her heart, young Ruihin pondered that school would likely enforce grooming standards, forbidding both bangs and fringes. She silently resolved to find a moment to snip them away herself. At long last, having finished with her hair, young Ruihin stepped out. A plainclothes security officer drove her to school, distinct from the one who had accompanied her to the bookstore previously. This officer wore a perpetually stern expression, which led young Ruihin to privately nickname him Brother Tense. As the vehicle arrived at the school, she was greeted by a sea of bustling students, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. Many boarding students arrive accompanied by their parents, who busily navigate the campus, laden with luggage. Witnessing this familiar scene, young Ruihin cannot help but reminisce about her own registration experience from her previous life. Back then, she felt a strong aversion to being burdened with so many belongings, perceiving it as a source of embarrassment. Surprisingly, this sentiment remained unchanged when she enrolled in university. However, this time, young Ruihin felt considerably lighter. She carried only a small shoulder bag containing a few miscellaneous items, its weight negligible. She inquired along the way and successfully completed all registration procedures, even meeting her homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher, named Wang Jiahao, is a young man in his 30s, sporting a neatly parted hairstyle and teaching mathematics. Upon seeing young Ruihin arrive alone for registration, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, yet he refrained from asking further questions. She recalled being accompanied by her aunt during her elementary school enrollment, a time when her youth necessitated familial support. However, now that she is in middle school, she desires no special treatment and wishes to keep her background concealed from her teacher, simply wanting to blend in as an ordinary student. After completing the registration, one would typically head to their classroom to wait. Yet, having barely ventured outside for 2 months, young Ruihin felt an insatiable urge to explore, fearing that remaining indoors would stifle her spirit. Thus, she quietly strolled through the school grounds. The entire campus is oriented north to south, with a well-organized layout. To the east lies the faculty dormitory, where many teachers reside and boarding students are welcomed for a monthly fee of over 400 yuan, covering room and board. This accommodation model is highly favored by parents, who believe that with teachers living on site, they will have ample opportunity to guide their children academically and maintain stricter oversight. To the west stands a building with commercial spaces, primarily housing teachers as well, though it consists of only 4 stories. The ground floor features a variety of shops, including supermarkets that vastly surpass those near the elementary school in both size and selection, even selling cigarettes by the stick. Yang Ruihin recalls once having run up a tab at a supermarket named Xiaoyu, accumulating nearly 200 yuan, which she later repaid with a subsidy her family remained oblivious to. The second and third floors also serve as residences for teachers and boarding students, while the 4th floor houses the cafeteria, providing meals for those residing on campus. As Yang Ruihin ambled about, memories from her previous life here flooded back. Those naive and innocent moments intertwined with the flora and architecture around her. These reminiscences infused her with a distinct sense of anticipation for the middle school journey that lay ahead. Chapter 25. The old acquaintance. The sunlight cascaded freely upon the streets and alleys of this quaint town, as young Ruihin meandered aimlessly through the campus. A flicker of anticipation lingered in her heart, yearning for a chance encounter with familiar faces from her past. However, those memories from a previous life seemed to have been gently erased by the sands of time. Much had been forgotten, and even if she were to cross paths with an old friend, they might just as well be strangers to one another. With such a complex and contradictory sentiment, she stepped into the Xiaoyu supermarket. A wave of nostalgia washed over her as the familiar scent enveloped her. The shelves were arranged as they always had been, and the proprietor remained the amiable uncle she remembered. Upon catching sight of him, a surge of excitement bubbled within young Ruihin, and her gaze began to sweep through the supermarket, not missing a single corner. At that moment, a familiar figure intruded upon her line of sight. It was a chubby boy of similar height to her, donned in a short-sleeved shirt, the sleeves lazily rolled up to his shoulders, exposing his robust arms. Prominent, jagged scar marred his arm, lending him an unexpectedly fierce appearance. The moment she laid eyes on that scar, a name flickered through her mind, and she tentatively called out, "Lu Jianxing?" The boy froze, slowly turning his head, his face a canvas of confusion as he scratched his head and scrutinized Yang Ruihan. His thoughts racing. Why does this girl look somewhat familiar? "Do you know me?" he asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Goodness! Upon confirming his identity, Yang Ruihan's spirits soared, and with a playful reprimand, she approached him and playfully kicked his backside. "It's me, Yang Ruihan. I came to school today. I didn't expect you to be attending number 13 middle school as well." Wow! Lu Jianxing's realization dawned upon him like a waking dream. "Aren't you that mischievous older sister from kindergarten who led us on all sorts of adventures?" When Yang Ruihan suddenly left back then, it had left him and Sun Ming in a state of profound boredom, a sense of aimlessness that only began to dissipate after they entered school. "Ruihan, you're already in middle school," Lu Jianxing exclaimed. "I heard your father was transferred for work. Didn't you go with him?" The joy of encountering an old friend was palpable, lighting up his face with a radiant smile. Yang Ruihan gently shook her head, her hair swaying slightly with the motion. "I've been living with my grandfather. By the way, do you still keep in touch with Sun Ming? We've been hanging out together all along." "Wait a moment. I'll go fetch him." Lu Jianxing smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling Sun Ming. Exiting through another door of the supermarket led them to a bustling street, across which stood a small restroom. At that moment, Sun Ming was squatting there, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of leisure. Lu Jianxing rushed over, seizing him by the arm and pulling him up. "Stop smoking. I'm taking you to meet someone." "A girl? Who?" "Just wait a moment. Let me have a couple more puffs," Sun Ming replied nonchalantly, taking 2 hearty drags before reluctantly discarding the remaining half of his precious Yushi cigarette on the ground. It is worth noting that this Yushi brand cost $1.50 per stick, a luxury for students like them. "Yang Ruihan, do you remember her? She's the one who used to drag us all over the place." Lu Jianxing, while pulling Sun Ming back, spoke incessantly, his excitement causing saliva to fly as he described how beautiful she had become, with an enviable figure to match. Today she had come to register for school, presumably starting her first year of junior high. Sun Ming had only a vague recollection of her, but upon hearing the words beautiful, his spirits lifted and his eyes brightened as he quickened his pace to follow Lu Jianxing toward the supermarket. When the three finally gathered, Sun Ming was struck by the sight of Yang Ruihan, who had indeed blossomed into a graceful beauty, just as Lu Jianxing had claimed. A thought flickered in Sun Ming's mind. Since he was still single, how wonderful it would be if he could date her. Little did Yang Ruihan know the scheming thoughts of these two boys. She merely wished to reconnect with old friends and make a few new ones in this new environment. After some conversation, she learned that both Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming had transferred and left their military housing, now settled in Qinzhou. They were in the same second-year junior high as Luofeng. Curious about Luofeng, Yang Ruihan inquired, but Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming nonchalantly stated they had only heard of him, exuding an air of confidence that they were the true leaders at the 13th middle school. Yet Sun Ming harbored ulterior motives, cautiously probing into Yang Ruihan's relationship with Luofeng, secretly hoping she was not already dating him, for that would spell doom for his own chances. When he heard Yang Ruihan mention they were merely acquaintances from an internet CAF and that they had even stolen game tokens together, he felt a weight lift from his heart. However, his attention swiftly shifted. Upon learning that Yang Ruihan also frequented the gaming halls, Sun Ming's interest piqued, and he enthusiastically clamored to join her for some fun, excitedly discussing arcade games like the King of Fighters 97 and the King of Fighters 2002. In Qinzhou, the entertainment venues popular among middle school students were collectively referred to as the 3 halls and 2 bars. The 3 halls included billiard halls, gaming halls, and video halls, while the 2 bars referred to internet CAFs and KTVs, though the latter was often mistakenly labeled as bars for the sake of sophistication.
Yang Ruihan smirked slickly,
her lips curling in a dismissive smile, confidently asserting that she could easily best them with one hand. However, she added that today was not possible, as the school gate guard awaited to escort her home. She promised that, in the future, she would be free every noon to show them just how outmatched they truly were. After some more banter, they parted ways. Yang Ruihan returned to her classroom, leaving only Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming outside the supermarket. Lu Jianxing sighed, reflecting on how rare it was to find a girl like Yang Ruihin, who could play alongside boys and share common interests. Do you think I have a chance? Please help me with some advice, Sun Ming implored, his face filled with anticipation. Having never dated before and lacking any experience in pursuing girls, he found himself utterly captivated by Yang Ruihin. Lu Jianxing, currently enraptured in the bliss of a romantic relationship, was more than willing to offer advice to his friend. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly remarked, I find it rather doubtful. They likely perceive us merely as younger brothers. Moreover, considering that they have bodyguards accompanying them at school, they certainly do not concern themselves with how we fare in our academic environment. However, should you truly muster the courage to pursue her, I will undoubtedly lend you my unwavering support. With that, Sun Ming felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. He began to harbor doubts. If his attempts were to fail, it could jeopardize their friendship, leading to complications. Perhaps it would be wiser to observe the situation for a while longer. Chapter 26. The beginning in 2004, the entertainment industry was in a dazzling golden age, experiencing an unprecedented surge. In the realm of music, Fur's debut album F.R. made a grand entrance. Jay Chou's Sevenly fragrance artfully encapsulated the tender and beautiful love of youth, ensnaring countless listeners in its melodic embrace. Lin Junjia's Jiangnan, with its unique and enchanting style, resonated with an ethereal yet heartfelt voice, vividly bringing to life the gentle and poetic essence of the Jiangnan water towns. The gaming industry was equally vibrant, with titles like Dream of the Red Chamber, Miracle, and World of Warcraft captivating a multitude of players. Nearby the 13th Middle School, 2 Internet CAF South were particularly close to the campus. Among them, Glory Internet CAF embraced a dreamlike theme, with its walls adorned with exquisite posters of various game characters. Simultaneously, the development of online literature was flourishing, birthing numerous remarkable works that left readers in awe. However, Yang Ruihin was perpetually busy, with no time to surf the internet, relegated to eagerly awaiting the publication of these novels, planning to rent them later for her enjoyment. In the classroom of Class 3, dozens of students gathered in small groups, buzzing with excitement. Some hailed from various elementary schools in Qinzhou City, while others had journeyed from the surrounding counties. Those who arrived early had already formed many new friendships, engaged in lively conversations, while newcomers like Yang Ruihin found themselves sitting alone. Yet, Yang Ruihin remained unfazed, calmly choosing a seat toward the back, donning her headphones, and immersing herself in music while discreetly observing her classmates who would accompany her for the next 3 years. The boys held little intrigue for her, quickly dismissed with a glance. At that moment, a girl captured her attention. Slightly shorter than Yang Ruihin, the girl had skin as white as milk, so delicate that it seemed a gentle pinch could elicit a drop of water. Her lips were rosy and her teeth were white and even, presenting a visage as pure as a freshly bloomed lily. Her attire suggested a demure and obedient nature, and she was quietly seated alone, not engaging with others. Feeling a spark of interest, Yang Ruihin rose and approached her. Has the homeroom teacher mentioned when they would arrive? Yang Ruihin inquired, adopting a casual demeanor, her expression relaxed and devoid of any tension. The girl before her, however, appeared shy and flustered by the unexpected conversation. I don't know, the girl replied softly, her voice timid and hesitant. Nevertheless, she mustered the courage to introduce herself. My name is Su Ning. What about you? What a lovely name, Yang Ruihin mused internally, her face breaking into a smile as she responded. I am Yang Ruihin. Ruiaz in flower bud, Anhan as in cultivation. Let us sit together when we assign seats. As she spoke, Yang Ruihin discreetly assessed Su Ning, noting not only her beauty but also that she appeared to have matured more quickly than her peers. Without delving into height, it is evident that a certain scale has already been established. Yang Ruihin's gaze inadvertently swept through the gap of her collar. Upon hearing the name, Su Ning seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Oh, so you are Yang Ruihin. I've heard that you scored the highest in our class. If I encounter difficulties in my studies, may I seek your guidance?" Regarding the report card, Yang Ruihin was momentarily taken aback. She had not placed much importance on the exam that transitioned her from elementary to middle school, Yet she was astonished to discover she had achieved the highest score. Intrigued, she inquired, "Where is the report card? Let me have a look." Su Ning hastily handed her an A4 sheet, where the student scores were clearly displayed. Scanning from top to bottom, Yang Ruihan's name gleamed brightly in the first position. Further down, she spotted Su Ning's name nestled among the lower ranks. Classes 1, 2, and 3 were the school's elite programs, where the top 3 students essentially comprised the top 9 across the entire institution. In comparison, Su Ning's rank was indeed somewhat lacking. Humming a cheerful tune, Yang Ruihan felt a swell of satisfaction, realizing the benefits of academic excellence. She playfully placed the headphone in Su Ning's ear, declaring, "Stick with me, and you will surely thrive." At that moment, 4 or 5 girls burst into the classroom. Each sported shoulder-length hair, with one girl flaunting eye-catching red locks, resembling a traffic signal amidst the crowd. Their attire was audacious, adorned with sparkling bracelets and assorted trinkets, their laughter and chatter echoing throughout the classroom, eager to announce their presence as the school's little delinquents. "Do you know that girl with the red hair?" Yang Ruihan curiously inquired after observing her. She mused that such a girl could enter an elite class through some unseen means. "She is not to be trifled with. Her name is Xian Xian. Her brother is in the 9th grade at the same school, and I hear he is quite the character," Su Ning replied in a hushed tone, glancing nervously towards Xian Xian, clearly apprehensive of being overheard. Yang Ruihan responded with an "oh," realizing she had merely asked out of curiosity, unaware that Su Ning was so informed. "You seem to have your ear to the ground. You know everyone."
Su Ning smilet syli, explaining.
"We were in the same class in elementary school, but we never interacted much." Before long, nearly 40 students had filled the classroom, creating a dense gathering. At this juncture, their homeroom teacher, Wang Jiahao, entered with a measured stride, instructing the students to find seats as they pleased. The room fell silent in an instant as Wang Jiahao surveyed the class with a piercing gaze, quickly honing in on 3 particularly conspicuous individuals. "That girl with red hair. What is your name? This afternoon, I expect you to dye your hair back to black and style it into a ponytail. Otherwise, do not bother coming to school." Wang Jiahao's voice resonated with a serious tone, exuding an undeniable authority. "Teacher, my name is Xian Xian," she responded with a cheeky grin, showing no hint of shame, clearly accustomed to such admonishments. "And the 2 at the back, is that you, Yang Ruihan? Remove your headphones. Can't you see I'm standing right here? Do you want me to bring you both a chair and brew a cup of tea?" Wang Jiahao's gaze shifted towards Yang Ruihan and Su Ning, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing his tone. It suddenly dawned on Yang Ruihan that while her elementary school teachers were lenient about listening to music during class, middle school was an entirely different matter, and she had yet to acclimatize to this new reality. Observing Yang Ruihan as she put away her MP3 player, Wang Jiahao pondered. The boys in this class appeared quite earnest, yet why were there so many rebellious girls? He cleared his throat and declared loudly, "Let me state 2 points. First, every student in our class must adhere to the school's regulations regarding hairstyles. No exceptions will be made. Second, all mobile phones, MP3 players, and extracurricular books must be kept at home. If I catch anyone with them again starting tomorrow, there will be consequences. Understood?" In truth, during that time, very few ordinary students could afford an MP3 player, so Wang Jiahao's concern was somewhat excessive. Afterward, he discussed classroom discipline and then temporarily appointed a class monitor, a boy named Zhao Xia, who was reportedly the first boarding student to arrive. Once the class monitor was arranged, it was time to assign the boys to fetch the textbooks. Naturally, this task fell to the boys, sparing Yang Ruihan from this labor. Before long, the boys returned, their faces flushed and veins bulging, heaving stacks of brand new textbooks. There were 7 main subjects, including foreign languages, politics, history, geography, and biology, not to mention the additional subjects of music, physical education, and art. As the textbooks were distributed, Yang Ruihan felt a thrill of novelty upon seeing the larger books compared to those in elementary school. She took out a black gel pen from her backpack, opened the cover of her textbook, and elegantly inscribed her name, in bold strokes on the title page. Gazing at her vigorous handwriting, she felt a surge of accomplishment, finally free from the pretense of poor penmanship. It was a victory worth celebrating. Su Ning leaned closer to take a look, her eyes widening in astonishment. Yang Ruihin, your handwriting is exquisite. Could you write my name too? Oh, it's no trouble at all, Yang Ruihin replied, beaming with pride as she took Su Ning's textbook and, after a moment's thought, swiftly wrote down the characters for Su Ning. She was well aware that her handwriting surpassed that of most middle school teachers. After finishing, she couldn't resist boasting, you need to practice. When you buy a calligraphy book, I'll teach you. Following a series of enrollment procedures, it was quite remarkable that Yang Ruihin and Su Ning were not separated and were naturally assigned to sit together in the last row. The seats were adequate, allowing them to see the blackboard clearly. With no classes in the afternoon, everyone returned home. Su Ning, being a boarding student, bid farewell to Yang Ruihin, who felt a tinge of disappointment, musing how delightful it would be to attend and leave school together. The next morning, at 7:20 a.m., the early study period commenced, with the duty student required to arrive by 6:50 a.m. Middle school homework was typically abundant, making early and late study sessions crucial for students to catch up on assignments. Day students were exempt from evening study sessions and could leave for home right after the 4 afternoon classes. As a result, early study periods became peak times for students to copy homework. The final class of the morning was physical education, commencing with laps around the track, followed by exercises, and concluding with free activities. On the playground, some senior classes were also engaged in their physical education lessons, including Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming's class. By sheer coincidence, these two had been in the same class from elementary through middle school, making their interactions quite convenient. Their encounter with Yang Ruihin was purely accidental. By the edge of a small grove, Yang Ruihin was engrossed in conversation with Su Ning when Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming, rather clumsily, approached them. Sister Han, you're also having PE class. Lu Jianxing greeted her warmly, while the timid Sun Ming merely nodded in agreement from the side. Yang Ruihin responded with a brief acknowledgement, glancing at Su Ning when a bold idea suddenly struck her. How about we skip class, climb over the wall, grab a meal, and then spend some time at the internet CAF? Upon her suggestion, Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming immediately expressed their enthusiastic approval, their heads bobbing like garlic being pounded, thinking to themselves, Sister Han is brilliant, always coming up with fun ideas. However, Su Ning appeared like a startled deer, shaking her head vigorously in protest. No, we'll definitely get caught skipping class. To her, the notion of skipping class was a significant breach of her principles, and the idea of visiting an internet CAF felt utterly scandalous, something she could never dare to do. Seeing Su Ning's reluctance, Yang Ruihin did not press the matter further. Unable to contain her own excitement, she conspired with Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming to keep their plan a secret from Su Ning, and together, the three of them scaled the wall and escaped the school. Nearby, numerous stalls offered boxed meals and fried skewers, where they could indulge in a hearty feast for merely 6 or 7 yuan. After 20 minutes, their stomachs were pleasantly full, and they set off towards the internet CAF. The venue of their choice was the Glory Internet CAF, where upon entering, they found a multitude of players engaged in Dream of the Red Chamber, each at varying levels of expertise. Yang Ruihin logged into her level 69 character, drawing little attention. Once logged in, she meticulously checked her account, noting that she had completed the storyline and filled all 4 skills, though her experience bar was quite empty. She examined her companions. One was a 3-skill Auspicious Beast, which she had previously arranged with Zhang Yi for future exploits in the 5th realm, and the other was the Hell War God, equipped with high-level combo skills. As she explained the game to Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming, she deftly completed her apprenticeship tasks. Captivated, both Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming expressed their desire to try the game themselves. Thus, Yang Ruihin formed a ghost-catching team and began to patiently instruct them. During their gaming session, she also connected with Yi Chun through the in-game chat system, urging him to rapidly accumulate experience in anticipation of reaching level 90 and then venturing into the 5th realm for experience farming. Joyful moments tend to slip by swiftly, and before they knew it, the afternoon had flown by. The trio hurried back to school to resume their classes, and remarkably, Yang Ruihin's absence had gone unnoticed, while Su Ning remained internally anxious, deeply worried about being discovered. In the afternoon, Luo Feng sought out Yang Ruihin, confidently assuring her that if anyone dared to bully her, He would be there to confront them in class 13 of the second year. However, Yang Ruihin observed the boys in her class and found them to be rather honest, with the only exception being the boisterous Xian Xian. Yet, she deemed it unnecessary to engage in a dispute with a mere middle school girl. As long as Xian Xian did not provoke her, she chose to ignore her presence. Thus, she impatiently instructed Luo Feng to go wherever he pleased. Life in Class 1. Year 3 passed by peacefully with no one stirring trouble. In the blink of an eye, the first monthly examination arrived. Following the tests, the National Day holiday commenced. Upon returning to school, the results were announced. As anticipated by Yang Ruihin, she secured the first position in her class and the third position in the entire grade. She achieved full marks in both mathematics and English, while her scores in other subjects that required rote memorization were slightly weaker. Nevertheless, having previously studied the material, she found the knowledge of middle school rather simplistic when viewed through the lens of an adult's mindset. The homeroom teacher, Wang Jiahao, was overjoyed upon learning the results, his eyes squinting with delight. What teacher does not appreciate diligent students? Moreover, Yang Ruihin not only excelled academically but also possessed exquisite handwriting, which even elicited envy from Wang Jiahao himself. Her Chinese composition received high marks largely due to the beauty of her script. Chapter 27. The wisdom of being human. On October 12th, the sun shone brightly, and the bells signaling the end of the intermission rang softly, adding a hint of commotion to the otherwise lively playground. The crowd bustled with energy, everyone leisurely heading in their respective directions during the break. Yang Ruihin and Su Ning walked side by side, engaged in cheerful conversation as they made their way to the restroom. For girls, visiting the restroom often involves a degree of complexity. After squatting, there is the necessity of cleaning up. Although Yang Ruihin had adapted to this era over the years, she still found herself sighing with resignation at the thought. During that time, small balloons sold at the school's convenience store became particularly popular among students. These balloons, when fully inflated, were merely the size of a fist. Yet, they were notoriously difficult to blow up, leading the boys to devise a new game. Filling them with water from the faucet, tying them off, and thus creating rudimentary water balloons, which became their weapons of choice for playful skirmishes during recess, sweeping through the campus like wildfire. The school's restroom was of the old-fashioned public type, with the boys' and girls' facilities separated by just a wall, leaving a half-meter gap at the top. This seemingly insignificant opening would become the catalyst for a farcical episode. Just as Yang Ruihin finished her business and stood up to adjust her pants, a resounding crash echoed through the air. A water balloon struck her squarely on the head. In an instant, water splattered everywhere, and she found herself drenched, resembling a thoroughly soaked chicken, with droplets cascading down her cheeks. The sudden calamity left Yang Ruihin momentarily stunned, but an inferno of fury ignited within her, her lungs nearly bursting from rage as she shouted toward the boys' restroom, "Who the hell threw that? Are you out of your mind? Which little brat is responsible?" The response from the boys' restroom was an uproar of laughter, each chuckle like salt rubbed into her wounds, intensifying her anger. She quickly shook her hair loose and wiped her face with her school uniform before charging out of the restroom, with Su Ning unable to restrain her, helplessly shaking his head as he followed closely behind. Yang Ruihin stormed up to the entrance of the boys' restroom, hands on her hips, blocking the way. Her dripping wet appearance, combined with the fire in her eyes, conveyed her fury so effectively that no one dared to pass her. Who had thrown that water balloon? Her gaze pierced through the crowd, searching intently. The boys who had nothing to hide continued to laugh heartily, while a few others exhibited shifty eyes, their furtive glances immediately capturing her attention. "Is it you lot?" she demanded, pointing accusingly at the boys who were averting their eyes. "Ha ha ha. It's him. Let him out, haha, so he can't run. It was definitely him. Teach him a lesson." A group of boys enthusiastically shoved a small-statured boy forward. He was notably short, likely not even reaching 1.5 meters, yet upon being pushed out, he wore a cheeky grin, seemingly unfazed. "Hey, beautiful, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. I just wanted to scare you a little," he said with a nonchalant air. The young man wore a smirk of irreverence at the corners of his lips, taking considerable pride in his own handiwork. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shi Tao from Class 7, he declared, Your clothes are soaked. Allow me to lend you mine. As he spoke, he calculated in his mind how borrowing and returning clothes might pave the way for a closer acquaintance with the beautiful and statuesque young Ruihin. What boy wouldn't desire to be near such a girl? Yet most conceal their feelings, too timid to express them, while he was audaciously bold. Shitao's demeanor undoubtedly stoked the flames of young Ruihin's ire. With gritted teeth, she coldly nodded, very well. Today I shall let you truly know me. Remember this. I am young Ruihin. As her words fell, she deftly seized the hand with which Shitao offered his school uniform, twisting it with practiced precision, reminiscent of how she had handled Luofeng previously. In swift succession, she landed a kick to the back of his knee, causing him to collapse onto the ground with a thud. The surrounding classmates erupted in applause, but young Ruihin paid them no heed. She stepped on his back, applying just enough pressure, and fiercely inquired, "Do you recognize me now, Ouch! That hurts. Let go." Initially, Shitao assumed young Ruihin was merely jesting, but the humiliation of his position was undeniable, and her grip showed no signs of relenting. Anger surged within him, causing his face to flush red as he shouted, "Let go of me, you." His words were abruptly drowned out by an outpouring of expletives. Seeing him not only resist but also curse, young Ruihin let out a cold laugh and released her hold. However, this was merely a brief calm before the storm. She swiftly resumed her assault, gripping his hair tightly and delivering 2 decisive punches to his face, causing blood to gush from his nose. Young Ruihin understood the psychology of these half-grown children all too well. Reasoning with them was futile. The only way to instill compliance was through force. Otherwise, any attempts to inform a teacher or seek other resolutions would be in vain. This thorough beating finally subdued Shitao. His face contorted in agony. His voice tinged with a whimper. He incessantly apologized and pleaded for mercy. In that moment, he comprehended that the young Ruihin before him was evidently skilled, and he was no match for her. One might have thought this incident would fade into obscurity, given that there were over 1,000 students at number 12 middle school, and such a trivial matter would hardly make significant waves in the vast expanse of the campus. It would likely become mere fodder for casual conversation among classmates, a tale of how a boy named Shitao was bested by a girl, labeled as cowardly. However, the following day in an internet CAF, the situation took an unforeseen turn. Sun Ming sat before a computer, engrossed in the turn-based game Dream Fantasy, a delightful experience that allowed one to play while watching movies. He was an avid visitor to forums, and naturally, he frequented the forum for number 12 middle school. In 2004, the forum was still in its infancy, a veritable wild frontier. User posts lacked pseudonyms, displaying only a string of cold IP addresses. At that moment, Sun Ming stumbled upon a particularly eye-catching post in the No. 12 forum. The content of the post reads, "From now on, any boy from class 12 who throws water balloons into the girls' restroom shall have his legs broken. And as for young Ruihin from class 3, she is now my girlfriend. Anyone who dares to cause trouble shall be at odds with me. Those who agree, please support me. Those who disagree, feel free to insult me and leave your name and class." The post is signed by Song Qing from class 7. The numerous spelling errors in this post are quite off-putting, yet the replies below are exceedingly lively, filled with supportive words from various classmates. Some even shared information about young Ruihin, mentioning her exceptional academic performance, ranking 3rd in the entire grade in the recent monthly exam. Upon seeing this post, young Ruihin was infuriated, nearly breaking the keyboard at the internet CAF. She thought to herself that these little brats were acting rather brazenly. Beneath the post, people were even calling her sister Song, a complete absurdity. Reflecting back, she realized why so many people had been whispering and pointing at her during lunch. She had dismissed it at the time, but now understood that it was all due to this post. Sun Ming was equally enraged, commenting beneath the post for Song Qing to stay away, vowing to investigate who this Song Qing truly was upon returning to school. Before the first afternoon class, a crowd had gathered at the entrance of class 3, buzzing with chatter and laughter, the noise akin to a swarm of irritating flies, causing distress to those nearby. Unable to endure any longer, young Ruihin shouted a few curses, but this only seemed to embolden the crowd, their jeers growing ever louder. After 2 classes, Teacher Wang Jiahao arrived and summoned Yang Ruihin to the office. With a grave expression, he inquired about her relationship with Song Qing and earnestly advised her to avoid early romantic entanglements, urging her to focus on her studies. Yang Ruihin felt utterly stifled. Having lived over 30 years in total, she still considered herself a pure-hearted individual, yet now a mere 7th grader had proclaimed her as his girlfriend. Was this not utterly ridiculous? She could only listen to the teacher's admonishments, nodding in agreement while her heart simmered with frustration. Finally, enduring until the last self-study period of the afternoon, Yang Ruihin had just finished copying Sun Ning's homework when suddenly, a note seemed to soar through the air towards her. Passing notes in middle school is a commonplace occurrence. Filled with suspicion, she quickly unfolded the note, revealing a scrawled message that infuriated her further. The note, written by Xian Xian, admonished her to refrain from being flirtatious and to stop trying to entice Song Qing, threatening that she would be hit every time they crossed paths if she did not comply. Yang Ruihin, enraged to the point of laughter, turned her head to glare fiercely at Xian Xian, who was looking at her with a provocative expression, as if challenging her to respond. At that moment, the pent-up frustration from the entire afternoon erupted within Yang Ruihin. She thought to herself, regardless of whether one is male or female, if you dare to provoke me, do not blame me for being ungracious. Swiftly, she tore off a piece of paper and wrote, "Wait for me outside the Xiaoyu supermarket after school." After the note was sent back, Xian Xian saw its contents and burst into arrogant laughter, giving Yang Ruihin a thumbs down from afar, making her disdain unmistakably clear. Finally enduring until the end of school, Yang Ruihin arrived punctually at Xiaoyu supermarket. As she anticipated, Xian Xian was there along with another girl. These two seemed to believe that dealing with Yang Ruihin alone was more than sufficient, or perhaps they were certain she would not dare to retaliate. What's wrong? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Still unaware of your place without Song Qing? Xian Xian looked down her nose, and although she was significantly shorter than Yang Ruihin, her arrogant demeanor stood in stark contrast to her height. As she spoke, seemingly unsatisfied, she suddenly swung her hand towards Yang Ruihin's face. This was no mere slap. It was a vicious scratch with her long, sharp nails. If Yang Ruihin were to be caught, her face would surely be left marred, potentially scarring her permanently. A brutal attack indeed. Yet Yang Ruihin was not one to be trifled with. She would not tolerate Xuanxuan's behavior. You strike hard, but I shall be even more ruthless. Yang Ruihin retaliated first with a fierce uppercut, landing solidly on Xuanxuan's chin. Following that, a swift kick sent Xian Xian crashing to her knees, the pain rendering her incapable of uttering a sound, let alone fighting back. These two strikes filled Yang Ruihin with immense satisfaction. She finally grasped that when dealing with these unruly middle schoolers, being low-key was futile. Only by instilling fear could one avoid being bullied. Observing her friend in distress, the other girl could no longer contain herself and yelled, launching a kick at Yang Ruihin. Quick to react, Yang Ruihin reached out and firmly grasped her leg. Although she absorbed the kick, leaving a distinct footprint on her clothing, she remained unfazed. Then, with a powerful thrust, she sent the girl tumbling down into a split, causing her to cry out in pain, tears welling in her eyes, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. How dare you hit me? You're finished. Just wait. After a long moment, Xian Xian finally caught her breath, hissing as she threatened Yang Ruihin with malice. Relying on her brother as a backup, she felt emboldened, convinced she would reclaim her dignity. Fine. I'll be waiting. Yang Ruihin replied fearlessly, grasping both their hair tightly, feeling an exhilarating sense of vindication. She then produced some clear tape she had prepared in advance and secured their hair in a tight knot, swiftly wrapping the tape around them in multiple layers. Throughout this process, the two girls fought back desperately, struggling and shouting, but Yang Ruihin's strength and decisiveness overwhelmed them. Their resistance proved futile, only earning them a few more strikes, until they ultimately surrendered, secretly plotting to seek revenge on Yang Ruihin, particularly Xian Xian. Her heart burned with a fierce hatred, wishing nothing more than to tear Yang Ruihin apart. Yet she was acutely aware that she could not contend with them. Today, in front of so many witnesses, she had lost face in a significant way. If she did not reclaim her dignity, she would never be able to hold her head high at the 13th middle school again. After dealing with the two little bullies, Yang Ruihan felt a surge of exhilaration, almost bursting into laughter, thinking to herself, "This is what you get for being pretentious." However, she sensed that the matter was not yet resolved. That Song Qing also needed to understand that she was not to be trifled with. Just as she reveled in her triumph, a group of boys hurriedly approached. Upon seeing them, Yang Ruihan's heart sank. She was about to make her escape when the leading boy spoke first. "Yang Ruihan, did you beat them up?" The boy, rather handsome yet currently wearing a frown of exasperation, expressed his annoyance. "You truly know how to stir up trouble. Why did you choose to pick on her of all people? Who are you?"
Yang Ruihan asket, puzzled.
Her mind racing with thoughts of whether this boy had lost his senses, as she did not recognize him. His overly styled appearance inexplicably irked her. "I am Song Qing." The boy glared at her, evidently displeased with her demeanor, but quickly reverted to an expression of frustration. "All right, just leave this be for now." On the ground, Xian, overhearing Song Qing's words, persisted in her outcry. "Song Qing, don't interfere. If I don't find someone to tear her apart, I swear I'll never show my face at the 13th middle school again." Upon hearing this, Yang Ruihan suddenly laughed, thinking, "I was just looking for you, and you've come right to me. So, Song Qing, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out. I will give you 1 day to delete the posts on the forum, and then post an explanation. Otherwise, you will find yourself in the same predicament as Xian. Yang Ruihan stood her ground, her gaze unwavering as she fixed her eyes on Song Qing. In her mind, there was no notion of bullying a child. She understood well that these seemingly innocent youths would, in the coming years, be involved in brawls that sent individuals to the hospital, and could even lead to grave consequences. By imparting some lessons in humanity to them now, she considered it a noble deed. Chapter 28. The challenge in this era. Adolescents in middle and high school possess a somewhat limited understanding of the world around them. Many students subconsciously regard the seemingly imposing delinquents, who loiter outside of school, creating chaos and mischief, as the epitome of power and dominance. Furthermore, the exaggerated portrayals of such characters in popular novels only serve to reinforce these misconceptions, depicting them as omnipotent and invincible. Within their limited perspective, they fail to grasp the true essence of authority and the profound disparities that exist between social classes, concepts that are typically only encountered and comprehended during their university years. Consequently, those students who manage to forge connections with these delinquents or solicit their assistance in conflicts inevitably become the prominent figures in the school, possessing an almost mythical ability to command respect and fear. Wherever they go, they inspire trepidation, receiving clandestine admiration from peers, as if they wielded a unique privilege. There exists another distinctive group within the school equally formidable, the children of certain teachers. These students, shielded by their parental connections, enjoy an inherent protection, seldom falling victim to the bullying that others might endure. Moreover, fellow educators, out of camaraderie, tend to extend extra consideration towards them, whether in terms of classroom engagement or daily management, thus placing them in a category that is undeniably untouchable. However, Yang Ruihan is evidently not affiliated with either of these groups. She is merely an ordinary student, devoid of any formidable external influence or the special status of being a teacher's child. Therefore, when she finds herself in conflict with Xian and Song Qing, an inevitable storm brews on the horizon, reminiscent of the ominous clouds that precede a tempest. That evening, upon returning home, Yang Ruihan had just finished her shower when her phone chimed. Picking it up, she discovered a message from Sun Ming. In his text, he revealed that he had gathered information regarding Song Qing. It turns out that Song Qing's brother is also a student in the 3rd year of middle school, thriving in the social hierarchy, and is acquainted with Xuanyan's brother. Together, they are among the most notable figures at the school. Not only that, but they have also established connections with dubious characters in the outside world, enabling them to summon assistance from high school when needed. After reading the message, a slight smile crept onto Yang Ruihan's lips, accompanied by a scoff in her mind. What difference does it make who one knows? In her view, these so-called connections and powers are nothing more than paper tigers. She replied to Sun Ming, acknowledging the information, and expressed that she could easily anticipate any tactics Xian might employ. Thus, she did not allow the impending conflict to weigh heavily on her mind. It felt more like a trivial matter rather than an impending confrontation. The following morning, as sunlight bathed the campus, Yang Ruihin arrived at school, just like any other day. During the morning self-study period, she noticed Shenyan. Xuanyan's hair was visibly uneven, as if hastily trimmed, giving her a somewhat disheveled appearance. Aside from that, there seemed to be no other significant issues. However, when Xuanyuan's gaze met Yang Ruihin's, Yang Ruihin distinctly perceived the intricate emotions reflected in Xuanyuan's eyes. An amalgamation of fierce hatred intertwined with a tinge of guilt and trepidation, as if she feared that Yang Ruihin might strike her again in class. Seizing the opportunity during a lull in the lesson, Yang Ruihin resolved to craft a weapon. This was a rather popular contraption among students for brawling at school. She first rolled a thick book tightly into the shape of a baton. Then, she retrieved some pre-prepared transparent tape and meticulously wrapped it around the book, layer upon layer. As the tape accumulated, the hardness of this makeshift weapon increased, becoming as formidable as a genuine wooden stick, capable of inflicting significant pain if it were to strike a person. In truth, Yang Ruihin was overly anxious. No matter how brazen Shenyuan might be, she would never dare to summon others to confront her directly in Class 3. Classes 1, 2, and 3 were under the school's close scrutiny. Any occurrence of fighting would be dealt with severely, leaving her and those involved to face dire consequences. Sure enough, midway through the lesson, while Yang Ruihin was still in the process of completing her weapon, a note was passed to her from the front. Upon opening it, she discovered it was penned by Shenyuan. The note arrogantly demanded that she quickly gather people to engage in a group fight at noon in the sports school, accompanied by a threatening remark that if she did not dare to attend, she would have to kneel and apologize to Shenyuan. Within the school, students referred to such arrangements for fighting as setting things up, while in some places it was known as colliding or designating a spot. Although the terminology varied, the essence remained the same. Both parties would choose a location, assemble their respective allies, and engage in a display of physical prowess. For students in a school, should they be allowed to seek participants for such brawls, the ultimate outcome often led to unresolved disputes. This was largely due to the limited social circles within the school. Upon searching for allies, one would discover that the so-called helpers were often just the same individuals lingering around the school vicinity. With everyone frequently crossing paths, if a confrontation were to arise, there would inevitably be reservations. Of course, this was not the only scenario. If the opposing parties sought out two entirely unrelated groups, then a fight was almost guaranteed. Moreover, in such group clashes, determining a victor was typically fraught with ambiguity. The losing side could simply flee, only to bide their time for a covert ambush in the future. This cycle of vengeance was bound to perpetuate an endless loop of conflict. Nevertheless, such chaotic circumstances were not destined to unfold for Yang Ruihin. As she gazed at the note, a cold scoff escaped her lips. Since Shenyuan and her cohorts were intent on causing trouble, she resolved to deal with them all at once, thereby avoiding future complications. With this thought in mind, she grabbed her pen and responded on the note with a defiant remark. "Whoever doesn't go is a coward." Coincidentally, this moment was witnessed by Su Ning, who gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening as if she had witnessed an extraordinary event. She quickly leaned closer to Yang Ruihin and whispered urgently, "Shenyuan is not to be trifled with. She was quite notorious in elementary school, and many people feared her. You should promptly inform the teacher. Otherwise, you may find yourself at a disadvantage." Su Ning earnestly advised, her face etched with concern. Yang Ruihin, slightly vexed by her incessant nagging, could only respond with half-hearted murmurs of agreement, her inattentiveness clearly indicating that Su Ning's words had not truly registered. Ultimately, she added with a hint of jest, "Just make sure you don't tell the teacher. This Xianxian is exceedingly arrogant. I am merely correcting her behavior on behalf of her father, so she learns to conduct herself properly at school. Thus, I am performing a good deed, and you must not interfere, understood?" Yang Ruihin said to Su Ning, half in jest, half in seriousness. Yet, this statement not only did Su Ning find it hard to believe, but even if it were offered to deceive a ghost, the ghost would undoubtedly shake its head in disbelief. Su Ning felt her good intentions were being dismissed, which stirred a bit of anger within her, prompting her to turn away and refrain from speaking to Yang Ruihin for the remainder of the morning. During the break, As Yang Ruihin went to the corridor to fetch water, she unexpectedly encountered Song Qing. It seemed as if Song Qing had been waiting there for her. Upon seeing her approach, he immediately stepped forward. I know Shen Xian has gathered some people. You absolutely must not go at noon. There are too many of them, and if you go, you will surely be beaten and come to harm, Song Qing said earnestly, his expression laden with concern as he looked at Yang Ruihin. Chapter 29. Intimidation. Yang Ruihin wore a look of disdain, completely disregarding the individual before her. Have you deleted that post yet? The day is swiftly approaching. Once I deal with Shen Xian, you will be next. Her words infuriated Song Qing, whose face flushed crimson as he waved his hands in protest, his voice a mix of urgency and anger. I'm done with this. Do as you please. However, it wasn't too long before the next class break, when he stormed over like an agitated rooster, vociferously demanding, Yang Ruihin, what do you mean by this? Yang Ruihin's brow furrowed in irritation, her patience nearly at its limit, especially upon witnessing Song Qing's self-satisfied demeanor, which only fueled her anger. With a frosty tone, she replied, each word seemingly encased in ice, this is pointless. Delete the post, provide a thorough explanation, and keep your distance from me. Then this matter can be considered resolved. If you refuse to delete it, bring your brother along at noon. I will be waiting for you both at the sports academy. With that harsh ultimatum, she turned on her heel and departed. In no time, news of her impending confrontation with Shen Xian spread rapidly among the students. Lu Jianxing, Sun Ming, Luo Feng, and others rushed to her side, eager to offer assistance, brimming with a fervor to stand by her side. Yet Yang Ruihin merely shook her head dismissively. Spare yourselves the effort. I will handle this on my own. The morning passed swiftly, and as the lunch bell rang, Yang Ruihin casually sought out a small restaurant, taking a few bites of her meal before making her way toward the vicinity of the sports academy. As she surveyed the academy, doubts crept into her mind. It seemed strangely devoid of students throughout the year. She had visited several times in her past life, and each occasion had been eerily desolate, devoid of any presence. Standing near the academy, she took a deep breath and dialed Yang Tianqi's number. From the outset, she had resolved not to involve the chaotic elements of society to address this situation. She understood that even if she resorted to violence, her adversaries would likely remain unyielding, potentially leading to further troubles. Hello, uncle? This is Yang Ruihin. Her voice carried a hint of grievance, tinged with a plea for assistance. Over the years, she had developed a close rapport with Yang Tianqi, feeling far more at ease with him than with her own father, Yang Tianqi. That comfort was a natural bond. What brings you to contact me at this hour? Yang Tianqi's voice emanated from the other end, deep and authoritative, imbued with the gravitas of someone who has long held a position of power. As the commander of a corps, he wielded considerable military authority and, in a couple of years, might ascend even higher, his future appearing bright. I've been bullied, Yang Ruihin confessed, her eyes welling with tears. This was her first genuine attempt to leverage the influence of the Yang family, and she felt a mix of anxiety and hopeful anticipation. After all, boys and girls were inherently different. Yang Xian had long mingled with the scions of officials and military families, thriving within that circle, while she was still entangled in such trivial matters. Upon hearing her words, Yang Tianqi was momentarily taken aback, his pen halting mid-air. In his memory, Yang Ruihin had always been a sensible and well-behaved child. How could she possibly be bullied? He promptly inquired with genuine concern, what happened? Please tell me. Yang Ruihin steadied her nerves and recounted the events, embellishing the details, of course, skillfully omitting the part where she had retaliated. She merely stated, they have gathered a group of idle individuals from the streets, waiting for me at the stadium. Uncle, what should I do? Her voice carried a hint of helplessness, reminiscent of an injured fawn. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianqi's anger surged. His face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, this is unacceptable. How can we, the Yang family, be bullied? This is sheer lawlessness. The more he contemplated, the more enraged he became, declaring, I will send people over immediately and contact your principal to deal with these ruffians. Yang Ruihin quickly interjected, Uncle, there's no need to involve the principal. Just sending someone will suffice. Grandpa always says not to create special treatment at school. We just need to handle these little hoodlums. She understood that involving the principal could escalate the situation, potentially leading to more trouble. Thus, Yang Tianqi was swayed by her words, as she was his beloved niece. In his heart, he held firm to the principle that his family should not suffer any grievances, and he would not tolerate any ambiguity in that regard. 20 minutes later, a green military truck slowly approached. From a distance, Yang Ruihin could discern that it likely carried a platoon of approximately 30 soldiers. She couldn't help but wonder what justification her uncle had used to summon such military force. However, she knew that within Shaonan province, especially in Qinzhou, a corps commander wielded considerable authority, provided he remained within his designated area. As the vehicle came to a halt, the leading soldier sprinted over, executing a crisp salute with a resounding clap, announcing loudly, reporting to the commander, all personnel of the 3rd Platoon, XX Regiment, XX Division, XX Group Army are on standby. His voice echoed through the air, resonating in her ears. Yang Ruihin was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide and mouth agape, speechless for a long while. She had only intended to call for assistance to bolster her situation and teach her tormentors a lesson, yet this display was far too grand. The formality left her at a loss for how to respond. The lengthy and complex military designations only added to her confusion, swirling in her mind like a chaotic stew. This was her first time invoking the privileges of the Yang family, and she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety wash over her, like a tide that threatened to engulf her. Faced with a genuine platoon of soldiers, all respectfully addressing her as commander, her heart raced. Until now, she had been unaware that her uncle, Yang Tianqi, was the commander of the XX Group Army, overseeing at least 60 or 70,000 troops. The magnitude of such power was daunting. She could scarcely fathom it, feeling that this authority was almost fearsome. Perhaps sensing her nervousness and unease, the leading young man allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, offering gentle words of reassurance. Commander Yang has informed us of the situation. Just guide us, and we shall handle the rest. His voice, both soothing and resolute, instilled a sense of calm within her. All right, then follow me, Yang Ruihin replied, taking a deep breath to steady herself as she climbed into the vehicle, settling into the passenger seat. Yet, the term commander made her feel uncomfortable and awkward. She couldn't help but express, "Could you refrain from calling me commander?" Sends a chill down my spine. The young soldier paused briefly, then patiently clarified, "During missions, we address the person in command as commander. Even the guards do likewise. For instance, if you have a personal guard in the future, they will certainly call you commander, as this title is not exclusive to any specific rank." Understanding dawned upon Yang Ruihin, alleviating some of the pressure she felt. However, knowing that public resources were being employed for personal matters still left her feeling somewhat unsteady. Hesitating, she quietly inquired, "What is the reason for your deployment?" The soldier responded candidly, without a hint of concealment. "Our mission involves investigating a potential kidnapping of a senior officer's family member. Hence, we have not brought any heavy equipment. Carrying firearms complicates the procedures and consumes time. Otherwise, the mission would have shifted to a rescue operation." Yang Ruihin was nearly choked by her own disbelief, her eyes widening in astonishment. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Who knew if there were foreign spies among the individuals Xian had gathered? With this realization, her confidence surged, and she straightened her posture. Soon, the vehicle rolled into the expansive square of the sports academy. The gates stood wide open, devoid of any guards, as if silently welcoming them. In the distance, Yang Ruihin spotted Xian and Song Qing, followed closely by a throng of 30 or so individuals, most wielding iron pipes, exuding an intimidating presence. Yet, before the impending might, they seemed utterly insignificant. That woman in white and the man beside her, those two must be subdued. As for the others, capture them if possible. If not, let them flee, Yang Ruihin commanded, her gaze sharp and determined, as if penetrating through all facades. The young soldier swiftly grabbed the radio, conveying the orders succinctly yet powerfully. Then, with a sudden surge of acceleration, the military vehicle roared forward. Before the vehicle had fully come to a halt, a squadron of soldiers clad in camouflage leapt into action, their movements swift and fierce, akin to tigers descending from the mountain, swiftly encircling the bewildered group of small-time ruffians. Curiously, although these ruffians appeared thoroughly frightened, none attempted to escape, seemingly paralyzed by the unexpected display of force, or perhaps adhering to some misplaced sense of loyalty. In any case, they remained obediently in place. Chapter 30. Renowned to discern whether an individual has a military background solely by their appearance may prove challenging, particularly given the myriad of contemporary fashion styles which obscure definitive conclusions based on outward traits. However, when observing a collective, the task becomes considerably simpler. Their movements are synchronized, their demeanor decisive and efficient, devoid of any hint of hesitation. These attributes are quintessential to those who have undergone extensive military training, starkly contrasting with the raucous, undisciplined street thugs or the security personnel who merely adhere to routine standing posts. The group surrounding Xian Xian and her companions found themselves momentarily paralyzed with astonishment. Utterly bewildered by the scene before them, they noted that the number of soldiers was comparable to their own, yet each individual understood that, in terms of combat prowess and collective operational capacity, these soldiers could undoubtedly subdue them with ease. Frankly speaking, even if the number of soldiers were halved, they would still be more than capable of effortlessly overpowering them. "What are you all doing?" A voice, quavering with apprehension, broke through the crowd, though its owner remained concealed within the throng, obscured from view. This inquiry, however, resonated like a stone cast into a vast ocean, eliciting no response. In an assembly of 60 or 70 individuals, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, as if time itself had come to a standstill, until Yang Ruihin gracefully descended from the vehicle. Those familiar with her, such as Xian Xian and Song Qing, stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment, as the realization dawned upon them. This cadre of soldiers had, astonishingly, been summoned by her. "Come here, Xian Xian," she commanded, the situation firmly within her control, a sense of exhilaration coursing through her veins, and a triumphant smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Indeed, the thrill of displaying one's authority was exhilarating. She finally comprehended why protagonists in novels often reveled in their ostentation. The prospect of a brawl was utterly implausible. Though these ruffians were typically brash, their wits remained intact in critical moments. They recognized that any reckless action would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, silence reigned as they silently regarded Xian Xian, their gazes seemingly conveying, "You are the architect of this predicament. It is your responsibility to navigate it." Like a marionette, Xian Xian approached, her capacity for rational thought nearly obliterated, overwhelmed by the imposing spectacle before her. Though she had encountered altercations before, she had never witnessed such an overwhelming display. The magnitude of the situation was unlike anything she had ever heard of, let alone seen firsthand. Yang Ruihin observed the young delinquent still clutching a baton, evidently a cheap trinket purchased from a discount store. With a swift motion, she seized the baton, brandishing it with a flourish, revealing its 2-foot length, entirely black, which, at a glance, appeared somewhat intimidating. Xian Xian, fearing an impending assault, instinctively retreated a couple of paces, her visage etched with terror. Come closer. Aren't you quite formidable? Previously, you invited me to engage in a brawl and boasted that if I failed to appear, I would have to kneel and apologize." Yang Ruihin lightly jabbed her baton against her shoulder, her gaze dripping with derision. "Now that I have brought my entourage, do you still dare to fight?" Xian Xian, now stripped of her bravado, spoke in a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, stammering, "No, I won't fight anymore." The phenomenon of preying on the weak while fearing the strong is all too prevalent in schools. Had she encountered an ordinary student today, the consequences would have been dire. There would have been no escape from a brutal fate. Furthermore, this would not merely be a one-time ordeal. Once bullied, one would face incessant torment, living in the shadows of fear throughout the 3 years of junior high. Consider how many so-called honest students have been driven down the path of crime by such relentless pressure. Looking at your pitiful state vexes me. Yang Ruihin scoffed softly. Today she had no intention of actually striking Xian Xian. Turning around, she spotted Song Qing and waved him over. "Come here, Song Qing. Did you delete the post as I asked? Or did you bring your brother along?" Song Qing, in pursuit of a girl to this extent, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, nearly on the verge of tears. As a mere first-year student, how much bravado could he truly muster? He trembled at the sight of even the strictest teachers, let alone being surrounded by a group of soldiers. He obediently approached, stammering for what felt like an eternity before finally managing to say, I haven't deleted it yet, but I'll do it right away. Yang Ruihin was far less courteous with him, delivering 2 sharp strikes with her baton to his arm. The blows were not light, causing tears to well up in Song Qing's eyes, nearly spilling over. She scoffed again, knowing full well that this boy had likely entertained some unspeakably vile thoughts. Thus, compared to Xian, he repulsed her even more. You haven't deleted it? What about your brother? Which one is he? Bring him out, I want to meet him. No sooner had she spoken than Song Qing's brother stepped forward. He stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, robust as a young bull, with long hair styled flamboyantly. Attempting to maintain a nonchalant demeanor, he declared, I am Song Yashuan, Song Qing's brother. It wouldn't benefit anyone for this matter to escalate. Let's settle this today, and we won't trouble you at Shirsan Middle School in the future. If that's agreeable, you can let us go. His words, laced with a hint of fear and defiance, ultimately led him to a tragic fate. A nearby soldier, quick on his feet, swiftly subdued him, pinning him to the ground with one hand twisted behind his back, his knee pressing firmly against his back. Caught off guard, Song Yashuan's face met the dirt, tasting the earth. Not beneficial for anyone? In what way? Do you plan to call the police? If you think that would help, I can lend you my phone right now. Should this issue persist, you shall see how I will deal with you. Yang Ruihin crouched down, looking down at him from above, casually offering her phone. Otherwise, feel free to call your so-called big brothers to come over. I am quite curious to see how this will turn out to be detrimental to me. As the saying goes, every story requires a touch of coincidence. Just as she mentioned calling the police, a formidable convoy rolled into the sports school. It was comprised of 2 unmarked police vehicles and a traffic police car, presumably alerted by the news of military vehicles entering the city, prompting them to investigate the situation. Upon the arrival of the officers, the young delinquents were struck with terror, contemplating a hasty escape. However, witnessing the swift and decisive manner in which Shitao was subdued, they realized that fleeing was likely futile. They thought to themselves that this was the end. Enduring a beating was one thing, but being incarcerated for 15 days would be an unbearable ordeal. The vehicles came to a steady halt, and approximately 10 officers, including traffic police, disembarked. Leading them was a commanding figure, sporting a square face that exuded authority. His mere presence instilled an invisible pressure. This unexpected situation took Yang Ruihin by surprise, although upon reflection, it was somewhat anticipated. Before she could devise a response, the squad leader strode over to engage in dialogue with the officers. From a distance of 2 or 3 meters, snippets of their conversation reached her ears. The squad leader spoke earnestly, asserting that they were following orders from their superiors to execute an urgent task, imploring the local authorities not to interfere, his tone unwavering and resolute. The leading officer did not exhibit anger. Their presence was not intended to provoke or confront the military. After hearing the squad leader's statement, they refrained from requesting the military unit's designation, understanding that such documentation was not to be casually recorded within the police precinct. With the military vehicle parked prominently, there was no room for deception. The officers merely stated their willingness to assist as needed before returning to their vehicles and departing slowly. At this point, no one dared to voice dissent. Song Yashuan did not even dare to utter a sound. Everyone understood that these were genuine soldiers, and in our great nation, no matter how rampant organized crime may be, it can never rival the authority of the state, a timeless truth. Moreover, this incident transcended the realm of ordinary brawls. The police had come and gone, clearly indicating their inability to intervene further. Who else could they turn to for assistance? They could only accept their fate. The subsequent proceedings unfolded with greater ease. Within mere minutes, everything that needed to be addressed was nearly resolved, and Yang Ruihin prepared to conclude and retreat. With a sweeping gesture, she called out, "All students from number 13 middle school, come forth." In response, 7 or 8 individuals emerged, the eldest among them being roughly the same age as Shitao. Yang Ruihin, with a serious demeanor, instructed them that today's events were to remain confidential, warning them of dire consequences should they divulge anything. After delivering her message, she dismissed them. The remaining individuals were somewhat older, including high school students and possibly some idle members of society. She similarly cautioned them, though her threats were more severe. Thus, this seemingly dramatic episode concluded quietly. That afternoon, Song Ching hurriedly rushed to the internet CAF, deleted the post, and issued a public apology. Yang Ruihin's companions were well aware of the matter, and neither Lu Jianxing nor Sun Ming were the least bit surprised, as they possessed a certain understanding of Yang Ruihin's background. However, Luo Feng, who had previously harbored concerns for Yang Ruihin's safety, remained entirely oblivious to the nature of her origins. Since then, Luo Feng gradually became acquainted with Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming, engaging them in inquiries about Yang Ruihin. Yet, the two young men deliberately maintained an air of mystery, only revealing that Yang Ruihin's family had a military background, encouraging him to speculate wildly about the extent of their ranks. While his guesses were not entirely correct, they were not far from the truth. The matter of confidentiality was also not overlooked. The events of that fateful afternoon were etched into everyone's memory, impossible to dismiss as though they had never occurred. Nevertheless, they all feared Yang Ruihin's ominous threat of "I'll take your entire family," which prevented the news of her connections to military personnel from circulating widely. Unexpectedly, however, an absurd alternative narrative gained traction within the school. Following the incident, Song Yashuan and his group remained unusually subdued for an extended period, a demeanor that hardly resembled that of victors. Consequently, rumors began to circulate, suggesting that Yang Ruihin had enlisted the help of local toughs to deal with Song Yashuan and his companions, even going so far as to name specific individuals, weaving an elaborate tale. Ultimately, the consensus among students was that Yang Ruihin from Class 3 was thriving, and no one dared to provoke her lightly. Once these rumors spread, the homeroom teacher, Wang Jiahao, sought a conversation with Yang Ruihin, his expression a blend of concern and curiosity regarding the situation. Yang Ruihin casually mentioned that she had reported the incident to the police, a claim that Wang Jiahao found hard to believe. After all, it was illogical for the police to be notified without any subsequent action taken. Yet, Yang Ruihin remained tight-lipped, and when Wang Jiahao suggested contacting her parents, she readily provided him with Yang Tianqi's phone number. After Wang Jiahao made the call, the matter of contacting her parents was seemingly dropped. However, it was evident that Wang Jiahao began to suspect something was amiss. Of course, Yang Tianqi would not divulge specific details, yet the more one attempts to conceal, the more it raises suspicions. This is simply human nature. As a teacher, Wang Jiahao possessed a fundamental sense of professional integrity and did not pursue the matter further. Yet, in his daily teaching and class management, he inevitably afforded Yang Ruihin additional consideration and leniency. After all, amidst the tumult of life, who can claim to be entirely unaffected by worldly affairs? This state of affairs continued until the midterm examinations, where Yang Ruihin's grades experienced a slight decline, causing her to fall out of the top 20 in the school. The drop was primarily due to the subjects requiring memorization. Wang Jiahao approached her, hoping she would take her studies more seriously. However, Yang Ruihin nonchalantly responded that she intended to pursue the sciences in the future, deeming subjects like politics and history irrelevant to her, leaving Wang Jiahao momentarily speechless. During this period, Luo Feng capitalized on Yang Ruihin's reputation, flourishing within the school environment. Due to two altercations with others that ultimately spiraled out of control, he hastily sought the support of Yang Ruihin. Subsequently, the bond they forged became widely known, and Luo Feng emerged as the prominent figure at number 12 middle school, garnering a newfound sense of authority within the institution. Notably, Su Ning was apprehensive on the day Yang Ruihin and Xian Xian had arranged to engage in a group fight. She found herself anxious yet hesitant to inform the teachers, fearing retaliation from Xian Xian afterwards. Later, witnessing Xian Xian become remarkably subdued in class, along with Yang Ruihin emerging unscathed amidst the swirling rumors permeating the school, her curiosity ignited like an uncontrollable flame. Did you truly defeat Xian Xian and her companions? Are the rumors circulating in school accurate? Do you genuinely know XXX? Su Ning bombarded Yang Ruihin with such inquiries repeatedly. Initially, Yang Ruihin indulged in a bit of boasting to satiate her modest vanity. However, as the questions became incessant, her patience wore thin, and she brusquely urged Su Ning to cease her incessant prattle, bluntly stating that she fought and that there was no need for elaborate details. Thus, Yang Ruihin resumed her role, commanding attention with her words even more effectively than the class monitor or the homeroom teacher. Chapter 31. After 2 months of adjustment, the middle school life gradually fell into a routine. They contributed to the class fund twice, acquiring a basketball, a football, and a volleyball, all of decent quality. Among these, Yang Ruihin favored football the most. However, she was unlike her peers. While others focused on winning when playing games like King of Fighters, her thoughts revolved around executing a series of dazzling combos. Thus, during non-physical education periods, she claimed most of the spare time, and no one dared to compete with her for it. Sometimes, she even brought the ball to the restroom, accompanying Su Ning, and they would practice juggling tricks along the way, although her skills were still lacking, and she could barely keep the ball in the air for long. Upon reaching the restroom, Su Ning would wait outside with the ball, and on their way back they would frolic and play, often finding themselves still outside the classroom when the bell rang. The last class of each afternoon was a study period. While some teachers occasionally occupied this time to catch up on the syllabus, such instances were rare. After all, teachers were not unreasonable. When not in a rush, they preferred to relax in their offices with a cup of tea. During those times when there was no teacher present, Yang Ruihin would sneak out, taking her football and MP3 player to play outside. No one dared to inform the teachers. If they encountered a teacher, they would simply claim it was a physical education class. Occasionally, if caught, they would be sent to Wang Jiahao, who, recognizing Yang Ruihin's academic prowess, could only concede. Initially, Yang Ruihin ventured out alone, but soon found it dull and coaxed Su Ning to join her. At first, the timid girl was apprehensive, but after Yang Ruihin threatened her with the implication that she should not seek help in the future if she didn't join, Su Ning relented. This foray seemed to open the doors to a new world, and Su Ning gradually fell in love with the experience, as she was the type who was deeply engrossed in her studies and particularly fond of reading. At first, they would retreat to a small grove where Yang Ruihin played, while Su Ning read her textbooks beside her, enjoying the moderately pleasant weather. Eventually, one day Su Ning brought along a novel, Jane Eyre by Charlotte Brontë, which delighted Yang Ruihin since she had already read it. She could not resist the temptation to spoil the plot. Annoyed yet impressed by Yang Ruihin's extensive reading, Su Ning felt both admiration and envy, as books were quite expensive, and students often had to scrimp and save to afford a single copy. Subsequently, Yang Ruihin began to lend her some of the books she had already read, returning them home discreetly after Su Ning finished. Yang Ruihin's parents were none the wiser. Such blatant acts, however, did not escape Wang Jiahao's notice. He privately confronted Su Ning, and during a serious discussion, he even made the young girl cry. Yet, this only fueled Su Ning's rebellious spirit, making her more defiant. As the new year approached, she finally acquiesced to Yang Ruihin's invitation to skip class during the 4th period of physical education, and after some free play, they jumped over the wall to go online. They were joined by Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming, forming a group of 4, 2 boys and 2 girls, who stormed into an internet CAF. Su Ning, unfamiliar with computers, received step-by-step guidance from Yang Ruihin, who even helped her create a QQ account. At this point, Yang Ruihin's gaming character was steadily rising, reaching level 95, as she diligently participated in quests to earn experience points and continually enhance her skills. Now, the skills within the sect have reached their full potential, with a primary focus on auxiliary skills such as strengthening, meditation, pursuit, and escape. It is imperative to allocate points to these 4. In terms of experience and contributions, a single commercial run yields only a meager score of a few dozen points, requiring at least 20 minutes of time, while fully developing an auxiliary skill demands over 7,000 contributions, a monumental endeavor indeed. However, the more tedious tasks can be entrusted to others. Subsequently, Lu Jianxing and Sun Ming, who joined later, have also proven to be quite capable. Both hail from relatively affluent families, with parents holding stable jobs, allowing them some leisure funds for gaming. Regrettably, Yang Ruihin is unable to participate in the weekly Sunday activities due to her unavailability, And she also misses out on various special events during the new year, relying on others to assist her in logging in, which is quite unfortunate. As the weather grew cooler, outdoor activities such as playing ball became unfeasible, and this continued until the end of the term when troubles arose. Su Ning's academic performance plummeted, which is hardly surprising given the distractions of extracurricular reading and skipping classes to surf the internet. It is a miracle if one can still concentrate on studies amidst such chaos. Consequently, Yang Ruihin was summoned by Wang Jiahao for a discussion, admonishing her for negatively influencing her classmates and urging her to reflect on her actions. Fortunately, Wang Jiahao refrained from disclosing her existence to Su Ning's parents. Otherwise, she might have faced severe repercussions. After a winter break, the new semester commenced, ushering in the latter half of the first year of junior high. Su Ning exhibited a marked change, becoming considerably more restrained, while Yang Ruihin continued her life as usual, though she no longer included Su Ning in her truancy escapades. Oddly enough, their friendship did not suffer from this incident. Rather, it grew more intimate, often involving affectionate embraces. Yang Ruihin harbored a desire to touch the little squab that Su Ning had purchased, curious about its texture. But alas, she never found the opportunity, leaving her somewhat regretful. Finding little amusement in her own truancy, Yang Ruihin seized the opportunity during her lunch break to visit a bookstore and stumbled upon a captivating web novel titled Online Game of XX. The cover featured an attractive girl, and the synopsis succinctly narrated the journey of a timid, bullied individual who, influenced by the game, transforms into a formidable figure in both the virtual and real worlds. The author is quite renowned. Yang Ruihin took the initiative to search online, discovering that this book, titled Online Game of XXXX, had once been serialized on a popular platform, achieving immense popularity. Thus, she decided to rent the book, leaving a deposit of 20 yuan, with a rental fee of 1 yuan per day. However, she intended to consider her deposit as a purchase, effectively spending 20 yuan on the book. The hefty volume, spanning 800 pages, was filled with densely packed text, and the paper quality was abysmal, showing signs of extensive prior circulation, with some pages even torn. Caring for such items seemed futile, especially given the book's condition. Upon starting to read, she found herself utterly engrossed, sneaking the book out during self-study, breaks, and physical education classes to indulge in its pages. The expansive narrative compelled her to tear out sections for convenience. For instance, during gym class, she would discreetly tear out 10 to 20 pages, staple them together, and tuck them into her pocket, easily accessible for when she had the freedom to read. Thus, the fragmented remnants of this book began circulating throughout the class. During self-study sessions, discussions would arise regarding the page numbers. Who has the ending on page 54 and the beginning on page 55? The response came, "I've only just acquired it and haven't finished reading yet." The solution seemed simple. The unexamined sections could be preserved while the previously read pages could be torn out and shared. Ultimately, it became impossible to ascertain how many pieces this book had been divided into. It was truly a tragic fate. In a world where secrets rarely remain concealed, this material circulated widely until it inevitably reached Wang Jiahao's hands. Consequently, a trail was followed, revealing that nearly all the boys in the class were implicated. Even the class monitor was not spared, leaving them all somewhat stunned. Fortunately, Yang Ruihin was not implicated. Why? Because she had rented another book by the same author, titled XX Magic Swordsman, and still had more than half of it left unread. If she were to be exposed, this novel would also face the same unfortunate demise, leaving it forever beyond their reach. Chapter 32. Kyoto. The year 2005 was replete with surprises and transformations for many players of Fantasy Westward Journey. It marked the momentous introduction of the Demon Refinement System, which, akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirred up tumultuous waves. For Yang Ruihin, it was a long-awaited event. Since the launch of the Demon Refinement System, the dynamics of the game subtly shifted, with the Celestial Fairy swiftly becoming a symbol of affluence and status among elite players. Possessing the formidable skills of Combo, Fatal Strike, and Life Steal, the Celestial Fairy's worth skyrocketed, rendering her exorbitantly priced and a coveted target for numerous adept players. Subsequently, special skills began to captivate the gaming community, with the enigmatic Ancient Spirit Talisman, the unique mechanism of good and evil retribution, and the awe-inspiring might of the Titan that emerged alongside the transformation expansion. Its signature skill, the splitting of Mount Hua, quickly ascended to become the most sought-after killing technique in the entirety of Fantasy Westward Journey, inciting a frenzy among countless players. At that time, both Yang Ruihin and Yi Chen had attained a character level of 109. Yi Chen's character from Mount Fansong mastered skills to perfection, having refined them to their utmost pinnacle. Nonetheless, the path to acquiring guild contributions proved arduous. As of now, only the strengthening skills had reached their maximum level. However, in terms of character cultivation, they had made significant strides, achieving level 17 in attack refinement, spell refinement, and magic resistance refinement. Such formidable prowess undoubtedly placed them among the elite ranks on the entire server. Yet, their demeanor remained exceedingly modest. They never sought the limelight nor engaged in any actions that could cause a sensation throughout the server. The advent of the demon refinement system seemed to echo a call from destiny, whispering to Yang Ruihin that it was time to unveil her true capabilities and step beyond her comfort zone. With a well-formed plan in her mind, she fixated her gaze on the upcoming transformation expansion set to launch in September, silently vowing to be among the first players to ascend. At that time, the maximum level in Fantasy Westward Journey was capped at 145. However, the ascension would result in a reduction of the character's level by 15. To ensure she would reach an ideal level post-ascension, Yang Ruihin meticulously strategized, setting her target level at 144. This way, after ascending, her level would perfectly drop to 129, allowing her to easily dominate ordinary players in combat with some well-crafted equipment and powerful pets. With a clear objective in mind, Yang Ruihin promptly assigned Yi Chen the urgent task of grinding for experience. Within the game, running errands was undoubtedly one of the most expedient methods to accumulate experience, akin to a highway leading straight to the treasure trove of experience. Yet, this highway had its limitations, imposing a cap on experience gain. Once they reached this limit, they would pivot to alternative methods, such as forming teams to hunt ghosts. During this period of leveling up, Yang Ruihin decisively resolved to temporarily set aside plans for enhancing sect and auxiliary skills. In her perspective, the paramount task at hand was to swiftly elevate her level while steadily enhancing her character's cultivation. Other pursuits could be deferred until her level and training reached a satisfactory degree. She was acutely aware that once the game's dungeon system was unveiled, the efficiency of experience farming would significantly improve. However, the task of completing quests felt akin to a bottomless pit, demanding a substantial amount of in-game currency as sustenance. After dedicating considerable time to Fantasy Westward Journey, Yang Ruihin had nearly exhausted her accumulated pocket money on this endeavor, leaving her with barely 2,000 yuan. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed by this situation, as she was naturally frugal in her daily life, possessing little material desire. Conversely, Yi Chen's circumstances were even more pronounced. His daily allowance fluctuated between 50 to 100 yuan, all of which invariably found its way into Fantasy Westward Journey. Days passed in this manner, and before long, the end of the semester arrived. No one anticipated that misfortune would not befall Yang Ruihin but rather cast a shadow over Yi Chen. It turned out that a significant overhaul of the education policy had occurred that year, introducing a new initiative for the 6th grade. Qinzhou and its subordinate towns and counties were, unsurprisingly, designated as pilot regions for this policy. After negotiations and arrangements by the Education Bureau, the city's elementary schools conducted a momentous examination, which served as a watershed moment. Based on the results, a portion of students would be eliminated. With the middle school admission rate set at 80, the remaining 20 would be redirected to the 6th grade. The situation in the county was even more dire, with an admission rate of merely 40, while in the rural areas, the circumstances were harrowing, with the implementation of the 6th grade system resulting in a complete admission rate of 0. Yi Chen attended the renowned 13th Middle School affiliated elementary institution, esteemed in the region. However, despite being in such a high-quality educational environment, his academic performance had consistently fallen short of expectations. Unfortunately, he failed the entrance examination and was compelled to enter the 6th grade. Being a year younger than Yang Ruihin, this setback consequently placed him 2 grades below her academically. At the same age, while Yang Ruihin was stepping into the 3rd year of junior high, Yichun was just beginning his first year. With the arrival of summer vacation, Yang Ruihan found herself feeling rather aimless during this prolonged break. Apart from urging Yichun to diligently farm experience in the game, she began to ponder whether, at her age, she could concoct an excuse to venture out and gather with friends, seeking a moment of respite. After all, remaining in the villa day after day, in such a monotonous existence, felt akin to a stagnant pool, leaving her feeling immensely stifled. She racked her brain, contemplating how to broach the subject with her grandfather, Yang Xing, but before she could devise a perfect excuse, Yang Xing approached her first. He informed Yang Ruihan that he intended to take her to the capital to attend a military parade. This news left Yang Ruihan both surprised and exhilarated. She vaguely sensed that this world bore subtle differences from the one etched in her memories of a past life. After receiving this revelation, Yang Ruihan found her heart in turmoil. After all, prior to her transference, she had been merely an ordinary individual. Though her academic performance was commendable, she possessed no particularly remarkable traits. Since her arrival in this new realm, she had not achieved any significant accomplishments. Her daily life was consumed by games and mundane chores, never having truly interacted with the exalted circles of military and politics. With this complex and anxious sentiment, the anticipated day finally arrived. Yang Ruihan did not make a concerted effort to adorn herself. Instead, she opted for a simple yet comfortable athletic outfit, believing it to be both practical and soothing. However, upon seeing her grandfather, Yang Xing, she was profoundly struck. It was her first encounter with the commanding presence of Yang Xing, who donned a sharply tailored green military uniform, standing tall like a pine tree, every movement exuding the aura of a seasoned warrior. His expression was grave and solemn, radiating authority without anger. The military medals, which Yang Xing cherished and meticulously preserved, were now displayed one by one. As they exited, a lavishly modified Hongqi sedan awaited them, its license plate distinctly unique, bearing a red background with white lettering, indicating a high level of status and privilege. Yang Ruihan and Yang Xing entered the vehicle, which smoothly set off toward the Qinzhou Military District Airport. Inside the car, Yang Ruihan curiously gazed out the window. Ahead, 7 motorcycles were arranged in perfect formation, akin to a loyal escort clearing the way. Several accompanying security vehicles closely followed, forming a tightly knit protective circle. At every intersection they passed, traffic had been preemptively controlled. With vehicles and pedestrians orderly redirected, the roads entirely sealed off. This level of treatment was a first in her life. The convoy advanced without hindrance, directly entering the Qinzhou Military District Airport. Within the airport, a multitude of individuals had already gathered to welcome them. Yang Ruihan looked around, realizing that she did not recognize a single person. However, amidst the crowd, she immediately identified her uncle, Yang Tianqi, who approached with a smile and exchanged a few brief words with Yang Xing. Subsequently, under the guidance of the onlookers, Yang Ruihan and Yang Xing boarded the aircraft. Inside the cabin, besides Yang Xing and Yang Ruihan, there were several elderly gentlemen with distinguished appearances. Yang Ruihan surmised that they, like her grandfather, held significant status and extensive experience in military and political spheres. Yang Xing greeted each elder warmly, his face beaming with friendliness as they engaged in spirited conversation with ease. In truth, since rising this morning, Yang Ruihan's mind had been clouded. Now, seated on the plane, her heart raced with palpable anxiety. The aircraft gradually ascended, heading toward the direction of Kyoto. During the flight, Yang Xing sat beside his granddaughter, Yang Ruihan. Observing the nervous expression on her face, he smiled gently and inquired, "Are you feeling anxious?" Yang Ruihan offered a wry smile and shook her head, pondering that her feelings could hardly be encapsulated by mere nervousness. She felt utterly uncomfortable, as if she were an outsider who had inadvertently stumbled into an elite social circle. The grandeur and sophistication of this high-caliber environment were utterly alien to her, instilling an intangible pressure that left her gasping for breath. After a duration of flight, the aircraft finally arrived in Kyoto. Upon disembarking, Yang Ruihan found herself bewildered, unable to discern which airport she was in. Everything around her appeared both unfamiliar and opulent. Similar to the Qinzhou airport, there were numerous individuals waiting to greet them. Approximately a dozen people, clad in attire ranging from impeccably tailored suits exuding professionalism to crisp military uniforms radiating valor, awaited their arrival. One figure at the forefront struck her as remarkably familiar. She often glimpsed him on the news, yet the tension clouding her mind rendered her unable to recall his name. The welcoming party approached warmly, shaking hands and saluting Yang Xing, creating a lively atmosphere. A few individuals turned their curious gazes toward Yang Ruihin, causing her heart to race and her palms to dampen with sweat, an inexplicable fear washing over her. Involuntarily, she compared herself to her former ordinary self, recognizing that these military and political dignitaries wielded significant power, capable of dramatically altering the course of her life with a mere gesture. To her dismay, Yang Xing urged her to greet each individual in turn. Her mind became a chaotic blur, overwhelmed with confusion and uncertainty about how to respond. The muscles in her face grew rigid, seemingly beyond her control, rendering her unable to muster a natural smile. While these dignitaries appeared amiable, their smiles revealing warmth and kindness, Yang Ruihin felt as though she was gazing into an unfathomable abyss when their eyes met, causing her heart to race and nearly prompting her to utter her former name. Subsequently, they proceeded to their vehicle. The convoy mirrored the opulence and solemnity of their arrival. As Yang Ruihin sat inside the car, she gazed at the unfamiliar cityscape outside, her heart brimming with bewilderment. This city was foreign to her. In her past life as an ordinary individual, she had never set foot here. The towering skyscrapers and bustling streets flashed past her like fleeting images, leaving her no time to truly appreciate their beauty. Finally, the vehicle halted at what appeared to be a hotel. Upon entering, she was astounded by the throng of people, bustling with life. To her surprise, many faces here were those she had only ever seen on television. In the corridor of the hotel, cameras with a panoramic view were installed, ensuring every corner was meticulously monitored. Guards stood tall, patrolling with vigilance. Fortunately, Yang Ruihin finally had a room of her own where she could temporarily settle. Inside the room, someone was already waiting for her, Yang Xian. Upon seeing Yang Ruihin enter, Yang Xian greeted her with a smile, offering a few simple words of advice to refrain from wandering and to prioritize her safety. Subsequently, Yang Xing took Yang Xian away. Yang Ruihin speculated that they were likely meeting influential individuals who could significantly aid Yang Xian's future endeavors. Among the 3 generations of the Yang family, Yang Xian, as the eldest, had always been the focus of familial attention and expectation. Currently, he was a freshman at the National University, and the fact that he was already paving the way for his future underscored the family's high regard for him. In stark contrast, the unfortunate Yang Ruihin did not receive such treatment. She could only remain alone in her room, feeling a sense of melancholy and helplessness. Nonetheless, the service in the room was exceptionally attentive. Whatever she wished to eat or drink, she need only inform the guard outside, and he would promptly arrange it for her. In any case, she was essentially confined to her room for the day. In her boredom, Yang Ruihin discovered a computer in the room. Her eyes instantly lit up, as if she had found a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Eagerly, she powered it on and was pleasantly surprised to find the internet speed quite fast. Thus, she spent half an hour downloading Dreamland Journey. When the game successfully launched and the familiar interface appeared, she felt as though her mind and body had finally found their sanctuary, allowing her to relax completely. To her, this was truly her realm, a place where she could freely release her stress and forget the worries and tensions of reality. Consequently, Yang Ruihin immersed herself in the gaming world, losing track of time and playing throughout the day. During lunchtime, neither Yang Xing nor Yang Xian returned. She then asked the guard to fetch her something to eat, receiving a standard meal of 4 dishes and a soup. The food was quite palatable, and after finishing, the service staff promptly cleared the table. During this time, Yang Ruihin exchanged a few words with the server, learning that this was originally an ordinary hotel, but had been temporarily requisitioned by the government to accommodate important personnel attending the military parade. Moreover, it was conveniently located just a short walk from Chang'an Street. As dinner time approached, someone, following Yang Xing's instructions, came to find Yang Ruihin. She followed this person into a private room. Inside were about 10 individuals, mostly male, with few females present. Aside from Yang Xing and Yang Xian, She did not recognize anyone else. However, many greeted her enthusiastically, prompting her to muster a stiff smile in response, feeling quite awkward within. At the dining table, the discussions predominantly revolved around military and political matters, leaving Yang Ruihin feeling confused and only partially informed. Sitting there, she felt entirely out of place and longed to return to her game. Having hastily finished her meal, she made an excuse of feeling unwell and returned home. That night, she was plagued by insomnia, and the last time she checked the time, it was nearly 2 o'clock in the morning. She could not recall precisely when she had finally drifted off to sleep. Consequently, the next morning, she awoke with dark circles under her eyes, her energy depleted, and in this state, she arrived at the viewing platform. Chapter 33. Bewilderment. The grandstand was populated with numerous individuals, none of whom were the current leaders or high-ranking generals, but rather akin to Yang Ruihin, primarily direct relatives and their offspring. She occupied a seat at the edge, and several places away sat the son of the number one, under 30, who was the center of attention, engaging in lively banter with those around him. Earlier, when Yang Xian escorted her, he had exchanged a few words with this young heir, exhibiting the same ease. This sense of disarray left her feeling quite disoriented. It was hard to fathom when Yang Xian had matured to such a degree. In her recollections, he was still the mischievous child from the birthday banquet in 1997. Sitting alone, Yang Ruihin found the experience exceedingly dull, even experiencing a subtle sense of isolation, as the expansive grandstand was filled with the elite, while she remained solitary on the other side. This was not an act of malice, but rather a natural consequence of two disparate groups sharing the same space, inevitably leading to a lack of common ground and communication, thus creating an unbridgeable chasm. Their discussions revolved around military, politics, and business. The business discourse focused on the burgeoning industries of the next decade, such as the internet, real estate, and electronic devices, topics she found utterly incomprehensible. Despite having studied computer science in university, she had never been exposed to such macro-level discussions and viewpoints. The political dialogue revolved around reforms and economic development, with the attendees primarily being scions of high-ranking officials, continuing the legacy of their families in public service. They were young, vibrant, full of ideals and aspirations, devoid of the negative archetypes seen in later generations, exuding positivity in their demeanor. Regarding military matters, the Yang family was a significant presence, leading to some individuals approaching her, seemingly well-prepared with knowledge of her identity, which only intensified her discomfort as they addressed her by name, while she remained clueless about who they were. "Little Ruihin, why are you here alone? Where is your elder brother?" was the first inquiry directed at her. Yang Ruihin merely responded with a non-committal "oh," not knowing who the woman was, and could only reply to her question. "He's with my grandfather." "Is that so? I've heard you are quite the scholar. You'll be attending the military academy, right? Your credentials are impressive, and the Arts Military Academy would suit you well." At this moment, Yang Ruihin suddenly recognized the woman. In her previous life, she was a figure in the entertainment industry, with her background widely discussed online, rendering it no surprise. However, the notion of attending the military academy as a cultural soldier struck her as absurd. Shaking her head, she replied, "I don't think I could manage that. I lack the talent." There was an unspoken thought lingering in her mind. The military life was exceedingly arduous, devoid of any leisure activities. "Is that so?" The woman paused, taken aback, for it was common knowledge that no offspring of the Yang family ever bypassed military academy. It suggested some alternate arrangement. "I find myself regretting not attending the Arts Military Academy. Perhaps my career would have flourished further." Flourish? Yang Ruihin had never contemplated such notions. She merely took life as it came, secure in the knowledge that with the Yang family's support, she would never face destitution. Yet, the radiance of the woman before her was overwhelming, exuding beauty, grace, and poise, leading her to involuntarily concur. Going to the military academy may not guarantee a better outcome than what you currently have. Thus, the conversation came to a halt. In truth, she wished to express more, for engaging in dialogue was far preferable to sitting in solitary silence, yet her mind was devoid of substance. As she observed the glimmering figure depart, she remained momentarily transfixed, a peculiar discomfort enveloping her. a sensation akin to emptiness, compelling her to yearn for an escape from this place. She found herself perplexed, questioning Yang Xing's intentions in bringing her to this military parade. It was merely a torment, devoid of opportunities for friendship or meaningful discourse, merely echoing the opinions of others. Sighing, Yang Ruihan mused that her reincarnation seemed to make little difference, save for the vessel she inhabited. Upon reflection, she understood. After all, in her previous life, she had merely been an ordinary individual, and true rebirth did not guarantee her ascendance above the masses. Resolving to dismiss such thoughts, she decided to leave the pursuit of ambition to those of exceptional talent. After sitting for an extended period, discomfort settled in her backside, and finally, the ceremony commenced. 56 ceremonial cannons discharged in alternation, and various military divisions marched in perfect formation. From her vantage point, she had a clearer view than those above, and the overall atmosphere stirred a sense of fervor within her, though after a mere 10 minutes, monotony set in, compelling her to endure the passage of time. Ultimately, the release of peace doves and balloons marked the conclusion of the parade, and Yang Ruihan exhaled in relief, vowing never to partake in such an event again. That evening, she and Yang Xing returned to Qinzhou. On the flight, Yang Xing inquired about her feelings, to which she succinctly replied, exhausted. The impact of this parade on her life was far from over, as Yang Xing received invitations to lecture various military district leaders and military academies, with themes centered around remembrance and learning, aimed at fostering the spirit of the troops. This delighted Yang Ruihan immensely, as Yang Xing's business trips would afford him little time to oversee her, and the elderly matriarch was relatively lenient, making outings a possibility. Consequently, Yang Ruihan promptly approached the matriarch to request permission for an outing, claiming she wished to spend time with friends from school, to which the matriarch acquiesced. Of course, safety remained paramount, and Brother Bung was assigned as her personal bodyguard, also doubling as her chauffeur. Excited by her first summer outing, Yang Ruihan was elated, and with the weather splendid, she turned to Brother Bung with a playful smile. From now on, I shall be your superior. Brother Bung, accustomed to this moniker, maintained his stoic demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, superior. Where shall we go? Let us not rush into destinations just yet, Yang Ruihan replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement, though she felt it prudent to set some ground rules. You must agree that a superior's whereabouts must remain confidential, and no one should be informed. Correct? In principle. Brother Bung hesitated, wary of potential pitfalls. Certainly, he would not take someone of her age to particularly questionable venues, such as bars. Very well, confidentiality is essential. I trust you. Let us establish a verbal agreement. Yang Ruihan, not lacking in wit, was well aware that she should not immediately venture into places like internet cafes, opting instead for a gradual approach, beginning with a visit to Yi Chen's home, which posed no issues at all. After calling Yi Chen to explain the situation, he was quite delighted. During this period, both Yi Ligua and Chen Yindi had been preoccupied with business, leaving him alone with only the nanny at home during the day, which was exceedingly dull. Furthermore, Yi Ligua was somewhat frustrated that his son had not achieved satisfactory academic results. It was fundamental to at least meet basic expectations. Consequently, he imposed a house arrest for the summer, forbidding him from going out. Upon arriving at the Yi residence, they currently resided in the city, as the villa was too distant, making commuting inconvenient for the adults. Thus, they lived in a high-end community purchased a few years ago. As Yang Ruihan entered, the refreshing coolness of the air conditioning enveloped her, providing immense comfort. After changing her shoes, she learned that Bung Gu was downstairs on guard, which made her feel even more at ease. This was not her first visit to the Yi household. Yi Chen's bedroom remained unchanged, adorned with simple furnishings, a desktop computer, a modest desk, and a bookshelf. Against one wall stood a large bed, atop which lay a small bedside table, perfectly sized for a laptop, suggesting that Yi Chen had probably been playing before her arrival. Just a moment, I'll fetch a small table and the computer, Yi Chen instructed, rummaging through his belongings. Shortly after, he unearthed a laptop and a bedside table that had been previously unused. Though outdated, it was still functional. Before long, the setup was complete, and Yang Ruihan settled cross-legged to play, glancing at her character-esque experience. which had already reached level 137, as she was currently engaged in a quest. Once everything was in place, Yichun ventured outside to retrieve 2 cans of drinks from the refrigerator and returned with an assortment of snacks and fruits, including chips, grapes, and cherries. Enjoying the chilled beverages, basking in the air conditioning, munching on snacks, and indulging in gaming was truly the essence of life. Yang Ruihin felt envious. If she had such luxuries at home, she could easily spend every day indoors. Ruijie, I have something I wish to report to you, Yichun said as they sat side by side on the bed. He logged into his account and showcased a weapon he had at home. Take a look at this equipment. You've never seen anything like it, right? Even a level 0 character can wield it. I plan to create a secondary account and equip it entirely with such gear. He displayed a level 110 weapon, the Cold Moon, a blade that was particularly sought after at that time since the 4th expansion of the game, Dreamland, had yet to be released, and thus enhancement of equipment was not an option. Consequently, the design of 90-level weapons represented the pinnacle of aesthetics. The Cold Moon, a slender, curved sword exuding a soft purple glow, attracted attention whenever one walked through the streets. This particular one had a unique effect: no level restrictions. This meant that although the weapon was classified as level 110, characters below this level could still wield it, and there was no limit to gem enhancement. Speaking of no-level restrictions inevitably brought to mind the multitude of affluent players that emerged in later versions of Dreamland. Yang Ruihin's eyes widened in astonishment. How much did you pay for it? 60 million Dreamland coins. Yichun chuckled softly, contemplating the mere 600 yuan it represented. At this moment, the value of ungraded equipment was indeed negligible, as the treasure vault had yet to be opened and few recognized the true worth of such items. It was a bargain, and he was currently on the lookout, aiming to gather a complete set for his alternate character to use in competitions. Certainly a splendid idea. Indeed, with substantial investment, one would undoubtedly excel, and this particular weapon, the Cold Moon, with an initial damage of just over 500, could fetch at least 8 or 9,000 yuan a decade hence, an astronomical appreciation in value. With a hearty slap on Yichun's shoulder, Yang Ruihin became increasingly animated. Envisioning a path to wealth, acquire any such equipment you come across. It will surely appreciate in value. Once the initial excitement subsided, they began to pursue their respective interests. Though Yichun found it impossible to ignore the alluring fragrance wafting from beside him, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Yang Ruihin. Particularly, she wore a pair of shorts that barely grazed above her knees, and as she sat on the bed for comfort and coolness, she hiked them up slightly, revealing a portion of her smooth, fair thighs, igniting an overwhelming urge within him to touch, yet fear of reprisal held him back. Coincidentally, while running a quest, they reached the 5th level, and upon encountering a formidable silver ghost general, reminiscent of the legendary Guan Yu, they were met with a line of mutated ghost general minions. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him. This was a treasure that no amount of wealth could procure, undoubtedly one of the most coveted companions available at present. In a fit of excitement, he playfully slapped Yang Ruihin's exposed thigh. Sister Rui, look, a mutated ghost general. Upon hearing this, Yang Ruihin eagerly leaned in to catch a glimpse, her excitement mirroring his own. Wow, your luck is unbelievable. Hurry, catch it. Do you have any blue potions? Yichun's heart raced. They were so close that their arms occasionally brushed against her cascading, silky hair, and his hand remained resting on her thigh. A fleeting glance revealed that she was too engrossed in the moment to notice, and for a brief instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of bliss, the sensation beneath his fingers smooth and elastic, a coolness that was utterly exhilarating. Oh, how he wished time could freeze at that very moment. Chapter 34. Aesthetic of the era. As September heralded the commencement of a new academic year, Yang Ruihin ascended to the 2nd year of junior high, while the unfortunate Yichun remained ensnared in the clutches of the attached elementary school of number 13 middle school, now embarking upon the 6th grade. Nevertheless, he would inevitably transition to junior high the following year. It is noteworthy to mention Yang Ruihin's academic performance. During the latter half of her first year, her final examination results plummeted to an unprecedented low, placing her beyond the top 50 in the school and outside the top 10 in her class. With the onset of the 2nd year, a new physics class was introduced, a subject in which she excelled, rarely falling outside the top 5 in subjects such as mathematics and physics. With a clear trajectory and ambitious goals, she was well prepared for her future studies in the sciences, leaving Wang Jiahao at a loss for words, allowing her to pursue her interests freely. As the new academic year began, it was expected that a fresh cohort of students would join, albeit this year's intake was notably smaller, marking a historical low. However, the mischief and antics displayed by these newcomers were no less than those of previous years. Within mere days of the term's initiation, an activity began to gain popularity, throwing water balloons in the girls' restroom. Yang Ruihin became aware of this phenomenon only after someone had already fallen victim to it, though she was fortunate enough to evade such misfortune. The first casualty was none other than her classmate, the rebellious Xian Xian. Just after the physical exercise session concluded, Yang Ruihin returned to the classroom, engrossed in her novel, when she heard Xian Xian enter, cursing and fuming. Upon glancing up, she was greeted by the sight of Xian Xian, looking decidedly bedraggled, her hair drenched and a small piece of blue balloon debris clinging to her ponytail. It was a rather pitiable sight. Technically, the two were adversaries, and Yang Ruihin found amusement in Xian Xian's predicament. However, upon reflection, she realized that ignoring the situation would be unwise, as she too might eventually face the consequences. Everyone was aware of the unsanitary conditions of the restroom. The thought of a water balloon bursting and splattering everywhere was enough to elicit disgust, and such behavior should not be tolerated. Moreover, the current state of their lives was exceedingly mundane. Engaging in a bit of excitement was essential for a fulfilling existence. Thus, she beckoned to Xian Xian. The latter felt a tremor of apprehension. Fearing Yang Ruihin, she wondered if she had unwittingly provoked her, and whether she was about to face an unwarranted confrontation. After a moment's hesitation, she approached. Consequently, they began to discuss the events leading up to her unfortunate encounter, revealing that the culprits were identified as several boys from Class 6 of the first year. Coincidentally, Xian Xian had a younger brother who had also been assigned to that class, and he had witnessed the incident while accompanying her to the restroom during the exercise break. When Xian Xian inquired about the matter, she naturally turned to him for information, leading to the revelation of the truth. Are you planning to confront them? If so, listen to me, don't rush. First, tell your brother to procure a copy of their class schedule, Yang Ruihin suggested, a plan forming in her mind. Though Xian Xian was reluctant, she dared not defy her. During the break between the third period, she managed to retrieve the schedule. They identified their target. The following afternoon, during the last period, Yang Ruihin's class would have a study session while Class 6 of the first year would be engaged in physical education. Do not act hastily. Await my instructions. Understood? Having dealt with the troublesome little girl, Yang Ruihin sought out Luo Feng once more. She requested a string of firecrackers, specifically the kind typically used during the New Year celebrations, insisting on the woodpecker brand. Although slightly more expensive, they were notably louder and possessed sufficient power. Luo Feng was quite efficient. By noon the following day he managed to procure them. Having mingled in society since entering middle school, he occasionally engaged in such activities, knowing that some delinquents sold firecrackers during the winter for a hefty profit. Thus he had his connections. With 1,000 firecrackers stashed in a black plastic bag, Yang Ruihin concealed it beneath her school uniform. She stopped by a small convenience store to purchase a lighter before heading to school. When she revealed the contents, Xian Xian was taken aback, questioning the purpose of such an act. Was it to celebrate with firecrackers? If we get caught, don't pin it on me, she cautioned, especially as gym class approached for Class 6. Is this even feasible? If the teacher catches us, we're done for. Xian Xian's anxiety was palpable. This plan exceeded her wildest imagination. While it certainly was audacious, she worried about the consequences of potential harm. Explode? What do you think this is, a bullet? Yang Ruihin scoffed at her, criticizing her timidity and questioning her ability to undertake grand ventures. As the final class of the afternoon approached, Xian Xian remained restless. Yet Yang Ruihin's instructions were firmly set in motion. After approximately 20 minutes of class, one of her underlings messaged her. They exchanged glances and Yang Ruihin, not forgetting Su Ning, hurriedly led the trio toward the restroom. This exemplified the convenience of being female. With a black plastic bag in hand, teachers typically assumed it belonged to a girl, and its shape readily suggested something related to a woman's menstrual cycle. The contents were best kept out of sight. Thus inspections were unlikely, especially with several girls accompanying her. Arriving at the restroom without incident, Su Ning was exhilarated, relishing the thrill of mischief. They could hear chatter from the neighboring stall as they found an appropriate spot. The three crouched down, cautiously opening the plastic bag and disassembling the firecrackers. However, the fuses were too short, and they could only dismantle the front few, leaving about a foot of firecrackers, which they deemed sufficient. Yang Ruihin and Su Ning fixed their gazes on Xian Xian, as if they had previously conspired. "You throw it." I'm scared. Xian Xian was on the verge of tears. Yang Ruihin would ignite the fuse while she would toss it, but what if she fumbled and blew herself up? She had never handled firecrackers before and felt guilty. Opposition was futile and the trio prepared themselves. Chun Chun was merely there for the spectacle. Xian Xian, trembling with fear, assumed a horse stance, gripping the firecrackers tightly as she swallowed hard. When Yang Ruihin clicked the lighter, Xian Xian instinctively flinched. "Ready?" Yang Ruihin's voice was charged with excitement, yet she lowered it further, listening intently. The target was just a wall away, and as the flame gradually approached the fuse, it hissed and sparked. Xian Xian, as if electrified, suddenly threw her hand up with all her might, and the string of firecrackers soared over the wall, fulfilling their expectations. In the next moment, a cacophony of explosive sounds filled the confined space of the restroom, accompanied by a series of intoxicating screams from next door. "Goodness! Who on earth is setting off firecrackers in the lavatory?" This minor incident stirred quite a commotion. The boys in the first year formed alliances, and some affluent individuals procured water guns, engaging in a water battle during recess, aiming their streams towards the girls' restroom. The situation escalated, affecting an increasing number of people. Eventually, Yang Ruihin brought an umbrella to class, and she and Chen Chan would use it when heading to the restroom. There were also clandestine duels arranged, with Xian Xian actively participating, seemingly reclaiming her former authority. However, the turmoil ultimately subsided only after intervention from the school administration. All water guns were confiscated, the school store was prohibited from selling balloons, and several repeat offenders received serious reprimands, including public shaming during roll call and parental involvement. This uproar finally came to an end. Shortly after, the monthly exams approached, followed by the October holidays. During these days, Yang Xing was invited to speak at a military academy, primarily sharing stories of past hardships, necessitating a flight to Beijing. He would be away for about 5 days, and shortly after returning, he would have to fly to a military district in the south for another speech, ensuring these 2 months would be far from tranquil. For Yang Ruihin, this was undoubtedly a positive turn of events, allowing her to enjoy the National Day holiday in leisure. However, when she approached the elderly lady to make a request, trivial matters arose once more. "Look at you, quite a grown-up now, and this is what you wear? It's not yet time for dressing up, and you can't just roll around all day." The elderly lady scrutinized her from head to toe, unable to refrain from reprimanding her. Yang Ruihin felt somewhat speechless. Her usual attire comprised primarily of the school uniform. Previously, she felt it was somewhat lacking in style, yet now she found it surprisingly agreeable. She had ordered 2 sets to alternate between. On weekends at home, a short-sleeved shirt sufficed for the upper half, paired with school uniform trousers or, at most, sports pants. Now in October, with the weather turning cooler, she rarely donned casual clothing when going out. The main reason was her reluctance to wear feminine attire. She could accept something more androgynous, but most of her clothes were purchased by Xiaoping in Beijing, with some given by the elderly lady, all heavily infused with femininity. Particularly with Yang Mei, the fashion trends in Beijing surpassed those in Qinzhou significantly. In other words, the level of style was quite extraordinary, making it difficult for her to wear the clothes bought for her. However, after the effort invested in acquiring these items, she felt disinclined to express any discontent about them, leading to many pieces remaining unworn over the years. Until today, the elderly lady could no longer tolerate it. She had to take charge of this girl's wardrobe. "What kind of appearance is this going to lead to? Wait here, I'll find you a couple of outfits." Moments later, the elderly lady returned, and Yang Ruihin was left astounded. "Grandma, can't I just stay in?" Well then, you might as well never go out again. If you wish to be a recluse, no one will stop you. The elderly lady scolded her and began to assess each outfit, holding them up before her. Look how lovely and fashionable these clothes your aunt bought are. Others would love to wear them but can't. Hurry up and try them on. Change and then you can go out to play. Under coercive demands, Yang Ruihin endured humiliation, knowing that appeasing the elderly lady was of utmost importance. Adorned with knee-high black thigh socks accentuated by 2 white stripes at the cuffs, she exuded an air of athleticism, paired with a comfortable pair of white skate shoes devoid of heels. Initially, the elderly woman intended to pair her with a skirt, but Yang resolutely declined, settling instead for a pair of ultra-short shorts. As she prepared her upper attire, the array of unrecognizable garments in the elderly lady's hands made her scalp tingle with apprehension. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon a pure black hoodie with an exceptionally long hem, prominently displaying a skull design on the front. This was the one. Swiftly seizing it, she slipped it on. The thickness was just right, rendering an outer layer unnecessary as the hem conveniently covered her shorts. Gazing into the mirror, she couldn't help but smirk at the reflection, as it appeared as though she wore nothing below. While this style might be considered fashionable in contemporary times, it would be deemed standard attire for a free-spirited youth in the future. Nevertheless, the elderly lady beamed with delight. This looks splendid. You have quite the flair for fashion. Come here, let me fix your hair. Aren't you going out to fly kites? Then you should wear a hat as well. Chapter 35. The park. The sycamore leaves laid a golden pathway before the door, as Yang Ruihin stepped out of her home, her feet treading upon the mottled ground. Awaiting her outside was Brother Bang, who served as both driver and bodyguard, momentarily taken aback by the girl's unprecedented attire. The over-the-knee black stockings accentuated her gymnast-like legs with a perfect grace. The combination of athletic shorts and a sweatshirt formed a realm of athleticism, shimmering with a pearlescent sheen under the morning light. In the shadow cast by her cap, her eyes, usually filled with vigor, flickered in a state of confusion. Everyone has an innate desire for beauty. However, the gaze directed at her made Yang Ruihin feel so embarrassed that she wished to vanish into the ground. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. She could hardly confront her own feelings and shot a glare in his direction, exclaiming, "What are you staring at?" The journey continued in silence as the car drove from the villa to the park, the largest in Qingzhou, which required no entrance fee, being a public recreational area constructed by the government, spanning across the only river in Qingzhou City. Although it was not located in the city center, the park boasted picturesque scenery, lush greenery, and exceptionally fresh air, which had contributed to the consistently high property prices in the vicinity. Currently, Yichen's residential community was situated adjacent to the Hengjiang Park. Today marked the first day of October, a day that was originally intended for gaming at Yichen's house. However, with his parents being at home without any plans, they decided against wasting such wonderful weather indoors and urged him to go out. Thus, after a discussion, they resolved to gather all their close friends and head to the park, which offered a plethora of activities such as boating, kite flying, and roller skating. As the initiators, Yichen and Yang Ruihin need not be mentioned. The others they invited were also familiar faces: Lu Jianxing and his girlfriend, Sun Ming, Luo Feng, and Su Ning. Initially, Su Ning had planned to return to his home in the county today, but upon receiving the invitation and after persistent persuasion from Yang Ruihin, he ultimately agreed to postpone his return until tomorrow. They had agreed to meet at 10 in the morning, but Yang Ruihin was delayed by her grandmother's insistence on her attire, arriving a little past 10. Along the way, Yichen had called to urge her. Upon disembarking, she immediately spotted several familiar friends in front of Hengjiang Park, but before she could greet them, she sensed a peculiar atmosphere. The eyes of passers-by collectively scrutinized her, and the outfit she perceived as slightly rebellious seemed rather audacious in this era, or perhaps stylish. The black thigh-high stockings outlined her long, slender legs, and having trained since childhood, her figure was tall and lithe. Between the hem of her top and the stockings, a patch of fair, smooth thigh was exposed, creating an optical illusion that suggested she wore nothing beneath, a visual tease that tantalized the male gaze. Yet, her overall style leaned heavily towards athleticism, with her long hair cascading down like a black waterfall, capped with a white baseball cap, exuding youthful vibrance and allure. The issue was that it was all too much. Venturing out in such attire already placed immense psychological pressure on her. Previously, she had adopted an ostrich mentality, thinking that no one would recognize her. However, as numerous gazes converged upon her, she felt utterly flustered, akin to someone stepping onto a grand stage for the first time, acutely aware of the attention and the ensuing anxiety. Her face flushed with warmth, and she was uncertain whether she was truly blushing or not. Nonetheless, her heart raced, the thumping echoing in her ears, prompting her to hasten towards Yi-chan and his companions. The 11th day of the holiday was bustling, with many visitors flocking to Hungjiang Park. At the entrance, most people were idly waiting for friends, and the male-to-female ratio was overwhelmingly skewed, making her akin to a magnet, attracting male gazes. Yi-chan and his friends were no different, openly staring at her, their eyes roaming over her legs, which made her feel quite uncomfortable, especially in front of acquaintances. She scolded them sharply before quickly pulling Su Ning into the park, followed closely by Lu Jianxing's girlfriend, Su Jing. Hungjiang Park was expansive, and the lower population density meant fewer eyes were upon her. Meanwhile, behind them, Brother Bang quickly parked his car, dressed casually as well, observing Yang Ruihan from about 10 meters away, armed and ready to respond to any potential danger. Yang Ruihan, you look absolutely stunning, Su Ning exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. A person is often judged by their attire, and typically, Yang Ruihan donned loose school uniforms that lacked any aesthetic appeal, merely eliciting comments that she looked passable. Not attractive at all. As Su Ning prepared to speak again, Yang Ruihan playfully punched her arm, feigning anger. If you keep talking, I shall be truly upset. It's because you have such a petite face, Su Ning realized with a sudden clarity. After over a year of knowing Yang Ruihan, this was her first time witnessing such a transformation. What is there to fear? It's perfectly normal for girls to dress up. Look at those girls over there, dressed so provocatively, and they don't seem embarrassed at all. Besides, you're so beautiful. You'll get used to it. I cannot get accustomed to it. Yang Ruihan shook her head. While it is natural for women to adorn themselves, she considered herself rather straightforward and could not fathom embracing such frivolity. Where did you purchase that outfit? It's exceptionally well coordinated. Tang Jin was also quite striking, tall with fair skin. She observed Lu Jianxing and his friends earlier with a hint of jealousy, thinking to herself how fortunate it was that Yang Ruihan seldom dressed up. Otherwise, Lu Jianxing would undoubtedly lose control. The four men followed closely behind, merely 2 meters away. Lu Jianxing's eyes sparkled with interest. He was the only one among his 4 friends who had lost his virginity. Thus his perspective on matters like these was quite unique. He mused about how exhilarating it would be if his girlfriend dressed like that someday. Hey, I wonder if you 3 will ever amount to anything, always hanging out together. With someone as stunning as Yang Ruihan, it would be a pity if someone else swooped in. The first to respond was Luo Feng, a lad who had been reprimanded several times, leaving him with psychological scars. He was hardly inclined to ponder such matters. That girl strikes hard. A few punches from her nearly fractured my bones. I never considered it. Why don't one of you take the plunge? Sun Ming and Yi Chun exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of insecurity. Having never been in a relationship, they perceived the pursuit of women as an arduous journey, especially with someone like Yang Ruihan, where even making eye contact required considerable courage. In this small group, she has consistently held the position of the leader, commanding respect and authority, guiding every endeavor with unwavering determination. Amidst their daily interactions, they often find themselves grappling with a sense of timidity and apprehension. Consequently, their light-hearted banter passes swiftly, while Lu Jianxing shakes his head in disapproval. He frequently exercises with Tang Jin, who is quite beautiful, and their romance, which began in childhood, continues to flourish. Otherwise, he would have certainly made a move by now. The group has grown relatively familiar with one another, with only Su Ning participating in their activities for the first time. However, under the leadership of Yang Ruihan, there are no conflicts or tensions, and they have agreed to fly kites first. Thus, they rented kites in the park, which required a deposit. The little tycoon Yi Chun waved his hand, covering all the expenses, although he did not rent a kite himself, having brought along a KT board model aircraft. This was a purchase he had previously persuaded his father to make for him. Yang Ruihin, lacking interest in kite flying, also chose not to rent one, opting instead to assist Su Ning with her kite. The venue was a vast expanse of grass, bustling with kite flyers, couples, families, and a group of rambunctious children like themselves. As they released the string, Yang Ruihin looked up at the butterfly-shaped kite soaring above and directed Su Ning, her attention shifting as they moved. She naturally overlooked their attire, instructing, "Stop, stop, when the wind is weak, reel in the line. Gauge the tension on the string to determine." The fresh air, lush greenery, and the sounds of laughter around them indeed uplifted their spirits. After a few minutes of guidance, Yang Ruihin felt her neck strain, while Su Ning adeptly increased the kite's altitude, prompting Yang Ruihin to step aside for a moment of respite. Lu Jianqing arrived on a striking red and black mountain bike, its wide tires exuding a sense of style and quality, a popular trend in this era. Yang Ruihin mounted it, resting one foot on the ground.
Son, Su Ning.
Perhaps feeling fatigued, retrieved her kite and approached Yang Ruihin, who was watching Yi Chun play with his model aircraft. Curiously, she inquired, "Is that a remote-controlled plane?" "No, that SA model aircraft," Yang Ruihin explained, recalling her own model at home, which she had previously inspected and found the bearings severely worn. If flown, it would last at most 10 minutes before requiring replacement. Although the opportunity to fly it seemed lost, she couldn't resist boasting, "I once built one that flew much faster and higher than his." Yi Chun witnessed its test flight. The sound was akin to that of a real airplane. Su Ning appeared somewhat distracted, as the park was filled with kite flyers, with Yi Chun's model aircraft drawing significant attention. She felt an urge to give it a try herself. Noticing this, Yang Ruihin's eyes sparkled with mischief as she proposed, "You ride me around on your bike while I borrow it for a bit. We can also grab some water." After a brief moment of hesitation, her playful curiosity ultimately won over, and she took her place on the bike's rear seat. Once Su Ning mounted, Yang Ruihin subtly wrapped her arms around her delicate waist. "Do not move. Su Ning is ticklish. This is her Achilles heel, so sensitive that even a mere touch on her sides sends her into a frenzy." "Enough, enough." Yang Ruihin is acutely aware of her weakness. As they rode smoothly along the stone-paved path, with no one in sight, she suddenly slipped her hands beneath the hem of Su Ning's shirt, grazing her silky, taut abdomen. "Oh my goodness!" Su Ning's startled scream startled the white wagtails hidden in the bushes, while the bicycle wove erratically over the fallen ginkgo fruits, the pungent, sour aroma mingling with the sweet fragrance of youth in the air. Seizing the moment, Yang Ruihin wrapped her arms around Su Ning's delicate waist, suddenly comprehending why male characters in comics often jostle their passengers intentionally. This was a sensation she had never experienced in her previous life, yet now she truly felt it. However, amid the tumult of emotions, she found herself thinking, "Is this all there is?" "Yang Ruihin, stop it! Stop it!" Su Ning exclaimed, caught off guard by the ambush, and the bicycle began to wobble precariously, as if it were on the verge of toppling over. Chapter 36. The Slaughter Gang. After successfully procuring water, Su Ning returned and distributed it among everyone. At that moment, Yang Ruihin borrowed Yi Chun's model aircraft and played with it for a while. Suddenly recalling that there was a master of model aircraft right beside her, Yi Chun eagerly inquired about the intricacies of crafting model planes. Referring to her aircraft, Yang Ruihin offered him some insights, but the complexity proved overwhelming, leading Yi Chun to abandon the notion. He deemed that engaging in the game Dreamland was far more enjoyable. Before long, Su Ning returned, prompting Yang Ruihin to land the model and request Yi Chun to teach her how to play. She then retreated to the shade of a tree in the back, seated on Lu Jianqing's bicycle to observe. The two found they had much to discuss, united by a shared interest. Yi Chun, possessing extensive knowledge, couldn't help but display his prowess, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After exhausting themselves with play, they began to stretch their necks and arms, and someone suggested rowing. Of course, this did not entail rowing on the Hongjiang River, but rather on an artificial lake. The vessels resembled little ducks and large white geese. Most families visiting this locale comprised 3 members, with parents leisurely enjoying a rare holiday with their children. After a while, they unexpectedly encountered Yi Chen's parents, Yi Ligua and Chen Yindi. As noon approached, the adults conferred and decided to treat the youngsters to a meal. Upon hearing this, Yang Ruihin felt an urge to slip away, sensing an ominous premonition. Alas, as anticipated, after the meal, they all returned to their respective homes. She was invited to the Yi household, and despite her polite refusals, she found herself unable to decline, ultimately acquiescing. While en route, she listened to the conversation between Yi Ligua and his son. He inquired about their morning's adventures, asking if it was more enjoyable than playing computer games at home. The forthright Yi Chun shook his head resolutely, admitting that while he had fun, it did not quite compare to gaming. He mentioned he could even earn money while playing, referring to the unranked matters of gaming. This revelation astonished Yang Ruihin. She had not anticipated Yi Chen's audacity. In Huagua, it was rare for children to speak so candidly with their parents, revealing their true thoughts without concealment. This exemplified Yi Ligua's success in parenting, as he maintained an egalitarian rapport with his son, ensuring that Yi Chun would always speak honestly with him. Upon arriving at the Yi residence, she inevitably engaged in a brief conversation with the two adults before Yi Ligua and Chan Indi departed, leaving only the two youngsters and a nanny behind. After changing their shoes, the refreshing air conditioning in the house invigorated them. They retrieved 2 sets of gaming equipment and provisions, resuming their escapades in the enchanting realm of Dreamland. However, during their gameplay, Yi Chun exhibited an unusual restlessness, frequently recalling Sun Ming's words and uncontrollably glancing sideways. His gaze primarily fixated on Yang Ruihin's legs and her delicately wrapped petite feet, which would occasionally sway unconsciously or shift closer or further away depending on her posture. Yi Chun felt an overwhelming desire to touch or grasp them. In a moment of silent comparison, he noted that although Yang Ruihin was half a head taller than him, her feet appeared significantly smaller, leaving him uncertain if it was merely an illusion. It was his first realization that girls' feet could be so exquisitely beautiful, particularly when they were snugly encased. Previously, he had held a disdain for black socks, yet this time, he found himself genuinely enamored with these long, nameless garments. The impulse within him became increasingly difficult to suppress. At that moment, due to her sitting posture, one of Yang Ruihin's feet rested beside him, causing his heart to race with nervousness. Summoning his courage, he reached down to firmly grasp the sensation, which instantly brought him immense satisfaction. Then, lowering his gaze, he confidently remarked, "Your foot has crossed the line." Yang Ruihin merely responded with an "oh," shifting her attention to the computer screen, oblivious to the fact that she had unwittingly been taken advantage of. It wasn't until nearly 4 in the afternoon that she finally rose from her seat, stretching her body and announcing her intention to return home, lest she be reprimanded by the elderly lady. Upon descending, she found Bangu waiting for her. At times, she admired his patience. While she indulged in hours of play, he remained vigilantly stationed below, never questioning her upon her emergence. Such composure attested to his background in the Central Guard Bureau. As they made their way to retrieve the car, a gentle breeze brushed against Yang Ruihin's thighs, prompting her to realize her attire was markedly different from her usual style. Throughout the day, aside from the initial awkwardness, she had seemingly forgotten about her appearance entirely. On a whimsical impulse, she considered taking a stroll outside, reassured by the thought that no one would recognize her, and curious to see if she would still attract attention as she had in the morning. Emerging from the community, the sunlight filtered through the gaps in the green leaves, casting dappled patterns on the sidewalk as she walked. Passers-by frequently cast astonished glances her way. However, when her gaze shifted, they hurriedly averted their eyes, reluctant to meet her gaze, particularly the men among them. One boy, likely a high school student, exhibited an even more pronounced reaction. Upon their eyes meeting, he quickly turned away, a flush rising to his cheeks as he hastened past her, seemingly flustered. "Stop!" she exclaimed impulsively. Turning back, she regarded the slightly shorter boy, who appeared flustered and crimson-faced, unable to meet her eyes. "What were you looking at?" The boy, typically quite reserved, was taken aback by the girl's beauty and attire, feeling embarrassed for having been caught stealing glances. Under such scrutiny, he found himself at a loss for words. "Just go." Yang Ruihin found the situation amusing, her aura overpowering his, and her vanity was greatly satisfied. This sensation was something he had never experienced before. Perhaps it was akin to the feeling of being admired by women on the street, a feeling of allure and attention. In that moment, she came to the realization that vanity knows no gender. Who hasn't fantasized about being a star, the center of attention with every gesture? The act of being observed is inherently addictive, transcending the boundaries of gender. After walking a short distance, Yang Ruihin suddenly posed an impulsive question. Banggu, do you think if I were a man and dressed like this, would it be psychologically abnormal or disgusting? Upon hearing the words, Brother Bang displayed a peculiar expression, deviating from his usual demeanor as he inquired, "Are you a man?" Yang Ruihin did not respond. Indeed, within this world, her appearance would not evoke thoughts of perversion, but rather it was perceived as entirely normal. She could, therefore, comfortably relish the attention she garnered. Go fetch the car. The psychological pressure on Yang Ruihin dissipated swiftly, the abruptness of this change perplexing even herself. Sometimes, taking a single step can lead to an entirely new realm. In the 11 days that followed, she began to embrace feminine attire, albeit still opting for skirts that were deemed passable, as they were somewhat inconvenient for movement. Her wardrobe transitioned from a neutral style to increasingly feminine garments. This evolution was gradual. For instance, her clothing featured pink patterns, and her shoes were a delightful blend of white and pink. Everything unfolded more smoothly than she had anticipated, as the external world offered no resistance. Reactions were favorable, and even when encountering acquaintances, any initial embarrassment swiftly faded. As the holiday concluded, returning to school in her uniform posed no conflict. However, from that point onward, the elderly lady began instilling certain values in her, such as the importance of maintaining a respectful distance when interacting with boys, prohibiting any intimate gestures, and strictly forbidding early romantic entanglements, among various other considerations pertinent to a girl's life. Thus, she acquiesced, responding affirmatively. After the midterm examinations, her group of friends gathered once more, primarily to celebrate Su Ning's birthday. They clandestinely ventured out to dine and indulged in a bit of drinking before heading to a karaoke venue. This escapade cost Su Ning a considerable sum, yet the joy derived from it was an experience that the previously obedient girl had never encountered. Subsequently, they compiled a list of each person's birthday, planning to host such gatherings regularly. While Su Ning endeavored to maintain her academic performance, she also found herself increasingly integrating into their circle. As winter approached, Yang Ruihin's character finally reached its pinnacle, achieving 5 skills at level 150 and a character level of 129, adorned in equipment all at level 120. Her special skills included one for armor piercing and another for concealed aggression, one reducing defenses and the other diminishing anger. The base attributes of her gear were commendable, with her shoes and belt enhanced with 8 segments of black gemstones to ensure speed, a configuration that was quite formidable in this era. Regarding her companions, she prepared 2 formidable companions for battle. The first was a 4-skill Mighty Vajra that she acquired quite fortuitously for just over 1,000 coins, possessing advanced critical strike, advanced ambush, night battle, and a powerful strike skill. The second was a 3-skill law, embodying the principle of karmic retribution, night battle, and advanced ambush, which was procured for a mere few hundred coins. At this juncture, the prices in the dreamlike market were remarkably reasonable, allowing for the acquisition of many exquisite beast skills due to the abundance of uninformed buyers. Her cultivation was fully realized, affirming that investing resources was indeed the way to success. After claiming the title of champion in a martial arts competition, she disbanded her guild and, proudly bearing the title of champion, posted a message within the 3 realms. I do not kill, nor do I seek revenge. Let grievances and vendettas be settled. She penned quite a bit of ostentatious rhetoric, feeling elated. That very evening, Yi Chun sent her a text, mentioning that he had been ambushed while completing a quest but successfully retaliated. In this era, there were no royal palaces to determine life and death. All conflicts were resolved in the wilderness or on bridges, or through ambushes in unsafe zones. Even at the moment of posting, she envisioned this scenario. The following day, as soon as she logged in, numerous private messages flooded in, some chastising her for being pretentious, while others challenged her defiance. After a cursory glance, she chose to disregard them. Upon entering the 3 realms, she checked her post, which had garnered significant attention, the first to respond being Yi-chun, who generously donated 10 million dream coins. The comments varied widely, with some urging her to eliminate high-level players, yet none expressed intentions to hire an assassin. It was only after scrolling extensively that she discovered a comment from a level 145 player, a guild leader named Qingfeng. "Are you accepting missions? Message me privately." A quick search of the ID revealed that this individual was online, and thus, their conversation initiated. The target was the most prominent guild in the region, Tianxia. Qingfeng recounted how he had previously served as the vice leader of Tianxia but was ousted due to a dispute over resource acquisition, prompting him to establish his own guild, which was subsequently declared hostile. He had even targeted their merchants. In the realm of Dreamland, enhancing skills required resources, which were finite and replenished only every hour. The competition for these resources was fierce. Killing merchants was particularly insidious, as guild funds were generated through trade, and insufficient capital could lead to a guild's dissolution. Most professional merchants were hired by the guild leader. If a merchant was slain, the silver notes designated for trade would fall into the hands of the assailant, who could then deliver them to their own guild. A plan was thus devised. Yang Ruihin joined Qingfeng's guild, agreeing to a bounty of 1 million dream coins for slaying a merchant or a guild leader, 2 million for the guild leader, and 300,000 for ordinary members. After the dissolution of Tianxia, a cash reward of 2,000 yuan would be provided. Consequently, she utilized a prepared spy account to infiltrate Tianxia's guild. As anticipated, 4 merchants were online, one of whom was at level 143. She immediately activated stealth and approached a merchant in the underworld, waiting for approximately 10 minutes until a player, known as Kuaishuan Cool Brother, a level 143 from the Dragon King Hall, entered her line of sight. He seemed oblivious to the impending danger, arrogantly activating his PK switch. Yang Ruihin maneuvered her character to assess the merchant NPC's prices. They were somewhat inflated. Kuaishuan Cool Brother lingered, presumably waiting to sell his goods. In an instant, she engaged in combat. Kuaishuan Cool Brother, startled, attempted to send a message filled with typos, inquiring about her intentions. With a swift keystroke, Yang Ruihin continued to manipulate her character, hypnotizing the unsuspecting player. Chapter 37. I considered you a good brother, yet you as a professional assassin. I traverse the world with a singular purpose: eliminate those who oppose me while sparing the innocent. The text concludes with a handshake emoji. Enveloped in a hypnotic trance, I unleash the wrath of the law, inflicting 2,700 points of damage, seizing the summoned beast, the ghost general, from my opponent. In the subsequent turn, Yang Ruihin calls forth the mighty King Kong, fortifying our defenses. Under the spell of hypnosis, the pitiful Dragon King is rendered utterly immobile, unable even to flee, forced to witness the deliberate application of a debuff, followed by the mighty King Kong's devastating strike. In this era, wielding a weapon reinforced to over 120 is sufficient to elevate one to the status of a deity, let alone possessing all skills and enhancements. Many players at level 100 possess only a handful of skills, struggling even against lesser foes. Yang Ruihin, having invested over 10,000 into her character, and with Yi-chun supporting her, has no regrets about the future of her account, which she plans to gift to Yi-chun. With a single decisive blow, I unleash a critical hit, a vivid crimson number of 7,500 appearing, instantly annihilating the flamboyant foe. Simultaneously, Yang Ruihin claims the silver notes from her fallen adversary. After sending a QQ screenshot to Qingfeng, she receives confirmation of 1 million dream fantasy coins, depositing the silver notes into the guild, and then soaring to the 3 realms to issue a declaration of extermination. Extermination Declaration. Aiming for the world, spare the innocent. This simple title garners immediate attention, with Qingfeng, apparently a wealthy benefactor, donating 5 million to ensure the post remains prominent. This act stirs a considerable uproar, prompting swift action from the Dream Fantasy officials, who seize the opportunity for publicity. By afternoon, the official forum releases a headline. Level 129 Ascendant from Fangsuan claims to be a professional assassin, hired to annihilate the top guild in the region. A battle between one and a guild? Has the bloody era of Dream Fantasy dawned? The leader of the guild, known as the Heavenly Demon Lord, presides over the Magic Mansion. Following the murder of the flamboyant foe, he receives word almost instantaneously, erupting in furious indignation. As the largest guild in the region, they boast numerous powerful players, so he promptly utilizes the mass messaging function to issue a region-wide bounty on Qingfeng's guild members, particularly targeting the level 129 Ascendant Assassin. Unfortunately, they cannot lay a finger on Yang Ruihin, as she has consistently allocated her points into agility, and the speed gems on her gear are no mere embellishments. She moves with such swiftness that even the typical daughter village cannot keep pace. While Yi Chun may be susceptible to ambushes, Yang Ruihin has imparted various strategies to him. First and foremost, upon exiting the safe zone, one must change the game card. If targeted, one must break the card before proceeding. This serves as a crucial line of defense. Moreover, it is prudent to maintain a secondary account positioned at Fangsuan Mountain, ready to intervene if the area becomes compromised. In such a case, one could swiftly escape back to the safe zone. Should there be a squad from the guild lying in wait, the secondary account could infiltrate the group, buying time for the primary account to return safely to the guild. In an era devoid of magical artifacts, pinpointing an individual's location is exceedingly challenging. Capturing a solitary target is often unrealistic. Having learned these tactics, Yi Chun is naturally stirred by the thrill of extermination, reveling in the exhilaration of dismantling rival guilds, successfully dispatching members of the Heavenly Guild on 2 occasions. As 2 weeks elapsed, numerous lowly henchmen across the realm withdrew from their factions, for Yang Ruihin had eluded death on every occasion. Discussions flourished on the official forum regarding these matters. The profession of assassin appeared to open a new world for certain individuals. With the arrival of the winter break, the frequency of slaughter intensified. On this day, at Yi Chen's residence, Yang Ruihin lay in wait at the station, while her alternate account lingered in the underworld, observing merchants who dared not risk their lives for trade. To those newly acquainted with the lethal gameplay of the world, Yang Ruihin's stratagems were manifold. Their proclamations rang loudly, yet they exerted no pressure upon her. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining her popularity, she would have eagerly unleashed her killing intent. Soon, a merchant from the realm came into view, a level 130 monk, perhaps overconfident in his resilience against death. Her alternate account trailed closely behind him, and as he reached the teleportation point within the Great Tang's borders, Yang Ruihin decisively engaged in combat. During the skirmish, it was evident that her opponent sought to stall for time, perhaps believing that someone could arrive within the 30-second operational window. She hypnotized the foe, dispelled his summoned beast, and upon returning to her alternate account, she could not help but smile. Indeed, a team of henchmen awaited him. Predictably, this merchant was merely bait, luring him into their trap. In the second round, she summoned a powerful strike, and in the third, employed a devastating armor-piercing technique. There was no haste in commanding the summoned beast, and as her alternate account returned, it became apparent that her main account also had a team poised outside, conspicuously present amidst the bustling crowd. A quick examination revealed them to be from the realm. She swiftly targeted this team, while her primary account unleashed a formidable blow upon the monk, ensuring victory was undoubtedly hers. As anticipated, upon her alternate account's intervention, the opposing team was left wide-eyed, likely astonished by such maneuvers. Yet, the 30-second operational time remained, and summoning reinforcements would prove too late. Just then, her main account concluded its battle. The overwhelming strike was too much for the monk to withstand, resulting in his instant demise. She then leisurely returned to the safety of Chang'an. The following day, this unscrupulous tactic spread like wildfire, captivating the attention of numerous players in the forum. The assassin's alternate account intrigued many, sparking speculation about how many such accounts existed. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Ruihin posted in the 3 realms, informing the demon lord that she possessed many alternate accounts within his faction, and that she was well aware of the mass messages circulating in their group, suggesting a swift dissolution of their faction would save everyone time. Upon the release of this post, certain individuals began to boast in the forum, claiming they had foreseen such developments. Within a few days, Yang Ruihin received a private message from the demon lord, leading to a heated exchange of words. Ultimately, he challenged her to reveal herself in reality, asserting that he hailed from Qinzhou and inquired about her phone number, implying a threat. Inevitably, this confrontation reached such a juncture. Yang Ruihin, having anticipated it, thought to herself, "You two are from Qinzhou. What is there to fear?" She replied, stating her name as Yang Ruihin and provided her phone number. Unexpectedly, the demon lord remained silent for several minutes before responding. "Are you Yang Xian's sister? I recently placed a call to Yang Xian regarding this matter. Let it be forgotten. In the future, refrain from harming those who assist us, or alternatively, you may join my faction, and I shall grant you the position of deputy leader." How absurd. Aren't we on the same side? She was somewhat taken aback. Yet the integrity of a killer's profession is of paramount importance. Thus she resolutely declined. "If you dismantle your faction and establish a new one, I shall refrain from troubling you. Otherwise, do not expect me to spare you, even if your father were to intervene." The negotiations ended on a sour note. After a prolonged period of contemplation and tactical skirmishing, following the commencement of the new school term, Tianmo Yushin could no longer endure and reached out to her once more. This time, he threatened to disclose her private information should she persist in her actions. From the tone of his voice, it was apparent that the individual was likely quite young. After a scolding from Yang Ruihin, he challenged her to test her mettle. Tianmo Yushin, undeterred, refrained from mentioning Yang Taihang but revealed that she was indeed a female and a middle school student, which ignited a considerable uproar on the official forums. In the realm of online gaming, female players are inherently scarce, drawing considerable attention. Even an ordinary girl could be imagined as a goddess, let alone one who claimed to be a professional assassin. This revelation utterly infuriated Yang Ruihin, prompting her to contact Yichun, Lu Jianxing, and Sun Ming. Upon logging in, they initiated a merciless onslaught against Tianxia, with her avatar directly infiltrating their faction to exact vengeance. The district was engulfed in a bloody tempest, and the ranks of Tianxia dwindled. The conflict was extensive, as Qing Feng had his own allies, leading to continual skirmishes between the two factions. Thus, for the subsequent 2 months, they engaged in battles against Tianxia. Tianmo Yushin was oblivious to the specifics of her adversary's background and lacked any interest, believing that the issues of the game should remain within the confines of the game itself. In the final days before summer break, Tianxia was compelled to disband due to a lack of merchants. It simply could not sustain itself. Meanwhile, Qing Feng suddenly reneged on their agreement to pay the initially promised 2,000 yuan, claiming he had incurred significant losses and had participated in the later battles. This infuriated her. Her first attempt at faction annihilation had ended in utter failure, and the most disgraceful aspect was being deceived post-attack. Consequently, she redirected her efforts towards exterminating Qing Feng's faction. Following the dissolution of Tianxia, Tianmo Yushin lay low for a fortnight, observing Yang Ruihin engaging with others, believing that he was no longer implicated. He thought little of it and proceeded to rebuild his faction, summoning a group of brothers to embark on a new beginning. Little did he know, Yang Ruihin was attentively monitoring his every move, leading both factions to unite in their pursuit of him and Qing Feng, vowing to drive them from the district. Naturally, the tactics soon became apparent. While many players lamented, they also devised counter-strategies, resulting in Yang Ruihin's downfall. However, this was inconsequential. If he were to perish, so be it. With slight upgrades to his equipment and level, he resumed the fight. This time, Tianmo Yushin was incensed. Having rebuilt his faction, he could not fathom why he was still being pursued. In a fit of rage, he covertly captured a photograph of Yang Ruihin and posted it on the forums. The filming location was on the street, quite distant, and only captured a profile view partially obscured by hair. Nevertheless, her striking figure and the glimpses of her profile attracted considerable attention. Should her true identity be revealed, it seems she is poised to become an internet sensation. The calm was soon disrupted as Yang Ruihin clarified in the forum that she was male, indifferent to whether they believed her, and resumed her relentless pursuit of the heavenly demon. After more than 6 months of intense gaming, she felt invigorated and even coaxed Yang Xian into joining her, who could only manage a wry smile. Now, whenever she posts in the forum, the responses quickly soar into the thousands, signifying her substantial influence. Moreover, professional assassins have begun to emerge in other districts, mimicking her strategies. She had anticipated this exhilarating experience would continue indefinitely. Yet during the summer, an incident arose that piqued her concern. The summer in Qingzhou was sweltering, the sun scorching as if it were ablaze. Although she still refrained from wearing skirts, her attire had become more refreshing, and her feminine style had become second nature. Standing around 1.7 meters tall, her legs grew increasingly elongated, prompting elderly women to remind her to be cautious while playing with boys. Over time, she heeded their advice, yet the first person to capture her attention was Yi Chun. She noticed that this young man would, inadvertently, take advantage of her. For instance, while playing together, he would suddenly brush against her leg or arm, and the justifications he offered were flimsy at best. He would inquire about purchasing a piece of trash equipment or ask her opinion on a worthless pet. Once or twice, there was no issue. However, the frequency of such incidents raised her suspicions. In an instant, she felt a wave of discomfort. Yi Chun was taking advantage of her, which implied he might think of her during private moments. This notion repulsed her, yet she could not escape it. She began to wonder if someone, passing her on the street, might gaze at her and fantasize about her at night, possibly including Yi Chun among them. This thought unsettled her deeply. The feminine persona she had grown accustomed to now felt repugnant, leading her to consider whether she should distance herself from Yi Chun. After years of camaraderie, she regarded him as a brother, yet she had never anticipated that he did not share the same perspective. This revelation struck her profoundly. However, reflecting on the fact that her gaming account was built by Yi Chun, with considerable investment of both time and money, she hesitated to sever ties. She had never uttered a complaint, and he treated her with respect, as if she were the elder sister, always obedient. To abruptly cast him aside seemed rather ungrateful, like turning one's back on someone once they no longer served a purpose. Yet, his continuous overstepping made her uncomfortable, and she found herself unable to issue a direct warning, fearing that it might lead to awkwardness in future encounters, jeopardizing their friendship. Throughout the summer, she remained in a state of confusion. By September, as school resumed, she had advanced to the third year of junior high, while Yi Chun had smoothly transitioned into the first year. On the day of orientation, she naturally spotted Su Ning, and her eyes brightened as an idea struck her. Yi Chun's behavior was merely a typical manifestation of adolescence. However, if he were to acquire a girlfriend, he would finally have someone he could legitimately embrace and touch. This should put an end to any petty tricks aimed at her. Chapter 38. The solution? Why focus on Su Ning? The reasoning is quite straightforward. Firstly, familiarity breeds convenience. It is far easier to play the matchmaker in such circumstances. Secondly, during leisure moments spent together, playful jests about them are frequent. The atmosphere is often charged with lighthearted teasing, such as celebrating birthdays with a toast of shared wine, particularly since there are so few women in their circle. Yang Ruihan's jokes are off-limits. Tang Jin and Lu Jianxing are a couple, having long since ascended the ladder of adulthood, their relationship stable and well-established, rendering any such teasing trivial. However, Su Ning is different. She is unattached and, unlike Yang Ruihan, there is no hesitation in jesting about her. Thus, this lively group of youngsters naturally shifts their attention toward her. Su Ning exemplifies the quintessential beauty of Huagua, with an oval face, a delicate nose, and almond-shaped eyes that seem perpetually glistening. Her complexion is fair and smooth, and in a few years, she will undoubtedly be the belle of the school. Once determined, Yang Ruihan is a person of discipline, promptly acting upon her resolutions. Under her encouragement, Su Ning and Yi Chun find themselves engaging in conversation. Their rapport likely began when she learned to play with model aircraft. She perceived Yi Chun as knowledgeable and, apart from Yang Ruihan, a central figure within their social sphere. He possesses an appealing charm, displaying generosity and loyalty, coupled with a rebellious spirit, traits that epitomize the ideal Prince Charming for girls at this stage of life. Hence, Yang Ruihan decided to test the waters. The following day, during morning self-study, she nudged Su Ning and inquired, "Hey, I heard Yi Chun has taken a liking to a girl. Do you know who it is?" Su Ning was momentarily taken aback before revealing her interest, though her expression was somewhat forced. "Who is it? A first-year student?" she mused, dismissing the notion of a young girl being worthy of such attention, particularly given her own reputation as a well-behaved girl. Yang Ruihan, seeing through her facade, leaned closer and whispered, "She is from Class 3, Year 3, and her name is Su Ning." Upon hearing this, Suning froze, her fair complexion visibly flushing. Are you kidding me? Yang Ruihin, sensing the significance of this revelation, noted how Suning seemed lost in thought for the remainder of the next 2 classes. She believed that if Yi-chun were to make even a slight advance, it would surely blossom into something more. Of course, Suning had never been in a relationship, having spent her previous life as an eternal bachelor, and her current life offered little hope for change. Yet, life experiences suggested that this was likely the path forward. Seizing a moment between classes, she approached Yi-chun and informed him, Suning has always liked you. Did you know that? Yi-chun was taken aback, caught off guard by this unexpected revelation. He had often interacted with Suning during playful banter with Luo Feng, Lu Jianxing, and Sun Ming, feeling a stir of excitement at these exchanges. Now, hearing this, he recalled Suning's demeanor with newfound clarity. I propose an idea. This afternoon, why not prepare some flowers? Any variety will suffice, along with a small gift, and then confess your feelings? We shall cheer you on from the sidelines, ensuring your success. Thus, the plan was set in motion, leaving no room for Yi-chun to refuse. Later, during class, she even sent him a text threatening him, warning him of dire consequences should he treat Suning poorly. At that moment, Yi-chun was uncertain of his own feelings, caught off guard by this unexpected revelation. While it was certainly a delight to be liked by a girl, he could not shake a lingering sense of disappointment. He was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute. For instance, he quickly grasped concepts in his dreamlike pursuits and noted Yang Ruihin's recent aloofness towards him. She hadn't visited his home for the latter half of the summer vacation and would not sit beside him when they hung out. Instead, she would cozy up to Tang Jin on her left and hug Suning on her right, seemingly distancing herself from him while managing to do so discreetly. He was aware of his own situation. Initially, he believed Yang Ruihin was well aware of his subtle gestures. First, she ignored them, which reassured him and emboldened him to be more daring. As time passed, he found himself increasingly drawn to her, often directing his gaze towards her. He began to wonder if perhaps she harbored feelings for him as well, having grown up together, feeling too shy to admit it, thus allowing him to act freely while secretly enjoying it. In this state of mind, his small gestures became more frequent, and the excuses he made increasingly flimsy, almost as if he anticipated a day when he could simply reach out and touch her without reason. Consequently, he found himself in this current predicament. He was uncertain whether his feelings for Yang Ruihin were genuine affection or merely a fascination with physical contact, an attraction to girls. Thus, upon hearing that Suning had feelings for him, he felt both joy and trepidation but ultimately chose to heed Yang Ruihin's advice. Thus, the afternoon awaited Suning with a meticulously orchestrated arrangement. Even Lu Jianxing, Sun Ming, and Luo Feng took a taxi from high school to join in. During the meal, Yi-chun suddenly confessed his feelings. It seemed this young man possessed a certain talent. The flowers and small gifts had been procured by Luo Feng through a friend outside of school. Amidst the cheers, Suning became enchanted by the bouquet and a small couple's bracelet, and they successfully embarked on a romantic relationship. The remainder of the afternoon was designated for their private time together. Yang Ruihin suggested they visit a video hall to watch a horror film, imparting much knowledge she had gleaned from the internet. However, when Yi-chun proposed this idea, an unexpected twist arose. Suning insisted that Yang Ruihin accompany them, as they were all returning to school together. Otherwise, she would not go at all. What a predicament this was. Ultimately, the two solitude morphed into a trio, with Yang Ruihin becoming the unwelcome third wheel. Nevertheless, she remained self-aware and chose a horror film, and in the dimly lit room, the three of them squeezed onto a small double sofa, with Suning sitting in the middle, flanked by Yang Ruihin and Yi-chun on either side. Throughout the entire process, she endeavored to minimize her presence. Yet whenever Suning felt frightened, she would instinctively seek refuge in her embrace. As 20 minutes passed, Yang Ruihin found herself at a loss, pondering how to dissuade Suning from drawing closer. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She exaggerated her fearful reactions, causing Suning to inadvertently shift towards Yi-chun. Taken aback by this abrupt motion, Suning found herself uncertain and instinctively leaned into Yi-chun's side. Initially, Yi-chun merely wrapped his arm around Suning's shoulders with a hint of nervousness, but upon sensing her lack of resistance, he tightened his hold slightly. However, at that moment, Su Ning accidentally brushed against Yang Ruihin's exaggerated movements, further flustering her and causing her to lose her balance, resulting in a chaotic scene. Feeling particularly embarrassed and wronged, Su Ning realized that her interactions were far from what she had envisioned, and she burst out of the door in tears. Left behind, the two exchanged glances, with Yang Ruihin expressing a hint of exasperation. "You really lack composure. You've made her cry." Yi-chun, equally bewildered, wondered how everything had spiraled out of control despite his inaction. "Chase after her. Why are you just standing there? Go apologize,"
Yang Ruihan exclaimed,
prompting Yi-chun to hurriedly follow suit. The eventual outcome was a sincere apology accompanied by coaxing and jesting, and after several days, Su Ning finally forgave both of them, extracting a promise from Yang Ruihin to refrain from any further exaggerated and awkward antics. As days turned into weeks, Su Ning and Yi-chun began to share more moments alone, while Yang Ruihin would often inquire about their interactions, asking Yi-chun how things were between him and Su Ning, before turning to Su Ning to see if she was happy with Yi-chun. Of course, Yi-chun would occasionally provide updates, but Su Ning was less inclined to discuss these matters, as a subtle barrier lingered between them, preventing a return to their former dynamic. This seemed to foreshadow the gradual disintegration of their small group, as Lu Jianxing, Sun Ming, and Luo Feng drifted further apart after entering high school. Yi-chun reveled in his romantic escapades with Su Ning, finding the initial thrill he experienced when taking advantage of Yang Ruihin to be uniquely exhilarating. Although the excitement had waned, the tender and bashful demeanor of Su Ning brought a different kind of sweetness to their relationship. It was at this moment that he truly understood what it meant to date a girl. Su Ning was an obedient girlfriend, with Yi-chun taking the lead in all matters. From casual outings to vacation planning, Su Ning was always compliant and considerate, perfectly catering to Yi-chun's masculine pride. Whenever discussions about girlfriends arose in their class, he basked in the spotlight, feeling immensely proud of having won over a beautiful senior from the 9th grade who was so docile and attentive, caring enough to inquire about his meals and when he would wear his jacket. This sense of vanity provided him with immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yang Ruihin found herself increasingly consumed by the game, her fervor intensifying as mid-September saw the fall of Qingfeng. Yet by the end of September, Tiangmo Yushin remained resilient despite the odds. Lost in her quest for purpose, she unleashed a wave of indiscriminate violence, seeking not riches but the thrill of the kill. In the realms, she posted a proclamation. All challengers shall be met with merciless retribution, a sweeping massacre devoid of distinction. In an instant, chaos erupted, a tempest of bloodshed and terror. Meanwhile, Yi-chun and his companions grew weary of the relentless cycle of slaughter. Only Sun Ming, harboring ulterior motives, continued to fight alongside her. The small team could no longer convene at noon, yet they would often gather during the holidays, barely maintaining their connection, though none seemed to mind this tenuous state. As they entered the 3rd year of middle school, Yang Ruihin epitomized the term academic prodigy. In mathematics, English, physics, and chemistry, she triumphed in the first monthly examination of the year, securing the top rank in all subjects across the entire school. Even she was taken aback, pondering if perhaps luck had favored her. Yet, with such momentum, she need not worry about the upcoming high school entrance examination. As October approached its midpoint, it felt as if a dam had been breached, unleashing a torrent of unforeseen events. The first of these was Yi-chun's altercation with his desk mate, Zhao Sun, a boy from a nearby township who was of the same age as him. Chapter 39. Heritage. Yi-chun and Zhao Sun sat together as classmates, embodying the classic dichotomy of a rebellious student and an exemplary one. During a self-study session, a minor dispute arose, and with Yang Ruihin's protection at the 13th middle school, Yi-chun displayed a certain arrogance. Unquestionably, Yang Ruihin was regarded as the unacknowledged queen of the 13th middle school. The 1st and 2nd year students might have been oblivious, while most 3rd year students had forgotten the events of the past. Yet those who thrived within the school's social hierarchy were acutely aware that this academic prodigy from class 3 was not to be trifled with, especially among the likes of Song Qing and Xian Xian, who constituted the inner circle of the school's delinquents. Even they dared not utter a word in her presence after a previous encounter left them profoundly intimidated. The name Yang Ruihin resonated within the halls of the 13th middle school as a formidable taboo. As first-year students gossiped about the school's flower, the seasoned third-year students had long since agreed to keep silent. During the break, Yi-chun approached her classroom, appearing somewhat forlorn, which stirred Su Ning's sympathy. In the school, Yang Ruihin had few acquaintances, so she had no choice but to seek out Xian Xian, asking her to summon a few boys to accompany her. Thus, in a secluded grove, the two parties converged. Only one adversary awaited them, comparable in height to Yi-chun but slightly darker in complexion. With a muscular build, no wonder Yi-chun found himself at a disadvantage. However, his appearance was hardly befitting that of an exemplary student. Upon seeing him, Yang Ruihin's memory was jolted, and she incredulously inquired, "Are you Zhao Sun?" This revelation caught her off guard. Yi-chun had not disclosed the name of his intended target prior to her arrival, leading her to ponder whether they were already acquainted. Zhao Sun glanced at Yang Ruihin and nodded, presuming she had been informed by Yi-chun. "If you want to fight, then come on. I'm not afraid of you. Your family resides in Qingming town, correct?"
Yang Ruihan urgently asked.
"Do you have a neighbor named Yang Fan?" Zhao Sun paused momentarily, studying her before responding. "You know him?" The boys accompanying him exchanged bewildered looks, questioning the unexpected turn of events. Were they to fight or not? It seemed more like a family reunion. "Wait," Yang Ruihin furrowed her brow. "Where is Yang Fan? Is he no longer attending the 13th middle school?" "Yang Fan is gone. During the SARS outbreak, his entire family perished." "Who are you?" Zhao Sun thought, having known Yang Fan since childhood, he was familiar with all of his friends. Yet this girl before him elicited no recognition. "Deceased." Yang Ruihin stood in stunned silence for a while before regaining her composure and waving her hand dismissively. "All right, you may leave. If you need anything in the future, you can find me. I'm in Class 3, Year 3, Yang Ruihin." "Ruihin?" Yi-chun was taken aback. "What in the world is going on? Do you know him?" Just like that, I'm left in the lurch. How am I supposed to navigate this situation after being bullied by a boarding student? Yang Ruihin initially ignored him, allowing Xian Xian and the others to disperse, then turned to Zhao Sun's retreating figure and asked, "What did you just say? Zhao Sun is a boarding student?" "Yes, and you just told him to come to you if he needs anything." "What the hell?" Yi-chun was seething with frustration, realizing the humiliation he faced. How could he ever maintain his standing in class and school after this? The miscommunication and misunderstanding rendered Yang Ruihin momentarily speechless. She is acquainted with Zhao Sun. However, to be precise, Yang Ruihin does not know Zhao Sun, but Yang Fan does, and she exists in another realm as Yang Fan. In that life, it could be said that he and Zhao Sun were childhood friends, having shared the same class in elementary school. When they reached the 6th grade and underwent a transition, both of them were promoted to attend the 13th middle school, while the current Zhao Sun is still in the first year of junior high, evidently affected by external circumstances. It was also during that year of junior high that Zhao Sun's father transitioned from the military to civilian life in Qingzhou, leading to an improvement in their family situation, as they purchased an apartment and a car, and even opened a small supermarket. As they entered university, the two attended different institutions, and their communication gradually diminished. Yet Zhao Sun remained her closest friend in that alternate reality, a bond where infrequent contact sufficed for any urgent matters. How could he possibly be boarding? Wasn't his father supposed to have transitioned? With a furrowed brow, she inquired of Yi-chun, only to be utterly astonished by the revelation. Zhao Sun's father had been a soldier who, unbeknownst to her, had passed away some time ago, while his mother, beset by illness, remained unemployed at home. This was disclosed by their homeroom teacher during a discussion about financial aid for underprivileged students, when they asked who belonged to a single-parent household. In an instant, her memories coalesced, and she recalled the mistakes made by Yang Tianqi. Zhao Sun was indeed the same person. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that in the other world, Zhao Sun's father seemed to be named Zhao Qin. Her mind became a tumultuous whirlpool. Yang Ruihin urged Yi-chun to treat Zhao Sun with kindness, reminding him that he came from a single-parent family and should not be bullied. She insisted that they let bygones be bygones and that he should extend a helping hand to Zhao Sun in class. Yi-chun, of course, was reluctant to heed her words, yet the long-established image of being the strong-willed leader compelled him to comply. He naturally could avoid provoking Zhao Sun, but to coexist amicably? That was out of the question. Consequently, he felt a surge of resentment toward Yang Ruihin. After all, they had been the best of friends since childhood. Yet now, for the sake of someone she seemingly knew, she was unwilling to assist him, responding to inquiries with dismissive remarks, claiming he wouldn't comprehend the situation. In the wake of this incident, Yang Ruihin found herself devoid of the desire to engage in leisure activities for several consecutive days. The realization that her counterpart in this world had perished, along with their parents, struck her as utterly preposterous. For a moment, she felt engulfed in despair. Could this be the butterfly effect? Even Zhao Sun's father had died, and she felt a twinge of guilt towards Zhao Sun, whose family had once enjoyed a modest yet harmonious existence, now transformed into this disarray. The most crucial aspect was that upon her initial arrival in this world, she had contemplated seeking out her alternate self, yet she had forgotten that intention entirely and instead assimilated into the life here. This led her to a profound philosophical inquiry. Who am I? In other words, am I truly Yang Fan or Yang Ruihin? After 2 days of contemplation, she arrived at the conclusion that she was merely Yang Fan residing within Yang Ruihin's body, relishing benefits that were never rightfully hers. Approximately half a month later, she finally extricated herself from this quandary. She came to the realization that pondering this question was utterly meaningless, a mere waste of time and mental energy. She was no longer a child. Though at times her youthful physique may lead her to engage in some irrational actions, she possesses the inner thoughts of an adult. Having long surpassed the melancholic phase of adolescence, her current contemplation revolves around how to assist Zhao Sun. In their past lives, they shared an extraordinary bond, being each other's closest comrades. Thus, it seems only fitting that she extends her support within her capacity, at the very least ensuring he is not bullied at school. To this end, she made the rare decision to call Yang Tianqi, mentioning her encounter with Zhao Kun's son and inquiring about his family's circumstances. Through this conversation, she learned that the military had compensated them some money, and Yi Ligua contributed as well, totaling over 300,000 yuan, a considerable sum in 1997. With this financial aid, it was reasonable to assume that the mother and son could lead a comfortable life, though she was unaware of their subsequent situation due to her relocation, merely suggesting that should there be difficulties, assistance could be offered. However, the guilt that once lingered in 1997 had dissipated. Such is the nature of humanity. A decade had passed, erasing the emotional bonds, and Yi Ligua had likely forgotten the incident entirely. As the scapegoat, he bore no sense of remorse. A mere 2 days later, Zhao Sun and Yi Chan clashed once more. Zhao Sun, a diligent student, was wholly devoted to his studies, aspiring to alter his family's fate through education. Naturally, he could not tolerate Yi Chen's deliberate distractions. When a fight ensued, Yi Chen found himself at a disadvantage. Zhao Sun, having labored from a young age, possessed greater strength, while Yi Chen, having been pampered, was no match for him. Yang Ruihin could only mediate, yet Yi Chen remained displeased. With no other recourse, she revealed the past incident to Yi Chen, imploring him to keep it confidential and to consider it a favor to her by refraining from troubling Zhao Sun, encouraging him to coexist amicably. Upon learning the backstory,
Ye Chan's anger subsided.
However, after a month of tranquility, a third altercation erupted. This time, Zhao Sun instigated the conflict, having discovered Yi Chen's family background and resenting his boastful claims about his father. Somehow, this reached Zhao Sun's ears, and recalling that Yi Chen's father was the cause of his mother's debilitating illness, he confronted Yi Chen once again. This confrontation escalated to a more balanced exchange, as Yi Chen, no longer passive, retaliated with vigor fueled by their accumulated grievances. Nonetheless, Zhao Sun, being relatively mature, refrained from targeting any vital areas, mindful of the financial repercussions of causing harm, as his family's poverty meant that the military compensation had largely gone towards his mother's medical care. Consequently, Yang Ruihin found herself in the position of mediator once again. Yi Chen, considering both Yang Ruihin and his father's reputation, resolved to keep the past concealed, bearing the burden of being the enemy's son in silence. For Zhao Sun, the situation proved more challenging. Yet by this point, a semblance of familiarity had developed between them through their encounters, and Zhao Sun felt a sense of gratitude towards her assistance. Therefore, at midday, she invited Zhao Sun for a meal, ordering several delectable dishes, and at the table, she sought to soothe tensions. Yi Chen's family is quite affluent, We essentially grew up together, so I understand. You oppose him, yet I am here to support you. Should he truly become enraged and disregard my advice, seeking to harm you clandestinely, perhaps even enlisting others to inflict injury, potentially to the point of disability, it would merely require a small sum of money to settle the matter. Where would you go to lodge a complaint? Moreover, regarding the events of the past, Yi-chan's father has already faced repercussions, and your family has received compensation. Strictly speaking, they owe you nothing. Furthermore, what transpired was merely an accident. The notion of revenge for a father's death is merely a figment of your imagination. Instead of dwelling on such matters, it would be wiser to focus on your studies, striving for admission to a prestigious university, which would undoubtedly lead to a better life. You have a good relationship with Yi-chan? Zhao Sun inquired, struggling to comprehend how someone as academically accomplished as Yang Ruihin could associate with a person like Yi-chan. We grew up together. We are childhood friends, Yang Ruihin explained. At that moment, the dishes were served, and the two engaged in conversation while eating. Just listen to me this once. Turn the page on this chapter and focus on your own life. It is far more advantageous. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, or if any other issues arise, you may always seek my assistance. In this manner, Zhao Sun was persuaded by Yang Ruihin. Firstly, the reasoning she presented resonated with him. Due to familial circumstances, he had matured faster than his peers and understood his responsibilities. Secondly, he sensed that Yang Ruihin was protective of him, displaying a clear bias in his favor. It would be challenging for her to remain impartial, considering her amicable relationship with Yi-chan. Consequently, both parties agreed to respect Yang Ruihin's wishes and refrain from physical confrontations, though mutual disdain lingered, and the prospect of friendship seemed bleak. A few days later, Zhao Sun sought Yang Ruihin's assistance for the first time. He had acquired a mobile phone for ease of communication with his mother. That evening, while studying in his dormitory, he encountered a particularly challenging problem. Initially intending to call his homeroom teacher for clarification, he inexplicably sent a text message to Yang Ruihin instead. At that moment, Yang Ruihin was engrossed in a novel in her study. Upon receiving the message, she paused momentarily, acknowledging Zhao Sun's diligence, but did not ponder why he had reached out to her. "Hello, is this Zhao Sun?" "This Yang Ruihin," she promptly called him back, subsequently outlining her thought process for solving the problem. Zhao Sun, being quite astute, grasped the concepts quickly. Yang Ruihin's voice, unlike the typical soft timbre of most girls, bore a slightly husky quality, exuding a magnetic charm that was rather soothing. He suddenly felt an inexplicable rush of emotion. "I understand now. Thank you. I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow as a token of my appreciation." Yang Ruihin, of course, declined the offer, but Zhao Sun's resolve was unwavering. Having already given her consideration regarding the issue with Yi-chan, she reluctantly acquiesced. The following day at noon, they returned to the same small restaurant. Upon entering, Yang Ruihin took the initiative to order, requesting only a dish of shredded potatoes, mentioning she had matters to attend to and urging a quick meal. Thus, Zhao Sun felt it inappropriate to order additional items. A glance at the menu revealed that most dishes were priced in double digits, while the shredded potatoes were in single digits. He was uncertain of the emotions stirring within him. Perhaps it was the poignant sensation of someone caring for him, causing his eyes to well with unshed tears. Gazing at her exquisite beauty, an inexplicable urge surged within him, growing ever stronger, yet he remained uncertain of how to act. "Where are you off to after your meal?" In truth, Yang Ruihin ate rather swiftly, a trait common among the Yang family. Moreover, she was soon to log in and engage in virtual battles. Without lifting her head, she replied, "I'm going online to play games." "You manage to play like that and still excel in your studies," Zhao Sun remarked, unable to suppress a twinge of envy. "I, on the other hand, struggle. When the teacher lectures, I often find myself lost." In reality, he possessed considerable intelligence. He simply had yet to adapt to the accelerated pace of middle school education. The flavor of the stir-fried potatoes was disappointingly mediocre, and Yang Ruihin could only gulp down some water to wash it down. "That's because you're too inexperienced. Stick with me, and your intellect will gradually sharpen." As the meal concluded, Zhao Sun's mind was filled with thoughts of Yang Ruihin, her striking appearance, her tall stature, her remarkably fair skin, and her captivating fragrance. Her demeanor was refreshingly genuine, devoid of any condescension towards him, leading him to desire more time in her company. Thus, invitations to dine together became increasingly frequent, although Yang Ruihin did not always allow him to treat her. After all, as someone who occasionally dined on nothing but vegetables, she could hardly endure it. So, when it was her turn to invite, she would select a couple of delectable dishes to savor. Gradually, the two grew more familiar with one another. As a youth in the throes of adolescence, Zhao Sun often found himself restless in the still of night, staring at the shifting shadows on the ceiling. Occasionally, he would be struck by fanciful thoughts. Why was she so kind to him? Did she perhaps harbor feelings for him? Yet, as dawn broke, reason would shatter those hazy hopes. Yang Ruihin was a legendary figure within the school, and he had made inquiries. Even the most rebellious upperclassmen regarded her with a measure of respect. Her name perpetually graced the pinnacle of the monthly exam leaderboard, a paragon of both academic and athletic prowess, making her seem almost celestial, a perfection that left others feeling inadequate. Consequently, Zhao Sun's thoughts veered towards a disconcerting possibility. Perhaps her kindness was merely the sympathy of the strong for the weak, much like a teacher who, while explaining an example problem in math class, makes a point to assist those who struggle. Whenever this notion surfaced, he felt a tightening in his throat, as if a dull blade were grinding slowly against his ribs. This realization morphed into an invisible burden, akin to waterlogged cotton pressing heavily upon his chest, each breath tinged with a rusty ache. It was not until much later, when the luminous memories of that white moonlight transformed into dried flowers nestled between the pages of books, that he came to understand the acute pangs of self-doubt he had once felt were, in fact, seeds of inferiority taking root in the shadows. Chapter 40. Countenance on the first night of the New Year's holiday. The weather in Qingzhou was particularly frigid. Venturing outside without a down jacket would leave one feeling acutely chilled. In a private room of a hot pot restaurant, Lu Jianxing, Sun Ming Yichun, and Luo Kai sat together, indulging in a feast while enjoying beer. The table was littered with empty beer bottles, and the steaming hot pot in the center prompted the group to roll up their sleeves. In the midst of this cold winter, such a delectable and spicy hot pot was indeed a rare delight. These young men often gathered like this, discussing certain topics that were rather inconvenient to broach in the presence of women. The only one aware of their little gatherings was Tang Jin, who occasionally checked on Lu Jianxing's schedule, though she had not mentioned it to anyone else. That Zhao Sun I told you about last time. What an infuriating character. Honestly, I feel like he's just swindling Han Jie's money, Yichen exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. He often goes out for lunch with Ruihin, and I initially thought he was treating her. But when I inquired at that little restaurant, you wouldn't believe the disgusting antics he pulled. They took turns treating each other. When he paid, he ordered just one dish, spending a mere 15 yuan. But when Ruihin treated him, he would order at least 2 dishes and 2 bottles of drinks, racking up a bill of 40 to 50 yuan. What a shameless man. I could just punch him. Lu Jianxing took a bite of lamb and scoffed. Women can be like that sometimes. Not long ago, weren't they chatting this and that? At this rate, Yang Ruihin will likely fall for him. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted uneasily. Yang Ruihin was their esteemed leader, someone with whom they shared a brotherly bond, and their relationship was extraordinarily close. Now, with the emergence of this newcomer, if he were to truly engage in a romantic relationship with her, their connection would be overshadowed, leaving them feeling as if they had swallowed a fly. Moreover, this fellow was so miserly, it felt as if he were duping women out of their money. Lu Jianxing, observing keenly, snorted again. I anticipated this day would come. I warned you all to be vigilant and to act when necessary. At worst, we could still remain friends. Look at you all, hesitating, and now you know the taste of it. To put it plainly, each of them harbored a fondness for Yang Ruihin, though it was not purely romantic. Rather, it was a yearning for something beautiful intertwined with deep camaraderie. The notion that Yang Ruihin might be interested in another man left an uncomfortable sensation in their hearts. Sun Ming and Yi Chun were particularly discontent. Sun Ming had long harbored a secret affection for Yang Ruihin, and there was no need to elaborate on that. As for Yi Chun, he was uncertain whether his disdain for Zhao Sun stemmed from simple dislike or something deeper, but he certainly found him irksome. What should we do now? Yi-chun grumbled, downing another glass of beer before refilling it. With a cigarette pinched between his fingers, his brow furrowed deeply. The perceptive Lu Jianxing did not answer immediately. Instead, he took out his phone, gesturing for silence, and then dialed Yang Ruihan's number. Ruihan, is it a good time to talk? Do you have any money on hand? I'm in urgent need. I'll pay you back next week. It has dwindled to less than 300 yuan. What has happened to you? I wish to purchase a gift for Tang Jin, yet I still fall short. This amount is insufficient, so I shall inquire with Yi-chun. Please step aside. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jianxing shook his head and sighed. Ever since the dream ship took shape, Sister Ruihan has not frivolously spent her money. With several thousand yuan in annual New Year's money, along with her grandparents providing her with pocket money, when has she ever had less than 1,000 yuan on hand? Just look at it. In the past month, she has managed to save less than 300 yuan. Indeed, a meal costs at least 40 to 50 yuan, and dining out 10 times in a month amounts to quite a sum. Now that she has known Zhao Sun for quite some time, she must have spent at least 500 to 600 yuan on him. What is the justification for that? Upon hearing this, Yi-chun was incensed and felt like smashing a wine bottle. In school, the most detestable individuals are those who rob or deceive others. It is unbelievable that Yang Ruihan has encountered such a situation. So what do you propose? Should we secretly teach Zhao Sun a lesson? That would be futile. Lu Jianxing patted his round belly, having eaten his fill. I have a plan. Whether you wish to heed it is up to you, and I cannot guarantee its efficacy. If Zhao Sun is utterly shameless, then there is nothing to be done. However, if he possesses even a modicum of shame, it might just work. Thus, during a class break after the new year, Yi-chun called Zhao Sun outside and found a secluded corner to speak. Do not be alarmed. I have summoned you not with ill intentions, but to discuss a matter. I know your family is in financial straits, correct? What do you mean? Zhao Sun furrowed his brow. He was not afraid of Yi-chun, merely wishing to avoid any association with him. I am aware that you and Yang Ruihan often dine out together during lunch. If she is treating you, each meal costs at least 40 to 50 yuan. You are more aware than I of how many times she has paid for you, and you can calculate the total expenditure. Her family is not particularly affluent. Seeing her scrimp and save to spend on you is disheartening. Yi-chun spoke with his head lowered, avoiding Zhao Sun's gaze. If you truly lack the funds for meals, feel free to approach me. I may not have much, but I can certainly cover a meal for you. None of us are foolish. If she is assisting you in this manner, do not take advantage of her kindness. Understood? After Yi-chun departed, Zhao Sun remained rooted to the spot, unmoving for quite some time. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, causing pain in his hands and even greater anguish in his heart. In truth, he had not given much thought to it. To dine with Yang Ruihan, he had nearly exhausted all his funds, often refraining from buying even a bottle of water or opting for the cheapest pens. Nevertheless, it is an undeniable fact that Yang Ruihan has indeed spent a considerable amount on him. What should he do? Present. It seems the only option is to refrain from dining out together for the time being. He must find a way to repay this kindness. Ultimately, it is challenging to ascertain who is right and who is wrong in this situation. Just like in friendship, one's financial circumstances cannot be identical, and there will inevitably be disparities in spending. This does not necessarily imply any ulterior motives. One should simply do their best without feeling guilty. However, they are merely middle school children, prone to impulsive actions and simplistic perspectives, often believing themselves to be deeply loyal. Zhao Sun felt a pang of guilt, while Yi-chun believed he was aiding Yang Ruihan, preventing her from being deceived by Zhao Sun any further. This endless financial drain was truly untenable. Thus, for 2 consecutive days, Zhao Sun refrained from reaching out to Yang Ruihan, who likewise did not initiate contact. A week passed in this manner. During this time, Zhao Sun began to comprehend that Yang Ruihan's affection for him was utterly unfounded. The past merely indicated her kindness. Yet, he was reluctant to sever ties completely, for that would amount to squandering her resources and disappearing. Therefore, on the evening of the 8th day, he texted Yang Ruihan with an inquiry, and once again received a response akin to those of yore. He refrained from broaching the subject of dining together, and she too remained silent on the matter. The truth was, she had depleted her finances, with merely over 200 yuan remaining, which needed to last until the holiday. She had to manage her midday meals while also paying for internet access to read novels, leaving her in a precarious situation. She did not wish for Zhao Sun to spend money on her, and thus this was the only course of action available to her. Chapter 41. Have you taught me anything? Thus, life returned to its cycle of frequent troubles, much like a clockwork machine, endlessly repeating itself. This state persisted until the final examinations, after which the eagerly awaited winter break commenced, followed closely by the lively celebration of the Spring Festival. As time quietly advanced into 2007, enriched by her New Year's money, Yang Ruihin radiated vitality once more, gallivanting through the realm of games. Before the advent of magical artifacts, her prowess in the game was unparalleled, rendering her invincible, with others utterly helpless against her. Yet, she was acutely aware that such carefree days would last no more than a year, for once 2008 arrived and magical artifacts were released, she, the pioneer of all dreamlike assassins, would undoubtedly become a target for many. At that juncture, countless players would wield shadow spells, accurately pinpointing her location the moment she logged in, leading to a frenzied onslaught. In mid-February, Yi Chun undertook a significant venture unbeknownst to his parents. He secretly rented a 2-bedroom apartment adjacent to the 13th middle school, utilizing his father's driver's identification. Yi Chun's New Year's money was astonishingly abundant, and with the prices of unranked equipment in the game soaring, Yang Ruihin remained oblivious to the extent of his amassed inventory. However, he had more than enough to outfit a team. Subsequently, he quietly brought over 2 laptops from home, as several had been left unused in a corner, inconspicuous and unmissed. Before long, this little abode transformed into a joyous gathering place for their small circle. The apartment was well furnished, equipped with heating and internet access, making their gaming sessions immensely pleasurable. The day before school resumed, they congregated there as usual, sharing snacks, engaging in lighthearted banter, and occasionally watching movies on the computer. They reveled in their merriment. Suddenly, someone proposed descending to the Internet CAF to play 3C, the classic battle map from War 3, known as Shanghai 3C. The suggestion was met with enthusiastic approval. Just downstairs was an Internet CAF, and indulging in a couple of matches wouldn't cost much. Besides, once school began, their time together would be severely limited. Upon arriving at the CAF, the 5 of them settled together, with Yang Ruihin and Yi Chun forming a team of 2v3. They opted for the dark faction, with Yang Ruihin skillfully selecting the character Little Black, while Yi Chun claimed the Sword Saint. As the game commenced, their synergy was remarkable, successfully capturing the dragon in the mid lane and reaping the experience rewards. Little Black's early game dominance was formidable, accumulating gold rapidly and ensnaring foes, executing a seamless series of maneuvers. When it came time to eliminate adversaries, Yang Ruihin would ensnare the enemies first, allowing Yi Chun to command the Sword Saint to charge in with Windwalk, followed by a flurry of strikes that sent their opponents retreating in disarray. Immersed in the gaming world, Yang Ruihin wore headphones and hummed a tune, fully engaged in the excitement. Suddenly, she felt a tap on her shoulder and instinctively withdrew her character slightly. Turning around in confusion, she was struck with shock. A middle-aged man with a grim expression stood ominously behind her. The man stood tall and resolute like a pine tree. He was none other than her father, Yang Tianqi. Upon seeing him, Yang Ruihin felt a sudden jolt in her mind, thinking to herself that she was doomed. Yet, she could not fathom when her father had returned. In a flurry of panic, she swiftly removed her headphones, rose from her seat, and hastily exited the Internet CF, her movements fluid and decisive. Yang Tianqi followed closely behind, clutching the scarf she had forgotten on her seat, extending it toward her. His expression was clouded with fury, reminiscent of storm clouds gathering before a tempest, and he coldly remarked, "Let us return home. You will see how I deal with you." For a child of Yang Ruihin's age, sneaking off to an Internet CAF was an unpardonable mistake. The establishment was a chaotic mix of people, where even boys could find themselves in a precarious situation, let alone a girl like Yang Ruihin. The atmosphere was thick with smoke and noise, filled with shouts and curses. It was hardly a place for her. Moreover, given her family's prestigious standing, should this incident become public, it would utterly tarnish the Yang family's reputation. As they made their way home, Yang Ruihan's heart raced with trepidation, reminiscent of a previous incident when she had been caught at an internet CAF. She pondered whether her guilt stemmed from deceiving her grandparents. Upon arriving at the Yang family's villa, she was taken aback by the scene before her. The living room was filled with people. Qin Min had brought a young boy, whom Yang Ruihan suspected to be her younger brother, Yang Mingtian. Yang Tianqi stood nearby, while her grandparents sat sternly on the sofa, their expressions grave, clearly poised for an interrogation. The tension she felt alone with Yang Tianqi began to dissipate slightly in the presence of so many others. Yang Ruihan reassured herself that her academic performance was commendable, and indulging in games occasionally was not a significant transgression. After all, she had always exercised moderation. As someone with a mature psychological age, she possessed a measure of self-control. Yang Tianqi struggled to contain his anger, the veins on his forehead pulsating like agitated serpents. With gritted teeth, he demanded, "When did you start going to internet CAFs?" He silently vowed that had Yang Ruihan been a boy, he would have surely broken his legs. Since the first year of middle school, Yang Ruihan replied softly, her mind still racing with confusion over her father's sudden return. "Where did you get the money?" he pressed. "From my New Year's money," she answered. "Do you often go?" "I only go when it doesn't interfere with my studies." "You seem quite reasonable." Yang Tianqi's anger turned to bitter laughter. He gazed at his daughter, whose eyes showed no sign of remorse. "Do you truly believe you are in the right? Just because it doesn't affect your studies, you think you can do as you please? You are a student. Your primary focus should be your education, not bartering with your father." His thunderous voice reverberated, causing Yang Ruihan's ears to ring painfully. Undeniably, Yang Ruihan felt a surge of defiance within her, thinking, who does he think he is? In terms of psychological age, I am not much younger than you. However, she dared not voice this sentiment, choosing instead to bury her head in the sand like an ostrich, enduring this ordeal before addressing anything further. "Let me tell you, after merely acquiring some fundamental knowledge, you have lost all sense of self. Strutting into an internet CAF with such audacity. Come, is this yours?" With a sharp motion, Yang Tianqi flung a pile of torn books in front of Yang Ruihan, questioning her about her usual reading material. It turned out to be a fragmented version of an online novel, containing a few passages of slightly risque content. To adults, these descriptions might seem trivial and subtly woven, yet for a middle school student, especially a girl, they are utterly reprehensible. Yang Ruihan was taken aback. This was a treasured possession she had painstakingly torn into numerous pieces and concealed among other books. This method had served her well for a long time, and she never expected to be caught today. No wonder the situation had escalated so dramatically. It was clear that her visit to the internet CAF was not the sole issue at hand.
Yang Ruihan silently lamented her predicament.
"I even called your homeroom teacher. You seem quite formidable at school. Don't you, little troublemaker? How did the Yang family produce such a disappointing child?" Yang Tianqi continued to bellow in fury. Yang Ruihan understood that the matter was indeed far more complex, with trouble piling upon trouble. "Look at yourself from head to toe. Is there even a single redeeming quality? Just look at those shoelaces of yours, so gaudy, and your quilt at home, all askew, lacking any sense of order. With your demeanor, which military unit would dare to enlist you? In times of war, you would be a born traitor." The more Yang Tianqi spoke, the more agitated he became. Returning to Qinzhou should have been a joyous occasion. Yet this series of revelations regarding his daughter had robbed him of all reason, leading to indiscreet outbursts. "Do you think that just because your studies are somewhat satisfactory, you can become complacent? With your current state, you need not think far ahead. You won't even qualify for university." After being scolded for so long, even a clay figurine would exhibit some semblance of anger, and Yang Ruihan had never truly regarded Yang Tianqi as a real father. Unable to contain herself, she let out a huff and retorted, "What if I can get in? You dare to talk back? With your level of achievement, acquiring knowledge is merely a societal hazard. University is a breeding ground for talent. Just look at yourself. Do you resemble a talent? In your current condition, without special recommendations, what university could you possibly attend? Even a third-tier institution is a stretch." Yang Tianqi, in a fit of passion, nearly poked Yang Ruihan's nose with his finger, exclaiming, "Do you think gaining admission to university is easy? Countless individuals working tenfold harder than you are competing for the same spots. I am not talking back. I am stating facts. If I set my mind to it, gaining admission to a prestigious university would be effortless. Yang Ruihin knew that it was best to admit her mistakes at this juncture. Yet the pressure in her chest was unbearable. Facts? The reality is that you have no comprehension of what university represents. It is a place of learning, a sanctuary where individuals enrich themselves in pursuit of their ideals. Gaining admission is merely the beginning. Just look at yourself. Do you possess the qualifications to enter university? Do you even know what you wish to study? Do you have any aspirations? You squander your days in a haze of aimlessness. How else could you waste your time at an internet CAF, indulging in trivial literature? Are such entertainment products truly befitting someone of your age?
Anger surget within Yang Ruihan.
A fierce blaze igniting in her heart. At this moment, she felt no inclination to uphold the so-called father-daughter bond. You possess the privileges of the Yang family, relishing the finest resources society offers. Yet what meaningful endeavors have you pursued? Living without ambition renders you a mere shell of a human being. And when I voice my concerns, you dare to contest them. After a brief silence, Yang Ruihin coldly retorted, "And what of you, Yang Tianqi?" The audacity of his daughter directly addressing him by name sent Yang Tianqi into a furious rage.
Yang Ruihan.
How dare you utter your father's name so brazenly? If I do not discipline you properly today, I shall cease to bear the Yang surname. With that, he reached for a clothes-drying rack to chastise her. As his hand neared the rack, Yang Ruihin boldly exclaimed, "Yang Tianqi, what right do you have to educate me? You have looked down upon me since childhood, solely because I am a girl." This proclamation only fueled Yang Tianqi's ire. He raised the rack high, ready to strike. Just as the situation seemed dire, Yang Xing swiftly interjected, "Tianqi, let her finish." With Yang Tianqi pausing, Yang Ruihin took a deep breath to calm her emotions and continued, "Yang Tianqi, what have you taught me? My current academic success bears no relation to you. How can you presume to educate me? You claim I am a delinquent at school? You have no comprehension of the contemporary educational environment. If I do not establish my authority, shall I allow myself to be bullied? You are utterly ridiculous. I frequent the internet because I have already mastered the knowledge taught in school. Perhaps my online activities are misguided, but they are certainly preferable to your." Yang Ruihin hesitated, clenching her teeth, "To your monstrous actions. After all, I have never harmed another, nor relied on friends to take the blame for my misdeeds." This statement detonated like a bomb, instantly robbing Yang Tianqi of his composure. His eyes reddened with fury as he seized a nearby bench and hurled it toward Yang Ruihin, completely losing control without regard for restraint. The bench whistled through the air, hurtling toward Yang Ruihin with alarming speed. The suddenness of the attack left her little time to react, forcing her to instinctively dodge aside. In doing so, the bench, intended for her waist, crashed heavily below her knee. The tremendous impact reverberated through her legs, shattering her balance in an instant. The young girl was unable to withstand such force, collapsing to the ground with a thud, a sharp pain piercing her left knee, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Only then did Qin Min, realizing the gravity of the situation, rush forward to assist Yang Ruihin. Yet, she could only feel as though her leg were fractured, unable to stand, her entire body collapsing against Qin Min for support. The onlooking grandparents were utterly stunned by the scene before them, quickly succumbing to anger. The grandmother, filled with concern, rushed to Yang Ruihin's side to assess her injuries. Yang Xing's face flushed crimson with rage as he pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Tianqi, exclaiming, "Yang Tianqi, your daughter speaks the truth. You are nothing but a brute. How could you be so cruel? She is your own flesh and blood. I never laid such a hand on you when you were a child." Yang Tianqi, surveying the chaotic scene, was momentarily taken aback. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "What can I say? This girl lacks respect. If I do not discipline her properly today, what calamities might she unleash upon society in the future?" "Yang Tianqi, how old are you? And how old is Yang Ruihin? Let us not even compare. Her academic performance far surpasses yours when you were in school. How could you treat your own daughter in such a manner? We will take her to the hospital shortly, and as for you, Perhaps you should start by doing 5,000 squats before you speak to me again. As Yang Tianxi commenced his squats, seemingly unrepentant, Yang Xing's fury intensified. Chapter 42. Direction. A few days ago, Yang Tianxi suddenly exerted a force so powerful that it rendered Yang Ruihan's left knee uncontrollable. After a tense examination and diagnosis by the doctor, it was confirmed to be a dislocated patella. Fortunately, after timely reduction, the situation was not too dire, but the piercing pain was quite unbearable for Yang Ruihan. At that moment, Yang Mei sat beside the hospital bed, skillfully peeling an apple. The sharp fruit knife danced deftly in her hands, revealing the tender, pristine flesh within. Leaning against the headboard, Yang Ruihan observed her aunt's focused demeanor and was suddenly filled with an inexplicable courage. "Aunt, do you believe in me? Just give me a few months, and I promise I will get into university." She envisioned that once she enrolled in university and departed from Qingzhou, she could embark upon a brand new life of freedom, free from others' judgment. "Do you truly consider this matter serious?" Yang Mei slightly raised her gaze, her eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and skepticism. "You haven't even graduated from junior high, yet you are clamoring to take the college entrance examination. Isn't that just a fanciful dream? Moreover, even if you do manage to enter university, then what? Are you merely attending university for the sake of it? If that's the case, it would be better to send you to the military for some real training." "What do you mean?" Yang Ruihan exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. In her understanding, the current educational system was all about striving to get into university. How could her aunt's words be so vastly different from her thoughts? "Dear child, you still do not comprehend." Yang Mei sighed gently, setting down the apple and knife, and spoke earnestly. "University is a place where you define the direction of your future. It is a channel through which you draw closer to your dreams. For instance, once you enter university, what major do you intend to pursue? What career do you envision for yourself after graduation? Have you contemplated these matters? If not, you would simply be meandering through 4 years of university, graduating only to accept a job unrelated to what you studied. You would earn a modest salary, living each day in a daze, eventually marrying and having children, leading a life devoid of purpose, engrossed in trivial entertainment. One day, when you grow weary of it all, you will find yourself devoid of any interests, and life will become monotonous and numb, a repetitive cycle of dullness. Dullness, numbness, emptiness, drifting. These words struck Yang Ruihan's heart like a hammer. Wasn't this precisely how she had traversed life in her previous existence? She marveled inwardly at how the Yang family's understanding of university diverged so profoundly from the common perception, revealing a stark contrast in their beliefs about educating children. Had she not attended university in her past life, she might have been swayed by their words. "Once you surpass 30, your vitality will be utterly extinguished, and you will lose your essence as a person. Do you understand?" Yang Mei's voice carried a hint of weariness and resignation. Although Yang Ruihan had lived 2 lives, her physiological age had yet to reach 30, and she could not grasp why that age marked a significant turning point in one's life. However, she could genuinely feel that her aunt was offering her sincere guidance. "Aunt, what do you think I could do?" Yang Ruihan could not help but inquire, her mind fleetingly traversing various professions such as teaching and medicine, yet none ignited her passion. "How could I possibly know?" Yang Mei chuckled softly, "But as long as it is a legitimate profession, there are no issues. You are the proud descendant of a military lineage. What is there that you cannot pursue? Remember Professor Li Jianwei? He has mentioned more than once that you possess considerable talent in aviation." "Aviation models?" Yang Ruihan paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. "Are you suggesting I pursue toys?" "Not toys, but aircraft like fighter jets and drones. These are all vital sectors within the defense industry," Yang Mei elaborated earnestly. "You must be joking. I could never manage that." Yang Ruihan instinctively shook her head. The mere mention of the defense industry seemed shrouded in an aura of mystery. Feeling utterly beyond her reach, such endeavors were not for ordinary individuals. "Are you an ordinary person?" Yang Mei countered, her gaze imbued with a hint of expectation. At this juncture, their conversation reached a temporary halt. Yang Ruihan lay upon her bed, her eyes fixed upon the ceiling. "Design airplanes?" Having dabbled in aviation models, She was acutely aware of the chasm separating real aircraft from their miniature counterparts, especially military planes which were in a realm of their own. Moreover, while she possessed a modicum of aptitude in the sciences, her aunt remained oblivious to her past university education. Upon reflection, she considered herself somewhat gifted. During high school, she devoted her leisure time to her interests, yet still effortlessly gained admission to university. As for the fields that sparked her interest, she had a plethora of passions: sports cars, fighter jets, warships, mechas, each igniting a fervor within her. Perhaps I could aspire to be an inventor? Create a J-100 or a Su-9? Yet, as this thought flitted through her mind, she could not help but shake her head. She lacked the capability for such grand endeavors. These were all at the forefront of technology, akin to becoming a scientist. Setting such a goal was nothing short of a jest. What an arduous path it would entail. She shook her head, attempting to cast aside these impractical notions. Having finally established a connection with the outside world, she felt compelled to inquire about the current situation. Thus, she dialed Yi Chen's number. As soon as the call connected, Yi Chen's voice emerged with a hint of urgency. "I thought you had gone missing. Couldn't reach you. And with school starting, where on earth are you?" Yang Ruohan replied softly, "I am resting in the hospital." She then proceeded to inquire about the game dream of the West. Yi Chen first expressed concern for her health, then remarked, "It's the same old story. With you absent, other players are still active in the game. When will you recover?" "It's hard to say at this point. I'll need at least a month or two. You can continue playing that character. It was originally yours. After all, it's time for it to return to its rightful owner," Yang Ruohan stated. Before their initial contact, she found herself with a multitude of questions. Yet once the call was made, she felt as though there was nothing particularly significant to convey. They exchanged a few casual remarks and ultimately, Yi Chen reminded her to reach out to him as soon as she was discharged. Subsequently, Yang Ruohan contacted Zhao Sun. She inquired meticulously whether anyone at school had bullied him or if Yi Chen had caused him any trouble. Satisfied with the responses she received, Zhao Sun curiously asked where she had been. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Ruohan chose not to disclose her hospitalization due to injury. Thus 2 days passed swiftly, her mind continually replaying the conversation with Yang Mei. On the third day, Yang Mei sent her a set of high school textbooks, encompassing both humanities and sciences. She conveyed Yang Tianxi's sentiment. If Yang Ruohan wished to take the college entrance examination now, she should proceed. However, he expressed that gaining admission to an ordinary university would be of little value unless it were a 985 or 211 institution. Otherwise, he intended to enlist her in the military to instill discipline in her. Upon hearing the term National Defense University, Yang Ruohan felt a sudden stir within her and asked, "Aunt, do you think that if I truly aspire to work on military aircraft, the National Defense University would be the most suitable choice?" Yet as the words left her lips, she hesitated, realizing that she did not desire the rigid constraints of a military academy life. She yearned for freedom, not constant surveillance. To work on military aircraft, an undergraduate degree is far from sufficient, Yang Mei bluntly interjected, dousing her enthusiasm. The relevant university courses are titled Aircraft Design and Engineering, and given the current circumstances, a bachelor's degree would hardly qualify you for anything. To enter a military research institute, at the very least, a master's degree is required, and that is merely the present standard. By the time you graduate, it might even necessitate a doctoral degree to have a chance. Do you possess such determination? Indeed, Yang Ruohan found herself at a loss for words. The thought of pursuing a doctorate at a military academy? The duration seemed excessively daunting, and just contemplating it felt terrifying. Chapter 43. The pursuit of knowledge. Yang Ruohan lay on a hospital bed, permeated by the scent of disinfectant, tossing restlessly. The moonlight filtered through the slats of the blinds, casting a dance of light and shadow upon her pallid cheeks. Her fingertips unconsciously traced the edges of the blanket, which had long been crumpled into fine, intricate folds. To be candid, deep within her heart, she felt a stirring excitement about the matter at hand. She recognized that this was a cutting-edge project. However, she prided herself on her intelligence, believing that with her knowledge surpassing that of her peers, coupled with her comprehension abilities, it was not an impossible endeavor. Furthermore, Even if she could not engage in military manufacturing, there remained the realm of civilian applications. Her studies would certainly not be in vain. The only aspect that troubled her was the prospect of enduring prolonged military management. Present, she was merely 15 years old. University would span 4 years, and with a master's and doctorate it could extend to 8, totaling 12 years of military academy life. Such a commitment bore a striking resemblance to enlisting in the army, thereby diminishing her enthusiasm significantly. Deciding upon a course of action necessitated the contemplation of myriad factors. Each day spent in the hospital brought with it a growing sense of agitation. As days turned into weeks, she gradually came to realize that perhaps what lay before her was indeed a pivotal choice that could shape the trajectory of her life. If she chose not to embark on this path, her subsequent years would likely be devoid of freedom. Goethe once remarked that the course of a person's life, as well as their entire destiny, can hinge upon a mere moment. On the evening of March 17th, an epiphany struck Yang Ruihin. The influence of the Yang family was overwhelmingly vast. Even if she were to venture beyond Qinzhou or the province of Shaonan, she would likely remain ensnared by the shadows of this illustrious clan. If she wished to attain the liberated existence she envisioned, there was but one route: leaving Hua country. This realization birthed another thought: studying abroad. This, she surmised, would provide a legitimate rationale for her departure, allowing her to pursue her studies overseas. By the time she reached her 20s, she would largely be able to dictate her own affairs. Alternatively, she could return when Yang Tianxi was amenable to engaging in calm discussions on various matters. In an instant, it felt as though a grand door had swung open before her, liberating her from over a decade of militarized life. She envisioned herself returning home, armed with knowledge, ready to immerse herself in a chosen industry, living life on her own terms. What a splendid vista that would be! Furthermore, the advantages of studying abroad were manifold. Returning students often garnered respect, and in this age, developed nations indeed surpassed Hua country in fields such as aviation and automotive manufacturing. A broad and luminous path seemed to unfurl before her, meeting nearly all her aspirations. Filled with fervor, she dialed Yang Mei without a moment's hesitation. "And I wish to study abroad." "Studying abroad?" Yang Mei paused, taken aback. "What has prompted this desire?" "Certain countries have superior manufacturing capabilities compared to Hua country, so I wish to pursue my studies there." "Can you speak a foreign language?" "I can take the IELTS. I am willing to learn." "Studying abroad can be quite lonely. Can you endure that?" "Though we may be apart, communication is not impossible, especially with the current advancements in technology. Moreover, connectivity will only improve in the future." "Have you truly considered this?" In an instant, a flicker of trepidation crossed her heart. Yet at that moment, Yang Ruihin understood that she could not falter. She musters her resolve and asserts, "I have made up my mind." Unlike her homeland, abroad is a realm where no one will care for you. Everything must be navigated independently. Should misfortune arise, her family would be unable to assist. "I can take care of myself." Yang Mei, upon hearing this, could not suppress a sigh. "Are you truly intent on going abroad?" It was evident to her that Yang Ruihin was earnest this time. Otherwise, she could not have addressed so many concerns, let alone possess knowledge of what IELTS was. "I am indeed determined, but I am currently uncertain about which country or school to choose." If Yang Mei were willing to assist her, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon. Yang Mei did not disappoint. The following day, she shared various insights she had gathered. Prestigious engineering institutions such as MIT, Caltech, and Stanford were mentioned, world-renowned universities that were off the table. The underlying message was clear. Studying in the United States was not an option. Beyond the U.S. lay Europe, with esteemed institutions like ETH Zurich, Cambridge, Imperial College, and Delft, among many others. The crucial question remained: could she gain admission? To be honest, Yang Ruihin was taken aback. Were these illustrious universities meant to intimidate her? Why set the standards so high? She couldn't help but feel a twinge of insecurity. What about slightly less prestigious options? Then what is the point of studying abroad? Yang Mei's words struck her back to reality. "I haven't even mentioned this to your grandfather. If you lack confidence, then you should obediently stay put and wait for your turn at the National Defense University. I could look after you there." "Who says I lack confidence?" Yang Ruihin quickly asserted her determination. After all, she had completed her university education and had consistently achieved excellent grades. Though she felt a bit anxious, it was certainly preferable to endure militarized management. She had to overcome this hurdle. And if I aim for these universities, what should I do? You must follow the standard procedure. First, attend an international high school and take the A-level exams. Currently, our country has opened several subjects. If you wish to study aircraft design, you will need to take mathematics, further mathematics, physics, and computer science. Your exam results must be exceptional, and you must also pass a university interview to gain admission. Let me be clear. This is the path you have chosen. Should you falter midway, return and heed your grandfather's advice. Aunt, could you send me a set of textbooks for these 4 subjects? I would like to review them first. Yang Ruihin had heard of the A-level exams, which take place twice a year in her country, once around May and June, and again in October and November. She believed that these 4 subjects should not pose significant difficulty for her. If possible, she truly wished to avoid attending an international high school. After all, ever since the thought of studying abroad had taken root, each additional day spent in the hospital felt like a torment. She longed for recovery, to leave and distance herself from Yang Tianxi. On March 21st, Yang Mei sent the textbooks. As she gazed upon the thick stack of materials on her desk, Yang Ruihin was taken aback. There were 6 volumes of mathematics alone, and they were all in English. Yang Mei remarked over the phone, "You haven't even graduated from middle school. These books are certainly beyond your comprehension. Perhaps you should wait for me to discuss this with your uncle, and you should earnestly attend an international high school instead." Her words, however, ignited Yang Ruihin's competitive spirit. She was confident in her ability to self-study and even to participate in this year's inaugural A-level examination. Should she succeed, there would be no need to squander 2 years at an international high school. Thus, her academic journey commenced at the hospital, as she anticipated that she would not see her friends in the country for a considerable time. Chapter 44. Decision. Fortunately, this state of uncertainty lasted no more than 2 days before Yang Xing personally dialed her number. On the other end, a steady voice carried a hint of scrutiny. "Ruihin, are you truly certain you wish to study abroad?" "Grandfather, I plan to self-study and then take the A-level exams in May or June. If all goes well, I will receive my university admission letter next year," Yang Ruihin replied, her tone imbued with unwavering determination. She was acutely aware that most foreign universities placed little importance on whether one possessed a domestic high school diploma. As long as her A-level results were commendable, anything was possible. Upon hearing this, Yang Xing fell silent for a moment, the only sound on the line being the faint rhythm of his breathing. To him, Yang Ruihin's actions seemed somewhat presumptuous. The curriculum of international high schools spanned a year at the very least, often extending to 2, with professional teachers providing diligent instruction. Yet here she was, attempting to self-learn all the material in a mere 3 months, relying solely on her early intellectual awakening and a smattering of reading. Was this not a case of overestimating her own capabilities? Did she truly consider herself a genius? "Since you have made up your mind, I will grant you this opportunity. However, let me be clear. If you do not succeed this year, you will obediently attend international high school." Having recently discovered some of Yang Ruihin's undertakings, Yang Xing thought it prudent to provide her with a lesson to help her grasp the true weight of her knowledge. He feared that without such an awakening, she might never adopt a serious attitude toward her studies. Having reached this juncture, Yang Ruihin found herself with no path of retreat. Whenever her concentration waned, she would close her eyes and vividly envision a life of freedom and exploration abroad, instantly reigniting her motivation. Before her lay an array of textbooks written entirely in English, which presented quite a challenge. Although she had previously achieved a score of 6 on the IELTS, many years had passed, and her proficiency had undeniably diminished. Consequently, she procured a hefty English dictionary and immersed herself in her A-level textbooks. The initial stages were indeed formidable. Deciphering the dense cluster of English words posed the greatest challenge, far exceeding the understanding of the knowledge contained within the texts. Fortunately, she was not devoid of a foundation. With the aid of the dictionary, many forgotten concepts began to resurface. For an entire week, she devoted most of her time to consulting the dictionary, painstakingly grappling with one word at a time and comprehending one sentence at a time. Gradually, she began to find her rhythm and slip into a productive state. To her delight, she discovered that mathematics and physics, given her solid grounding, were not particularly difficult to grasp as long as she could comprehend the English language. Advanced mathematics might sound intimidating, but for someone with a university education like her, it was hardly insurmountable. One could only say that her previous foundation had been adequately laid. As for computer science, it was her major during her undergraduate studies, making it all the more manageable. Throughout this process, her communication with Yichun, Zhao Sun, and the others never faltered, though they remained unaware of her plans to study abroad. It would be disingenuous to claim that she felt no pangs of nostalgia for her childhood companions. Leaving for another country meant departing from this familiar circle. Despite frequent phone calls, the distance would inevitably cast its shadow, creating an unbridgeable gap. Before Yang Tianxi's return, she reveled in carefree moments, her psychological age seemingly shrinking in tandem with her physical years, allowing her to frolic with her peers. However, following a sudden injury and hospitalization, engulfed by the harsh realities of life, that childish demeanor, so incongruous with her true age, vanished without a trace. Observing the behavior of Yichun and others, she felt a growing discontent. They had entered a rebellious phase, their immature and self-important remarks about trends like shamate and non-mainstream music, while not indicative of a generational divide, rendered her interactions with these teenagers rather uncomfortable. This subtle chasm that formed within her heart evoked a sense of awakening, as if she had been immersed in a blissful dream that had now abruptly ended, compelling her to confront reality and instigate change. She recognized that her absence would span a considerable duration, and upon her return, her companions would likely have graduated from university, each facing their own set of challenges. Perhaps reuniting once they had all matured would be a splendid choice. On April 9th, Yichun's call pierced through the air, his voice laced with urgency. "Sister Han, I've landed in deep trouble. We've wrecked a KTV. Lu Jianxing, Sun Ming, and the others were involved, and now we're hiding in a small inn, unsure of what to do." Yang Ruihan listened, her brow furrowing in concern. In the past, such a predicament might have excited her, but now, she felt a profound sense of helplessness, hardly able to muster a critique. Yichun continued, "We'll take responsibility for the damages, but we can't muster 100,000 or 200,000 at once, and most importantly, I don't want my parents to find out. Sister Han, if you don't help me this time, I'm finished." His voice trembled with desperation. Yang Ruihan couldn't help but scold him, exasperated that he always turned to her in times of trouble, a pattern established since her first year of junior high when she had resolved numerous school-related issues for him. She thought it might be beneficial to teach him a lesson this time. Yet, as Yichun, Lu Jianxing, Sun Ming, and Luo Feng bombarded her with pleas, she reflected that while Yichun might be manageable, the futures of Lu Jianxing and the others would be irrevocably damaged if they were caught. Reluctantly, she provided Yichun with her brother Yang Xian's contact information. "This is my brother's number. Consult him." Yang Xian had spent several years in Qinzhou, mingling with the offspring of officials and wealthy families during his middle and high school years. Although he was now at a military academy, it would be feasible to seek assistance from his former acquaintances. After Yichun mentioned Yang Ruihan's name and introduced himself, Yang Xian agreed to help, securing someone to resolve the matter. Ultimately, they paid a modest sum, less than 10,000 yuan, which Yichun managed to gather by selling 2 pieces of high-level equipment from a game. Later, when they reconnected, Yichun informed her that she had taken a big brother, the person Yang Xian had introduced, named Qi Hen, and mentioned that they had previously played together in a dreamlike world. Qi Hen had asked Yichun to convey that his faction, the Tianxia Gang, had been re-established, and he had even created a character in a murderous game, boasting that he would teach her a lesson once she emerged in the game. Unsurprisingly, Yang Ruihan berated him for such bravado. Despite their initial enmity, Qi Hen had long been assisting in his own company and possessed a certain political background. However, his personality was quite roguish, and he was impervious to Yang Ruihan's scoldings. Through their interactions, they gradually forged a relationship that was neither too distant nor too close, becoming friends of a sort. During this time, Zhao Sun frequently sought her out, often probing delicately into her whereabouts and activities. Yet Yang Ruihin remained tight-lipped. Ultimately, these inquiries faded into obscurity, and she found herself too preoccupied to concern herself with them. By mid-April, as the weather grew increasingly warm, her pace of study accelerated, particularly in English, as she regained her former proficiency. However, with the examination looming just over a month away, an exhilarating sense of impending liberation surged within her. Driven by this sentiment, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to her studies. She began to realize many things, understanding that the more accomplished she became, the better she could steer her own destiny and draw closer to the freedom she coveted. Otherwise, without any voice or agency, what would become of her if the Yang family sought to marry her off? On the other hand, through her reflections during this period, she genuinely established some lofty aspirations, such as perhaps one day developing a major project like the Rice Su-9 or the J-20 fighter jet. This shift in mindset filled her with anticipation for the life that lay ahead. Moreover, the allure of prestigious universities, the uncharted experiences of studying abroad, and the myriad mysteries of foreign lands contributed to her excitement. Among the institutions Yang Mei had suggested, none resonated more profoundly than the University of Cambridge. This venerable institution, the fourth oldest in the world, boasts nearly 8 centuries of history, and its rich heritage speaks volumes beyond any mere statistics. Countless luminaries have emerged from its halls. Hua Luogang, Su Zhima, Newton, Darwin, Hawking, and many more. Even the least among them, Hawking, was notably exceptional in intellect, despite his physical limitations. Just imagine, when she returns with her degree, she could proudly declare, "I graduated from Cambridge." The intertwining reasons behind her aspirations stirred her heart and fueled her motivation ceaselessly. She was inherently the type who, once a goal was set, would immerse herself entirely in the pursuit. Thus, she seized every moment to study diligently. She believed that if she could endure just over a month, the life she envisioned would soon be hers. Of course, she did not forget to repeatedly urge Yang Mei to ensure her participation in the upcoming A-level examinations. Eventually, Yang Mei, growing impatient with the questioning, posed a few problems to test her. Intending to intimidate her, she was taken aback when Yang Ruihin effortlessly solved them. Yang Mei, astonished, presented more challenges. Yet Yang Ruihin patiently answered them, providing Yang Mei with a clear understanding of her current level of competence. "Dear Aunt, you promised to spare no effort in assisting me. It is imperative that you uphold your word." By May 12th, Yang Ruihin's injuries had not only healed significantly, but she had also remarkably absorbed all the A-level courses with astonishing speed. On this very day, she triumphantly left the hospital. Awaiting her was Yang Mei, who, upon first laying eyes on her, was momentarily taken aback. The Yang Ruihin before her radiated a profound transformation in demeanor, evoking memories of the maturity that occasionally flickered in her childhood gaze, far exceeding her years. With merely over a week remaining until the A-level examinations, "You must accompany me to the capital if you are resolute in participating," Yang Mei remarked. "Is that true?" Yang Ruihin exclaimed with uncontainable joy, almost bursting into a triumphant cry towards the heavens. At last, she could venture out. "So when shall we depart?" "First, we shall return to your grandfather's place." "Are you certain you are ready?" Yang Mei couldn't suppress her lingering doubts. The rarity of brilliance such as hers was astonishing, a phenomenon that inevitably aroused curiosity. "Of course, I am ready," Yang Ruihin chuckled heartily. These past weeks of relentless study, dedicating no less than 7 to 8 hours daily, had not been in vain. As they rode in a military jeep, Yang Ruihin felt tears welling up as they entered Qinzhou. After months away, she was finally back on familiar soil. Reflecting on her departure from Qinzhou, it felt as though it had been merely yesterday. Yet her mindset and aspirations had undergone a monumental shift. The transformation within just a few months was more profound than the previous decade combined. Awaiting her at the Yang family villa were her uncle and aunt, Yang Tianxi and Yang Xing. Upon seeing her, Qin Min hurriedly gestured for her to sit, inquiring with genuine concern about her well-being, even asking if she had lost weight. Observing her seated upright on the sofa, her posture noticeably more composed than before, Yang Xing could not help but nod approvingly. "Child, if I were not to insist on your attending the National Defense University, would you still resolutely choose to study abroad?" This question caught young Ruihin off guard. Attending an ordinary domestic university seemed appealing, yet the thought of nodding in agreement felt like relinquishing her aspirations for prestigious institutions. Just contemplating this made her feel a pang of regret. In that moment, she realized that, unbeknownst to her, the yearning for elite universities had taken a substantial hold in her heart, fueled by an insatiable competitive spirit. Why should she, being just as human as anyone else, not have the opportunity to attend those illustrious universities? After a few moments of contemplation, she firmly nodded. I have made my decision. I must go, and I aim to secure my acceptance letter as soon as possible. Yang Tianxi appeared eager to speak, but ultimately held his tongue, thinking to himself that he would thoroughly reprimand her if she did not perform well on the exam. Very well, then you shall go. Yang Xing replied with an impassive expression, casually waving her hand. She then ascended the stairs to gather some daily necessities and a few changes of clothes, bidding farewell to everyone before departing in Yang Mei's vehicle. At the moment of parting, Qin Min let out a heavy sigh. Concerning her daughter, she found herself at a loss, with feelings of guilt overshadowing all else. In the early days, when Yang Ruihin was her sole child, every farewell would bring her to tears, her heart entirely entwined with her daughter's. However, with the arrival of Yang Mingtian, along with the constraints of distance and time, she inadvertently shifted her focus to the son she had by her side. Now, as they parted ways, although she felt reluctant, the impulse to weep as she once did had faded. Meanwhile, a small boy approached and wrapped his arms around her leg, playfully requesting, "Mommy, will you play puzzles with me?" She bent down to lift her son, a tender smile gracing her face as she replied, "Of course, of course." Her son and daughter had only met twice, exchanging fewer than 10 words. It was indeed a lamentable situation. Chapter 45. Relaxation. The twilight descended like a gentle curtain, enveloping the entire world in a soft, golden hue. On the streets of the 4-9 city, lights began to twinkle like stars, harmoniously reflecting the remnants of the evening glow in the sky, creating a unique charm. Ruihin, for the next few days, make yourself comfortable here. Your brother is away at university and won't be back for a while. I will bring you a new quilt, Yang Mei said with a warm smile, leading Yang Ruihin into a room. Upon opening the door, Yang Ruihin immediately realized that this was evidently a boy's room. The walls were adorned with posters of basketball stars, the desk cluttered with various sports magazines and a few dusty old textbooks, while a somewhat faded sports shirt draped over a chair beside the bed. However, Yang Ruihin paid little heed to these details. She had never been one to be fussy. After setting down her luggage, she quickly followed Yang Mei, eager to lend a hand. After a flurry of activity, they finally arranged everything to their satisfaction. At that moment, her stomach began to rumble. Thus, they decided to visit a nearby restaurant, steeped in the flavors of old Kyoto. As soon as they sat down, Yang Mei's phone rang. It was Yang Ruihin's uncle, who worked at a military district and was currently burdened with heavy responsibilities, often on duty. He regretted being unable to return that evening and could only express his sentiments over the phone. Halfway through their meal, Yang Ruihin pondered for a moment, then set down her chopsticks and said, "Aunt, could I trouble you to help me find 2 sets of past-A-level exam papers?" Yang Mei observed Yang Ruihin's earnest dedication to her studies and hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. In truth, the entire Yang family held little hope for her performance in the upcoming A-level examinations. After all, only a few days remained before the tests, and achieving significant progress in such a short time was exceedingly challenging. Even Yang Mei herself harbored doubts about Yang Ruihin, as no matter how talented she was, her foundational knowledge from junior high was a limiting factor. Yet, witnessing Yang Ruihin's determination, Yang Mei thought that any assistance she could provide would be a step forward, a means of accumulating experience for the future. That evening, Yang Mei began making calls. Early the next morning, she returned hastily with a stack of printed papers and standard answers to hand over to Yang Ruihin. The A-level examinations differ significantly from the domestic university entrance examinations. They assess only the subjects that candidates choose to study. 3 subjects mean 3 tests, 4 subjects mean 4 tests. For instance, in mathematics, there are a total of 6 books, each corresponding to a 100-point exam, all weighted equally, summing up to a maximum of 600 points. Grades are categorized into 7 levels: A, B, C, D, E, and U, with U indicating a fail, while the others are ranked from highest to lowest based on scores. The highest grade, A, requires a minimum accuracy of over 90 to achieve, which translates to a score exceeding 540 points out of 600. An A corresponds to an accuracy of 80 to 90, B corresponds to 70 to 80, and so forth. Yang Ruihin harbored a fervent aspiration to attend the University of Cambridge, selecting 4 subjects for her application. The criteria for admission to Cambridge stipulate that at least one subject must achieve an A, while the others should attain at least an A. Undoubtedly, the higher the scores, the greater the likelihood of acceptance. Achieving 4A grades would significantly enhance her chances of being admitted. Furthermore, the A-level certificate differs from a high school diploma. It serves more as a testament to one's academic prowess, allowing candidates the opportunity to retake exams until they obtain satisfactory results, which they can then leverage for university applications. In contrast, a high school diploma merely signifies the completion of secondary education. Immersing herself within her room, Yang Ruihin delved into a sea of questions. Initially, as she tackled the English papers, she felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Each question demanded more time for comprehension than she was accustomed to. This struggle was not solely due to the inherent difficulty of the problems, but also stemmed from her habitual use of Chinese, making the sudden transition to English quite challenging. The densely packed English words appeared as insurmountable barriers, obstructing her path to the correct answers. Throughout the day, Yang Ruihin was engrossed in her writing. Upon grading her work against the answer key, she discovered that her results included 3A grades and 1A. While this outcome was commendable, she found herself unable to feel any joy. In the days that followed, Yang Ruihin seemed to revert to the frenetic pace of her final days leading up to the college entrance examination in her past life. Daily, from dawn until dusk, she sat at her desk, tirelessly completing one set of papers after another. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the soft rustle of her pen gliding across the paper and her gentle breaths. Despite the absence of distractions, she still could not achieve the coveted 4A grades. It was always a slight shortfall in her computer science or mathematics scores. These lapses were not due to a lack of understanding, but rather minor details and small errors, which caused her considerable distress. Time flew swiftly, and before she realized it, May 19th had arrived. Early in the morning, after a customary breakfast, Yang Ruihin was preparing to return to her room for further study when Yang Mei entered, holding a piece of paper. "Ruihin, here is the detailed timetable for the A-level examinations." Yang Mei handed the schedule to Yang Ruihin, her face reflecting concern. Receiving the timetable, Yang Ruihin examined it closely. The examinations commenced on May 20th and would continue until June 18th. Given the numerous subjects involved, mathematics, physics, chemistry, geography, history, economics, and more, there were dozens of A-level courses that required careful scheduling for student assessments. Yang Ruihin let out a slight sigh of relief as she munched on a steamed bun, marking the timetable with her pen. Mathematics would require 6 examinations, each lasting between 1 hour and 15 minutes to longer, spanning over 6 days. The other subjects followed a similar pattern. The courses she selected were all popular subjects, with examination dates scheduled early on, culminating in her final exam on June 2nd. Today, let us not confine ourselves to the room. Poring over textbooks, Yang Mei suggested, placing a cup of hot cocoa on the windowsill, which was cluttered with past exam papers. The gentle clink of the porcelain cup against the marble surface roused the contemplative girl from her thoughts. "How many nights have you stayed up this week?" She gently brushed her fingers over her niece's darkened eye circles, feeling the dampness of her lashes, perhaps from tears uncried. The tension at her temples must be unbearable. A taut string will inevitably snap. Yang Ruihin pondered this and found her aunt's words to hold truth. Perhaps her inability to achieve 4A grades these past few days stemmed from her own nerves being too tightly wound. For months, she had not allowed herself a moment of true relaxation, which was indeed out of character for her. Thus, she nodded in agreement to Yang Mei's suggestion. The two drove to Hohai and boarded a small 3-wheeled vehicle, reminiscent of a rickshaw. The driver, an affable middle-aged man clad in a white shirt and black pants, with a towel draped over his shoulder, appeared quite unpretentious. As the vehicle moved forward slowly, The driver enthusiastically narrated the historical significance of the sights along the way. Look at those two beautiful ladies. See that red gate ahead? Do you know its significance? He glanced back at them, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Is it the residence of official sons? Yang Ruihin speculated, eyeing the slightly dilapidated red gate. Ha! Wrong. That red gate was once the dwelling of those of lesser status. Back then, their lowly birth made it inconvenient for wealthy families to welcome them home. It is said this place was also where Hishin kept his concubines. The driver continued to speak animatedly, though Yang Ruihin recognized that some of his facts were not entirely accurate. However, witnessing his effort pedaling while turning back to share his tales stirred her emotions. His labor to earn a living commanded her respect, and thus she refrained from correcting his inaccuracies. As they meandered along Hohai, they arrived at the legendary Prince Gong's mansion, the residence of Hishin. They purchased tickets and followed a guide donning a small red hat into the mansion. Surely you all have seen my fair princess? The scenes in the study were filmed right here. The guide, using a loudspeaker, vividly described the mansion's history, recounting Hishin's vast wealth accumulated through corruption and how the layout of Prince Gong's mansion mirrored that of the imperial palace. What we see now is the Silver Peace Hall, commonly referred to as the Silver Luan Hall. Yang Ruihin followed the guide, quietly admiring the ancient residence. The scenery here was indeed exquisite, particularly the rear garden, modeled after the royal palace's Ningxu Palace. Ascending to the platform atop the garden's hill, she beheld the entire landscape below. Pavilions, towers, rockeries, and ponds harmoniously arranged, resembling a delicate painting. By the end of their visit, Yang Ruihin found herself persuaded by the guide to purchase a book titled The Life of Hishin. She did not feel remorseful. Book in hand, she strolled leisurely out of Prince Gong's mansion. After departing, they ventured to Panjiayuan. The market thrummed with life, bustling with crowds, shouts, and the sounds of haggling. They primarily explored the flea market area, where an array of trinkets lay on display: antique porcelain, ancient coins, calligraphy, and paintings. Yang Ruihin gazed with keen interest at the dazzling array of items, absorbing the unique cultural atmosphere surrounding her. At noon, they dined in a quaint little restaurant in Panjiayuan. After a brief respite, they set off for the Badaling Great Wall in the afternoon. Upon reaching the foot of the Great Wall and gazing upwards, the serpentine structure loomed like a colossal dragon entwined amidst the towering mountains, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Yang Ruihin and Yang Mei ascended the steps, panting and drenched in sweat after a short while. Yet, upon finally reaching the pinnacle of the Great Wall and gazing into the distance, the breathtaking scenery made all their efforts worthwhile. The undulating mountains layered upon one another, bathed in sunlight, resembled a magnificent landscape painting. Although the wall was bustling with visitors, Yang Ruihin felt an exhilarating sense of dominion at that moment. If only there were fewer people, the experience would have been even more sublime. After a day of exploration, although Yang Ruihin was fatigued, her spirits soared with delight. She sensed a profound relaxation of both body and mind, with the burdens and worries of the past dissipating significantly. Upon returning home in the evening, she indulged in a refreshing shower and retired early to bed. That night, she slept exceptionally soundly, devoid of dreams. The following morning, as usual, Yang Ruihin rose with vigor, setting out for her morning run. Upon her return, she enjoyed a wholesome and nourishing breakfast. The habits cultivated over many years bestowed a sense of routine upon her life. Chapter 46. The foreboding farewell. As the end of the semester approached, the campus was enveloped in the sweltering heat unique to summer. The sun poured down unreservedly, casting a dazzling golden hue over every corner. The cicadas perched upon the ancient trees shrilled incessantly, and at this time of year, Zhao Sun would typically be eagerly planning his holiday itinerary with his classmates. However, at this moment, he was ensnared by a heavy sense of melancholy. His heart weighed down as if by a colossal stone, rendering him unable to feel at ease. Since their parting during the last winter vacation, Yang Ruihin had seemingly evaporated from his life. Countless times, Zhao Sun picked up his phone, his slender fingers gliding gently over the screen, pausing at the number he had long memorized. Each time the call connected and the beeping echoed in his ear, his heart would leap into his throat, and his breath would involuntarily quicken. Yet, When her familiar voice finally resonated on the other end, his anxious anticipation was immediately doused by her cryptic remark, "You'll know when the time comes, don't ask now." This brief utterance acted as a frigid barrier, isolating him from her, stirring a profound dread within him, as if their once vibrant friendship was gradually fading, inevitably leading them down the path of strangers. Though Zhao Sun and Yang Ruihin were of the same age, he had just stepped into the first year of junior high, while she stood on the threshold of her third year, poised to face the significant challenge of the high school entrance examination. In Zhao Sun's innocent perception, this examination loomed like an insurmountable chasm. Once Yang Ruihin completed her entrance exam and successfully advanced to high school, they would traverse into different campuses, mingling with entirely distinct circles. By then, the chances of their paths crossing again would likely be minuscule. What troubled him even more was the thought that should Yang Ruihin change her phone number, he would be entirely cut off from her, severing the fragile thread of connection that remained between them. This anxiety spread within him like rampant weeds, blurring the lines of his feelings for Yang Ruihin, whether they were rooted in friendship or something deeper. "No, I must see her before the semester concludes," Zhao Sun silently vowed, determined to ascertain her future path or secure a means of contact that she would never change. This resolve spiraled through his mind, becoming his most persistent thought during this time. Days flowed by, and the footsteps of the entrance examination grew ever closer. On campus, the upperclassmen were intensely preparing for their exams, and an oppressive atmosphere began to pervade the classrooms, leaving little room for playfulness. The mountain of review materials piled on the desks and the countdown to the exam scrawled on the blackboard served as constant reminders of the test's significance. However, Yang Ruihin remained conspicuously absent, as if she had never existed within this campus at all. Zhao Sun's heart grew increasingly anxious. He often found himself staring blankly out the window during breaks, plagued by terrifying conjectures. Could she be opting out of the entrance exam? Or had she transferred to another place, preparing for her exams elsewhere? What would he do then? These thoughts buzzed around his mind like a swarm of bothersome flies. Despite his contemplation, every time he reached for his phone, preparing to call Yang Ruihin, his hand would tremble involuntarily. He feared that his overly eager inquiries might annoy her, and he was even more terrified that she might perceive the peculiar feelings he harbored for her deep within. He cherished this hard-won friendship immensely, fearing that a failed confession would jeopardize their bond, rendering them unable to remain even as friends. This sense of trepidation tormented him, causing him profound anguish. In his mind, there was one person who might know Yang Ruihin's whereabouts, his deskmate, Yi-chun. The mere thought of Yi-chun caused Zhao Sun's brow to furrow slightly. Last time, due to the dinner invitation exchanged between him and Yang Ruihin, Yi-chun had approached him, leading to an unpleasant quarrel, and since then, they had not exchanged a single word. Zhao Sun, a person with a strong sense of pride, found it impossible to humble himself to seek Yi-chun's help. However, time would not pause for his hesitation. As the date of the upcoming examination drew near, Zhao Sun felt as though an invisible noose was tightening around his neck, nearly suffocating him. With each passing day, the impulse to confront Yi-chun grew stronger, tormenting him into restlessness. During class, while the teacher animatedly lectured at the podium, he absorbed not a single word, each second feeling like an eternity of torment. His gaze would occasionally drift towards Yi-chun, who seemed unfazed as he laughed and joked with classmates, as if Yang Ruihin's absence had no bearing on him whatsoever. A twinge of jealousy and resentment stirred within Zhao Sun, as he wondered how Yi-chun could remain so composed. Did he not worry about Yang Ruihin at all? Unbeknownst to him, time quietly slipped into June. The gardenias in the campus bloomed resplendently, their pure white blossoms adorning the branches, and the rich fragrance permeated the air, creating an atmosphere thick with sweetness. Yet, Zhao Sun found no joy in this beautiful scenery. The examination dates were finally set for June 19th to 21st, yet Yang Ruihin had still not reappeared. This only intensified Zhao Sun's anxiety, leading him to lose focus on his studies, and his grades plummeted. In class, he often zoned out, staring blankly out the window, and his homework was carelessly done, riddled with mistakes. The homeroom teacher noticed his unusual behavior and attempted to engage him in conversation several times. But each time, he merely deflected with vague responses, too fearful to voice his true feelings. On the night of June 7th, the world seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. Outside, the occasional chirp of insects disrupted the stillness of the night. Zhao Sun lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on his troubled face. He gazed at the ceiling, the image of Yang Ruihan constantly replaying in his mind. Her smile, her voice, as if she were right before him. This could not continue. Suddenly, he sat up, determination gleaming in his eyes. On the eve of the examination, he vowed to call and seek clarity, willing to pay any price necessary. Perhaps it was the heavens that heeded his prayers, or perhaps it was the intricate design of fate. But a week later, Yang Ruihan suddenly appeared on campus. The day was bright with sunshine, and a gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, rendering everything in the school remarkably ordinary. Yang Ruihan descended upon them like an angel from the skies, gliding gracefully into the classroom as if she had never been away. Her arrival did not provoke much commotion among her classmates. They merely cast her a fleeting glance before resuming their own activities. Only Zhao Sun, upon seeing her, felt his heart race uncontrollably, a wave of indescribable joy surging within him, as if he had been lost in darkness for far too long and finally a beam of light had pierced through. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhao Sun hastily took out his phone and sent Yang Ruihan a message. "Shall we have lunch together at our usual spot?" After hitting send, he clutched his phone tightly, his eyes fixed on the screen, fearing he might miss her reply. Soon enough, her response arrived. "Sure." That simple word nearly propelled Zhao Sun into a state of elation, a radiant smile blossoming on his face as the clouds of gloom in his heart dispersed considerably. As soon as the bell rang for lunch, Zhao Sun was the first to bolt out of the classroom. He dashed through the bustling corridors like an arrow released from a bow, hurriedly descending the stairs towards the school's convenience store. He intended to cut through the store to take a shortcut to their favorite little restaurant. As he burst into the store, he was greeted by a familiar figure. Yang Ruihan. Are you shopping?" Zhao Sun stammered, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. After half a year apart, he had a plethora of words he yearned to share with her. Yet in that moment he was too anxious to articulate even a complete sentence. He scrutinized Yang Ruihan closely, noting that she seemed somewhat different. She remained as beautiful as ever, her bright eyes still sparkling, yet she appeared to have lost some of her former vivacity and warmth. When she looked at him, her gaze was as calm as a tranquil lake, unsettlingly serene. Zhao Sun sensed an unbridgeable chasm had formed between them. "I want to be eating. I have to leave shortly as I have some matters to attend to," Yang Ruihan stated flatly, her voice devoid of any inflection. She had returned today to collect her examination admission ticket for the upcoming high school entrance exams and to confirm her examination venue. For her, the results of this exam were of little consequence. What mattered was obtaining her middle school graduation certificate. All of this was at her father's behest. He had said that if she were to falter in the upcoming A-level exams, possessing a middle school diploma would allow her to transfer to an international high school. Should she be fortunate enough to achieve commendable results, the graduation certificate would be indispensable. Otherwise, upon returning from abroad, her academic record would reflect that she had yet to graduate, which would be quite the embarrassment. "Wait," Zhao Sun instinctively reached out, grasping Yang Ruihan's arm. The softness of her skin sent his heart racing, and he suddenly realized his indiscretion, hastily releasing his grip. As Yang Ruihan turned back, her eyes filled with a gaze of confusion, Zhao Sun felt an immediate sense of helplessness, his face flushing crimson. "Where will you attend high school after the entrance exams? We are friends, after all. Please don't make it so that I can never find you again." Yang Ruihan paused briefly, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face. Observing Zhao Sun's anxious demeanor, she ultimately resolved to reveal the truth. "I am going abroad to study." She refrained from mentioning the prestigious institution she would be attending or the university she aspired to enroll in, fearing it might be misconstrued as boasting. "She going abroad?" Zhao Sun exclaimed, utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. At his age, he lacked a concrete understanding of studying overseas, perceiving it merely as an unattainable aspiration. "Can you speak foreign languages?" And, he stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Seeing his bewildered expression, Yang Ruihin couldn't help but find the situation amusing. The experiences of recent times had significantly altered her perspective. Now, when she looked at Zhao Sun and Yi Chen, they seemed like children still so naive. Learning a foreign language is feasible. Many people study abroad nowadays. There's nothing extraordinary about it, she patiently explained. Then you won't come back? A hint of disappointment tinged Zhao Sun's voice. He suddenly felt that Yang Ruihin's journey abroad was a distant dream, one that would widen the chasm between them, making it so vast that he might never bridge it again. I will return. I'll come back once I've completed my studies, Yang Ruihin replied with a smile. At that moment, she noticed a guard waiting for her not far away, prompting her to conclude their conversation. All right, I must be going now. Call me if you need anything. With that, she turned and walked toward the exit. Zhao Sun stood there, dazed, watching her hurried departure. She entered a sleek black car, which then slowly pulled away, swiftly vanishing from his sight. In that instant, Zhao Sun felt as though an insurmountable chasm had always existed between him and Yang Ruihin, a divide he could never hope to cross. Uncertain of how long he stood there, a familiar voice suddenly broke through his reverie. What are you doing here, lost in thought? He turned to find his desk mate, Yi Chen, standing beside him. Overwhelmed by a cascade of emotions, he inexplicably spoke up. Yi Chen, do you know that Yang Ruihin is going abroad to study? That evening, while Yang Ruihin was at home reviewing her lessons, her phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Yi Chen. As soon as she answered, she heard his slightly accusatory voice. So, you don't consider me a friend anymore? You tell Zhao Sun about going abroad. But not me? How inconsiderate. Yang Ruihin chuckled helplessly and explained, I've decided to go abroad, but the timeline is still uncertain. I just happened to run into him and mentioned it. Surely, I couldn't leave without informing you both? Chapter 47. Successfully passing A-level, Yang Ruihin sat on the sofa in the living room, leaning slightly forward, gazing at her grandfather, Yang Xingdao, who occupied the main seat. Grandfather, please enroll me in an IELTS training course, she implored. As she spoke, she deftly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The IELTS consists of 2 categories: academic and general training, with 4 components: listening, speaking, reading, and writing, each graded on a scale of up to 9. I aspire to study abroad, and my English proficiency must be enhanced. Upon hearing this, Yang Xing's brow furrowed into a deep crease, his countenance reflecting discontent. He slammed his teacup down onto the coffee table with a resounding thud. What is the rush? Even if you pass this time, you won't be able to enroll until next year. I think it would be better for you to spend another year in high school rather than lounging about here. In truth, Yang Xing struggled to accept his granddaughter's sudden desire to study overseas, feeling that the change was too abrupt and unreal. He could not help but question whether there was a flaw in the family upbringing that made her wish to leave home. Yang Ruihin, sensing his reluctance, quickly rose to her feet, approached her grandfather, and half-squatted beside him, playfully tugging at his arm. Grandfather, I am confident I will pass. Auntie has reviewed my previous exercises and assured me that I will meet the A-level standards. Moreover, studying abroad is not solely about achieving scores. I need to comprehend lectures and engage in conversations. The higher my proficiency, the better, right? You always say, to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools. Surely, you wouldn't want me to attend quantum physics lectures with merely high school level English? She was acutely aware that if she remained idle, it would be challenging to maintain her previous diligent study habits. Thus, she desperately sought an environment conducive to continuous improvement in her English. Are you so certain you will perform well? Yang Xing huffed, stroking his beard, his eyes wide with disbelief. One must learn humility. Do you not understand? Did you not study the Analects in elementary school? This is confidence, Yang Ruihin retorted, pouting defiantly and straightening her posture. That is arrogance. Yang Xing raised his voice. However, upon witnessing the resolute determination in his granddaughter's eyes, he ultimately relented, waving his hand in resignation. Fine, I will enroll you in a training course in Qinzhou. After enrolling in the training course, aside from attending classes, Yang Ruihin utilized her spare time diligently. At night, she often nestled in a corner of her room, projecting English-language films without subtitles onto the wall. The flickering light of the screen captivated her as she absorbed the dialogues, pondering the meanings of each word and sentence in her mind. On sunny weekend afternoons, beams of sunlight streamed through the window onto the desk in her study, where she sat surrounded by a mound of English literature. Whenever she encountered unfamiliar vocabulary, she would reach for the dictionary nearby, studying it meticulously. Days turned into weeks, the tranquil surface of her life seemingly undisturbed. However, before she knew it, August arrived, and the A-level results were announced. When Yang Ruihin beheld the 4 grades displayed on her computer screen, an overwhelming sense of achievement enveloped her. Her hand instinctively covered her mouth, and tears of joy shimmered in her eyes. The results surpassed her expectations. In this year, few individuals have achieved such an outstanding accomplishment, which serves as the best testament to her relentless efforts and bolsters her confidence for future applications to prestigious universities. This news instantly ignited excitement within the Yang household. The family gathered in the living room, passing around the certificate that symbolized honor, their faces awash with disbelief. Yang Ruihin found herself encircled like a star, experiencing a stark contrast to her previous neglect, reminiscent of the earlier scene during the family meeting, albeit with emotions entirely reversed. Upon learning of the results, Qin Min felt a mix of joy and unease. She was elated by her daughter's excellence, yet troubled by her own lack of contribution, realizing that it was entirely Yang Mei who had been tirelessly involved. Even before the results were announced, Yang Tianxi and his wife had harbored doubts, struggling to believe their daughter could achieve such remarkable success. Reflecting on their previous indifference towards their daughter and witnessing her rapid growth now left them contemplative. That night, as Yang Tianxi and Qin Min lay in bed, a dim yellow night light illuminated their faces softly. They conversed about their daughter for quite some time. Yang Tianxi sighed, breaking the silence. Now that it has come to this, there's little we can do. It might be best to let her forge her own path. Perhaps she will carve out a bright future for herself. Qin Min nodded gently, her eyes revealing a trace of the worry and reluctance she had felt when Yang Ruihin was still a child. After a few days of reveling in joy, Yang Ruihin regained her composure, only to face a significant dilemma: which university to apply to. Following dinner, the family reconvened in the living room to deliberate this crucial matter. Yang Tianxi spoke first, arms crossed over his chest, and earnestly suggested, "I believe we should apply to a university closer to Huagua, such as the National University of Pakuntri or Jingdong University, avoiding leaving Asia altogether. These are also world-renowned institutions. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, we would be able to support her." Qin Min quickly concurred. Indeed, and she could return during holidays. Otherwise, she might be away for years and become estranged. Yang Mei, seated nearby, adjusted her glasses and cleared her throat, offering a more professional opinion. "We should consider Ruihin's intended major. She wishes to study aviation and is also learning English. Therefore, Europe would be more suitable." At that moment, Yang Tianxi called, first congratulating Yang Ruihin, then advising her over the phone. "Ruihin, you should select several target schools to ensure at least one is attainable. Otherwise, you'll waste a year, and we cannot afford such delays." Yang Xing then interjected firmly, "You are not allowed to go to the United States. I won't allow it, regardless of what else happens." Everyone understood that the underlying reason seemed to be related to Yang Ruihin's grandmother, though the specifics remained unspoken. The conversation became lively as everyone chimed in, leaving Yang Ruihin feeling overwhelmed. She stood up, gestured for a pause, and declared loudly, "I have made my decision. I will primarily apply to Cambridge. Besides, applying is not as simple as it seems. Universities in Pakuntri or the island nations are not so easily accessible." Having resolved to apply to Cambridge, new questions swiftly arise regarding the application process. Yang Ruihin, having never encountered matters related to studying abroad in her previous life, recently found her family wary of her using the computer, leaving her with little time to research online. Fortunately, Yang Mei managed to inquire through contacts within the industry, ultimately clarifying the application steps for Yang Ruihin. The first task involves preparing an array of intricate documents, including a personal statement, PS, letters of recommendation, the UCAS application form, COPA, SAQ, and so forth. During the preparation of these materials, Yang Ruihin began to familiarize herself with the University of Cambridge. It turns out that Cambridge is not only the name of the university, but also a city within the county of Cambridgeshire in England. Both Cambridge and King's College refer to the same locale, as do the River Cam and the River Granta. Cambridge operates under a collegiate system consisting of 31 distinct colleges, each bearing a unique name such as Trinity College, King's College, and Queen's College. To illustrate, Queen's College was not established to train queens. Rather, it was funded by the British Queen as a memorial, and its name bears no relation to the courses offered. Additionally, the colleges themselves do not engage in teaching. This structure is reminiscent of the college system depicted in Harry Potter, where each college primarily provides accommodation and meals for students, manages its own admissions, and possesses the ultimate authority over acceptances, operating on a self-sustaining financial model. Consequently, a college may host both humanities and sciences students who attend classes across neutral departments, indicating that Cambridge's disciplines are not delineated by college. The central administration of Cambridge resembles a federal government, refraining from direct intervention in the undergraduate admissions of the colleges. After considerable contemplation, Yang Ruihin naturally gravitated toward the field of aerospace engineering and ultimately decided to apply to Trinity College. The rationale was straightforward. Trinity College is the wealthiest among the colleges, providing superior educational and living conditions for its students. The next step is the formal application process. The UCAS application and COPA application, both due by September 20th, are essential to complete. Since Yang Ruihin intends to interview domestically, these applications are of paramount importance. Furthermore, there is an additional SAQ application. While its significance is minimal, it should not be overlooked. Throughout the application process, most materials, such as the letters of recommendation, were handled with the assistance of Yang Mei. Utilizing her connections within the educational sector, Yang Mei secured suitable recommenders to bolster Yang Ruihin's application. However, Yang Ruihin had to make her own decisions regarding applications to the other 4 schools, which served as safety options. After completing these application forms, Yang Ruihin felt utterly exhausted, but seeing the names of esteemed institutions like Imperial College and the University of Sheffield on her submissions reassured her that she was one step closer to her dreams. Additionally, the writing of the personal statement presented an excellent opportunity for self-expression. Seated at her desk, Yang Ruihin typed rapidly on her keyboard, detailing her experiences and insights gained from designing model aircraft. After finally managing to complete the application materials, Yang Ruihin had barely taken a breath before learning of another significant examination ahead. This test would determine whether she would receive an invitation for an interview. If fortune smiled upon her and she were to obtain this invitation, the interview would also include a written examination. Only by successfully navigating these hurdles could she hope to secure an offer, or, in other words, an acceptance letter. However, even upon receiving the acceptance letter, it would be conditional. She would need to provide a score of at least 7th on the IELTS in order to receive an unconditional acceptance letter. As if this were not enough, the tuition fees at Cambridge were exorbitantly high, prompting her to seek a scholarship, preferably a fully funded one. Contemplating these challenges, Yang Ruihin felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. It turned out that completing the A-levels was merely the first step of a long and arduous journey that lay ahead. Chapter 48. The Ordeal. The TSA examination, formerly known as the Thinking Skills Assessment, may appear to be a straightforward IQ test, yet it conceals profound intricacies. The examination spans a total of 90 minutes, during which candidates must tackle 50 multiple-choice questions. Half of these questions assess problem-solving abilities, while the other half evaluates critical thinking skills.
For Yang Ruihan,
a student fervently aspiring to apply for an engineering program at Cambridge University, this examination is of paramount importance. Furthermore, following the TSA, there is an additional 30-minute essay examination, typically presenting a choice between 2 or 3 topics, wherein candidates are required to compose a discursive essay encompassing the introduction of viewpoints, articulation of counterarguments, and analysis of debates. Recalling a previous essay prompt, Yang Ruihin remembered Einstein's assertion, "All of science is merely a refinement of everyday thinking." Do you agree? At that moment, she could not help but sigh deeply, internally exclaiming, "What good is it to agree or disagree?" She found herself regretting her decision, reflecting that she should have deliberated more carefully before embarking on this path. Yet, having already set forth on this journey, there was no turning back. She could only grit her teeth and fervently practice her skills in this regard. After all, other G5 universities in the UK also require similar examinations, making this an indispensable component of her application to elite institutions. Before long, Yang Ruihin came across some distressing statistics. This year, 57 students from China were vying for a mere 5 spots at Trinity College, Cambridge. This stark reality meant she would need to distinguish herself among a multitude of exceptional applicants, effectively besting 52 others to secure a place. The psychological pressure weighed heavily upon her. Her outstanding A-level results were largely attributable to her unique circumstances as a reincarnator, endowed with the memories and knowledge of her past life. However, in the forthcoming examinations and application processes, all candidates would essentially be starting from the same baseline. The only advantage she possessed was her accumulated life experiences and the wealth of interview expertise garnered from her previous existence in another realm. The thought of being unfortunate enough to be eliminated was utterly humiliating. Moreover, she understood all too well that if she could not compete with these young academic prodigies despite having lived 2 lives, she would be left in utter disgrace. Amidst this intense anxiety and tension, Yang Ruihin approached the TSA examination. As she stepped into the examination hall, she was met with 57 faces of her peers, all of whom were similarly aged. These students, hailing from distinguished international high schools, exhibited a blend of genders, each pair of eyes radiating confidence and determination, unmistakably indicative of their status as genuine academic elites. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ruihin endeavored to calm her nerves. She found her designated seat, settled in, and directed her gaze towards the examination paper before her. The TSA questions were lengthy and scattered across 6 sheets. Although the all-English prompts posed a certain level of difficulty, she remained resolutely confident. She believed that among this assembly of individuals, while she might not be the absolute best in English proficiency, she certainly ranked among the upper echelons. As the examination bell rang, Yang Ruihin swiftly entered her state of focus, her pen flying across the paper. Having previously endured the intense study phase of her final year in high school, the palpable atmosphere of rigorous preparation had endowed her with the ability to read questions rapidly, an advantage unattainable for those untested by the rigors of the college entrance examination. She first tackled the relatively straightforward questions, decisively skipping those that required prolonged contemplation or left her momentarily perplexed. By the time she had scanned the entire paper, an hour had elapsed, with 17 questions yet unanswered. Adhering to her earlier strategy, she continued for an additional 20 minutes, leaving 6 questions remaining. However, with only 10 minutes left on the clock, devoid of any sudden inspiration, she could only eliminate the undoubtedly incorrect options before reluctantly guessing among the remaining choices. At last, the bell for the end of the examination chimed, and Yang Ruihin had managed to answer every question, ensuring that no blanks remained. Yet, uncertainty loomed over her regarding the accuracy of her answers. She could not ascertain what the final outcome would be. Nevertheless, the examination was not entirely concluded. Certain disciplines required topic-based essays, including fields such as science, land economics, chemistry, and engineering, of which Yang Ruihin's major was a part. As those who were not required to write exited the examination hall, only a little over 30 candidates remained. Upon receiving the essay prompt, Yang Ruihin's eyes suddenly lit up as she discerned a question particularly advantageous to her. As a leader, is it better to be loved or feared? This query elicited a quiet chuckle from her. She mused, what a serendipitous stroke of fortune. For someone like her, who had navigated the complexities of the professional world for years in her previous life, this topic felt almost tailor-made. Though she initially questioned why an engineering student would encounter such a prompt, after a brief moment of contemplation, she promptly began to write. Her response articulated that the balance between being loved and feared as a leader must intertwine with the essence of power and the principles of human nature. History and reality demonstrate that reliance solely on fear or affection is inherently limited. Cultivating a sense of reverence emerges as the superior solution. Machiavelli, in The Prince, posited that fear is safer than love, arguing that fear ensures effective governance. Confucianism, on the other hand, emphasizes that benevolence is invincible, as exemplified by Emperor Taizong of Tang, who highlighted the importance of winning the hearts of the people. Modern management theory reveals that neither emotional identification as advocated by Peter Drucker, nor Machiavellian authoritarian control provides a singular answer. Zhu Yuanzhang's use of torture to eradicate corruption did solidify his regime, yet it resulted in a rigid bureaucratic system. Stalin's reliance on terror ultimately precipitated systemic collapse. Conversely, the excessive leniency of Emperor Ranzong of Song led to reform failures, whereas Steve Jobs' success stemmed from transforming fear into a reverence for excellence rather than personal oppression. Neuroscientific research indicates that a sense of awe towards leaders can foster enduring obedience. Lee Kuan Yew established a sense of institutional reverence through stringent rule of law while garnering affection through policies aimed at improving citizens' livelihoods, thus shaping a governance paradigm reminiscent of both a stern father and a compassionate mother. Weber's typology of authority indicates that leaders must adjust their strategies according to the stage of the organization. During the entrepreneurial phase, authority is paramount. In the maturity phase, professional credibility takes precedence. And in the transformation phase, there is a need to reshape identity. For instance, Satya Nadella of Microsoft has adeptly alleviated a culture of fear through a growth mindset. In summary, I believe that the most profound form of leadership instills a sense of reverence for the law, competence, and virtue without inducing oppression. Institutional authority safeguards the baseline, professional capability fosters trust, and personal charisma cultivates consensus. It is this trifecta of respect that enables sustained leadership. In just 5 minutes, Yang Ruihin crafted an outline and began to elaborate on several viewpoints in detail. Her thoughts flowed clearly and coherently, her writing akin to a gentle stream, and she completed the essay with remarkable ease in under 20 minutes. Overall, Yang Ruihin felt relatively satisfied with her performance. The moderate argumentative style she employed neither led to extreme viewpoints that could invite criticism nor resulted in a lackluster presentation devoid of highlights. She believed that as long as she could evoke a sense of agreement among the majority regarding her perspectives, she had succeeded. After the examination, Yang Ruihin returned home, her body weary. Upon entering, Yang Mei greeted her with concern, eagerly inquiring about her performance and confidence. Yang Ruihin managed a faint smile, replying it was all right. I don't think there are major issues. However, deep down, she was acutely aware that feeling confident would be mere self-deception. The exceptionally high elimination rate of the multiple-choice questions would not immediately disqualify many, yet it would undoubtedly impact the results of future interviews significantly. By this point, she had long since lost the buoyant spirit she had upon receiving her A-level results. After all, every applicant to Cambridge University was of exceptional caliber, and their scores were closely matched, leaving no one with an absolute advantage. Relax, I'm sure you'll be fine. Besides, if this time doesn't work out, there's always another chance. You're still so young. Yang Mei patiently encouraged Yang Ruihin, recognizing that if she remained in this dejected state, her subsequent applications and exams could also falter. Yang Ruihin nodded lightly, saying little more. During this time, the pressure she bore was no less than that of the college entrance examination. Furthermore, given the Yang family's capabilities, they could offer little assistance with international exams and applications, leaving her family to fret helplessly. After resting for an afternoon, Yang Ruihin understood that she could not afford to become complacent. Upcoming specialized exams from other universities awaited her participation. She needed at least one acceptance letter from 5 universities as a safety net. Otherwise, it would feel as though an entire year had been wasted. The thought of such a scenario was unbearable. Not only would it be embarrassing to admit, but she would also have to endure a similar grueling process once more. In the days that followed, Yang Ruihin busied herself like a tirelessly spinning top. Every day, apart from revising for her examinations, she finds solace in watching English films without subtitles during her leisure time. At this moment, she truly comprehends the mindset of scholars who participated in the ancient imperial examination. Those who excel in their daily pursuits often bear an even greater burden. It seems as though the entire world inherently expects their success, yet the struggles they endure and their true capabilities remain known only to themselves, and this pressure is one that cannot be shared with others. Chapter 49. Entanglement. The autumn winds of October enveloped the air with a chill, as Yang Ruihin curled up in the meticulously arranged guest room of her aunt's home. The pale yellow curtains fluttered gently in the twilight, yet they could not dissipate the subtle melancholy etched upon the girl's brow. Instead of occupying her place in a high school classroom, she now found herself gazing out at the flowing headlights of vehicles, the vibrancy of the city appearing as if viewed through frosted glass, utterly disconnected from her own reality. In the few moments of social interaction she allowed herself, she often kept in touch with her old friends like Yi-chun. On the other end of the line, Yi-chun animatedly recounted tales of schoolyard scuffles, his words imbued with exaggerated flair. He would also enthusiastically share the latest updates and intriguing gameplay from their favorite games, a palpable excitement radiating even through the phone. Yet, Yang Ruihin merely listened in silence, a faint smile gracing her lips, while a profound sense of alienation stirred within her heart. Once inseparable, they now seemed to drift apart, like two trains on diverging tracks. What weighed heavily on her was the teasing that ensued whenever studying abroad was mentioned. Yi-chan and the others would amplify the topic, their seemingly playful jests piercing her already burdened heart like fine needles. As time quietly flowed on, by the end of October, Yang Ruihin completed the specialized examinations of 5 prestigious universities. During those days, she buried herself beneath mountains of materials and exercises, racing against time and straining her nerves to the utmost. At the moment the exams concluded, she returned to Qinzhou, weary yet feeling a semblance of relief. Perhaps influenced by the comforting lens of nostalgia, she sensed the gentle, soothing breeze of her hometown, imbued with the scent of home, instilling a sense of security within her. She contemplated the prospect of continuing her English practice here, as well as temporarily escaping the constraints of residing with her aunt. Standing before her home with a suitcase in tow, she was greeted by the sweet fragrance of osmanthus sugar wafting through the air. The elderly lady's quavering voice pierced through the door. "My dear child, you have finally returned." With hands marked by age spots gripping her tightly, she turned to head to the kitchen to prepare her famed braised pig's trotters. Yang Ruihin hurriedly stepped forward, grasping the old woman's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Grandma, please don't trouble yourself. Your resting is the greatest kindness you can bestow upon me." Watching the elderly lady bustling about, fetching fruits and pouring water, her heart brimmed with compassion. Just as she settled on the sofa, eager to engage in heartfelt conversation with her grandmother, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs. In an instant, a small figure darted towards her like a cannonball. It was the youngest member of the family, Yang Mingtian. The little one clung to her leg, his voice sweet and childlike. "Sister, come play with me." Yang Ruihin glanced down at Yang Mingtian's snot-covered face, instinctively recoiling, yet alas, it was too late. The warm moisture had already smeared onto her trousers. Amused yet exasperated, she turned to her grandmother for assistance. "Grandma, do you have any tissues?" Since the exam results had been released in August, she had been traversing between various cities and testing venues, with Yang Xing jesting that she was busier than he, the self-proclaimed busybody. Exhausted in both body and spirit, facing this mischievous little rascal who never seemed to rest, she found it hard to muster any affection. Moreover, her inherent aversion to children, deeming their care too troublesome, left her feeling particularly helpless in this moment. After addressing the brief interlude, the elderly lady inquired with genuine concern, "Ruihin, when will we receive a definitive answer regarding your university application? Truly causes one to fret." Yang Ruihin, after contemplating for a moment, replied earnestly, "If all goes smoothly, I should receive an interview invitation in November, followed by the interview in December, with results expected in a month or 2. However," she paused, a flicker of worry crossing her gaze, "if things do not proceed favorably, it could all come to naught." The elderly lady gently patted her hand, offering reassurance. "Do not dwell on such thoughts. My granddaughter is exceptionally talented and will surely succeed. There is still time, so relax and enjoy your time at home." In the days that followed, Yang Ruihin led a structured and pleasant life in Qinzhou. Mornings were spent at an English training institution, where she devoted herself to honing her listening and speaking skills. She meticulously analyzed every pronunciation and grammar point from her teacher, diligently practicing through repetition. In the afternoons, upon returning home, she often found herself beset by her younger brother, Yang Mingtian, who was a constant source of mischief. He would tug at her hair with little regard, causing her to wince in discomfort, and tear pages from her beloved books, leaving her flushed with indignation at the sight of the damaged pages. Yet, whenever she contemplated expressing her frustration, the elderly lady would interject, "He's just a child. Why engage in disputes with him? Besides, you've read those books already. Missing a few pages is hardly a disaster. As his older sister, you must be a bit more accommodating." Thus, young Ruihin found herself stifling her ire, contemplating that perhaps her decision to study abroad was indeed wise. Otherwise, in the coming years, even without military service, the presence of such a little nuisance would make tranquility an elusive dream. Time passed leisurely, and in the blink of an eye, less than 2 weeks had elapsed. On November 9th, as young Ruihin sat at her study desk engrossed in her studies, a sudden ping from her phone shattered the room's tranquility. She picked up her device to find an email from Imperial College London, her fingers trembling slightly as she opened it. When the words "interview invitation" appeared before her eyes, her heart raced with exhilaration, an indescribable joy swelling within her. Imperial College, a revered citadel of academia sought after by countless diligent students, was her second most esteemed choice after Cambridge, and she felt a sense of relative assurance regarding her application there. Unable to contain her excitement, she promptly called her family to share the wonderful news. On the other end, Zhao Ping's voice trembled with enthusiasm as she congratulated her repeatedly. "Ruihin, this is truly remarkable. Even if you cannot attend Cambridge, gaining admission to Imperial is a splendid achievement." However, the surprises did not end there. The following day, while young Ruihin was still reveling in the joy of her first interview invitation, a second email arrived, this time from Trinity College, Cambridge. Her hands trembled uncontrollably as she cautiously opened the email, which was penned with polite and courteous language, informing her of an interview scheduled for December 5th at the Zhanghai International Hotel, with a considerate reminder to arrive by the evening of December 4th, and that all expenses for accommodation would be covered by Trinity College. She tightly closed her eyes, quietly savoring the hard-earned achievement. For a full 2 minutes, her emotions gradually settled, after which she eagerly shared this monumental news with those around her. Having arrived at this pivotal moment, young Ruihin brimmed with confidence. Her past experiences had endowed her with a wealth of interview expertise. Whether facing formal interviews at large corporations or engaging in relaxed discussions with smaller firms, she handled each with grace. She understood that interviews not only tested professional knowledge but also assessed one's mindset and adaptability, qualities that were undeniably her strengths. Coupled with her extensive life experiences, her reservoir of knowledge far surpassed that of her peers, undoubtedly serving as a significant advantage. The elderly lady was the first to learn of this news, her eyes narrowing into joyous slits, each wrinkle on her face radiating pride and contentment. Coming from a scholarly family, she had long aspired to be a talented woman akin to Lin Huiyin or Bing Xian. Studying abroad had always been a cherished dream. Now, witnessing her granddaughter carry this dream forward, how could she not be overjoyed? Yet, amidst her elation, young Ruihin was acutely aware that the interview represented the final hurdle on her path to studying abroad, with an exceptionally high elimination rate. Among the 46 candidates invited for the Cambridge interview, only 5 would be admitted, making the competition intensely fierce. Determined to stand out during the interview, she boarded a plane the following day to the location arranged by her aunt, commencing an intensive month-long training regimen. Zhao Ping spared no effort on her behalf, tirelessly arranging for several esteemed professors to assist, including Professor Li Jianwei, whom young Ruihin was already acquainted with. They meticulously crafted a simulated interview environment, covering everything from professional inquiries to unexpected scenario responses, ensuring a comprehensive practice. Young Ruihin immersed herself wholly in the experience, recognizing that she was not inherently gifted. Only through relentless effort and knowledge accumulation could she shine among her stellar competitors, showcasing her remarkable self-learning abilities and unwavering determination. Time flew by and soon it was December. Beyond the rigorous study and training, young Ruihin also needed to consider her attire for the interview. She understood that, as a student, she must not dress too flamboyantly or in a manner that sought to stand out excessively. Non-mainstream styles would be a grave misstep. Conversely, appearing too juvenile, such as donning a high school uniform, would only tarnish her prospects, leaving a poor impression of her independence. Maturity, composure, and sufficient independence were crucial factors that interviewers would consider with even seemingly trivial details potentially influencing the final outcome. Thus, in the days that followed, Zhao Ping accompanied Yang Ruihan in a whirlwind of activity, diligently selecting suitable outfits from various shopping centers. They also enlisted a professional stylist to design a hairstyle that exuded maturity while retaining a youthful vigor. In their leisure moments, Zhao Ping would take Yang Ruihan to various historical landmarks, providing her with opportunities to relax amidst the intense preparation. Witnessing Zhao Ping's unwavering care, as if she were her own daughter, filled Yang Ruihan's heart with profound gratitude. Chapter 50. The final interview on the afternoon of December 4th, at Zhanghai International Airport. As Yang Ruihan stepped out of the cabin door, the uniquely damp and chilly air of the south enveloped her like silk drenched in ice water. Pulling her suitcase, she strode gracefully down the corridor, her striking demeanor and sophisticated attire instantly drawing the attention of many, like a magnet. Yet, she had long since developed a certain immunity to such gazes, resolutely focusing ahead and casting aside the stares of awe and curiosity that trailed behind her. While her footsteps remained steady, her thoughts wandered back to the previous day, recalling an unforgettable experience that felt akin to traversing through hell, causing her to shudder involuntarily. For an entire day, Yang Mei had accompanied her on a whirlwind tour of various hair salons and clothing stores, meticulously preparing her ensemble for the interview. When it came to her hairstyle, the stylist presented a plethora of options, ranging from playful shortcuts to vintage waves, leaving her bewildered. However, Yang Mei's dissatisfaction prompted intense discussions and deliberations, ultimately compelling her to settle on a chestnut-brown, center-parted long hairstyle. This color accentuated her fair complexion, while the center part artfully framed her face, rendering her appearance markedly more mature. Coupled with her already statuesque figure, she resembled an 18 or 19-year-old university student as she walked down the street. By December, Zhanghai had turned decidedly cooler, and the South's characteristic damp chill was said to possess a magical quality. Yang Ruihan had added several layers to her outfit. A fitted white turtleneck sweater, soft against her skin, providing both warmth and elegance, layered beneath a flowing khaki trench coat that danced with the breeze. She wore form-fitting black jeans that perfectly outlined her long, slender legs, complemented by brown, heelless mid-calf boots that stopped just at mid-calf. This ensemble exuded a sense of maturity and competence. One could easily believe she was in her 20s. Standing at 1.72 meters, she was considered tall in Zhanghai, and her eye-catching attire drew the attention of passers-by. However, this was the result of her own efforts, as Yang Mei had originally planned to equip her with high-heeled shoes. Upon exiting the airport, she hailed a cab and headed straight for the Zhanghai Hotel. Upon arrival, she found the lobby bustling, primarily filled with parents accompanying their children for interviews. Observing the pairs of parents and children around her, a wave of loneliness washed over her. She felt solitary and isolated, her mature attire making her appear like a parent there to send off a child. When she approached the front desk and informed the receptionist of her purpose for being there, to attend an interview at Cambridge, the young receptionist's eyes widened in astonishment. It took Yang Ruihan calling her name twice before she snapped back to reality, hurriedly processing Yang Ruihan's check-in. As she watched Yang Ruihan's retreating figure, envy glimmered in her eyes. The ambience of the Zhanghai Hotel was exceptionally pleasant, with polished tiles reflecting one's image. Yet, Yang Ruihan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Despite wearing heelless mid-calf boots, the smooth tiles emitted a crisp clattering sound with each step, reminiscent of high heels. Each echoing sound reverberated through the lobby, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. Amidst the throngs of people, it was effortless to distinguish a few students, their expressions hurried, faces adorned with a blend of anxiety and anticipation, in stark contrast to Yang Ruihan's mature attire. After completing the check-in process and settling into her room, Yang Ruihan took a moment to rest, readying herself for the challenges that lay ahead. During her time in Zhanghai, she was not merely attending an interview at Cambridge, but was also scheduled for 4 additional interviews at institutions such as Imperial College, signifying that she would be staying for at least a week. Each interview was of paramount importance, leaving no room for carelessness. On the following morning, as the first light of dawn broke across the horizon, Yang Ruihan rose early. After a brief morning routine, she made her way to the hotel restaurant, hastily consuming a few bites of breakfast before heading to the examination hall for her final written test. The examination room was a spectacle, with over 40 candidates gathered, many of whom hailed from well-off backgrounds and had made a conscious effort to present themselves well. Nonetheless, despite their polished appearances, the majority still bore the unmistakable air of youth, with Yang Ruihin's poise and maturity being a rare exception. Upon receiving the test paper, Yang Ruihin quickly assessed the questions and formed a judgment in her mind. The difficulty level posed a considerable challenge for ordinary high school students or those studying A-level courses, with merely answering 3 or 4 questions qualifying as exceptional. However, she was different. Armed with a wealth of knowledge, if she could apply what she had learned in her previous university life, she believed she could solve at least half of them. Yet, this contemplation caused her a moment of hesitation. Should she proceed with that approach? Time was of the essence, and she could not afford to ponder too long, with only 30 minutes allocated for the task. Resolutely, she set her indecision aside, grasped her pen, and began to write fervently, disregarding whether the content was aligned with A-level knowledge. Action first, analysis later. She understood that her goal was not merely to exhibit her thought processes and methodologies to the interviewers but to distinguish herself among the 40-odd candidates, leveraging her extensive knowledge to gain a competitive edge in this fierce contest. Unfortunately, in the end, she managed to solve only 8 questions before time was called. As she submitted her paper, she glanced around the room, noting that most of her peers were lost in deep contemplation, while she had been fervently scribbling away, a sight that intrigued a few onlookers. After the papers were collected, a long wait ensued before the interview segment commenced. At this moment, Yang Ruihin felt her heart racing, her breath quickening, and an overwhelming urge to flee the scene swept over her. Her mind was a tumultuous whirlpool of negative thoughts. In her past life, she had been an ordinary individual. What was she doing amidst these academic prodigies? They belonged to a different realm entirely. Had she lost her sense of self-awareness by coming here, dressed as she was? Restlessness consumed her as anxiety and tension flooded her thoughts. What if she flubbed the interview? What if she failed? Soon, it was her turn for the interview. In that instant, Yang Ruihin felt a sheen of perspiration on her palms. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself, rising steadily to enter the interview room. This was only the first of 2 interviews, and the room was arranged like a study, warm and tranquil. The interviewer was an elderly gentleman from abroad. He rose with a smile, first preparing a cup of tea for Yang Ruihin, and then proceeded to introduce himself. However, Yang Ruihin was so anxious that she could not recall his name, mentally deciding to refer to him as Professor. The interview commenced in a relaxed, casual manner, with the professor posing conventional questions about why she chose Cambridge. Yang Ruihin endeavored to maintain a steady voice as she responded methodically. Yet, just as she began to lower her guard, the professor shifted the conversation, presenting the first technical question. If you were to drill into a wall but there was an electrical wire within, how would you ascertain its precise location? Yang Ruihin was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind, but she quickly replied, by employing the principles of magnetic fields, one could use a small compass near the wall. The direction indicated by the compass would reveal the location of the wire. Alternatively, one could refer to architectural schematics to ascertain the routing of electrical and plumbing lines. If schematics are unavailable, a wall scanner could be utilized to detect the wiring, with a non-contact voltage tester aiding in the localization of live wires. Following the standard wiring conventions, the area around 30 centimeters above and below the outlets and 20 centimeters to the sides of switches are considered high-risk zones. One could also lightly tap the wall to discern hollow sounds, complementing this with a visual inspection for repair marks. The professor listened impassively, offering neither affirmation nor negation, leaving no indication of his emotions. He then proceeded with another inquiry. Let me pose another question. If there are 2 boats moving at equal speeds in still water? Throughout the remainder of the interview, Yang Ruihin's heart remained in her throat. The professor exhibited no signs of joy or sorrow. Regardless of her responses, he continued to listen with a stoic expression. He subsequently offered critiques and posed increasingly perplexing questions, such as estimating the mass of hydrogen on Earth. Fortunately, her extensive interview experience came into play. Despite her inner turmoil resembling that of a startled deer, she managed to appear composed, her face not betraying any redness, and her voice steady. Time flew by, and Yang Ruihan felt as though this old man was deliberately challenging her. However, after she answered yet another question, the professor suddenly nodded, rose, and revealed a pleasant demeanor. Well done, your scientific foundation is quite solid. I recall your A-level results were 4As, and you have successfully answered 8 questions in this examination. Your knowledge is remarkably ample, and your reasoning aligns with what I hope to see. I hope you do not harbor any anger over my earlier brusqueness. Upon hearing these words, Yang Ruihan was momentarily stunned, inwardly lamenting. After all this, it turns out this old man was merely trying to intimidate me. As the tension from the first interview began to dissipate, despite the heart-pounding experience, she was relieved to have received fairly positive feedback. Before she could fully recover from the nerves of the first interview, the second one commenced with great urgency. Upon entering the interview room, she was taken aback. This time, the interviewers were a man and a woman. To her astonishment, the male interviewer was, in fact, a fellow Chinese national. As she spoke, the rich accent of her homeland instantly bridged some distance, yet it also instilled in her a sense of urgency. After all, in this pivotal interview that could determine her fate, every detail might conceal hidden intricacies. Professor Allen had just assessed your foundational knowledge in science, and you had answered many questions with ease, so I shall refrain from revisiting those topics. Instead, let us engage in a conversation. The lead interviewer, a Caucasian female professor, wore a gentle smile and opened with seemingly casual remarks, akin to extending a friendly overture. The professor's name was Allen. Yang Ruihan silently committed this to memory, maintaining a composed demeanor. She was not naive enough to let down her guard. Recalling the earlier interview where this professor had deliberately applied pressure and posed challenges, she understood that this dialogue might be fraught with traps. A moment's inattention could unravel all her efforts. I am quite astonished by the breadth of your knowledge. You deftly apply concepts that many universities only touch upon. Have you undergone systematic study? This question had long been anticipated by Yang Ruihan, who inwardly rejoiced at her thorough preparations. A confident yet humble smile quickly graced her face as she responded with poise. I have not received formal education. I completed my A-level courses through self-study. My journey began early, fueled by a profound interest in industrial subjects, which compelled me to seek out a plethora of relevant books and resources for in-depth exploration. I have always looked forward to university life providing a broader platform and superior resources, enabling me to fully leverage my strengths in the field I cherish and to continually explore and advance. This response subtly flattered Cambridge University, suggesting that her desire to attend was rooted in its ability to fulfill her academic aspirations, while also cleverly showcasing her formidable self-directed learning capabilities. It is worth noting that among numerous applicants, she was younger yet possessed an extraordinary depth of knowledge. This undoubtedly represented her most significant asset. She needed to ensure that the interviewers recognized this advantage, allowing her to secure a favorable position in this fierce competition.